Mike, you're absolutely right. Again, and there are observations he makes that I think because you and I are ensconced on the college tennis beat, it's a little bit more difficult for us to see it from a neutral perspective because we've seen the development of these players. We've invested our times in our takes about these players. But yeah, it was a pleasure to have him in the booth. And yeah, I look forward to sharing those insights here on today's podcast because it was some exceptional tennis. You're absolutely right. To get to see all these players play in person, to get to feel the rhythm of these matches, and of course in particular to get to see Oklahoma, Wisconsin practice for 7 hours consecutively while we waited for the Pepperdine and Cal batch of matches to finish. It was absolutely delightful. And so again, on today's show, what is our game? We're going to recap all 8 of our round of 16 matches. We're going to preview our 4 quarterfinal matches as well to introduce a degree of organization into this podcast. We're going to try to stick chronologically. Of course, we got to talk about Pepperdine Cal swing of matches first. That was just such an exciting portion of the day, but we'll go recap, preview until we have previewed all or recapped all of our main draw action. Of course, I forgot to do this yesterday, so I have to do a quick makeup here today. Shout out to our friends at Tennis Point for their constant support, for helping us make all of these podcasts day in, day out possible. You all know the deal. For all of your equipment needs, one location, tennis-point.com. Best equipment, best prices. Promise you will not regret your decision. Plus, use our promo code CR15. You'll get a bunch of free stuff, and you'll let them know we sent you there. So shout out to our friends at Tennis Point, tennis-point.com. The promo code is CR15. We've wasted enough time with the intro, though, Jay. It's time to recap day 1 of the Division I Women's National Indoors, and let's start with those 3:30 p.m. Central Time batch of matches. We knew Cal Texas A&M was going to be good. We had so many questions about Pepperdine. So, we knew Old Dominion, but just how good were they? They had good wins kickoff weekend. Came so close on the Florida swing for them to draw Pepperdine indoors as well. We knew we were going to learn a lot from that match. I'm just going to open the floor to you. Where do you want to start with this 3:30 p.m. matches? Because you're, as 4-3 enticing as A&M and Cal was from a scoreline perspective, from a photo finish perspective, I think the most informative match of the day was Pepperdine Old Dominion. That was a fascinating battle. The floor is yours, though, my friend.
Yeah, well, I feel like I have to start with Cal A&M. It was the one match I didn't predict right, but I give myself a pass. It was a 4-3 third set buster. We knew it was going to be close. I just thought that was an incredible comeback from Cal, both to rebound from their loss to Michigan, but also a rebound in the match, right? To drop doubles in the manner in which they did and to come out and take 4 singles against A&M, who up and down the lineup has been really strong. I thought Cal looked really impressive, and I thought that was the sort of bounce back you're looking for a team who has top 5 potential this season. So really impressive performance, and I think everyone nailed it. It came down to 6 as expected, and I mean, I was impressed. I thought there was really no way Morales would make that competitive. I thought, that would be a match that eventually she just couldn't execute on, and she continued to execute. She continued to make that match ball in, ball out, extremely tough, and I mean, it came down to the tiebreak.
Yeah, this is why I'm so happy to do this podcast with you, and you all should know my brain is cooked, so I'm going to jump around at times. I forgot to bring up, great saloon reference, Alex. That was freaking killer on the broadcast. I agree. This was our only 4-3 match of the day, and again, we made the analogy. We put the number 6 singles match in the oven very early on, and we said, we'll check on this in an hour because this thing's got to bake. It's a slow roast at court number 6, and it's so fascinating to hear you talk about the dynamic and by the pedigree, the fact that for Cal, Viller-Moeller probably was the favorite entering the match. That's a little detail that had slipped my mind, during the call, because Morales was the aggressor. Morales was the one who was moving forward and looking to hit inside in, inside out forehands from, aggressive forehands from every position on the court. But man, Viller-Moeller, grind after grind after grind, 12 to 20 feet over the net, loopy backhand after loopy backhand, and just neutralizing everything, the discipline, the shamelessness. It's the performance you want to see out of your number 6 singles player, who you say, hey, you're out here to do war. do not be the player who gets beat first. Do not be the player who beats yourself. And that's exactly what Willer-Moeller did. Now, we have to address it. 5-4, 5-4, I believe, or 5-3, 5-3.
5-4.
No,
Morales
5-4. So, okay, 5-4, Morales, because it would have been for 6-4. Thank you. Again, brain scrambled. This is why Jay's here. 5-4, ball is called wide by Willer-Moeller. Now, there are two sides to this story. I want to explain both. According to Texas A&M, they say Willer-Moeller put her hand out as if to say, ball is good. I'm not calling it wide. Nice shot. Thus, the entire Texas A&M team reacts. Coach Weaver reacts. Of course, there was there was an official there. There was a chair umpire as well who both believed that they made the call out, and both officials confirmed that out call. Now, only Jesus Christ, even though I'm Jewish, only, God and Willer-Moeller know exactly what her intent was on that call. But that one point, it's tough to say it didn't decide the match, but you're up 5-4 in that moment. And again, I know that's a close call, and it ends up being a 7-5 breaker, and Willer-Moeller ends up winning a bunch of points to win the match. I don't know. What do you make of it, Jay? What's your takeaway from that moment?
Well, it was impossible to tell from the stream. This was like other side of the court, far sideline. Those cameras get a little fuzzy on the other side of the net. Who knows? I have no idea.
I will also tell you ask 10 fans in the building, you'll get, 2 sets of 5 different answers, 50-50 split. Ball was in, ball was out.
Yeah, so this is kind of your classic, like, who knows, but it you could see it feel like it deflated Morales's spirit a little bit, right? And as you can expect, so there was a lot of confusion. I think it probably threw her off a little bit. But she was playing well up until that point, and she still played well in the next 2 points. She missed a few balls, but tough to say it decided the match. Obviously, close point, end of the tie break. You don't like to see that sort of controversy happen, but you have to level set, and it still would have been 5-all, right? It was 5-all after that, and so she still had a good shot. She was still serving at 5-all, so look, we move on.
Yeah, no, that's exactly the take here. And it did feel like that was your welcome to the indoors moment, right? It's like we have officially arrived here. That was not the moment that decided this match for Texas A&M. And to broadly recap, they looked so good during the doubles point. Makarova and Goldsmith slaughtered Giavara and Ivanov, and that's not meant to be disrespectful to Giavara and Ivanov, but that's how good Makarova and Goldsmith were. And then, again, for Texas A&M, 6-3 at that number 3 doubles position. That was surprising. Now, Brandstein, Stoyana, they were rolling up 5-2 at number 2 as well. Considering Cal had blitzed Michigan in the doubles point, you just felt like A&M wins that doubles point. Now they're up 1-0. Oh, man. Like, how are they going to lose this match? And, Brandstein runs out to a 4-1 lead at number 1 singles. It was 4-1 Makarova, and Stoyana, eventually works her way to the lead, and they get that set from Morales 6-4 at 6. Let's be clear here. They won the doubles point. They won 4 first sets. They ultimately end up losing the match, and I do think that's a testament to the fight this Cal team showed. And, Katja Wiersholm is so good. Oh my gosh, is she legit. And, Haley Giavara, boy, does the ball, I know she has pro aspirations. She's very open about them. She hits a pro ball. There's no denying that. And I don't know what happened to Brandstein.
Good morning and welcome to the quarterfinals of the 2022 ITA Division I National Women's Team Indoor Championship. Mike Cation, Alex Gruskin joining you here. It is quarterfinal Saturday here in Madison, Wisconsin at the Nielsen Tennis Stadium. And we are already underway. Play has begun. Our first quarterfinal features the North Carolina Tar Heels, dominant at this event over the last several years, taking on conference rival the Virginia Cavaliers.
UNC hasn't lost a regular season match since 2018. They went undefeated in regular season play 2019. Their only loss is national indoors in the NCAA tournament. They didn't lose in 2020 NCAA semifinal loss. Their only loss last season. Carolina performs in the first few months of the year. That's a staple of their success. But the A team is on the rise, and we've talked about the a theme, new blood versus blue blood. We've got that matchup on our hands here, quarterfinal number 1.
Obviously, we also have the consolation draw that is available for you all day on the ITA live streams. The play site cameras will be available for you. Our focus will be, however, on these quarterfinals. And let's get right into the action as play, as we mentioned, has already begun. And we're going to start, of course, up at the top for North Carolina, who comes in with an 8-0 record. Virginia 7-0, and now North Carolina knocking off Ohio State yesterday 4-1. Virginia with a win over Florida 4-2, and it starts for North Carolina with Elizabeth Scotty and Fiona Crawley up at the top.
You can make an argument that Carolina was the most impressive team in their performance yesterday. Decisive victory in the doubles to start things out over Ohio State. Crawley, Scotty here, the number 1 doubles team, earning a victory. Of course, Elizabeth Scotty was one half of your 2021 NCAA women's doubles champions. Last season, she partnered with McKenna Jones. Crawley in the Jones spot now. They've had a ton of success already as a duo. I look for them to continue that success here today.
On the other side, obviously, Emma Navarro gets all of the headlines for the Virginia Cavaliers, and rightfully so. Your 2021 NCAA singles champion. Amber Odell, her partner, who plays lower in the singles lineup, but these two are formidable as a pair.
Odell has been a top half doubles player since she walked onto Virginia's campus, and yeah, these two, again, the continuity for them, not necessarily as a partnership, but in the Virginia system. For Navarro, it's year 2. Odell, more than that. They know what is expected out of them from Coach O'Leary, and we saw them yesterday, a 6-1 victory in the doubles point against Florida. They're playing some of their best tennis, and of course, you always feel good when you've got the NCAA singles champion on your side of the court. NCAA champ versus NCAA champ. Not a bad way to start the day.
Let's stick here for this first game, watching Navarro serve at the far side for you. 40-15 here in the opener. The 2 and the 7 seeds, all 8 seeds actually won yesterday. As Navarro just missing with that forehand at the line. You know, kudos to the seeding committee for getting everything right here, huh?
Oh, I had some text messages from the group chat leaked to me. There were some celebrations last night in the seeding committee.
So 40-30 as Navarro's about to serve here again with this game point to Scotty on the ad side. Scotty 6'1". I couldn't quite get the legs out of the way. Those arms weren't extended like they need to be. So Navarro does get the opening hold. Let's move over to court number 2. North Carolina featuring Cameron Mora, the senior out of Rockville, Maryland, and Carson Tangalig, the freshman from Alpharetta, Georgia.
This Carolina team took a loss yesterday to Ohio State. However, I thought that was a credit to the performance of veterans Isabel Boulay, Colby Allen, who were number 1 doubles team in 2021, were a top 20 ranked team in 2021, have moved down, I suppose, is the nomenclature, to the number 2 doubles position. That was a testament to the strength of Ohio State. I think this Carolina team is equally talented at number 2. They don't play a traditional style of doubles. Nothing is traditional about Cam Mora, 2 hands on both wings, forehand and backhand. But they make a lot of fun shots, a lot of angles, make you uncomfortable. Fun number 2 doubles duo.
We watched a little bit on the Virginia side. Elena Chervinsky, the freshman from Baltimore, Maryland, had a couple of really tough volleys right at the end of a loss yesterday. Her partner, Natasha Subash, the junior from Fairfax, Virginia. How did they bounce back today?
Well, that's the question. It wasn't just a doubles performance for them. Subash, a rare loss at the number 3 singles position to Marley Zane yesterday of Florida. Chervinsky didn't finish her match. Now she was in a winning position, 5-2 up in the 3rd set, but neither of them put W's on the board. That leaves a little hunger, right? In your stomach, you feel like I didn't play my role. It's my turn to step up and do that today. I think if the Cavaliers are going to earn the victory, it's going to be these two who are going to help lead the way.
Moving on to the court number 3, our 3 doubles matchup. Sanford and Tran for North Carolina. Sanford, the senior from Westerville, Ohio. Tran, the sophomore from Fairfax, Virginia.
Rough approximation, 86.7% of teams across the country would have Sanford and Tran as their number 1 doubles duo. Sanford has been a top 10 player in doubles throughout her career, and you know she's partnered with Tran now 2nd year in a row. They've got continuity, both plenty comfortable, both can hit all of the shots, complement each other well. This is a formidable number 3 doubles duo for the Heels.
On the other side for the Virginia Cavaliers, Sofia Munera, the senior from Columbia, and Hiba Sheikh, the sophomore from Teaneck, New Jersey, who's trained quite a bit in Spain.
And those were your team MVPs yesterday, both earning victories on the singles court, both earning victories on the doubles court as well. Yesterday, the Cavaliers stepped up 4, 5, 6 singles, that bottom of the lineup earning 3 much-needed singles victories against Florida. Now, it would be very nice when you're trying to upset the Tar Heels. Got to win that doubles point, right? The Tar Heels made 7 consecutive, not 5, 7 consecutive national indoor finals. Shout out to Colette Lewis for correcting me on that fact. Never argue with the GOAT, Mike, as we've learned. But if you're going to beat the Tar Heels here at this event, everyone needs to perform. This is a spot where for UVA, you need to see that same level from yesterday.
To reiterate, though, our focus today will be on the quarterfinal side as we move throughout this draw here at the ITA National Team Indoor Championships. We will keep you updated, however, on what's happening on the other courts for you. And right now, Ohio State playing Florida in the consolation bracket. Obviously, these consolation bracket matches have tons of implications, especially as we head towards the NCAAs in May. So we want to make sure we keep you updated, but our video focus, our commentary focus will be on these quarterfinals here today on what we are calling the Wisconsin side of our courts here at the Nielsen Tennis Stadium.
Yeah, of course, top 16 seeding, what you're referring to. You got to get big ranked wins throughout the course of the year for all of these teams. Now, obviously, consolation, you can't be national champion here, but you can earn some victories. A 2-1 weekend here, even with a first match loss, is just as impressive as anyone else in the draw, barring the champion. So, of course, yes, all of these matches matter, but it's quarterfinal Saturday. We're locked in.
Let's go over to court number 1 and kind of get in on the action here on court number 1. Again, Crawley, Scotty for North Carolina, Navarro, and Odell for Virginia. It's 1-1 here with Amber Odell, the senior from New Milford, New Jersey, serving. Saw this quite a bit yesterday. Australian formations, not the traditional I, not a regular, but going into the Australian, taking away the cross-court return.
We also saw a locked-in Elizabeth Scotty yesterday for the Tar Heels. She earns the victory at number 1 doubles with Crawley, a definitive straight-set victory over Ohio State's Isabelle Boulay. A healthy and locked-in Scotty keeps this UNC team at an elite level in 2022, and she seems to be that early in the season.
I can tell you're locked in because you've used the phrase locked in approximately 12 times.
That's the
so
coffee
far.
kicking in. I only got like 3 words in me right now.
So quickly to 30 love here. And then into, this is an I in this first serve for Navarro there up front. And it goes into the Australian on the second. Yeah, just that little bit of hesitation from Odell, whether to take that volley out of the air, ended up costing her a couple points later.
I think Navarro, Odell, both well-rounded players, but from a power perspective, I would give the edge to Crawley and Scotty. I also think from an aggressiveness perspective, Crawley, Scotty, always going to be working their way forward, trying to get to 2 up at the net. Not saying Odell and Navarro won't do that, but I think there's an aggressive mindset that Crawley, Scotty have. That may be the difference on court 1.
Great serve right up the tee. Getting that freebie and gain points here for Odell. So it looks like specifically against Crawley, they're going I and then Australian on seconds to take away that cross-court return. That's just a fantastic little touch volley, and Odell does get the hold to get us to 2-1. We stay on serve.
Let's go to court number 3. It's our only match in action right now.
Actually, it's not.
Oh, they just finished the game?
They just finished this game here.
So 3 early changeovers. I like it.
Why don't we go to court number 2, look a little bit in on the action there as they're heading back out onto court. Mora, Tangelig, Chervinsky, and Subash here. Quick break for the Who's. Virginia leading 2-1.
And that was a deuce point break of serve for the Cavaliers, as you mentioned in our lead up to this match. Chervinsky, Subash, couple of match points yesterday, ultimately drop a 7-6 decision that clinched the doubles point in their match against Florida. Good. This is exactly the energy, the bounce back start you want to see from these two at 2.
Yeah, that was actually their first loss of the spring season. Travinsky going to be serving here. Final member of the quartet to get into it. It's a fantastic return right into the body. Well struck for Love 15.
Moore does such a good job getting that ball down the line.
It's good hands to be able to drop that short like that. 15 all.
That was that pancake across the body, right, from Subash. They tested her twice. It's back-to-back returns. You do wonder, is that a play there? Do they see Subash as, I don't want to say weaker, but perhaps susceptible to floating that first volley?
Subash, an All-American the last couple of years.
Which is why my answer would be no. I don't see the weakness.
They've gone at her 3 straight times, so I think more than anything, though, that might be just a function of the serve.
Sure.
The ability for them to take a ball right at the up person, regardless of who that is necessarily.
That ball into the body, right?
Correct.
Just a little easier.
So as you see here with our scoreboard, 30-15. Travinsky serve, freshman from Baltimore. All 4 returns actually have gone at Subash, though.
You see volunteer assistant Saradov Attila, 2-time National Indoor MVP, I believe the past 2 seasons, as a matter of fact.
And a 7-time All-American. It's decent, right?
Also,
it's no Will Blumberg.
Yeah, I was gonna say also a tremendously kind human. Michigan's finest.
And so game point here for Travinsky.
And I love that play into the body of Cam Moore, the 2 hands off both wings. If you let her extend, she's going to connect cleanly. It's a good choice there from Travinsky.
I feel like deuce points are going to be pretty key here, as they often are in the doubles point, but it feels like we're going to have a lot of opportunities as returners here in this matchup.
The other thing was yesterday, North Carolina jumped on Ohio State in the first 15, 20 minutes. There was an energy level. I think Virginia's matched here, or at least tennis-wise, they've matched the level.
Yeah, just smart and simple there from Travinsky, who does get the hold. 3-1, they're able to consolidate. Let's go over to court number 1 again. Is about to get into a 40-30 point here with North Carolina serving. Scotty on the serve. And here's one of those deuce points. Break chance here for the Cavaliers.
Why does Coach Sarah O'Leary have Amber Odell in that #1 double spot? Her willingness to push forward, be aggressive. I've loved the court positioning of the Cavaliers here at #1 to start.
So let's see, it's going to be Navarro, as you might expect, to take this break opportunity on the deuce side. Oh, that is a big return right into the body. And once again, as you see, Scotty just swat that ball in frustration. When she has her arms into her body, it is very hard for her to make really good contact. So there's a break for the Cavaliers. And now Virginia goes up breaks at both 1 and 2.
This is the start you want if you're Coach Sarah O'Leary. You haven't beaten UNC in God knows how many years. Of course, Coach O'Leary, a former Tar Heel herself. But I promise you, she will revel in beating her former team today.
She won't say it to us. She will privately celebrate something, tells me. But yeah, this certainly has some import.
I think after an order of cheese curds, she'd admit it to us.
You're really like yesterday. You talked about cheese curds in almost every match, Alex.
Look, I'm compensating. I haven't had some yet.
You can leave for a little bit if you need to go get some.
It's a 12-hour day. Everything's closed. You don't want post 11 p.m. curds.
Yeah, you do.
yeah, maybe that's actually exactly what you want.
DoorDash is always available for you, my friend. So Navarro is serving here, 3-1.
Oh, nice.
Fantastic lob from Fiona Crawley. Haven't heard that name quite too much in what we've been watching so far, but a very effective ball there.
The aggression of these Cavaliers. They've come out with a purpose and a game plan, and they've executed it. Still 30-15 here in the Navarro service game.
He's going to step in here inside the baseline for this return.
There it is again, that ball into the body.
Yes, and that's such a tough decision. When you do make that decision to run around and hit that big forehand, you better be able to actually extend that arm to get that angle that you need. So game points here for Navarro. All right, so there is the hold, really just textbook stuff there for Navarro and Odell, getting us to 4-1 for the Hooves, and the Cavaliers maintaining this break lead on both 1 and 2 for the moment. And let's head over to number 3. Haven't spent much time there yet. This is the one where we remain on serve. Sanford and Tran for North Carolina, Munera and Sheikh for Virginia on serve, with Virginia about to come out and serve here at 2-3.
What's most impressive, Virginia winning up top, playing them even everywhere, just across the board. They've come out ready for this quarterfinal match. And this will be one of likely 4 matchups between these two teams this season. So, again, this is the learning. This is the scouting match. Get ready for come conference play.
That's a whiff. You just go baseball term there, but somehow that one goes through the racket.
I'll tell you what, Allie Sanford is so good at getting those balls early on the rise, on the return. She's going to hold her ground on the baseline as well as anyone in these doubles rallies.
That one, however, should have been punished.
Yeah.
I'm unclear how that was a winner for her.
That's a 9 a.m. miss.
But yeah, those things happen sometimes. High formation here.
That's better.
Yeah. Listen, considering the score lines and what we're seeing here, pretty crucial for Sanford and Tran to kind of step up and provide a little bit of something for the Tar Heels in this moment, with the Cavaliers leading 1 and 2. It looks like they will have a bit of an opening here. I wanted to ask you this, Alex, and in talking with Coach O'Leary for Virginia. Munera, obviously, preseason rankings don't necessarily mean a lot, right? But Munera, number 4 preseason doubles with Subash.
Yeah.
Why split up that pairing when they did have so much success?
I think it's to get the freshmen acclimated to the doubles point. It's an energy level thing. In Munera and Subash, you have 2 players who understand the rhythms of the doubles point, understand it really is a sprint out of the gates. I think the goal here is to have the freshmen up to speed, get someone who can help, coach them along early in the season.
So that's why Subash goes with Chervinsky in that moment, is
Precisely,
what you're saying?
yes. And Chervinsky's got the talent. She's got the ground strokes to play high-level doubles. Give her someone to help steer that ship, much like in this relationship, you're the Subash, I'm the Chervinsky.
Okay. I don't think Natasha would really like that comparison.
I think Elaine would be devastated. She'd be like, what?
But a pretty big spot here at 30 all again, with North Carolina needing to find a little bit of a spark here. Oh, goodness. She's having a game, isn't she?
Yeah.
I think that is the third time it's either hit her racket and landed on her side or it's gone through her. So now 2 chances for North Carolina to grab their first break of the day in any court.
Those inside-out backhands from Sanford were beautiful. Great depth. Lob over the top as well. But that's a good move, just poor execution from Virginia.
My formation here. And there's your break for the Tar Heels. They get on the board here in that regard, 4-2. So now we have, if we go over to court number 2, breaks for Virginia on 1 and 2, and North Carolina leading with a break on 3.
This number 2 doubles team for the Tar Heels have yet to find their rhythm here in Madison. It was a loss for them yesterday. Again, Alan Boulay of Ohio State took it to them at this number 2 spot, but see more here from this number 2 doubles deal.
Perfect. That's a risky play there from Chervinsky, but plenty of time to load up on that forehand, pop it down the line, and it's 15-30. Yeah, on the other side, as you mentioned, Subhash and Chervinsky, a really difficult, I'm sure, emotional loss yesterday, the way it went down, losing in that tiebreak. This is a fantastic response, especially for Elaine Chervinsky, the freshman out of Baltimore.
Across the board, you think, has Carolina created opportunities for themselves? No, and it's because Virginia hasn't allowed them to. Years level they've come out with.
Don't like that play from Subhash. That's one where maybe you back up and give yourself just a little bit more time, especially with North Carolina not being aggressive, not moving forward in that spot when you have the one-up, one-back situation. Just long game point here for the Tar Heels.
When I referenced the funkiness of this Carolina number 2 doubles team before the match began, this is what I was referring to. 2 back on the serve.
Yep. Have to come up for that one either, as that return left wanting, and it is 4-3, Virginia maintaining that break lead. Let's go back to number 3. And there, Shake serving, returning here. They have it to Love 30, looking to get this break right back. A little bit over eager there, that volley. Well wide.
And we've seen her lose confidence at that volley, particularly the overhead on the break point. That's probably one she puts away 9 out of 10 times in practice, and just you miss a couple of them, it creeps into your head.
Yeah, it's been a stretch.
Yeah.
You can see Tyson Thomas, the volunteer assistant, immediately over there just to, again, instill some confidence.
Breakpoint chances here for Virginia to get back on serve on court 3.
And there's your break. So right back on serve on 3, and yeah, nothing really going the way of the North Carolina Tar Heels right now. Virginia taking it to the Tar Heels.
I'm going to give you the flip side. Everything going the way of Virginia.
Yeah, for sure.
They are winning this match more than I would say North Carolina's losing it.
Let's go back to 2. We're about to get to a break, I should say a break changeover on 1 here in just a moment. But if we can go to court number 2, Virginia maintaining this break lead, 4-3 serving.
And this feels like the one. Odell Navarro, watching from our bird's eye view of the broadcast booth, have just been so solid on serve. The aggression they're playing with, 6-1 win yesterday.
Keep an eye on 1 as well. Odell serving at 4-2, maintaining a break lead.
Oh, Cam Mora, how do you do? And they keep challenging Subhash on the line. We got to go to 1, though, right away. Deuce point coming up.
Yes, a deuce point will be coming up here on court number 1. Now watch this one. This is the 40-30 point. And just perfect there from Fiona Crawley, finding the back of the baseline. So it is a deuce point, a deciding point here for the Tar Heels, looking to get back into this match.
I love that from Odell. It's out, nope, it's in.
Yep. It will be Crawley taking it on the deuce side. That's just fantastic stuff from Fiona Crawley. That mix of depths there causing confusion for Amber Odell, and Crawley really stepping up and giving North Carolina the break. We're back level and on serve here on court number 1. Let's move over to court number 2. Again, Virginia serving 4-3, holding on to their break lead here, 40-15 point.
That felt like your welcome to quarterfinal Saturday
Yeah.
sort of point there at 1.
Travinsky really seems to like to play pretty linear. Again, a non-traditional sense. She feels confident in those ground strokes to be able to take those shots, but you better make them.
Yeah, and she wants to challenge the player at the net. She wants to say, my muscle versus your muscle. Let's see who wins. For 3 here. Our camera extraordinarily excited on this Saturday morning.
And the double from Travinsky. Here's the thing for me with that. It's such a low percentage play. So when you are against the higher level competition, it's one thing when you're playing some of the lower level teams, but sure. Yeah, you better come with it if you're going to go linear and go into the doubles alleys. And so that's going to be kind of a learning process for the freshmen as well. Going higher percentage will pay off just a little bit more. So this deuce point here, break chance, Virginia hanging on to the break lead. This is the only break lead on our 3 courts for the moment. Other turn miss catches the tape. So Virginia to 5-3 on court number 2.
Let's go back to court number 1 right now. We
Yes.
kick things up. Love 15 in the service game of Elizabeth Scotty. That same forehand miss,
Same
Mike.
forehand miss. Yeah, the legs not getting out of the way to allow the arms to do what they can do, and quickly to love 30. And you can tell Scotty's frustration has built through this match. There's no doubt about it. Longer coaching break here.
And I have to say, Virginia's the team playing more freely right now. Even those misses from Travinsky, that's, let me try and play on my terms and go down swinging. Now, you may not love the miss, but the aggressive mindset's something you can respect. It just feels like Carolina's come out a bit on the nervous side here to start today's match.
Scotty clearly wanted that one, and Crawley taking it out of the air. I think that's the right play, but just more of a reach as opposed to a step over and finish. And this is a massive moment here for the Virginia Cavaliers. They're going to have 4 looks at break chances here on the serve. Those of Elizabeth Scotty. Such a good lob from Amber Odell, getting Scotty on the move. That ball goes long off the racket of Scotty to break it to love. Gets us to 5-3. Virginia goes back up a break at 1 and holds on to the break at 2. Let's go over to 3 as there is, it appears, a break chance right now for North Carolina. It's Virginia serving at 3-4. I take that back. Actually, we just missed it, but a break for North Carolina. So North Carolina, Sanford, and Trent going to be serving for the set on 3. We've also got Virginia serving for the set on 1.
Feels like a moment for split screen, super producer Daniel Westhoff, if you can get that ready. Courts 1 and 3 here. So we have 2 teams serving for sets.
Ironically, in both of these matches, the returners won the first point. Actually, on all three courts, we've got somebody serving for the match. Virginia about to serve for it on 2. Do we have try screen?
I think that's version 3.0.
All right, you keep an eye on court 3. I'll keep an eye on court 1. How about that?
Works for me. But that drop volley, though, can't help but notice that on court 1. So it's 15 all on court 3, 30-15. Cavaliers 2 points away on 1.
Yeah, it looks like Virginia will have match points on 1.
I'll go full 1 for this match point.
Yeah, let's go for this match point on court 1. The serve of Emma Navarro. And then an eye.
We can court 1.
Well, I just missed it. As you can see, Virginia winning at 1. So they have one of these 3 on the board, with the fact that they are also serving for it on court number 2. Let's go to 3 now. And again, this is North Carolina serving for it 5-3 and 30 all upcoming here.
First point to the Tar Heels in court 2. We'll have 15 there. Prepare the double box if we can. Courts 2 and 3.
That's a bad materneness there. Again, in the moment, have to make that and get that ball in place. So it's match points for the Tar Heels here. Couple of looks. Whoa.
Oh.
How about that reflex volley? Top notch from the chest, and 6-3, North Carolina able to take 3 doubles. So everything comes down to the action on court 2. And Virginia with this break lead on 2. It is 5-4, about to be 15 all on the serve of the junior, Natasha Subash. So everything comes down to this.
Once again, Natasha Subash, Lane Chervinsky, the opportunity to deliver a doubles point for the Cavaliers. Can they reverse yesterday's result? Saw them lose in a tiebreaker to decide that doubles point against Florida. Nice.
Subash. Wonderful. That's what you want that experience for in this moment, right? So 2 points away from the doubles point. Wide. For the Cavaliers, the opportunity to steal this doubles point.
Oh.
From Subash, Chervinsky, 2 sitting volleys there, high forehands, unable to finish. Keep that in mind, as it is another match point for the Cavaliers here. redemption right there for Elaine Chervinsky, the freshman, clinching the doubles point for the Virginia Cavaliers. They take this set 6-4 and the doubles point for the Cavaliers. Alex Gruskin.
I watched UNC lose a doubles point last year to Texas at the National Indoors. Now, ultimately, in that final, they were able to come back, earn a 4-3 victory. But, man, this feels like a different sort of victory for Virginia here. That felt like they were in control from the start. They hold on to breaks of serve at number 2. Just, again, they weren't broken at that number 2 spot. That's precisely what you want to see from Chervinsky and Subash after yesterday's disappointment. 1-0 Cavs, and they earned it, Mike.
So now we're going to have to see if Virginia is able to maintain that energy as we head into singles. We're going to take a short break. Teams are going to have their huddles and then head out to the singles lineup. We'll introduce you to that just a couple of minutes. You're watching the 2022 ITA National Team Indoor Championships from the University of Wisconsin campus.
Welcome to the Mini Break, your daily podcast for the biggest storylines, results, and controversies from the tennis world. Today is Saturday, February 12th, day 1 of the 2022 Division I Women's National Indoor Championships, now officially in the books. What a day of college tennis action. Over 13 hours of coverage on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel. Hopefully you tuned into all of it, but don't worry, if you missed out on Friday's action, we'll be back on Saturday, Sunday, Monday as we cover first ball to last of this event on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel. I will say personally, it was such a pleasure, as always, to be joined by my friend, my mentor, I call him Sensei, Mike Cation, in the booth from the start to finish. We're going to have him start to finish all weekend long to have his insight, to have him helping steer the ship. It just provides a calming presence and, I'll admit it, a sense of organization that always we enjoy having on our Cracked Racquets broadcasts. Of course, on today's podcast, we got to recap day 1, talk about our 8 round of 16 matches. Of course, preview Saturday's quarterfinal matches as well. Yes, there's going to be some fantastic backdraw action. Just, I'm going to say it honestly, candidly, I don't think I have the energy in me for 8 recaps and 8 previews as well, but the man who's going to help me boost my energy, the man who certainly was watching from first ball to last here today, and the man who always helps us steer our coverage of the college tennis world, is going to join me on today's podcast to do that once again. Of course, you all know him best as your co-favorite writer on our website, crackedrackets.com, founder of the No Ad, No Problem blog. It is our friend John J. Parsons. Jay, what a day. Hope you enjoyed yourself. How was it?
It was great. I hope you were able to hit the saloon immediately after those matches and get a drink in before you settled in for this recap. But what a phenomenal day. I mean, these days are long for me, just listening to you in the background, chiming in comments. I mean, credit to you and Cation. It's great to have him on the call. Cation did his homework. I was impressed by a lot of the comments, so props to him. I thought it was just overall a really great day of college tennis. So many good matches. I'm really excited to hear from you. I know this was your first time seeing a lot of these players in person, so I think there's a lot to break down on day 1.
Couple of things I need to say off of that. A, the amount of information I absorb just by being in Mike's proximity during these broadcasts. To listen to him do the radio call.
I was going to say the radio mic.
All right, I hope he hears this. I'll tell him this to his face tomorrow. If we have to do that again, I'm going to ask him if I can demo and try that out, because listening to him do that, I was like, I want to try. I was like, I need to try that. I need to do that. I need to see if I can do that, because, oh my God, to talk at that speed with that pace and that degree of depth, I feel like that's my bread and butter. And so I would love to give that a go, and to watch Mike do that. I was in awe. Speaking of super producer Daniel Westoff, I will say this again. Hopefully Mike hears this. He messaged me directly. He goes, dude, Mike is on fire right now. And I got so angry at Westoff. I was like, don't you ever type that to me again. I was like, are you just trying to get me jealous? It worked. Congratulations. But again, a pleasure to get to sit with Mike. You're absolutely right. Again, and there are observations he makes that I think, because you and I are ensconced on the college tennis beat, it's a little bit more difficult for us to see it from a neutral perspective, because we've seen the development of these players. We've invested our times in our takes about these players. But yeah, yeah, it was a pleasure to have him in the booth. And yeah, I look forward to sharing those insights here on today's podcast because there was some exceptional tennis. You're absolutely right, to get to see all of these players play in person, to get to feel the rhythm of these matches, and of course in particular to get to see Oklahoma, Wisconsin practice for 7 hours consecutively while we waited for the Pepperdine and Cal batch of matches to finish. It was absolutely delightful. And so again, on today's show, what is our game plan? We're going to recap all 8 of our round of 16 matches. We're going to preview our 4 quarterfinal matches as well to introduce a degree of organization into this podcast. We're going to try to stick chronologically. Of course, we got to talk about Pepperdine Cal swing of matches first. That was just such an exciting portion of the day, but we'll go recap, preview until we have previewed all or recapped all of our main draw action. Of course, I forgot to do this yesterday, so I have to do a quick makeup here today. Shout out to our friends at Tennis Point for their constant support, for helping us make all of these podcasts day in, day out possible. You all know the deal. For all of your equipment needs, one location, tennis-point.com. Best equipment, best prices. Promise you will not regret your decision. Plus, use our promo code CR15. You'll get a bunch of free stuff, and you'll let them know we sent you there. So shout out to our friends at Tennis Point, tennis-point.com. The promo code is CR15. We've wasted enough time with the intro, though, Jay. It's time to recap day 1 of the Division I Women's National Indoors, and let's start with those 3:30 p.m. Central Time batch of matches. We knew Texas A&M was going to be good. We had so many questions about Pepperdine. So, we knew Old Dominion, but just how good were they? They had good wins kickoff weekend, came so close on the Florida swing for them to draw Pepperdine indoors as well. We knew we were going to learn a lot from that match. I'm just going to open the floor to you. Where do you want to start with this 3:30 p.m. matches? Because you're, as 4-3 enticing as A&M and Cal was from a scoreline perspective, from a photo finish perspective, I think the most informative match of the day was Pepperdine Old Dominion. That was a fascinating battle. The floor is yours, though, my friend.
Yeah, well, I feel like I have to start with Cal A&M. It was the one match I didn't predict right, but I give myself a pass. It was a 4-3 third set buster. We knew it was going to be close. I just thought that was an incredible comeback from Cal, both to rebound from their loss to Michigan, but also a rebound in the match, right? To drop doubles in the manner in which they did, and to come out and take 4 singles against A&M, who up and down the lineup has been really strong. I thought Cal looked really impressive, and I thought that was the sort of bounce back you're looking for a team who has top 5 potential this season. So really impressive performance, and I think everyone nailed it. It came down to 6 as expected, and I mean, I was impressed. I thought there was really no way Morales would make that competitive. I thought that would be a match that eventually she just couldn't execute on, and she continued to execute. She continued to make that match ball in, ball out, extremely tough. And I mean, it came down to the tiebreak.
Yeah, this is why I'm so happy to do this podcast with you.
Welcome back inside the Nielsen Tennis Stadium as singles has begun here, as Virginia with a 1-0 lead in this national quarterfinal, the ITA National Team Indoor Championships. Mike Cation and Alex Gruskin here. And listen, we're going to introduce you to all 6 of our singles matchups, but your initial impressions right now is obviously Virginia has come out with a good burst of energy and came out firing from the doubles. How do they maintain it here?
They get an A passing grade in that doubles point. And just for the first 45 minutes of this match, that's precisely what you would have wanted to see for Coach O'Leary. Now, of course, that doubles point, such a rush. So much energy goes into that. You've captured the momentum. You cannot let that get to your head. Carolina is going to come out swinging. Again, their last loss prior to the NCAA tournament was in 2019 when they lost in the final here to Georgia. Other than that, back-to-back national indoor champions. So much success for this Tar Heel program. They haven't lost an ACC match since the 2018 season when they lost at Duke. They will come out swinging. There will be a Carolina push. how Virginia weathers that push here to start the match, particularly crucial.
Obviously, up at the top of the lineup, Virginia is always going to feel very confident having Emma Navarro up there, the sophomore out of Charleston, South Carolina, technically number 45 in the latest ITA singles rankings, defending NCAA champion, taking on Cam Mora, the senior from Rockville, Maryland, who's currently number 4 in the ITA rankings.
This is a fascinating matchup because for the first time in quite a bit of time, Cam Mora comes into this match as an underdog. She can swing freely. Of course, you always expect Emma Navarro, defending NCAA singles champion, regardless of the ranking, to win her match at that number 1 spot. And for Cam Mora, who we can just speak candidly, it was a poor performance yesterday for her against Arena Contos of Ohio State. That lack of pressure for Mora at the number 1 spot, I actually think that helps her in this one. But of course, if you're Virginia, you expect Navarro, who clinches yesterday's match, to continue her strong performance on the top here today.
Moving on to court number 2, Elizabeth Scotty, the junior out of Annapolis, Maryland for North Carolina, looked very impressive yesterday. 2-0 over Boulay of Ohio State and remains undefeated in her singles so far here on the dual season, taking on the very talented young freshman out of Baltimore, Maryland, Elaine Chervinsky for Virginia.
This is an excellent start for Elizabeth Scotty, who we see up an early break here to love. Yesterday, Elizabeth Scotty, you're absolutely right. It was a blitzkrieg against Isabelle Boulay. No other way to say it. That match was over, it felt like, before it had even begun. And look, Elizabeth Scotty, though not a senior, is one of the veteran leaders for this Carolina team. After dropping the doubles point, she will be disappointed with her and Fiona Crawley's performance at that number 1 spot. That just were never able, felt like, to capture momentum there. She's captured momentum here at the start. This was the exact Tar Heel push you're looking for if you're a Carolina fan.
Chervinsky yesterday, and I know you mentioned it during doubles as well, was a game away from grabbing a point at the 2 line in their matchup with Florida. So she's feeling very confident right now as well, able to finish that doubles point. So hopefully good things for Chervinsky moving forward as well. Let's move on to court number 3. Fascinating matchup here. The sophomore from Fairfax, Virginia, Riley Tran, playing for North Carolina against her home state school, taking on Natasha Subash, the junior from Fairfax, Virginia as well. So obviously, both from Fairfax. I'm sure they know each other incredibly well on multiple levels, but a really fascinating matchup in that regard.
Here's the thing. You would never expect Natasha Subash, former All-American, to lose 2 matches in a row at the number 3 single spot. Not ever. Now, she loses yesterday to Marley Zane. Zane played exceptional for Florida at that number 3 line. Subash has a tough matchup, though, here today. Riley Tran's lost 1 match for Carolina in her career, just 1. Subash certainly as good of as an opponent as she will have played in her career, but I mean, again, you circle this might be the best individual matchup we see all day long.
Considering they're both from Fairfax.
Yes.
I wonder what it was, when was the first time they played?
I'm going to guess, well, were they born in 2000? Probably not. So we're going to say 2009. Like first time, Lil Mose.
Listen, I don't know that I was going to talk about actual age or actual year. I was thinking maybe like 8 or 9, you know, like whatever year they were. But
no, I want to carbon date it.
But yeah, an interesting thought that they have probably been on the same parks when they were 7, 8 years old, probably in some of those same little group lessons at the facilities out there. So interesting matchup in that regard.
I'm sure there was the Natasha Riley court where it's like, all right, go let them be good and we'll be the normal people.
That is absolutely right. Let's move down to court number 4. Fiona Crawley, the spunky sophomore from San Antonio, Texas, for North Carolina, currently at number 19 in the country in the early ITA national rankings. Again, this on court number 4. Really good performance for her yesterday, 2 and 3 over Allen at the 4 singles spot. I believe that was the clincher for North Carolina yesterday. Is that right?
They were so quick.
Yeah, right.
It all happened so fast.
She takes on Sofia Munera, also picked up a win yesterday. Munera, the senior out of Colombia.
I will say this, Sofia Munera winning in straight sets the way she did at 4 yesterday over Emma Shelton was probably the performance for Virginia of the day. And you see Munera already up a break of serve here on court number 4 after dropping the doubles point. This one's a must for North Carolina. Fiona Crawley has never lost a dual match in her career. I apologize for the match there, but she's never lost in a dual match in her career, given that they've dropped the doubles point. Although, do we have a scoreboard error? No. Yeah, it is 1-0 Munera. There we go. this is a must. This is a must for UNC.
Listen, Fiona is known for being pretty clutch
Yeah.
in the big moments, so we will keep an eye on that one because, yeah, I think North Carolina in their head, the way she has played over her career, you kind of pencil this one in as a win for the Tar Heels. Let's move to court number 5. Carson Tengelig, the talented freshman from Alpharetta, Georgia for North Carolina, taking on Sarah Ziodato, the sophomore from Italy for Virginia, who did not play in the doubles.
Ziodato, the transfer from Baylor, has already contributed significantly to this lineup. And I mean, look, again, for North Carolina, 3, 4, 5, 6, even number 2 singles with Scotty, the depth they have, the talent they have throughout the singles lineup, that's their bread and butter. That's what separated them from so many other schools throughout this 5-7 year run Coach Calvis and the program has been on. You know, Ziodato, like for Virginia to win 4, 5, and 6 singles yesterday, that is not their expected form of success. Of course, when you look for Virginia team, Navarro, Chervinsky, Subash, you know those quantities. For the bottom half of the lineup to step up, good things in the works for Virginia Cavalier fans.
Yeah, and listen, for North Carolina, Tengelig, she was not able to, she was about to split sets yesterday in that match at 5. So for her, you want to see if she's able to respond pretty well here early. Obviously, Tengelig able to look like she's trying to close this one out here. 40 love at 1-all, but didn't lose a match in her high school career. That's not bad.
That's very
not bad.
good. That's very good. Again, I'm sure if she was in Fairfax, she would have also been in that group with Natasha.
That's a valid point.
Yeah, and Riley Trent, she's been special her entire career. And look, the freshman 15-3 coming into this tournament overall in singles. Now, again, didn't finish yesterday, but 15 wins in your first 3 months on the job, not too bad.
Yeah, so Tengelig, Ziodato, they're down at number 6. Annika Yarlagata, the junior from West Bloomfield, Michigan. I know you're very proud of that. She's playing for North Carolina at 6 against Hiba Sheikh, the sophomore from Teaneck, New Jersey.
Of course, I've known Annika since she was 6, 7 years old. Was also the one on the special court where it's like, leave her alone. Although, because I was so much older, it's like, yeah, she gets to hit with you. And it's like, okay, I'm down. She has been waiting for this opportunity for years. And obviously was a blue, obviously I say that. She was a blue chip recruit, excuse me, coming into Carolina. But she had to wait her turn, as you have to at a school with the talent and the depth of the Tar Heels. She's ready for that turn now, though, and she was ready to win yesterday as well. I believe was 1 game away from the finish line when the match was completed. Again,
yeah, 6-4, 5-2.
You see the breakpoint chances for her early. One love 30-40 here. Pencil, not pen. I've learned locks at the National Indoors, throw them out the window.
Correct.
But if you're making a pencil match calculus, number 6 singles is one you circle for the Tar Heels.
Let's just get you updated on, it's been a really exciting matchup on our backcourts as well. Ohio State quickly winning the doubles at 3, 6-2. They're still playing and in the midst of it on both 1 and on 2. So yeah, it's really competitive there between Ohio State and Florida. So obviously we will just kind of keep an eye on that, but still in the midst of their doubles point between Ohio State and Florida.
Florida yesterday won 2 7-6 sets in doubles to win the doubles. They like drama. That's what we're learning about these games.
And it's very possible they could be doing that again today. Actually, Ohio State does have a match point for the doubles point on 1 as we speak, but we will definitely keep you updated on what's happening between Ohio State and Florida as we move throughout the day. Where do you want to start here and kind of get into a little bit more depth in terms of this?
I like to hang out at 6 because, as I've learned from years of listening to your calls, it's not a break of serve until you consolidate with the whole, right? And I want to see for North Carolina, where do they get off to a strong start? Where are those spots in the lineup that they can begin to separate themselves from other teams in the country? Of course, again, on paper, the 6 single spot would be one you circle. Can Yarlagata give them the performance they're looking for here today?
Yeah, that being said, I mean, listen, Hiba Sheikh is good. She's got a lot of great high-level experience as well. Was as high as the number 7 recruit in the country herself. Australian Open, U.S. Open, junior experience. This is a lot of talent at the 6th spot, as you see Yarlagata celebrating that one already up a break 2 love.
I taught her that. I just want to be clear. That was the Alex Gruskin for
okay.
Look, I would agree with you. This, again, and we talk about new blood versus blue blood, generational shift here. This is the next generation of ACC talent, the Sheikhs of the world, the Yarlagatas of the world. And we get to see that matchup here so early in the season. I guarantee if you ask Coach Calvis with truth serum, he would say we don't want to play Virginia at the national indoors. We don't want to play any conference opponent we're going to see later on in the year. And yet here we are.
Let's go to court number 4, where there are break chances right now for Virginia's Sophia Munera. It is Fiona Crawley of North Carolina serving 1-all.
And they're on break
15-40.
here. They've traded breaks in their first 2 service games. Perhaps an early theme for us to pick up.
Crawley serving from the far side here, undefeated in duels in her time at North Carolina. That's a freebie there. Really good slice serve out wide. For 30-40, this was a love 40 game just a couple moments ago. Right before North Carolina lead at 2 and at 6. Virginia with break leads at 3. Potentially here as well at 4. But not yet, as that one sails from Munera. Crawley fighting off 3 break chances, looking for the day's first hold. Looks like she'll be on the deuce side to take this deciding point. That's well done. So Crawley, a little bit of a spark there, finds 4 break chances fought off. First hold of the day, Fiona Crawley to 2-1. Let's go to court number 6. We were just over there, Yarlagadda, Alex's favorite, that's clear. Hometown favorite for him. Yarlagadda of North Carolina serving to love, but 15-30 now.
You haven't seen the 2 errors she made these past 2 points? I also taught her that.
I haven't.
Yeah. And that's the thing for Yarlagadda. She is not your traditional 6 singles style of play. She is not that grinder who's going to sit back at the baseline, as we saw yesterday with Viller Mulder of Cal, if you tuned in, who was just making 20, 30 balls a rally if she needed to. Yarlagadda wants to play attacking tennis. She also is very, very familiar with indoor conditions. That's what we play in Michigan, given all the snow. This is the ideal event for her to make a debut on the national stage.
So 30-all here. Miss off that backhand wing for Shake, and a game point here for Yarlagadda. Elizabeth Scotty has grabbed a 2nd break against Elaine Chervinsky on 2 for North Carolina. So 4-1 over there. That's well struck, and Yarlagadda providing that energy down at the bottom of the lineup. You see her yelling, making sure the rest of her team knows she's coming through, and she's gotten it to 3-love. Let's go to court number 1. This is the matchup I know a lot of people were very interested in, the Cam Mora, Emma Navarro matchup here at number 1. We are on serve for the moment. Mora serving at 1-2. It's 15-30 as we rejoin them here on court number 1. Ohio State, Florida, that doubles point coming down to a tiebreak on court 1, by the way, the 1 line for doubles. Florida won a tiebreak at 2. So now coming down to a tiebreak on 1 for that doubles point.
Poor Roland.
Really nice swing there from Emma Navarro to grab these 3 break chances. And serve of Cam Noor. Strong slider serve. Navarro really aggressive, taking that angle and cutting it off well. But it is a 2nd break chance here for Navarro. Almost lost her balance there, Mora. So Navarro grabs first break of this match to 3-1. So let's see, trying to sum up here. Breaks for Virginia at 1 and 3 right now.
Not a surprise, by the way, the veteran leaders,
Sure.
Navarro and Subash.
Breaks for North Carolina, 2 of them for Elizabeth Scotty at 2, also Yarlagadda. leading with a break on 6. So yeah, 2 breaks leads for both teams right now and 2 on serve. So very even so far.
And if we can, let's go to court number 2 right now. Elizabeth Scotty, 5-1 lead over freshman Elaine Chervinsky. This is the exact same performance we saw from Scotty yesterday. Once is nice, twice is a trend, Mike.
Only lost 2 games yesterday. Only has lost 1 so far. As you see Chervinsky throw in the double to get us to 15 all here. Dina Suarez Malagudi, the associate head coach for Virginia there, just trying to make sure Chervinsky stays calm, focused, try to build some momentum towards the second. What makes Scotty such a good indoor player, Alex?
It's the firepower, it's the serve, it's the forehand. When she does extend into that ground stroke, the weight she gets behind it, the length she gets behind it, it's just a really difficult ball to deal with indoors, the heaviness of it. I don't want to let something slide. Do you know associate head coach for Virginia's nickname? Do you know what they call her?
Do not.
Do you want to guess?
No.
Peaches. Call her Peaches.
Why?
All smiles in the morning. Peaches.
Got it.
I asked her if I have permission to call her Peaches. She said, under no circumstance.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I got to be honest, that made me feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's like, but coach.
I will vouch for that, having been to the Charlottesville Challenger over the last several years since she's been there. Yeah, she is always one of the first people in the building working with the team and always very positive.
Of course.
But yeah, under no circumstances should either one of us ever refer to her by that name again.
Peaches. Yeah.
30 all. A second double in this game for Elaine Chervinsky, and Scotty grabs a couple of set points. Navarro was able to consolidate that break, 4-1 lead for Virginia's Emma Navarro at 1. Sounds like the doubles point's been decided over there.
Oh,
that is just phenomenal stuff.
And that's the extension right on that forehand. That's what makes her so difficult to deal with indoors.
Yeah, when the footwork allows, like I said earlier, the arms to extend and really power through, you can see why she can do some damage. So the first set on the board here on the single side goes to North Carolina. Elizabeth Scotty with a 6-1 first set over Elaine Chervinsky. Let's go to court number 5, where Ziodato for Virginia serving 2-3 with Carson Tengilek, the freshman from Alpharetta, Georgia.
This is your only match still on serve here in the first set, and for the freshman Tengilek, you're playing again, not an upperclassman, but someone with more experience in college tennis, certainly in Ziodato. If you're looking for 4 points and 4 first sets for your Carolina just to flip the script post doubles, this is one you circle. You've got the breaks at 2, at 4, at 6. Can the freshman get the job done here in the first set? And again, just kind of wrestle momentum away from the Cavaliers.
Gillig, an Orange Bowl quarterfinal in her past doubles title at the Orange Bowl as well. Very good junior career. Well struck there from Ziodato. Let's see, you've got 2 international players on court. Yeah, both for Virginia, Munera from Colombia, Ziodato from Italy.
I think West Bloomfield, Michigan's foreign, but that's because I've lived there.
You think it's foreign?
Oh, we're our own state. We've seceded.
So wait a minute. I just want to make sure I'm clear from what you just said. The city you're from is its own state.
Oh, we have seceded. That's the 51st. You haven't seen the new star? The new
I don't
flag?
think that's seceded. Seceded would mean
no state. You're right.
Yes.
Seceded from Michigan. I'm
Okay.
saying.
Okay.
From our own.
So you're your own country. At this
Yeah,
point.
I collect taxes from everyone.
Wow. Okay. There's a lot to take in there. Ziodato being very aggressive here, though, taking it to Tengilek. Ziodato 3-set win yesterday, 6-3 in the third over Briggs from Florida.
Meanwhile, as you mentioned earlier, Tengillig kind of struggled down the home stretch of yesterday's match, ran out to a first set, but looked like she was headed to 3 yesterday in that Ohio State matchup. And still a freshman, first national indoors. You never know how the body's going to respond on day 2.
Had plenty of time to load up and take that backhand. And not exactly the best position. You're not going to find a good angle there from the middle of the court with that backhand inside outer. So 15-30 for Tengillig.
It's a love 30 swing.
It is.
We're seeing some serious separation on some of the other courts. So much like yesterday's Texas A&M Cal match, where we had 5 straight set matches in singles, 1 match go 3 sets at that number 6 spot. Perhaps here today at the number 5 single spot. This feels like one we can put in the oven.
Yeah, Tengillig, that's nice movement there for her to get Ziadato stretched out to that forehand wing. I think to that Cal match, Willer-Muller, who did win clinch for Cal yesterday, and that match probably 2.5-ish hours, her 3-set win at that 6th spot to clinch. How are her legs going to be today?
Oh.
Well done there by Tengillig. Aggressive, moving forward, nice easy finish. Yeah, that was the one that kind of stood out yesterday in all of the matches, all 4 matches that we were covering. I guess we did all 8 matches, but it's the one that stood out as being kind of the epic, the lengthy one. And Willer-Muller is the one who's going to have to come back today in this quarterfinal side that's going to have to see the legs being tested.
Yeah, and she'll take on someone in Pepperdine, Savannah Brodus, who also clinched in a 3-set match. So maybe we just throw that one out and say, hey, let's worry about the other courts.
Carson Tengillig, 4-3, gets the hold from a love 30 deficit. Let's go to court 1 if we can quickly. It is going to be a break chance for Emma Navarro of Virginia. This is Mora for North Carolina serving 1-4 and a deuce point. Deuce point here. One more serve to the outside. Oh, it's just so good. Yes. Well, she went Leighton Hewitt there.
Love it.
She went Leighton Hewitt there. I think what impresses me most from Navarro, and listen, I'm not alone in saying this, her technically is just so excellent.
So smooth.
It's really fun to watch. I was saying to somebody earlier today, I've obviously seen her on TV playing in some of those events in Charleston. Seeing it in person, different beast, right? And just how clean it looks, the way she strikes it. It's really fun to watch her movement. There's no wasted movement. She's going to be a fun watch over the next couple of years. I don't know about you, but it feels like this is probably the last year for her in college. I think that would probably be a safe assumption.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Very team-centric, wants to win something for this Virginia program, do something that the program hasn't done before. Now, to a certain point, you're right. When you're ready as you see the big ball there from Navarro, and you're right. The first takeaway from the first 3-4 sets she's played here is that just no one's at the speed she's at. She's unfazed by anything being thrown at her. That said, obviously, her family owns that Charleston event. To have that in your back pocket, it affords you a little bit more margin, right? So I do feel like a third year at college, it's not out of the question.
Yeah, I think back to Cam Norrie.
Sure.
Not to be confused with Cam Mora, but Cam Norrie, it kind of reached this point where, sure, yes, he could prove something at TCU. He could do something individually and hope. He did try to get TCU a team championship, was not unable to do so. But I think there got to be this point where it's just like, you need to go.
For sure.
It's for the betterment of your career. It helps the program. It helps TCU quite a bit for him to have success at the highest levels. And I think the same could be said for Emma Navarro when she gets out there, much like Danielle Collins, right? The idea that they're talking about, hey, Virginia developed a Danielle Collins. Virginia developed Emma Navarro. That has dividends. So I'm sure the coaching staff is going to be taking that into account that, yeah, this is something that will help the program whether you're here or whether you're not.
Speaking with Coach O'Leary, there's a very candid dialogue between her and Emma. And it's, again, Emma last weekend was playing pro events, wasn't competing with Virginia. They understand the balance Emma needs to strike given her pro aspirations. That said, again, there are worse things in the world than 6 months in Charlottesville a year.
That is very fair. Full stretch here from Navarro. That misses out wide. So Mora does have a couple of chances to get one of the breaks back.
I'll say this, Mora's played really well here to
Yeah.
start. It's a credit to Emma Navarro. She's won the deuce points, finds herself in this 5-1 position, but I don't think you're disappointed with the start here if you're Sarah Davatella, Coach Calbus, or a UNC Tar Heel fan.
So yeah, 3 looks here for Mora. First break chances, as you see, of the day. Casual finished there into the corner on that overhead.
It really does feel like whenever Emma Navarro wants, she can say, okay, it's time for me to step up on this forehand. Time for me to inject some pace into this rally. 2 more break point chances here for Mora.
Pulled wide. So a deuce point ends up being a set point. Elizabeth Scotty, by the way, rolling 6-1-2 love now over on court number 2. So you can almost pencil that one in at this point.
Everything's lopsided but court number 5.
That's exactly right.
I think if you're Emma Navarro here to put that point on the board, just give your who's a boost. Talk about it all the time. 1 and 6, the tone setters in college tennis. Emma Navarro looking to set the tone here at the top spot.
That will miss long, and Stone Navarro does grab the first set, 6-1. So it's the first set won by Virginia here on the singles side. If we can go to 5 really quickly, we are in the midst right now, about to get into a deuce point. We just missed it. My apologies. I tried to get there quickly. But yeah, there's the break for Tengilek. Let's see if she's able to close this one out. Again, this was the one that was on serve through much of this set, but it's Tengilek who's gotten the opportunity to close this one down. Serving for it at 5-3 with Ziodato. Trickles over. A little bit of luck does the trick with 15 left.
Really do like the complete skill set here for Tengilek. Comfortable moving forward. Sneaky good first step as well. I don't even know if it's sneaky, it's just good. A little serve and volley action.
Yeah, that's a ball though that Ziodato, that's right in the strike zone. That should be an easy looking cut for her, but Tengilek will take it. Yeah, we're about to have several sets kind of close all at once here, and none of them are really contested at this point, I think you would say.
It's been a really weird hour, 15 minutes. You're waiting for that battle, right? That grind.
Sure.
None of these matches, it may end up a 4-3 score line, but you may have 6 straight set matches.
It's entirely possible at this stretch. Four set points for Tengilek.
By the way, you may have mentioned it earlier. Did Florida take that doubles point?
I didn't actually mention
Oh, because I know you said it came down to a breaker.
But it was 2 breakers won by Florida.
Again?
Yeah.
Oh.
At 1 and 2. Yeah, singles are underway for Florida and Ohio State right now. Again, available for you at all times on the ITA's website on the play side cameras. But without Alex Gruskin's wonderful voice. Plenty of time to load up on that forehand crunch there from Sarah Ziodato. 3 more set points remain for Tengilek.
I feel like Ziodato wants to be the aggressor. Tengilek just making it very hard for her to do so.
And Ziadano dumps that one into the net. So another first set for North Carolina. Let's move quickly, if we can, to 3. Where's the set point for Virginia's Natasha Subash right now. She's leading 5-1, 2 breaks with Riley Tran. The Fairfax battle here. That will miss wide, so Tran surviving the first set point.
I'm beyond impressed with Subash's response here today because she did not play her best tennis yesterday, dropping that double set 7-6, dropping her match at the number 3 singles position. She has raced out to this 5-1 lead, excuse me. It's exactly what you want from one of your veteran leaders here if you're Coach O'Leary.
A routine miss there for Subash, so Tran survives the moment. Let's go to 6, where Annika Yarlagada for North Carolina, 5-1, serving for her first set with Hiba Sheikh.
And I will ask super producer Daniel Westoff if we can go to
quickly, let's go to 4 instead. Yeah, Fiona Crawley of North Carolina has set points herself on the return side right now against Sophia Munera of Virginia.
And I'll keep my eye on 6.
That is very clean there. And again, Crawley and Munera had split breaks early, but then from there, Crawley dominant, as she has been throughout much of her collegiate career. 6-2 first set. Yeah, every single set, kind of blowout city. It feels like Tangilleg 6-3 with a single break is the tightest first set we had.
And yet that was the second first set done.
Right. This is, again, just a kind of an odd match in that nothing feels dramatic and close, and yet the scoreline might end up being very, very close here.
Very frenetic energy. Everything feels rushed.
It feels flat to me, to be honest.
Sure.
Just because it has been so lopsided almost on every court. You don't get that full drama that you're looking for.
I'm waiting to sink my teeth into a match as we can. And 6, by the way, camera's still a bit down.
Okay.
So we'll go back to 3 in the meantime, see if Natasha Subash can't serve out the second first set for Virginia. At the same time, if you're Coach Kalbas, you're exactly where you want your team to be after a first set in singles, right? Yes, you dropped the doubles point, but 4 on the board.
Almost.
Almost. You're very nearly halfway home. Very near. But of course, that's just on paper.
Tran couldn't quite get out of the way there. Those fists for that backhand right into the belly button.
Her ability to find inside out two-handed forehands, she really does not want to hit that backhand away.
Yeah. Yarlagada's now with set points down at 6 for North Carolina. She's going to have 3 set points.
That backhand she guides well.
Yep.
But even that, I'm pretty sure hit the net tape, so a little drama there.
It's always hard for me to judge form on a two-hander since I never learned it and was never taught, and I'm not exactly sure how it's exactly supposed to look.
I don't know if it's supposed to look like that, but the snap of her ball when it comes off the court, and we see camera back up, Yarlagada does take a 6-1 set at number 6. Let's go back to 3 as we see here. But I like this. I like the snap of the Riley Tran ball. I think that forehand does explode.
Yeah, I guess I've never seen somebody who's got a two-hander, I guess, who has regularly the top hand comes off.
Yeah.
I've not seen that before. And again, it's the right hand that comes off when she makes contact on the lefty forehand. Not saying that's right or wrong. I just don't.
It just is.
I don't know. I've never seen it.
I'll tell you what, Mora
effective there. Yeah.
Mora does not do that. Mora's is much more drive. And the snap of this Riley Tran brawl. I'm intrigued.
Someone you and I are both familiar with, Mark Bay, who's
Sure.
been a very talented junior coach for so many years, also has worked with the Bryan brothers. He's always said to me, the forehands are like snowflakes, that everything is so very unique with the way people hit it. There are not too many people who hit forehands exactly the same. So Riley Tran is certainly a unique looking forehand, to say the least.
Oh.
Finds the line, Riley Tran. Couple of break chances here.
And I do think it's notable that head coach Brian Calvis has positioned himself on this court. Riley Tran with only one loss in her Tar Heel career. Now again, she's coming up against an All-American in Subhash.
This, by the way, the only first set yet to be decided.
4 for UNC, if memory serves me correct.
Correct. Tries to do a little bit too much with that driving dropper, so Tran stays alive here for North Carolina, gets it to 5-3.
Want to know why Carolina's made 7 straight finals? Because they drop doubles points, they respond like this.
All right, we'll stay for this break point, and then we'll move over to court number 3, where Subhash for Virginia is 2 points away from the set. Did get away from Scotty. Let's go over to court number 3 again, as you do feel like this Scotty Travinsky match seemingly in the books at this point, but this one has a little bit more relevance in the moment, with Tran serving to, again, stay in this first set, 3-5.
We'll have super producer Daniel Westhoff prepare that split screen.
These are nice forehands. It's very, listen, when she makes good contact, right, and not on that full stretch, arms look good, everything is really whipping and coming through very well.
The racket speed, you can feel her getting outside the ball.
Yes.
You see the split screen action now. Travinsky fought off another break point at 2, still 30-40 there.
Well, a little bit too much there from Tran, so set points right now for Subhash. on court 3.
Scotty gets the break, so she'll serve for it. 6-1, 5-1 on 2. Let's go full screen 3. Full screen 3 for this set point. Tran, Subash, our last first set. 2 set points here for Virginia All-American Natasha Subash.
That's a really smart decision there. Subash was protecting that backhand wing, expecting that that's where the approach is going to be, kind of that driving lefty slice to the backhand instead. Just smart from Tran to pop it to a good target up the line.
Depth was the key, not pace, just depth. Depth, and got the job done. And now we've got the deuce point here. Man, if you're Virginia, you would really like Natasha Subash to capture this set, just provide a boost to everyone else out there.
Oh, wow. Really gutsy stuff right now from Riley Tran. Has survived some set points, maintains a good presence here, 5-4. Let's go over to 2, where Elizabeth Scotty now 2 points away from closing this one out.
Did you see that smile on Coach Calbus's face after that ace? Has to be pleased with the way his defending champs have responded. Oh.
This is such a humbling feeling for Elaine Chervinsky right now, as Elizabeth Scotty has been dominant, only losing 2 games yesterday. Looks like we're going to see the same for her here today. She has 4 match points to get North Carolina on the board. Just long. Emma Navarro just broke right back on 1, so she and Mora on serve early in their second set. Subash about to serve for her set for Virginia on 3. Two straight errors out of Scotty.
That's why you built the 6-1, 5-1 lead, right?
That looked good. That serve looked. It actually, there was a little bit of a did you see that our camera kind of froze
100%.
with a ball mark inside the line?
I also think
weird.
that Sharon Parr's like, I'm just not going to overrule on this scenario.
That is going to be yanked, and there is the first point on the board for the North Carolina Tar Heels, as Elizabeth Scotty has it 6-1, 6-1. Let's go over to court number 3, as it is Natasha Subash for the second time trying to close out this first set with her old Fairfax neighbor, Riley Tran, 5-4.
Beam me up, Scotty. Come on now. It's a quick 1-all point there on the board. Oh, you all should see Mike's face. He loves a good Star Trek reference.
That's good.
Oh. And it feels like Tran's kind of mucked this set up, right? It feels like it's not as clean as the tempo was for the first 4, 5, 6 games when everything was on Subash's terms. The slices and just...
For me, it's more about Tran.
Yeah.
I think it's much more about her aggression, her taking things away, that forehand clicking well with good depth right now.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly it. She's taking things away from Subash.
Yes.
Such a great way of framing it.
It's good. Plenty of space there in the corner, and Tran has the ability now to get it all the way back. 3 chances.
Carolina run here in singles for the heels.
That's a ball that Tran, if she's able to take that backhand up the line there, oh, that's a really good, potent weapon, but that's where maybe that confidence level in it, that's a big issue because Subash has the hands to be able to slice and dice there up at the net.
Talk about that backhand slice cross court, right? That's the one you take early on the line. Yeah. That said, for her to find that inside out two-handed forehand,
sure.
Come on now.
Second look here for Tran.
Nice serve into the body. Finds that backhand wing.
So this is, I would believe, 3rd set point, 4th set point, along with obviously the break chance.
And looking at the scoreboards right now, Carolina leading by sets and breaks. 2 of the remaining 5 singles matches. Boy, does UVA need a boost here.
The reach, that's going to miss long. Riley Tran has leveled us at 5, continuing this massive push here for North Carolina. 5-all. We've got a deciding point in the middle of it on court number 1. It's Cam Nora and Emma Navarro. Navarro serving 1-2. Already had 2 breaks here in this second set. Oh. That was some heat from Cam Mora of North Carolina to grab the break to 3-1, and that's 3 straight breaks here on 1.
Carolina has seized momentum in this match. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Mora, after dropping that 6-1 first set, now up a break here at 1. It's 6-2, 2-1 at 4, 6-3, 3-1 at 5, 6-1, 3 love at 6. Carolina leading at all 3 positions. I know it's 1-all on the scoreboard, but you do feel like Carolina's built themselves a lead here now in this match.
Navarro calls it wide. Oh, that's an overrule. That was an overrule there. Navarro called it wide, but yeah, quick overrule from our chair. Let's, if we can, let's go over to 4 for the moment, where this one, it feels like it actually could be the decider here. What is the clinch point for North Carolina? It just has a feeling for me. Fiona Crawley looking to get into this Monera service game. It's 30-all. That sails on Monera, so Crawley does grab a couple of break chances.
And I know, again, it's a little thing, but I want all of you to focus on the Fiona Crawley return position. Just look how aggressive she is. Look how ready she is to spring at that ball. There's a degree of preparation she brings point in, point out. I love the intensity.
About a 3-foot jump forward on the second. Yanked wide, and there's the break for Fiona Crawley. How low does she get on those swings? About 5 that look like improvised types of swings. Let's go to court number 5, where it looks like we could be seeing another break for North Carolina. 10 Gillick of North Carolina has 2 chances on the serve of Sarah Ziodato, who fights off one right there to 30-40. But this would make it a 2-break lead for 10 Gillick. But yeah, you're looking at a realistic possibility with the way the scores are playing out right now of North Carolina, winning 4, 5, and 6 within about 20 minutes, and this match being done. I mean, that's where we're at here. The way that North Carolina is pulling away at the bottom of this lineup. Ziodato dumps another one into the net, so 10 Gillick grabs the break. That is a set and 2-break lead for North Carolina. Can we go to 6 quickly? Go to 6, where Annika Yarlagata also with a set and 2 breaks. 6-1-3 love. Was that the deciding point?
I believe it
looks
was.
like it was. So Heba Sheikh of Virginia gets one of them back. No, she doesn't. That ball did miss, so it's 4 love. Yarlagata maintaining this 2-break edge. So yeah, 5 and 6 right now for North Carolina. Set and 2 breaks, Alex Gruskin. So with Crawley just grabbing that set and a break lead, I mean, this is all North Carolina at the bottom of the lineup here.
I mean, this is precisely what you expect from the back-to-back defending champs, but it is still a new group here, a new nucleus to see players like Gillig and, again, Yarlagata, the strength they're showing off at 5 and 6. Riley Tran's comeback at 3, that new wave of Tar Heel talent fitting in like a hand in glove here at this national indoor event.
So Heba Sheikh there, you saw the fist pump after that point. Listen, you're in the point now for Virginia where you're going to need something dramatic and pretty drastic to happen for you to find a way back. You kind of feel like, okay, if it plays out, Navarro's going to find a way through. That's just what you expect from her at this point. But now you've got Subash in trouble after failing to serve out the set twice. She's actually love 15 at 5-6. Maybe we can go there to court number 3, where Subash again now trying to stay in the set at 5-6 after a 5-1 edge. I mean, nothing is going the way of Virginia. Something drastic has to happen, and it has to happen pretty quickly.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I do always feel like it's worth reminding how much success this Carolina team has had at the national indoors, back-to-back champions. Dominated this event over the past decade, 7 finals.
That's missed long. Love 30. Chance for North Carolina to grab another first set here.
What a run. What a run. Although I would point out, court number 4 right now, Munera, 4 chances to get the break back. It is still Crawley there as we pop over here quickly. We can go split screen, 4 and 3 here. As we watch these 2 critical junctures. Nice serve from Crawley to fight off break point number 1.
There's that split. Yeah, Riley Tran is now 2 points away from the set. Gruskin will keep an eye on Crawley Munera. I'll keep an eye on Tran Subash. From Subash using those hands, and again, that's what you're most impressed with, the off-speed stuff from Subash, no doubt.
Coach Calvis has talked to her, it feels like seemingly every point he's player Riley Tran. See that on your screen. Meanwhile, Crawley double fault, so we're back on serve on court number 4. You're right, Mike, that feels very much like a potential clinching match for the heels. Let's go closer to 30 all in that final 6 Subash game. Tricky stuff.
Yeah, it's very impressive, the hands. I mean, I think big picture for me, the goal is going to be increasing that pace and finding a little bit more diversity in that, maybe become more of a weapon, something else with pace to be able to mix in those two. That's where she could be incredibly dangerous, big picture, long term.
Absolutely. Sometimes Riley Tran's ability to find inside out forehand returns there. You're just like, come on now.
Oh, there, finally the hole for Natasha Subash after a 5-1 deficit, losing it all, but managing to find that hole to get us into this tie break. Meanwhile, we are going to be popping away a little bit as we've got 2 matches down at 5 and 6 where we could see a clinch, or I should say not a clinch, but a point here for North Carolina at both 5 and 6 here in the next couple of minutes. So
could very quickly be 3-1.
Yes, incredibly fast here. And then, yeah, I think you're going to have that holding pattern until we see what happens with 4. That might be kind of the match. 4 and 6 are the ones that I think are going to be where North Carolina has the highest likelihood of finding some success there in that 4th point. Tran starts it with, immediately grabs that left shoulder as well. That's not exactly what you want to see after a double, but a quick mini break for Subash.
Tell you what you do like to see. Head coach Sarah O'Leary, former UNC Tar Heel, coached, of course, by UNC women's tennis head coach Brian Kalbas, both on court here 3. So not only is it Subash versus Tran, you have O'Leary versus Kalbas as well here. Love to see it.
Gotta pull that down the line. That's impressive there from Tran to get the mini break right back.
The footwork there, so aggressive, but so many steps.
You have to take a chance there too when you are that far off of the court. Why don't we go down to 6 for the moment, as it looks like Annika Yarlagada, the junior from West Bloomfield, Michigan, is looking to put another point on the board for North Carolina with a 5-love lead in the 2nd set. 6-1, 5-love. Subash makes it 2-1, but if we can, let's go to court number 6. See if Yarlagada is able to close this one down.
You can ignore that scoreboard. Yes, it says Brzezinyak versus Spee. This is court 6 here, UNC UVA.
Are we actually waiting for a trainer right now? Oh my gosh. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
And welcome to National Indoors. It's quarterfinal Saturday.
It's 6-1.
Yeah,
Look,
I agree. It's a bold choice. Bold choice.
Okay. I'll shut up.
Yeah.
Let's go instead to court 5, where it looks like Carson Tengilek could potentially put that 2nd point on the board for North Carolina, trying to close this one down. And again, this was very tight midway through the 1st set, and then Tengilek has been able to kind of run away with it ever since.
For what it's worth, Navarro did get that break of serve back at 1. So the Cavaliers still in control of that match. That's about it.
Then Carson Tengilek, freshman, Alpharetta, Georgia. Still yet to lose a dual match, singles match in her young career.
Great ball.
Caught the line there from Tengilek.
That's a big. Did that?
I thought so. Oh, no,
Yeah.
it missed. Okay.
I was going to say, that came off hot off the racket.
It did.
Yeah.
Okay, so love 30.
We do see the trainer out, by the way, confirmed on court 6.
Correct.
Can't miss that. Not in this scoreboard scenario. So 30-15 now for Team Gillig. Freshman trying to give that second point to her Tar Heel team.
3-all at the turn in the tiebreak between Tran and Subash.
As impressed with as I was with Virginia in the doubles, Mike, I'm that much more impressed with UNC here in the singles.
Yeah.
They have been dominant.
A really good recovery ball there from Tengillig, just to be able to find that kind of depth with that slice forehand into the corner.
My old friend, the forehand slice. Indoors, you love that play.
You know what? They corrected the score. That ball was good.
Okay.
Okay, so it is 40-15. Match points here for Tengillig.
That ball was, shout out to you, Carson. That was a forehand then. Ooh, no, long.
Tries to go for the stretch bailout shot. Not quite there.
It's one of those I can be your hero moments.
Enrique Iglesias, married to
The game?
Anna Kournikova.
Ooh. Anna Kournikova, also from West Bloomfield, Michigan.
Tennis player.
Also West Bloomfield, Michigan.
Not accurate.
No, she trained. I'm certain.
I'm certain that that's another point for North Carolina. 6-3, 6-2. Carson Tengillig makes it 2-1 North Carolina, taking their first lead of the day, the Tar Heels. We are still in a trainer moment on 6, so let's go to court number 3. We are still in the midst of this first set tiebreak. Tran Subash. Subash with a 5-3 edge here. Again, the trainer still out down on court number 6 for Heba Sheikh. And I have to admit, I'm a little bit more concerned that it's actually something pretty serious
Now
here,
that
because
we've got a full break
in my head, obviously, when you see 1 in love, you just say, okay, just finish it out and get through it. But yeah, the fact that obviously still in a trainer break here, that makes you a little bit more concerned that
full treatment's happening for something.
And obviously there will be, even if Virginia does lose this match, another match tomorrow. So you want to make sure health is paramount here.
And of course, we were wondering, would we see Amber Odell today? That's something to keep in mind if you're a Virginia Cavalier fan for tomorrow.
Okay, but they are getting back out there. So let's stay here for the end of this tiebreak, and then we'll go down to 6, as Subash does have more set points. And I'm trying to think back. Yeah,
she's
so
had
this
4
is 6
today, I believe.
So this is number 6.
Okay. Oh, this is her 6th?
This is her 6th set point.
Right. This is right where Riley Tran wants her, though.
A nice finish there for Subash. It took about 30 minutes longer than she would have wanted, but Natasha Subash does eventually. You get the first set 7-3 in the breaker. So Virginia has their second first set, it might not matter considering the way that things are playing out right now. Let's go down to 6, where Annika Yarlagadda and Hiba Sheikh. 6-1-5 love for Yarlagadda at this stage.
To reflect on that set on 3, I think Riley Tran did her job. Made it complicated, nothing easy for Virginia. Looked like they were going to run away with first sets at 1 and 3. They still get both first sets, but momentum-wise, you almost think Carolina has just seized the match by this point.
Yeah, it's going to, at this stage, you know, in terms of a quick outcome, it'll be about 4.
Yeah.
This is a 15 all point here for Yarlagadda. Serving near side. That missed long, and we could not see from our vantage point what the treatment was for Hiba Sheikh. We were unclear on that, so we don't want to speculate here. Just kind of think about, okay, make sure she's healthy, able to go tomorrow should they need her for Virginia.
I will say physically she looked good on that point.
Yeah, I'm going to guess it's upper body at that point then.
Yes.
There from Yarlagadda, not nearly good enough.
Kind of put her hand out after that one, like, let's let that one go.
It was a long break, too.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not able to come out sharp immediately afterwards. Cam Moore has just gone up a break for North Carolina at 1, 5-3 in the second set with Emma Navarro. Crafty medical timeout, down 6-1, 5 love. Hiba Sheikh has a couple of break chances here.
Gotta love the classics.
Seven 3-break lead, that's the perfect time.
Yeah.
The old MTO. Wide. So match point for Yarlagadda. Deciding point. Sheikh's going to take it on the deuce side.
By the way, worth mentioning, men's college.
There's a point for North Carolina. 3-1, 1 point away from another berth in the semifinals. Let's go over to 1. Gruskin, your point.
Well, I was going to say something I know Chris Halioris, our partner here at Crack Rackets, want me to point out. In men's college tennis, you take a medical timeout, you get a point penalty. And that's not the case in women's college tennis here. Talk about that old 6-1-5-0 MTO. What they've done in D1 to try and get out of that pattern.
Mora did, as we mentioned, just break to go up 5-3 here, but now has thrown in the double to get us to love 30. There's been several breaks in this set. After this, we're going to go to court number 4 because it looks like Fiona Crawley of North Carolina has the potential to find a break. She's up 4-3 already in that matchup. We'll watch this point, then maybe we'll sneak over there as that one has match-ending implications. Caught the line, caught the net cords. I'm gonna guess that was into the net. That's the best I can gather there.
Good
But
inference.
let's go over to court 4. Again, this is where the match could be decided pretty quickly. Fiona Crawley from North Carolina, 4-3 on serve right now in this set with Sophia Munera of Virginia. But this is Munera serving 15-30. And that score line is not quite up to date. It is 4-3 Crawley. That's good. So these are 3 chances. It says obviously completed down there on the bottom left, not accurate. It's 4-3. There we go. Thank you for that updated score line there. 3 chances here for Crawley to take this 5-3 lead and potentially serve for this match.
It's exactly how you saw the match unfolding. If you're Coach Calvis and you're riding with Fiona Crawley for the clinch, you feel pretty good, given she's never lost a dual match in her Carolina career.
Oh, no extension on those arms for Munera, and the extension of the lead for Fiona Crawley to 5-3, and she will serve for the win for North Carolina.
Worth noting, Navarro did break back, so 4-5 on serve at 1, but this is where our attention is. And if you are head coach Brian Calvis, again, back-to-back defending champs are the Tar Heels here at the National Indoors, very much looking the part after getting thoroughly outplayed in doubles.
Just long. This is obviously pretty crucial in many different ways. You feel like you've got for Virginia Subash and Navarro at 1 and 3, and obviously with a set in the bag for both, but also just the veteran leadership. So it's going to be up to Munera here. That's called wide. So again, that miss from Munera by the thinnest of margins, Crawley 2 points away.
That's nice. Real nice.
Well
stuff.
done. Great depth. So here it is. 4 match points for the duel. Now Fiona Crawley remains undefeated in duels. The huge smile on her face as she has clinched the match and North Carolina into the semifinals of the ITA National Team Indoor Championships 4-1 over conference rival Virginia.
What a performance from the Tar Heels, particularly after being thoroughly outplayed through the first 30 minutes of doubles. And look, if you're Virginia, you're disappointed. I mean, not only did you not earn a single 3 set in those bottom 3 singles matches, but again, the way Carolina blitzed you, it's a 2-hour match, Mike. 2-hour match. Carolina drops the doubles, still able to take care of singles in about an hour and a half of play. Not to keep beating this drum, that's what a back-to-back defending national indoor champion looks like. Hard to be anything but impressed with Carolina's performance here this morning.
So it is North Carolina moving on. They get the winner of Georgia and NC State, which will be coming up next for us here on our Wisconsin courts here on the University of Wisconsin campus. And it does allow, it's an hour until this next match between Georgia and NC State. We are going to have a post-match interview for you coming up here in just a moment. But yeah, the depth at the bottom of the lineup for North Carolina, that's where it pays off, right? And again, you mentioned it with Subash and obviously Emma Navarro with what they were doing at both the 1 and 3 spots. You kind of felt very comfortable with them for Virginia, not locks by any means, but comfortable with them. What they, Elizabeth Scotty, I think, setting that tone at 2, it was such a big deal for her to come out blitz 1 and 1. I think really kind of set the tone and then allowed everybody kind of at the bottom to just feel comfortable with where they were at.
Absolutely. I would say the unsung hero, there would be 2 of them. Riley Tran's effort in that first set at number 3 singles. She was down 5-2 to just force the breaker there. Nothing easy for Virginia minus the first set at number 1 where it's Emma Navarro. You can almost write that off. I think that's, again, a sneaky MVP for Riley Tran just to prove the one spot Virginia's having success. No. We're still here to fight. And then the freshman, Tim Gillig, who after dropping that doubles point in the clinching, set at number 2 doubles, like T Swift, shook it off, straight set victory at number 5 singles. That's all you can ask for from a freshman. She gets the job done, and it's very clear, as always, ACC runs through North Carolina. Yeah,
there's no doubt about that. Virginia will have another opportunity to play tomorrow. I anticipate that they'll be at the 9 o'clock match as opposed to the 6:30.
And I believe they will play the loser of our second quarterfinal, North Carolina State taking on Georgia.
Yeah, so we will have that for you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Regardless of the outcome in this next upcoming match. We should also point out that match ongoing with Ohio State and Florida. And again, Florida did grab the doubles point with 2 tiebreak set wins at both 1 and 2. Ohio State has grabbed sets at 5, 6, 3. Florida has grabbed a set at 1, and it looks like they have set points at 4. So that is one of those matches that could extend late into the night, or late into the day, I should say, Alice Gruskin, which is going to push everything back on those back courts. But it could be fun in that consolation bracket down there on those back 6 courts.
You think the front draw action is going to be competitive? Desperation is the name of the game in those consolation matches. You do not want to be 0-2 going into day 3, facing the prospects of leaving this National Indoor Championship without a victory. It's just, all of these teams coming here more than anything else, obviously, to get the competitive matches, to test their own level against the best of the best in the country. But we talked about it early. NCAA seeding implications. Certainly, Ohio State, Florida would rather be top 10 than borderline top 16. That match critical. Every match we see on the day, even the nightcap, USC versus Wisconsin, they're all going to have implications, of course, as we wait for the interview. We're getting our signal here now. I know there was a quick team meeting for the Tar Heels. Certainly you earned that team meeting after the 4-1 comeback that they had, but we're waiting on, I believe, both Coach Calbis, Elizabeth Scotty as well.
I see Elizabeth Scotty does have the phone handy, so
okay.
Elizabeth, can you hear us?
Not quite yet.
Okay.
I believe. Super producer Daniel Westoff getting ready for us. He asked me if we are ready. I say yes, we are ready. I believe we have her here now. Look at it. 2 singles champion today. Drops 2 games along the way. Can you hear us, Scotty?
Yes, I can.
Congratulations on the victory today. And you look for your start in general. You have blitzed through these first 2 matches in singles. I got to ask, what's clicking so well for you to start this event?
I just think that we've been training a lot and putting a lot of emphasis on singles. So like my serve and my return, it's kind of prepped for singles more right now. So it's been clicking and it's been working. So.
Elizabeth, with that being said, while singles has worked, obviously what happened in the doubles today, I know it's kind of one of those moments that kind of shook you a little bit. What was the huddle like after doubles, and what was so important for you guys early in the singles as a result?
I mean, coach came in and he was honest. He's like, they came out and beat us and they outplayed us in the doubles point. They just showed up ready to go, few mistakes, ripping balls. So that's kind of the way we want to be playing as a team. So coming out for singles, I was like, I'm going to start swinging, going for my shots and like having confidence in that.
Yeah. And you look for, again, your performance. It feels like you've set the tone at the number 2 spot. And, it's only your 3rd year on the job, but it does feel like a younger team. Do you feel an additional leadership burden this year? Are you trying to set that tone at the top of the lineup?
No, for sure. I mean, it's great to be able to like get on the court, get off the court, get a point on the board. That's not always going to happen, but just supporting my team, cheering for us, even while I'm playing. Cam and I, she's a senior, I'm a junior. We definitely are taking that leadership role very seriously.
The experience you guys have had over the years at this particular event, you're used to playing potentially 4 straight days. What's it like when you're able to get off the court this quick for the 2nd day in a row to allow you to build towards the semifinals tomorrow?
It's huge for me, especially. I've had health issues. So getting on, getting off, having few delays and stuff is great. I love the fact that we're able to play first match. We don't have to worry about when are we going on, all that stuff. So thus far, it's been really great.
How weird is it for you to see Sarah there on the sideline? Are you like, why aren't you playing? You're like, did you win already?
I'm like, can you hop in for us, please? Because it make our job a lot easier.
No doubt about that. But again, Scotty, congratulations on the victory and wishing you and the team success throughout the rest of the weekend.
Thank you so much.
Of course. Always fun to get the chance to chat with these players. I believe now, yes, Coach Kalbus going to come over to us. I know he's chatting with his team right now. But yeah, always a pleasure to get the chance to chat with these players. And again, I think that's what makes this national indoor event so fun, right? Is to get the opportunity to interact with these teams early in the season, get a gauge for how they are feeling. But for the 2nd day consecutively, we are joined by a man who's just accustomed to having a success here at the National Indoors, head coach Brian Kalbus. Coach, congratulations on the victory. Let's start with the doubles. Your assessment of it, what'd you tell your team after that point?
Man, I told them we just got beat. Virginia played really, really well. I mean, obviously we didn't play great, but we tried to challenge them in certain situations, but that 1 and 2 doubles has been a real strength of ours. And Virginia just came out and really, Sarah said they didn't play great doubles yesterday, and they put an emphasis on that, and it showed. I mean, they were really prepared. They were really aggressive. They executed their plays well, and we couldn't get them out of their comfort zone enough. And we tried to battle back. 3 doubles was great. All doubles was great for us. But I just told the team after we're doubles, I said, we just got beat. For us to be able to beat a really good team, we're going to have to lose some doubles points. And I said, this is good for us down the road. And I said, we have to, for us to be successful, we're going to have to be better than singles. You can't split the singles when you lose a doubles point. I told him after the match, when you lose a doubles point, there's no room for error. You need to have 6 players compete in every spot, and we did that. Obviously Cam losing the first set coming back was huge, and then Riley being down 5-1 coming back and making that very close contested helped the other players kind of feel that it wasn't just all on them. So you don't have a lot of room for error when you lose that doubles point, and we did a great job when competing in all 6 matches.
In terms of the coaching aspect, you mentioned obviously that Virginia did come out strong in the doubles. You obviously just have a single day to recover and kind of improve that doubles aspect. What's the coaching technique that you use to make sure that doesn't happen in tomorrow's semifinal?
Well, again, when you play match to match to match, we've had success in doubles, this year. And I think sometimes you kind of take it for granted that, it's just going to come. And, this is a one-set deal, whether you're playing a ranked team or you're playing a team that's on a struggle. It's a sprint. You got it. You really have to kind of have a quick, memory to loss where you don't worry about it. I think that's what, again, Virginia lost a really, really tough doubles point yesterday, and they came out fired up. And I'm hopeful that, we can do the same thing tomorrow and show how important the doubles point is. We realized today that, it's not everything, but it is important.
And you talked about the effort you got from Riley, and I want to talk about the newcomers to the lineup in general, Riley and, Annika, and obviously down at 5 as well with Ten Gillig. What have you seen from the relative newcomers? I know they're not all freshmen, but what's allowed them to have this success this early?
Yeah, I mean, Carson had a really good fall. I mean, she was playing amazing tennis, and but when you play in the dual season, it's a whole different scenario. It's a lot more pressure playing for your team, and so. But this is the first few matches where she's really been tested, and you could see. I think she was a little nervous in doubles, but came out in singles and played really, really well. Played more her comfortable tennis, aggressive style. Annika, just give her a lot of credit. Her energy. I was down 4 courts away, and I could sense how positive she was. She just played really purposeful, aggressive tennis, and just really proud of her. She's been playing really well. She got her chance last year against Georgia and didn't get too many chances in big moments. This is her first indoors, and really excited and happy, to see how she's performing here.
All right, Coach. Well, we appreciate your time. Obviously, getting off court again at a relatively early hour, able to get that team recovered and ready for the semifinals. We'll see you tomorrow in the national semifinals.
Congratulations, Coach.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Alex. Appreciate it. All right.
There we have it, North Carolina. And by the way, the thing I enjoyed most, the hug shared between Coach Calbus, head coach Sarah O'Leary, of course, Coach O'Leary, former player for Coach Calbus. So much love shared between the two of them, and assistant, correct. And so, yeah, by the way, you feel like Coach Calbus still has a few more years left on the job, but I know Coach O'Leary, that's one they circle as a potential successor there. That's a conversation for a different time, my friend. But
yeah, because on top of it, what if you make those connections at Virginia? I mean, you look at it as a possible successor, but you build something at Virginia.
The broader thing is the Coach Calbus coaching tree, very, very strong.
Well, that will wrap up our first quarterfinal of the day. Our next semifinal begins at noon. That will feature Georgia and NC State. Georgia, the 3 seed this week, NC State, the 6 seed. So we will have everything set for you, ready to go right at noon for that next quarterfinal, and allow Alex Gruskin to recharge. He actually has... It's kind of like a Tesla.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a final old machine. I don't know the date.
It's an IV of takes.
Yeah, so we've got to plug him back in, get him charged back up, and then we will have more coverage for you at noon Central Time, which is about 45 minutes away.
Absolutely. We're looking forward to it. A shout out, as always, to super producer Daniel Westoff on the 1s and 2s, killing it. But yeah, should be exciting day. Quarterfinal action continues here in Madison.
All right, we'll talk to you right at noon Central Time here from the 2022 ITA Division I National Women's Team Indoor Championship.
Welcome to the Mini Break, your daily podcast for the big storylines, results, and controversies from the tennis world. Today is Saturday, February 12th, day 1 of the 2022 Division I Women's National Indoor Championships, now officially in the books. What a day of college tennis action. Over 13 hours of coverage on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel. Hopefully you tuned into all of it, but don't worry if you missed out on Friday's action. We'll be back on Saturday, Sunday, Monday as we cover first ball to last of this event on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel. I will say personally, it was such a pleasure, as always, to be joined by my friend, my mentor, I call him Sensei, Mike Cation, in the booth from the start to finish. And we're going to have him start to finish all weekend long, to have his insight, to have him helping steer the ship. It just provides a calming presence, and I'll admit it, a sense of organization that always we enjoy having on our Cracked Racquets broadcasts. Of course, on today's podcast, we got to recap day 1, talk about our 8 round of 16 matches. Of course, preview Saturday's quarterfinal matches as well. Yes, there's going to be some fantastic backdraw action. Just, I'm going to say it honestly, candidly, I don't think I have the energy in me for 8 recaps and 8 previews as well, but the man who's going to help me boost my energy, the man who certainly was watching from first ball to last here today, and the man who always helps us steer our coverage of the college tennis world, is going to join me on today's podcast to do that once again. Of course, you all know him best as your co-favorite writer on our website, crackedrackets.com, founder of the No Ad, No Problem blog. It is our friend John J. Parsons. Jay, what a day. Hope you enjoyed yourself. How was it?
It was great. I hope you were able to hit the saloon immediately after those matches and get a drink in before you settled in for this recap. But what a phenomenal day. I mean, these days are long for me, just listening to you in the background, chiming in comments. I mean, credit to you and Cation. It's great to have him on the call. Cation did his homework. I was impressed by a lot of the comments, so props to him. I thought it was just overall a really great day of college tennis. So many good matches. I'm really excited to hear from you. I know this was your first time seeing a lot of these players in person, so I think there's a lot to break down on day one.
Couple of things I need to say off of that. A, the amount of information I absorb just by being in Mike's proximity during these broadcasts. To listen to him do the radio call.
I was going to say the radio mic.
All right. I hope he hears this. I'll tell him this to his face tomorrow. If we have to do that again, I'm going to ask him if I can demo and try that out, because listening to him do that, I was like,
learning
I want to try. I was like, I need to try that. I need to do that. I need to see if I can do that, because, oh my God, to talk at that speed with that pace and that degree of depth, I feel like that's my bread and butter. And so I would love to give that a go, and to watch Mike do that. I was in awe. Speaking of super producer Daniel Westoff, I will say this again. Hopefully Mike hears this. He messaged me directly. He goes, dude, Mike is on fire right now. And I got so angry at Westoff. I was like, don't you ever type that to me again. I was like, are you just trying to get me jealous? It worked. Congratulations. But again, a pleasure to get to sit with Mike. You're absolutely right. Again, and there are observations he makes that I think, because you and I are ensconced on the college tennis beat, it's a little bit more difficult for us to see it from a neutral perspective, because we've seen the development of these players. We've invested our times in our takes about these players. But yeah, it was a pleasure to have him in the booth. And yeah, I look forward to sharing those insights here on today's podcast, because there was some exceptional tennis. You're absolutely right. To get to see all of these players play in person, to get to feel the rhythm of these matches, and of course in particular to get to see Oklahoma, Wisconsin practice for 7 hours consecutively while we waited for the Pepperdine and Cal batch of matches to finish. It was absolutely delightful. And so again, on today's show, what is our game plan? We're going to recap all 8 of our round of 16 matches. We're going to preview our 4 quarterfinal matches as well, to introduce a degree of organization into this podcast. We're going to try to stick chronologically. Of course, we got to talk about Pepperdine Cal swing of matches first. That was just such an exciting portion of the day, but we'll go recap, preview until we have previewed all, or recapped all, of our main draw action. Of course, I forgot to do this yesterday, so I have to do a quick makeup here today. Shout out to our friends at Tennis Point for their constant support, for helping us make all of these podcasts day in, day out possible. You all know the deal. For all of your equipment needs, one location, tennis-point.com. Best equipment, best prices. Promise you will not regret your decision. Plus, use our promo code CR15. You'll get a bunch of free stuff, and you'll let them know we sent you there. So shout out to our friends at Tennis Point, tennis-point.com. The promo code is CR15. We've wasted enough time with the intro, though, Jay. It's time to recap day 1 of the Division I Women's National Indoors, and let's start with those 3:30 p.m. Central Time batch of matches. We knew Texas A&M was going to be good. We had so many questions about Pepperdine. So, we knew Old Dominion, but just how good were they? They had good wins kickoff weekend, came so close on the Florida swing for them to draw Pepperdine indoors as well. We knew we were going to learn a lot from that match. I'm just going to open the floor to you. Where do you want to start with this 3:30 p.m. matches? Because you're, as 4-3 enticing as A&M and Cal was from a scoreline perspective, from a photo finish perspective, I think the most informative match of the day was Pepperdine Old Dominion. That was a fascinating battle. The floor is yours, though, my friend.
Yeah, well, I feel like I have to start with Cal A&M. It was the one match I didn't predict right, but I give myself a pass. It was a 4-3 third set buster. We knew it was going to be close. I just thought that was an incredible comeback from Cal, both to rebound from their loss to Michigan, but also a rebound in the match, right? To drop doubles in the manner in which they did, and to come out and take 4 singles against A&M, who up and down the lineup has been really strong. I thought Cal looked really impressive, and I thought that was the sort of bounce back you're looking for a team who has top 5 potential this season. So really impressive performance, and I think everyone nailed it. It came down to 6 as expected, and I mean, I was impressed. I thought there was really no way Miralles would make that competitive. I thought, that would be a match that eventually she just couldn't execute on, and she continued to execute. She continued to make that match ball in, ball out extremely tough, and I mean, it came down to the tiebreak.
Yeah, this is why I'm so happy to do this podcast with you. And you all should know my brain is cooked, so I'm going to jump around at times. I forgot to bring up, great saloon reference, Alex. Like, that was freaking killer on the broadcast. I agree. Sorry, this was our only 4-3 match of the day. And again, we made the analogy. We put the number 6 singles match in the oven very early on. And we said, we'll check on this in an hour because this thing's got to bake. It's a slow roast at court number 6. And it's so fascinating to hear you talk about the dynamic and by the pedigree, the fact that for Cal, Willer-Moeller probably was the favorite entering the match. That's a little detail that had slipped my mind, during the call because Morales was the aggressor. Morales was the one who was moving forward and looking to hit inside in, inside out forehands from, aggressive forehands from every position on the court. But man, Willer-Moeller, grind after grind after grind, 12 to 20 feet over the net, loopy backhand after loopy backhand, and just neutralizing everything, the discipline, the shamelessness. It's the performance you want to see out of your number 6 singles player who you say, hey, you're out here to do war. Do not be the player who gets beat first. Do not be the player who beats yourself. And that's exactly what Willer-Moeller did. Now, we have to address it. 5-4, 5-4, I believe, or 5-3, 5-3.
5-4.
No,
Morales
5-4. So, okay, 5-4, Morales, because it would have been for 6-4. Thank you. Again, brain scrambled. This is why Jay's here. 5-4, ball is called wide by Willer-Moeller. Now, there are two sides to this story. I want to explain both. According to Texas A&M, they say Willer-Moeller put her hand out as if to say, ball is good. I'm not calling it wide. Nice shot. Thus, the entire Texas A&M team reacts. Coach Weaver reacts. Of course, there was there was an official there. There was a chair umpire as well who both believe that they made the call out, and both officials confirmed that out call. Now, only Jesus Christ, even though I'm Jewish, only, God and Willer-Moeller know exactly what her intent was on that call. But that one point, it's tough to say it didn't decide the match, but you're up 5-4 in that moment. And again, I know that's a close call, and it ends up being a 7-5 breaker, and Willer-Moeller ends up winning a bunch of points to win the match. I don't know. What do you make of it, Jay? What's your takeaway from that moment?
Well, it was impossible to tell from the stream. This was like other side of the court, far sideline. Those cameras get a little fuzzy on the other side of the net. Who knows? I have no idea.
I will also tell you, you ask 10 fans in the building, you'll get, 2 sets of 5 different answers, 50-50 split. Ball was in, ball was out.
Yeah, so this is kind of your classic, like, who knows, but it you could see it felt like it deflated Morales's spirit a little bit, right? And as you can expect, so there was a lot of confusion. I think it probably threw her off a little bit. But she was playing well up until that point, and she still played well in the next 2 points. She missed a few balls, but tough to say it decided the match. Obviously, close point, end of the tie break. You don't like to see that sort of controversy happen, but you have to level set, and it still would have been 5-all, right? It was 5-all after that, and so she still had a good shot. She was still serving at 5-all, so look, we move on.
Yeah, no, that's exactly the take here, and it did feel like that was your welcome to the indoors moment, right? It's like we have officially arrived here. That was not the moment that decided this match for Texas A&M, and to broadly recap, they looked so good during the doubles point. Makarova and Goldsmith slaughtered Giavara and Ivanov, and that's not meant to be disrespectful to Giavara and Ivanov, but that's how good Makarova and Goldsmith were. And then, again, for Texas A&M, 6-3 at that number 3 doubles position, that was surprising. Now, Brandstein, Stoyana, they were rolling up 5-2 at number 2 as well. Considering Cal had blitzed Michigan in the doubles point, you just felt like A&M wins that doubles point. Now they're up 1-0. Oh, man. Like, how are they going to lose this match? And, Brandstein runs out to a 4-1 lead at number 1 singles. It was 4-1 Makarova, and Stoyana, eventually works her way to the lead, and they get that set from Morales 6-4 at 6. Let's be clear here. They won the doubles point. They won 4 first sets. They ultimately end up losing the match, and I do think that's a testament to the fight this Cal team showed. And, Katja Wiersholm is so good. Oh my gosh, is she legit. And Haley Giavara boy, does the ball, I know she has pro aspirations. She's very open about them. She hits a pro ball. There's no denying that. And I don't know what happened to Brandstein today, but the fight from this Cal team, epitomized by that effort from Viller Moeller, who unequivocally is your star of the show today.
Yeah, I thought you guys gave a little too much credit to Brandstein. I mean, I've seen a few of her matches throughout, like,
Sure.
that's how she's been playing. Then when Giavara is on, it's very Peyton Stearns-esque of like, watch out, because that's a runaway freight train and good luck stopping it, particularly indoors, no issues for her. So, I thought she was on, and there wasn't really much that Brandstein could do. The biggest surprise for me on the Texas A&M side was Goldsmith at 4.
Yes.
I was surprised to see that match, not necessarily for her to lose. I mean, that was a little bit of a surprise, but just to lose 2 and 3, right? This is a veteran player for Texas A&M. That's a match that you expect, at the very least, you extend to 3 sets, give your other players a chance to hang on or close out their matches. So that was the biggest surprise for me, I think, in the singles.
No, I would agree with you there. Again, I thought Morales played as well as you could have asked her to play at that number 6 spot, kept swinging. Yeah, there were moments where she got tentative, but anyone's going to get tentative when that match comes down to you. And for them, each player to hold serve, what was it, 4 straight holds for, 5-4, 5-all, 6-5, 6-all after break on break on break on break in that third set.
Yep.
This is a really high quality match. Now, my final thought on it, if you're Texas A&M, I mean, A, ODU's not going anywhere tomorrow. That's going to be a brutal match. But B, I mean, mentally, it's going to be fascinating to see how they bounce back, Jay.
Yeah, I agree. You're right. I mean, they came out so strong in doubles, and, for Cal to hang on there, it's going to be tough. This is a team that I think really wanted to prove themselves here at National Indoors. Obviously, we all thought this was the one to circle. They've probably felt like it was the one to circle as well. So it's going to be tough. And that ODU team is going to continue to come out swinging like they did against Pepperdine today. So I expect another battle in that consolation match. You know
who's dancing right now is the ITA ranking committee, or the seeding committee, that gave their top 8 seeds out, and all top 8 seeds ultimately advanced to the quarterfinals. They're dancing tonight.
All chalk.
Yeah, exactly. Certainly, Cal Bears are as well. They advance 4-3 to the quarterfinals. Where now it's a rematch for them against Pepperdine. This is a match we're going to get to see later in the season again anyways. But, you talk for this Pepperdine team, 4-1 over Old Dominion. It's the most misleading scoreline you're ever going to see for the Pepperdine Waves, who escape is the word that comes to mind. They escape in this 4-1 match, and certainly for Pepperdine to take doubles the way they took doubles. Brodus and Chen looked like they were finally clicking, and ultimately that's a piece we're going to talk about in this match, because if Brodus and Chen start clicking the way they can click at 5 and 6, now it's going to start to look like the Pepperdine team we talked about in our ITA preview. But for Flores and Czar, who have been up and down, 6-3 win for them over the number 1 team in the country, Cessna startup Seva. Pepperdine starts out 1-0, and you're like, all right, they're where they need to be. But they did that same thing against Cal. And similarly against Cal, Jay, this Pepperdine team struggled. And all of the credit in the world to Coach Manila and ODU, who I mentioned this in our preview yesterday. They swung freely. That's what they did in practice on Thursday. That's how they played in this match here today. They damn near took this one from Pepperdine.
Yeah, I mean, not only did Pepperdine take the doubles point, right, and beating number 1 team in the country at number 1 doubles to do so, but Pepperdine also took 2 really quick singles matches, right? They got Lisa Czar 1 and 2, Janice Chen 1 and 3, and all of the other matches were extremely close. And so, yes, they were able to get that 4-1 victory, but I think you nailed it yesterday when you said this ODU team was going to come out swinging. I mean, their backs were pressed up against the wall, and they stayed swinging. And I thought, just really good performances from Starbutseva to hang in there against Fukuda. I thought Alcade looked really good. She's looked sneaky good this entire season. Probably a little bit disappointing from Flores after that doubles victory. I thought, okay, we're going to see.
Did you like Big Match Vicky? I really thought Big Match, I thought that was a great nickname. Hey, we just didn't see BMV today.
Yeah, BMV has been missing.
Yeah, where's BMV?
BMV is MIA. So if she comes back, though, that will be huge. And then I thought it was just so nice to see Janice Chen get a win, right? And finally, that's going to be huge for this team.
And can I just say, not only get a win, but look dominant in doing so.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's so important. But I was just continue to be so impressed by this ODU team who, again, I mean, just a few weeks ago, you thought, hey, they've got two really good players who pair up to play doubles and unsure what the rest of the lineup looks like. I mean, look, they take number 4 singles against Pepperdine. That's not probably something you expect. They're 6-4 in the third against Savannah Brodus at 6. That wasn't something I expected a few weeks ago. So huge credit to this ODU team. And I'm left wondering, did this match tell us more about ODU or more about Pepperdine? Because I feel like we're kind of like reverting to the mean for both of these teams and meeting somewhere in the middle.
I think you and I are a bit stubborn, and we just refuse to give up our Pepperdine take from earlier in the season. And so, we were so convinced they were going to be this prohibitive number 1. And we have to remember, Pepperdine's not a team that plays indoors ever. They are indoors here this week. And yes, Chen has played indoors. And, you imagine Pachkaleva in her time, she's probably played an indoor match or two. Ditto with Lisa Czar. But as a team,
Vicky Flores, come on.
Yeah, of course. But as a unit, they do not play much outdoor tennis nowadays. Yep. That said, you didn't mention this piece. I think the thing why we're still holding for Pepperdine, Brodus finally started to look like Brodus, whether it was in the doubles where her aggression, it just works. Like she's ready to have success in college doubles. But B, I mean, she had the biggest weapons on the court compared to Jakubovic, and it wasn't particularly close. And her ability to find forehands and dictate with that forehand, it's a special skill. Now, I still think physically she's not where she needs to be the pro she wants to be, and I do think that's what college tennis is going to be so good for her about. But today was a absolute step in the right direction, and coming off of the UCLA match as well, you're seeing the growth from freshman Savannah Brodus, which is something we talked about, something Pepperdine certainly is hoping for. They're starting to see it. You mentioned it, Chen gets better. It's a really good win for Lisa Czar at 2 over Sasnouskaya in straight sets. Sasnouskaya has been a top 70 player, top 60 player, and Czar worked her. And, Lisa Czar is extraordinarily consistent and really well, a known quantity match in, match out. We didn't get to see much of her today, unfortunately, due to some camera issues. But, does she have the weapons to play top 2? Does she have the physicality already to play top 2? The answer is yes. And, it was uncertain coming in. And then again, Pepperdine does keep winning doubles points. And, they're not playing well in singles, period. They haven't peaked yet, which is a really scary thing for the rest of this college tennis world. And I do think glass half full for them. It's like, you played bad, and you beat a good ODU team still 4-1. Right? Isn't that the takeaway? And I do think it's a good ODU team. They're a top 16 team. If NCAAs was tomorrow, they're making the Sweet 16. I do think Pepperdine, though, even in not playing well, it's still glass half full because all the elements are together. You just haven't mixed them in the right bowl. You just haven't put them in the microwave together. I'm done with the analogies. They just haven't all played together at once.
Yeah, I think it's very fair to say they could have had a performance like Cal against Michigan today, right? Their first match indoors, and they didn't.
I would argue they did, but they escaped.
Sure. Yeah, they escaped the L, which is the most important part. Yeah, I mean, but Lisa Czar has looked phenomenal, right? She has been the one player, I think, throughout this, both fall and spring season for them that's looked really good. Fukuda has looked really solid. It's really been kind of the volatility at 3, 4, 5, and 6 that no one has played well at the same times, right? You start to see, okay, Janice Chen gets a good win, but then Pachkaleva has a surprising loss. Brodus seems to be making a step forward. Vicky Flores hasn't kind of found her footing. So, I mean, the irony just of this Pepperdine team looking great in doubles, and anyone who's followed Pepperdine know that has not been the storyline for Pepperdine. So, look, if they had dropped that doubles point against ODU, this is an entirely different match. Yeah. And so, credit to them for finding those doubles pairings, and you hope that they find their form in singles.
So then with that in mind, Cal, Pepperdine, match calculus, prediction, who you got, Jay?
Well, I think Pepperdine takes the doubles point, right? Mm-hmm. I think, they did against Cal the last time they played. Cal kind of got whooped today by Texas A&M. So you got to like that. Fukuda, Giavara.
I don't think Giavara played particularly well today. I think Giavara played much better, and she found her rhythm from a confidence perspective, but I wouldn't say she's playing her best going into this.
Yeah, and Fukuda got the win over them. I like that matchup for Fukuda. I think she's just so solid and she can absorb the Giovara pace so well. At 2, right, we're getting Lisa Czar,
An informed Lisa Czar.
An informed Lisa Czar, and Valentina Ivanov lost 1 and 2 to Makarova today. So I got to lean
as well to Michigan.
Right. Yeah. So, right. That's true. So you got to lean Pepperdine there as well. Alsola versus Flores at number 3. You lean Alsola. I know she took the loss today, but Flores hasn't looked great. Alsola beat her last time they played.
I like this that you're going matchup by matchup, by the way. That speaks to how close this one is.
I think you have to, right? I mean, Rosenqvist versus who's it for Pepperdine? Pachkaleva.
Pachkaleva, who does not look her best yet.
Does not look her best and didn't play against them last time. So maybe you lean Rosenqvist here. Wiersholm, you just lean Wiersholm at 5 against any of these. She's going to be your number 5.
Although her versus Chen, hello.
Depends on what Chen we get, right? But I mean, I lean Wiersholm in that match, and then Viller-Muller versus Brodus. I think this is a much better environment for Brodus to play Viller-Muller indoors. I mean, it was so windy in Malibu when they played. So sorry for going through this line by line. You know, I'm going to lean Pepperdine here. I'm going to think that they get the upset. I think the indoors suits them. I think doubles they take. I like their chances to flip number 6 singles, which they didn't do. And I like them at the top of the lineup at 1 and 2.
All right. 4-3 is my prediction. Who wins? I don't make predictions on this podcast anymore because I don't want coaches to get mad at me. So, with that in mind, we move on to our next batch of matches. And I do apologize to fans of the teams moving forward. We probably won't spend quite as long on these recaps as we did on the prior two, simply because that 3:30 hour was the best block of time throughout the course of the day. But certainly, again, plenty of exciting action. Everything was good. That was just exceptional. By the way, quick thoughts. And not thoughts, just prediction. ODU, A&M, who you got?
I'm going ODU, right? This 3-match losing streak, they are going to want off of that ride. So I think they stay swinging. And I don't know how Texas A&M rebounds. I'm going ODU.
It's going to be so fascinating. Well, with that in mind, let's move on to our next matches, and we'll go now to the morning session, our 9 a.m.'s UNC 7 consecutive national indoor finals. Shout out Colette Lewis for correcting me. I apologize for the incorrect statement. Of course, they've won back-to-back as well, but it's the first time without the core 3. No Jones, no Graham, no Davitella as a player. Of course, they do have Davitella as a coach, and let me just say, it's weird. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit, Jay. But of course, you look for this UNC team. That's as fine as a performance as you're going to see out of the Tar Heels. And certainly we know now with retrospect their 5-2 win over Michigan more impressive now than it seemed in the moment. But for the Tar Heels, 6-3, Crawley and Scotty over Cantos Ciamers and Ratliff. 6-2, Sanford and Tran back at that number 3 doubles position from last year over Marzal and Dorme. And then, Mora continued to struggle at the number 1 singles positions, just still hasn't found her form here over these past few months, but 2-0 from Scotty over Boulay. Are you kidding me? 1-3 from Tran. She still lost just 1 match in her college career, and then Fiona Crawley remains undefeated in dual matches, 2-3 over Coley Allen. Doubles, 2, 3, 4. That's the nucleus, Jay. The nucleus got the job done. Yes, I see you smirking because on a podcast yesterday, one of us, I won't say who, said 3, 4, 5. I stand by that take, by the way, because I still think, Yarlagata 6, 4, 5, 2 up. Feel pretty good about that. Tangilig, I forget. I learned how to correctly pronounce it today. I'm just brain dead. I still think they looked good everywhere. Like, they took it to this Ohio State team.
This was an incredibly dominant performance against a very good Ohio State team. They look like they have not skipped a beat since the North Carolina of last year and 2020. Just an incredibly impressive performance. I mean, those 3 singles matches, right? 2-0, 1-3, 2-3. I mean, if they play this out, this is a 6-1 match against Ohio State.
we've played now, 10 months of college tennis since the start of the 2020 season, 10 months of dual match season, something like that. They've lost once in 10 months of dual match season. Once in a match that if we played 10 times, they would have won more than 5. They were truly contenders in the truest sense of the word. They went out there. They performed. Let's win the doubles. Let's take first sets. Let's get off the court quickly. Let's rest up. Let's get ready for tomorrow. This is not meant to be disrespectful to Ohio State, who I don't think played particularly well, but North Carolina did play well. And again, I think there are pieces there. I think the fact that Boulay and Allen get snuck in at that number 2 doubles position, congrats, Coach Schaub. That's our coaching play of the year thus far. You have the tactical advantage with that move. They're that good. That's, Allen, Boulay, just the camaraderie, the chemistry, the communication, they are that good. Kontos is also that good at 1. 0-4 over Moore. She was on her from the start, moved the ball so well. There was nothing Cam Moore could do to change the terms of that match. But everything else, again, I have nothing negative to say about the Buckeyes. Only positives about the Heels, who are probably now your favorites to win this event.
Yeah, absolutely. I just think they looked like the best team out of all the 16 teams that I saw today. And it wasn't particularly close. So I was super impressed with how they performed today. You might not agree with that. So I'm curious to hear what team you think looked close to the UNC level.
Well, let me say this. For level of competition, the performance they put forward, you're right. It was the most impressive. Oklahoma looked damn good today against Wisconsin. It was just like it looked like Wisconsin didn't deserve to be out there with Oklahoma, which respectfully, that means you look like a contender. Like if you can do that to a Wisconsin team, that is not bad. A Wisconsin team that isn't top 16, but a Wisconsin team that I would say is top 35 are going to be in the mix, certainly for an NCAA bid. It's going to be interesting to see how they do throughout the rest of the weekend. We'll get to that match when we get to that match. Any final thoughts on the Heels, the Buckeyes, before we move on to that Virginia-Florida match?
I don't know how much longer they'll be able to keep Cam Moore at number 1.
Yeah, that'll be, I almost shared something. I'm not sure I'm allowed to share it. I'll share it tomorrow. I got to check back with my source to make sure it's okay because I don't want to get anyone in trouble.
Got to check those sources, folks.
Actually, you know what? I think I can't. I don't know if I can say it. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to ask to make sure I don't want to get anyone in trouble. It's a lineup thing. And so that's, why I want to bring it up with the powers that be. But all right, for UNC now, they're going to get to flex their muscles against a fellow ACC opponent as they take on Virginia in the quarterfinals. Of course, for Virginia, they pulled a Cal. They dropped the doubles. They dropped 4 first sets in singles, and yet ultimately you look for this Virginia team. In the end, it's Navarro in 3 sets. And then here's the interesting thing, Jay. Munera, Ziodato, Shake providing points 1, 2, 3, but it wasn't the top 3. Natasha Subash lost today to Marley Zane. Chervinsky was up in the 3rd set, but was into a 3rd set. And they dropped the doubles as well. And after being in command of that doubles point, it felt very Duke versus Oklahoma-y, right? Where Duke seemingly was winning through the first 35 minutes of doubles, and then all of a sudden Oklahoma had the doubles point. Felt that way for Virginia, that they were leading or in command, and obviously, they had their chances in that number 2 double spot. Chervinsky, a couple of backhand volleys on top of the net that you're sure she would want back. But despite that, despite being down, backs against the wall, Virginia responds, and they respond in new fashions that we haven't seen before this season. Stock up, UVA.
Huge, right? And I think to lose a doubles point in that manner is heartbreaking, right? And I think you saw that in the 4 first sets that they lost, and pretty quickly at an hour and a half into that match, you're going, this could be a rout from Florida, right? That you kind of see that where that doubles point was so close, and then Florida runs away with 3 singles. So I thought just the dominance that Virginia showed in those 5 second sets that they got was extremely impressive. And to get those performances from 4, 5, and 6, who, when you look at this match on paper prior, you feel really good about UVA at 1, 2, and 3. So to me, having those performers step up, both Munera and Ziodato have looked really impressive kind of so far this season. Munera getting that victory at Stanford, Ziodato 6-4 in the 3rd loss against Stanford. So if they can find recipes there at the bottom of the lineup, and you can afford losing Subash, or maybe even Navarro at 1, like that this team is going to be tough to beat.
No, they're very, very good. And, I will say this about Florida. If this match was played outdoors, can't promise it's the same result, because with all due respect to Briggs and Berlin, they belong in outdoor tennis, especially Berlin, who just wants to move that ball around the court and rolls that forehand, short angles and down the lines and just keeps you moving. Indoor tennis is a different ball game, because if you leave something short in indoor tennis, it's just that much easier to punish it, and that's exactly what Hiba Sheikh did throughout the course of her straight set victory. Munera, same deal, took it to Shelton. And I will say this about every UVA player. On the rise, inside-out forehands, Sarah O'Leary has that down. Like, shout out to you, coach. This team was aggressive. They were on their front foot. They didn't get their best performances from their top players, and yet it was other players who step up and they find the answers. And then ultimately, I'll say this. McCartney Kessler had Emma Navarro. She had her in that second set. It felt like Navarro was 2 points away, or like one more break of serve for being like, you know what, just not my day today. But credit to freaking Navarro, man. She didn't do that. She manages to flip the script and then, again, just hits her way out of problems, whether it be the forehand, the down the line. That's what the number one player in the country does. It's like, I'm not playing my best. Through sheer power of will, I'm earning the victory today. That's what Emma Navarro did. And I mean, again, I don't think Florida lost this match. I think Virginia went out and won it.
Yeah, I mean, Virginia, back against the wall, came out and took the match. And I thought Florida played really well. I thought they showed that they belong to be here. They're back. They're in contention here. They will be a tough opponent in the SEC with the Georgia, Texas A&M, Auburn today. So I thought this was a really high-quality match. Overall, I thought both teams came out of this match looking really impressive. Navarro slowly becoming like the Draxel of college tennis with these 3 sets.
She's going to be playing at 2 behind Travinsky pretty soon.
I mean, she better watch out. But yeah, I mean, I was surprised to see her drop that first set and kind of be close in the second until she started to pull away. But overall, I think, look, you feel both. I think both teams come out of this match feeling good.
Yeah, this was a really fun match. And I do think, to your point, the way Texas A&M comes out of that Cal match thinking, what the F just happened? I think Florida's like, we know what happened. We were right there. We think outdoors we could take this team game style-wise. They were more aggressive, but we saw that tactically. And I think if you're rolling, you love the way your team competed from start to finish in this one. Again, you got to lose a match like this sometimes to learn how to win it later in the season. Better to get this loss out of the way now than in May. Florida's a top 16 team, unequivocally, and they'll be right there in the top 10 hunt throughout the course of the season as well. But again, I wonder if Coach Sarah O'Leary's ever heard of the North Carolina program before. You think she knows about it? You think Virginia knows anything about these Tar Heels? They've only, taken their coach, their associate coach from there. They've only played them a billion times over the past few seasons. UVA, UNC, part 2 million. What's your take, Jay? Give me the calculus. Give me the prediction.
Yeah, I mean, these teams know each other well. If anyone knows how to coach against Coach Calbus, it's Sarah O'Leary.
By the way, but let's be clear. I'm blanking on the name, but associate head coach as well also played for Coach Calbus.
She did, Gina Suarez Malaguti.
Thank you.
Otherwise known as Peaches.
Yeah. I didn't want to say Peaches on here because people are going to be like, "You've lost your mind, Alex." I'm like, no. That's what they call her.
That's where you got to go the full name first, and then you can drop the Peaches.
Exactly.
I think it's going to be a great match. I'm excited to see how these teams face off. Look, UNC just looks so dominant in doubles. That's been a weak spot for UVA throughout the season. You have to lean UNC in doubles. Heavy lean towards UVA at number 1 singles. And I think heavy lean towards the bottom of the lineup for UNC as you start to look at 4, 5, 6. So ultimately, I think UNC comes away with this match with doubles and kind of a bottom of the lineup victories. But look, I mean, the recipe is there for UVA, and so it wouldn't surprise me. This UVA team, even in the past few years when they have not been that strong, has found points against UNC. They have played UNC tough, and I expect with a more talented, more deeper roster this year that they do the same.
Well, Navarro's a must for UVA. They got to get that match at 1 with how Mora's looked and just the depth Carolina brings in, match out. But, I mean, Travinsky, Scotty, is not a definitive Scotty. Trans Subash, Trans lost once, but Natasha Subash can freaking play. And
Yeah.
like, you think she's going to lose 2 matches in a row at 3 singles? That's not a bet I think anyone would take if I offered that to you on January 1st. Crawley Munera, you feel like that's got to be UNC.
Yep.
5's probably got to be UNC. 6 probably got to be UNC. That said, I do think there's a world where Virginia drops the doubles point and still wins this match. They did it against Stanford. They've done it against Florida. Like, why can't they do it again against North Carolina? I think tomorrow's a day of 4-3s. Like, I think we're going to see a lot of them across the board. And by the way, it's ITA National Indoor Quarterfinals. That's usually when you see them. Obviously, same question I asked you about A&M ODU. Just give me your prediction. Ohio State, as well as they're going to take on a hungry Florida team. I think Ohio State indoors, you probably like that from a matchup standpoint.
Yeah, you would. And I think probably 2 days ago, I would have said that's an Ohio State victory. Probably feeling a little less confident in that after the Florida victory, Florida loss today. But I think clearly Freudian slip. Like, I felt like it was a good performance from them. I'll go Ohio State. I'll go Ohio State in doubles, 1 and 2 others.
Yeah, okay. I like it. Good prediction. All right, let's move on now to our next matches. UGA Washington, 4-0 win for the Bulldogs. Match number 3 of the season for them. Looked pretty good for match number 3 of the year. And, of course, you look for this team. They end up taking the doubles point pretty comfortably. Wins at the 2 and 3 positions, of course. They also get wins from Kopic, 0-3 at 5. And then the freshman, Riasco, 2-2 at number 2. Vita Manova, who I am all in on, Jay.
Okay, I was
all
waiting for
in on
this.
Vita Manova. Oh my gosh, we can get there in a second. 3-4 victory for her to clinch. Yeah, she got a little tentative at the end, but the complete package, size, fluidity, defense to offense, can turn into a forehand, rips the backhand on the return when she gets a clean look at it, comfortable moving forward and volleying as well. I'm all in on Vita Manova. She's got it. And I think in Riasco and Vita Manova, you can't ever replace Katarina Jokic with one player. With 2 freshmen like this, it's not a replacement, but you definitely feel better about it. Like, again, I get now what the coaches saw.
Interesting. Yeah, I wasn't able to see much of that match, so that's good.
What, you have work
interesting
or something?
Yes. Something like that. And so that's interesting. I think Washington needed to get the doubles point.
Yeah.
I think once they lost that, you felt like, okay, this is probably going to lean pretty quickly the way of Georgia. And look, they put up fights. Washington did in a few of those matches, right? Particularly, they were in it at 6. Vanessa Wong, we know what she can do. She was leading Leah Ma. So, and at number 4 as well. So they were in it in singles. Had they gotten that doubles point, it would have been a different match. So, look, we didn't know how these freshmen, Riasco, Vita Manova would perform here at indoors. Seems like they rose to the occasion. Fascinating to see how they continue through this tournament.
Yeah, it's again, I think for this Georgia team, or I think on the flip side for this Washington team, they just weren't comfortable until like an hour and a half in. I thought Vanessa Wong played really well at 1, and she can compete with anyone. Was probably going to beat Leah Ma today. I thought Sato at 4, really good, 7-5 first set victory for her over Hurdle, who I'm still not sold on at that number 4 singles position, but to push Kopic and Kowalski, who put 2 6-0 bagel sets on the board at 5 and 6. Again, Georgia in this match end up taking 4 of 6 first sets, and they end up winning the match 4-0. That's a pretty efficient performance from the Bulldogs. Any final thoughts on this one?
No, I mean, credit to Washington. They fought back at that number 6 singles position. We're hanging tough there. So I think you're right. I think we thought maybe Georgia would seem a little shell-shocked at the occasion, but it looks like it was Washington. Took a while to warm up. Look, they're going to have a good season. I'm excited to see how Washington progresses, both in this tournament and the Pac-12.
Yeah, and obviously tomorrow for Washington, it's going to be a tough test. Washington-Auburn's a really fun match where we're going to learn a lot about that. And that's a
high-stakes match.
No, that's like, do you want to be a top 16 seed
Yeah.
come NCAA tournament? You better win this freaking match because, of course, for Auburn, I mean, look, they gave NC State everything they could handle today. The Wolfpack ultimately taking a 4-2 victory. And, you look for NC State, it's a pretty similar recipe that we've heard before. They win the doubles point, 6-1 win at 1, 6-1 win at 2. Ultimately, straight set victories from Nell Miller at 4, Sophie Abrams at 5, Jada Daniel with the clinch at 1. Match was far more complicated than that. And I don't think NC State played particularly well. And again, it's always a good sign for a team when you cannot play your not best tennis and still ultimately earn the victory. But they got lucky. Jada Daniel came back in that second set and she was down 5-2, rips off 5 straight games. That match goes 3. Again, Ansari takes that first set 7-6 over Negroho. That match was either going to take 7 hours to finish, or Ansari's going to win that match in straight sets because Negroho just ran out of juice in the end. They got lucky. That, again, we were very close to a 3-all or, a 2-3, but 2 3-set matches going 12 hours.
Yeah, you're spot on, right? That Jada Daniel match, that splits. You're out there for another hour.
No, you're with us. You can say we.
We in spirit. Yeah. So, but I'm still so impressed with NC State's doubles. I mean, just the 6-1 victories, right? I mean, it's just dominant doubles.
Say it. The system
from NC State, it's working, and it worked again today. And I was surprised to see Renshali lose in straight sets. Was surprised to see Radzecki lose in straight sets as well. But overall, I think this match told me more about Auburn than it did NC State. Right, this is Auburn's first real test of the season, and I thought they acquitted themselves extremely well. So I think they're going to be a force in the next 2 matches that they play. And look, they're another team that next tier in the SEC, they're going to be right there.
No, they were good. They were very, very good. I would love to see them play Texas A&M. I feel like they could beat Texas A&M if they played them tomorrow. Now, could they beat them 3 weeks from now, 2 months from now? I don't know about that. But this Auburn team, I would be surprised if they don't get a win at some point here this weekend, and it's a tough side of the draw. I mean, you look at the other side, Ohio State, Florida. If you lose, your match tomorrow, if you're Auburn, you got to play one of them. The loser of that match, and God, a Florida Auburn match, wouldn't that be fun early on? Even Ohio State Auburn would be super fun. But Auburn's in the mix. They are that good. I wasn't so certain. I didn't watch that much of the Arizona State, UCF kickoff weekend, but they've got the talent everywhere. It was a bit anecdotal to say they're good everywhere. They really are good everywhere. There was no one who I would say that was a bum performance. I just thought, Miller and Abrams played particularly well at the bottom. But again, you look now, NC State, Georgia, and I was talking with Coach Earnshaw, and I'm going to butcher this stat. I apologize, but they've never scheduled one another formally. They've never been like, hey, Jeff, you want to play? I'd love to, Simon. Or, hey, Simon, you want to play? I'd love to, Jeff. And, I'm pretty sure this is the 5th time they've played in the past 40 years. And it's just there's only room for one red, black, and white team at the top of college tennis. And this is the theme I keep stressing. We crafted it together, I'm going to say, but I think you might have said the phrasing, and then I cleaned it up a little bit, dropped the. It's cleaner that way. Thanks. It's new blood versus blue blood, right? That's the story of this national indoors. NC State is new blood. Georgia is blue blood. That's what this quarterfinal is, plain and simple.
Yep. Yeah, I think it's going to be quite the matchup, and will be Georgia's 4th match on the season, right? NC State, probably the most callous team coming in here.
This is their 10th, I believe, and they've played 7 real matches.
Yeah, I mean, intense strength of schedule. Yeah. So, look, I think it's going to be a fascinating matchup. I think NC State takes doubles. I'd be shocked if they didn't. They've looked so strong to start. I think Jada Daniel gets a win over Leah Ma at 1.
Whose ankle was bothering her all day today, by the way. And she just, again, it's always tough to see with Leah Ma, how much effort is she ever giving, because everything she does is so nonchalant. Although she let out a come on today when she got the break back in the second, where I was like, oh, Leah Ma. I was like, hello. But you're fair.
The Leah Ma Alana Smith match is quite the intriguing one, because
burns into my brain.
Yeah, they both have a very lackadaisical casualness about them that is interesting to watch. So very Spider-Man Mimi. So too bad we're not getting that matchup here at number one. So I think Jada Daniel, right? She'll bring the fire. I think she'll come to play in that match. I think she'll get that victory.
And she's played so well of late, wins over Tennessee, South Carolina, and now ultimately gets that win over Auburn.
Yeah, but you never know when she's not going to play
coming.
well.
Yeah,
right, exactly. Right. I mean, she's on the win streak now, and hopefully for NC State, it lasts through the tournament. It's going to be interesting. It seems like you're super high on 2 and 3. I thought maybe we could see some dud performances from the Georgia freshmen. That's going to be a fascinating matchup. I'm going to Vidmanova versus Negrohu, who has looked super solid for them. That's fascinating.
In all of the matches, there are a lot of good ones throughout the day, and Pepperdine Cal circle all of them. That might be my favorite individual matchup. That number 3 singles, Georgia, NC State. Let's see these freshmen do battle.
Welcome into the Nielsen Tennis Stadium. Mike Cation and Alex Gruskin. Time for the second quarterfinal of the day here at the 2022 ITA Division I National Women's Team Indoor Championship. Alex, North Carolina has already advanced just a little while ago, 4-1 over Virginia, and they await the winner of this one. I did see a few members of the Tar Heels sticking around to do just a little bit of a scout. Not a lot of secrets at this point, but this should be a fun one as the Georgia Bulldogs, the 3 seed this week, takes on North Carolina State.
And when we looked at our morning match, and for those of you who joined us, welcome back. For those of you joining in for the first time, welcome in. The first match felt relatively flat for a national quarterfinal. Virginia made a big push to start. Carolina dominated the singles portion. I'm expecting more back and forth sort of affair here in quarterfinal number 2, a rematch, I should mention, of last year's NCAA quarterfinal.
Georgia coming off of a 4-0 victory yesterday against Washington, moving to 3-0 on the season. North Carolina State, a little bit tougher of a test, 4-2 over Auburn yesterday. They are undefeated as well, 9-0 on the season. And yeah, I think this is one of those matches as you get to the quarterfinals and beyond. Doubles point is going to be key, and that's where we're going to start, obviously, here in this one.
I also would say NC State did not play their best yesterday. It was the 3rd match of the year for Georgia. If that's what they look like in match 3, look out, rest of the country, come match 20.
Well, let's take you through our lineups here. The 1 set doubles, 2 out of 3, of course, to decide this doubles point. Most of you, obviously, incredibly familiar with that if you're joining us here on the Cracked Racquets broadcast. Georgia Bulldogs under head coach Jeff Wallace, North Carolina State under Simon Earnshaw. And you talked at length yesterday about the North Carolina State doubles regime, the system, the specimens, all of that. But let's introduce you here on court number 1, Georgia. Morgan Kopic, the grad senior from Tulsa, Oklahoma, partnered with Anya Hertel, the junior from Warsaw, Poland.
And how good did Georgia look yesterday in the doubles point? Played the role of 3 seed to a T. We're dominant out of the gates against Washington in their 4-0 matchup. Now, again, this North Carolina State team, that system Coach Simon Earnshaw talks about, they have not dropped many doubles points, not only none this season, but few doubles points over the past 3-4 years. And so you do think in terms of importance of the point, North Carolina, with the pride they take in their doubles point, probably value this a bit more. And certainly you look for this North Carolina State team. They've got the veterans here up top representing them. But I mean, as we saw yesterday, Georgia, no slouch here at number 1 doubles.
Kopic and Hertel, they were still in the midst of their set. They were 3-4 at the time when it was clinched. On the North Carolina State side, Amelia Rajecki, the sophomore from Nottingham, England, playing with Abigail Rinchelli, the sophomore from Sarasota, Florida.
It is crazy to see 2 sophomores as veterans, right? Yet that's what this duo is for NC State. There are some older players on the roster, but we use that system term, players less acclimated to the North Carolina system, less acclimated to competing for the Wolfpack. Again, this duo, Rinchelli, Rajecki, 2 of the veterans, relatively speaking, for North Carolina State. Thus, they're at that number 1 spot.
Did play together last year as well, so a lot of experience for North Carolina State in that regard, in a very successful year last year as well. Let's move down to court number 2. Georgia featuring the very talented freshman Mel Riasco out of Quito, Ecuador, partnered with freshman Dasha Vidmanova from the Czech Republic.
These freshmen looked exceptional in their national indoor debut yesterday, both earning singles victories in that 4-0 win over Washington. How well-rounded both of their games are. That's the thing that stood out to me the most. It's just, you're not supposed to be this good this early if you're a freshman.
Yeah, 6-2 win for them yesterday in their matchup against Washington. On the other side, you've got a lot of veteran leadership there. For North Carolina State, Jada Daniel, the graduate senior from Newtown Square, Pennsylvania, partnered with Nell Miller, the senior from Kent, England.
And of course, Nell Miller, a transfer over from Texas Tech, but you get an upperclassman transfer who's seen everything there is to offer in the college tennis world. Now, of course, has she competed in a national indoor quarterfinal before? No, she has not. And you do wonder, even for a senior, do those jitters get to you? But yeah, seniors versus freshmen, new blood versus blue blood. All of the themes in play here in this NC State-Georgia match.
Daniel, a transfer herself, coming over from Auburn. Mentioned that, of course, yesterday in that matchup against Auburn. Let's move down to court number 3, our final doubles match. Guillermina Grant, the freshman from Uruguay, and Meg Kowalski, the graduate senior from Chicago, Illinois, down at the bottom of the lineup for Georgia.
The fact that you can sneak Meg Kowalski as experienced as any player in the country at the number 3 doubles position. We saw her play number 6 singles yesterday for the Bulldogs as well. You love that presence at the bottom of your lineup. We talk about the 1 in 6 singles players being tone setters in college tennis. Meg Kowalski, no matter where she's lined up, is a tone setter for this Georgia team. Very much the beating heart. And it's going to be exciting to see this number 3 doubles match because they're taking on a talented freshman, veteran duo here as well.
Yeah, that's Sarah Nair, the senior from Queensland down in Australia, and Priska Nugroho, the freshman from Jakarta, Indonesia, of course, the 2020 Australian Open junior doubles champion.
I do think Nugroho dodged a bullet yesterday in that she didn't have to finish her singles match, and she played about an hour and a half, 7-6 first set that she lost yesterday to Auburn. Now, ultimately, Jada Daniel clinched the match. They were able to stop pretty early in that second set. You do wonder, though, physically, how does the freshman Nugroho respond in her first national indoor championship weekend?
So that's, as you see, we're in the midst of 3, make it 4 break chances for Georgia down here at 3. We also want to make sure we do point out that there is great tennis happening on our backcourts. A consolation, I guess this is a consolation quarterfinal. Ohio State leading right now 3-2 against Florida. There are 2 matches obviously remaining. Florida is in control of one of them at the 5 line, leading 4-1, single breakdown at 5, and just starting a third set on 2. That's Dudney and Boulay, with Dudney for Florida grabbing an early break.
I was going to say this match might finish before that one.
That would be asking a lot. The doubles point could finish before that. Let's put it that way. But yeah, we do have those available for you. If you go to the ITA's homepage, that will be available. You can watch those 2 matches. Again, 2 and 5 are the ones remaining for Ohio State and Florida before we get to the next match over there, Washington and Auburn. We will, however, be focusing most of our attention here on these quarterfinals in the main draw here on the Cracked Racquets Redzone.
And with that focus in mind, we see 2 early break point chances here for Georgia at 3. Now, Nair Nugroho just fought off 1. That's a second big serve, I believe, from Nugroho here near side of your net, near side of your screen, to set up the deuce point. Georgia also with a couple of break point chances, and in fact, get the break for a 2-0 lead at number 1. Early action here, early movement. We saw Virginia jump on North Carolina with their energy in our first quarterfinal. Energy so key out of the gates, Mike.
And the good thing is here as we get to this break chance here, 4th and a second serve upcoming.
Yeah.
Does that catch the line? Yes, it did. So it is a hold to 1-all. But what I was going to say is the fact that North Carolina finished so quickly in their win over Virginia. Both of these teams were able to get into just their normal routines to begin play. That can often be one of those situations where you're rushed through a 20, 30-minute warm-up as opposed to the full hour that you're used to. That was not the case here in this one.
It's an excellent point. They come in rhythm. And
Yes.
by the way, you look at this number 3 doubles team that poached there on the deuce point, the aggressiveness, that is the manifestation of that NC State system, serving, volleying, forehands, and moving in. We go to 2 right now where there are break points for NC State as they try to work that system into an early lead at 2. Miller returning on the near side of your screen.
Oh, wow. Right into the neck there. And so there's your quick break. And you referenced this system, and I wanted to get into it because not everybody was watching yesterday's broadcast, including the Georgia fans who might be tuning in for the first time. For NC State, what does this mean, this system that Coach Earnshaw has for the Wolfpack?
It speaks to the aggression they play with in doubles, and he prides himself on taking that doubles point, building 1-0 leads, hitting the big serve, the big forehand returns, following them forward to the net, court positioning, a key ingredient to that system. Look for this NC State team to push forward. Look for them to capitalize on any short ball they receive. Try to move forward. Try to take those balls as approach shots. And again, just be the aggressors, not the people. Be proactive, not reactive with their responses.
It seems to me from what I heard from you yesterday as well, as again, you see them just pinching middle there and really covering the middle. The system that you're referencing is just basically standard doubles as it's been taught for so many years before we've kind of gotten away from doubles in the last, say, 10, 15 years.
That's precisely it. It's a traditional doubles format. That's what the system refers to as tradition of we want to serve and volley. We want to be 2 up. We want to be the aggressors. You're right.
And play through the middle.
Correct. For
high
us,
percentage stuff.
That's novel for us nerds, right? For
At
us
the college level, especially.
Yes, exactly. However, for many, you see more, particularly at the college level now, is serve and stay back, right?
Correct.
And play that first forehand and just try to, more than anything else, put yourself in an advantageous position. Coach Earnshaw thoroughly believes the only advantageous position in doubles is 2 up, and that's what he stresses to his players.
I will also say, to further that point, as we're at 2 love, 30 love here, and let's actually head to court 3 for a break chance down there on court number 3. I actually think that that's actually the right way to teach tennis for players who want to be professionals as well.
Okay.
Because of the fact you're
learning moving forward.
Correct.
Okay.
You're learning that transition game.
Okay.
And that is part of it. As many challengers as I broadcast, we'll let this break chance play out. That served good.
All right.
That missed out wide. So there is NC State grabbing a break. It's something that is a lost art. And listen, don't get me wrong. You can obviously be very talented without and do well without a great transition game. We see that all the time. The ability to have that solid transition game and add that to what you're doing, especially at this stage for college players, just adds another tool to the arsenal. And it's something that has been lost over the last 10 or 15 years because of all the new technology, the ability to just hit a ripping forehand from just about anywhere.
Absolutely. And let's go back to court number 2 as Miller, Daniel try to solidify their break of serve. 2 love lead there. Right now it's NC State leading by breaks at 2 and 3, but it's just putting another tool in the toolbox, right? And just, again, creating the solid foundation for these players, have that skill set to move forward, be aggressors, play on their terms. What NC State does so well. Of course, Georgia fans tuning in probably well aware of the fact it was NC State with a 4-2 victory in last year's NCAA quarterfinals that ended the Katarina Jokic era in Georgia. Jokic, All-American, one of the best players we've seen in college tennis over the past decade.
It just gets away. So it is going to be break chances here for Vidmanova and Riasco to get the break right back here on 2.
I'm really hoping for more grit, again, in this match. I want to see the comebacks. I want to see the momentum swings. Chance for an early swing here from the freshman.
It's a really potent lefty serve, as you expect. And if you're not going to take that away, it's going to be there all day.
And what do you think about the swinging volley there from Miller just to take that ball out of the air, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Take the time away.
And go into the body.
Yes.
Again, just very textbook 1960s doubles.
Simon Earnshaw's favorite era.
That's one good reflex, but can't come up with another. So we're back on serve here at 2 doubles. That's the only one where we're on serve. So let's go over right now to court number 1, where NC State, Rancelli and Rajecki trying to get on the scoreboard here. Down a break to Hertel and Kopic, 3-love. Great example of it. You can see where the two players for NC State were in that moment, right? Both of them just covering the middle and daring Georgia in that spot to go with the very low percentage angle winner from the middle of the court. That's just going to be a very difficult spot. So again, high percentage stuff there from NC State. Grab a couple of game points here. Georgia with a break on 1, NC State with the break on 3, on serve on 2.
Worth mentioning, the straight red and black kit, that's Georgia. You see the red tops with some black mixed in, that's NC State, the differentiating thing here. You know, it can be confusing.
Ooh. It's well done.
It's a good poach, better hands.
Good return as well, so that poach was not going to be too effective.
And of course, Anna Hertel, who you saw with the quick hands there at the net, been, I believe, top 10 in the country in doubles before.
Correct. Career high was 10 last year after joining the team in 2020. But then, yeah, last year grabbing that career high. As high as 46 in the world as a junior.
Not bad.
Actually got to 336 in the WTA doubles rankings.
That's pre-college.
Pre-college, correct. That is a rip. All right, fair enough. All right, we've got a couple of, a single break chance here on this deuce point. Georgia to put, you would think, this one out of reach.
And they go right back to Hertel here after that return. You can understand why.
And the one up, one back, not paying off for NC State there. Georgia in control here on court number 1, 4-love here in the first set.
That ball from Hertel clearly skid off the line. You could tell it disrupted the rhythm there for NC State. But hey, all of the credit in the world to the Bulldogs here at 1. Kopic, Hertel coming out on fire. We go now to 3. Georgia trying to keep things close, just a 1-break deficit. It's 1-3, 30-all here in the service game of Meg Kowalski.
Weaker serve, you go right at the up person. That's just, again, very smart textbook stuff. Take advantage of it. And here are a couple of chances for NC State to theoretically put this one out of reach, you would think. Well, that is, that's a difficult ball with that kind of pace, but it is high forehand side. Not dealt with. Deuce point coming.
It's a good challenge, though. I like the play there from Georgia. The aggression.
It's well done finding the feet, and so Georgia survives the moment. NC State remains up 1 break, but it is 3-2 here on court number 3. The one where we're on serve right now is court number 2. Miller and Daniel serving at 2-all, 30-love here on court number 2.
Yep. Little confusion there for NC State covering the center. I do Like the play there, though. They recognize you have the Georgia Bulldogs in that 2-back position. You see right away that was Nell Miller pinching forward, getting to the net there.
You're saying go take that higher risk ball into the alleys, find an angle from the middle of the court, see if you can do it. And right now, I mean, that's the test you want to, the question you want to be asking.
Absolutely, dare them to beat you.
Game points here for the Wolfpack.
Interesting to see Riasco pinch up there on that second serve. That's a little message. Still 40-15.
Nice movement covering that middle, and Georgia, another opportunity, continuing to push good energy here. And it does feel like, these two teams know that the doubles point likely to be decided here.
It feels like a lot of nervous energy, right? We're still just kind of trying to find our bearings.
Again, I don't even know if it's nervous energy. I think it's just excitement and the proper enthusiasm.
I think I'm projecting. I'm the one with the nervous energy here.
Yeah, but that's a constant.
Yeah, exactly. I will say, Vienmanova there, that length, that speed on that poach, you saw it manifest itself there.
An interesting choice, huh?
Yeah, inside in backhand there.
Yeah.
Ran around the forehand.
So from 40 love and seemingly an easy hold to a real opportunity. Who's going to take this for Georgia? It will be Riasco on the deuce side.
I actually like that decision because it forces Jade Daniel at the net to have her lefty forehand volley on the outside. They're a little bit more difficult to poach. I like that choice.
Unless you go to an eye.
Sure.
They don't.
That's not part of the system. Come on, Mike.
That's a valid point. That is full-on aggression from Riasco, grabbing the break from 40 love down. The break for Georgia, and they are in control for the moment of the doubles point with this 3-2 edge. Let's go over to court number 1, where we're in the midst of a deciding point. Riddell and Kopic serving for love. It is deuce.
Worth pointing out that's 3 straight games for the freshman at number 2 doubles for Georgia.
Missed return gives Georgia the 5 love edge. Let's go down to court number 3. A break chance as well. NC State serving 3-2, 15-40. 3 chances for Georgia to get things level.
Always seems to happen in waves, right? These momentum swings in
Pepperdine?
college tennis. Yes, exactly. As one team goes, the others seem to go as well. Georgia push happening on all 3 courts right now. Such a good move. Oh!
It was there for him, but it is Georgia now who grabs this break. It is 3-all. Yeah, very good moves. You want to see a finish on one of them.
Yeah, sure.
Yes. But ultimately paying off. So, yeah, this is a big spot here from Georgia. The 2-break edge on 1, single break lead on 2, and now level on 3. So, yeah, Georgia in control of their destiny.
So we stick around here at
Sure.
3 a little bit. See if Navarro can't find their rhythm here early. Refine their rhythm, excuse me.
You can see this return position is obviously very aggressive on a second.
That's textbook.
They're going to get a lot of opportunities with that type of a second serve, no doubt.
I also just, again, I like the way that Navarro follows that ball in. you're on top of them from the start. You're right. That second serve creates that opportunity, but they capitalized on it. Of course, we're keeping our eye on 5. Set on 1, excuse me. Set point there. We'll get there. Ooh. Oh, what a get.
That's such a high risk play for Georgia too. That lob up the line there, redirecting, is a very high risk play. Paid off in the moment, but yeah, now real trouble for them at love 30.
Yeah, that's great hustle from Nair. Just again, force those extra shots, strike that ball down. Seeing a lot of lobs being allowed to drop. Not seeing many overheads here early.
Perfect. And that lob lands clean for 15-30.
Now we know why we're seeing a lot of lobs here.
I got to be honest. If I'm Georgia in this moment, I might actually drop back to a 2-pack.
I don't disagree in the slightest, particularly on the second serve.
Yes.
That's a nice serve. Got that ball up on the shoulder. Sarah and I are early, so love 30, now 30 all.
That kicker has obviously got to do some damage because of the return position here for NC State on both the deuce and the ad side. You have to use that kicker to kind of attack that court positioning, the return positioning, and a good use of an I formation here as well.
I mean, NC State are taking these returns at the service line, Mike.
Right. Got away with it there because, again, that is tee off city.
Yeah.
But two pretty big misses for NC State, maybe just a little bit too aggressive in the moment, possibly.
Well, the girl who went center, she didn't even go for the higher part of the net. She went down the center. That's just, that's a sloppy miss. No ifs, ands, or buts.
Yep. The trust in that partnership, no doubt. Who's going to take this deciding point? You're going to go to the ad side? Looks like it.
It also feels like, with all due respect to Georgia, NC State has dictated the terms here on court number 3.
Yet it's 3 all.
Yeah, exactly. It feels like, again, when Georgia's winning points, it's off of an NC State error.
We have break chances actually on both courts 2 and 3 right now, deciding points.
Deuce point critical at 2.
Georgia serving there, so it's NC State with the break chance. So NC State break chances on both 2 and 3.
All right, so they get the break at 3. We go now. Oh, do you see the split screen on 2?
That misses long, so Georgia survives that one. Georgia maintaining the 4-2 edge on 2. So yeah, that break at 3 for the moment kind of meaningless as Georgia remains fully in control at both 1 and 2.
If you ask Coach Wallace right now which one of those did he want, he'd say the hold at 2. That's the one we're looking at right now. 5-1 lead for the Bulldogs at number 1 doubles, 4-2 lead at 2. And we go back to 1?
Yeah, let's go to 1 right now because Georgia is trying to close this out 5-1, but they are down quickly, love 30. And again, Georgia trying to get on the scoreboard first.
And yes, these are lofty scoreboard deficits for North Carolina State. I would point to the Ohio State-Florida doubles that happened a little bit earlier today. That consolation match going on. Florida overcoming 5-1 and 5-2 deficits.
That match still going on, by the way. For Ohio State and Florida, they're at 3 all. After that missed return there, 3 all Ohio State, Florida. It's all coming down to the singles match on court 2 for Ohio State and Florida. They're at 3 all in that. Boulay for Ohio State and Dudney for Florida.
Okay. course, that available on the ITA website. They are friends at PlaySite.
30 spot here. Georgia also closing in on a break on 2 as well.
That would be a double break lead on 2.
Just long, so 3 chances here for NC State to get one of them back on 1. Like I said.
Suppose better late than never. Share the Wolfpack here. Some serious tape. That right shoulder, I believe. I see that's Ren Shelley.
Well, there's a little glitch in the Georgia matrix as NC State gets one of them back. Let's move over to court 2. NC State serving 2-4, 15-30. In the midst of this 15-30 point. That's well long to 30 all.
I don't know if that's the play there for the. That was supremely aggressive from the freshman Viedmanova.
Riasco's been so relaxed with the right type of energy. And you can see her twirling that racket there. Was that long?
I think that landed in.
Didn't get caught. Okay, so
body language suggests that's a celebration.
And it does hit that overhead. Probably a little bit more depth than she actually wanted on it. Got a little bit behind her body, but a chance for a hold, a crucial one here for NC State after going down love 30 to start this game.
Long conference here between Miller and Daniel. They feel the significance of this one as well.
Nice finish there from Miller, coming up with a couple of good overheads there through those last couple points. So NC State survives the moment. Let's go down now to court number 3. And this has been the one match where NC State has had decent control through the set. But again, a little bit of a test here as Georgia has a couple of break chances. Is that the Nair serve on the far side? Is that right?
It is indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sails on her.
All right, so break back Georgia. Now level 4 all here in this set on court number 3. Let's go over to 1. NC State again just a moment ago grabbing the break to 2-5. 15 all here in the ensuing service game. Background, you might hear some of the OHIO chants.
Most recognizable chant in college sports. Oh.
That was due to Boulay coming up with a really tough hold down there, 2 singles.
Oop. Slipped on her there. Good move. Still. 15-30 now. Bulldogs 2 points away from a victory here at number 1. You're right, it is now 4-3 Boulay in that third set on serve. 3-all Ohio State, Florida. It's Boulay for Ohio State. Dudany competing for Florida.
A let's called there. A let called. Caught the top of the net.
I was gonna say, so it hit the top. I was like,
Yes.
well, I was gonna say, what happened there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow, that's a big risk to take that back in up the line. Perfectly struck. 30 all. That doesn't feel like very systemy. But it really perfectly laced down the line. Listen, I know it's a must score line wise for NC State. I get it. But really just to stay out there
100%.
for the rest of the lineup is pretty crucial right now for Wincelli and Rajecki.
I'm sure in their minds it's just don't be the ones who lose.
Correct. Don't be out off the court first
Yes.
in a losing spot. Oh my. Off of the top of the frame and launched. So Georgia 2 match points on 1. Georgia also holding to 5-3 on 2, but we stay here with these 2 match points for the Bulldogs.
What a cross.
Oh, it all starts with that incredible return, however, and it's Hertel and Kopic, the dominant 6-2 win at 1 doubles. So Georgia is on the board, and now let's go over to 3 for the moment. We'll be coming back to 2 as it looks like Georgia could potentially clinch there. But yeah, deuce point on 3 right now. Georgia serving. 9.
Looked like a lead as well.
Oh, yeah.
That one a little more clear.
Yeah, the 1 foot movement to the right after touching the net was the dead giveaway. Perfect. Closes that one. Well done. 5-4. So Georgia in the moment, in control of everything. Let's go to 2.
That's a fun way of putting it, but you're correct. They are literally in control of everything right now.
5-game NC State trying to stay alive.
15
spot.
all here, I believe.
Both of these teams winning easily yesterday in their first round matchups at the 2 doubles line. Very aggressive position from Vidmanova. I think she'll take credit for that double from Miller. So 2 points away now is Georgia. That Vidmanova ball just not quite line. It's not quite cross. It's just too easy. 30 all.
And that's a better look from Jada Daniel, who you saw pinching over. Thought about poaching on that first ball. The center covered quite well.
Perfect. And again, that angle's not quite there this time from NC State. And as a result, Vidmanova Riasco, 2 chances to clinch the doubles point for the Bulldogs.
It's been pretty straightforward here for Georgia. Kept waiting for that push from NC State on court number 1. It came just a little too late. Here, the freshmen have stepped up their level, winning 5 of the last 6. It's 6 of 7 games to end the match.
Nice finish. Great serve, too, from Miller. Not allowing Vimanova to use those lengthy arms. It's going to be Riasco to take this deciding point on the deuce side.
I think that's been the better decision, right? Riasco's just the depth, the consistency of that return. A little less volatile. Did you see that? She goes righty on the volley. The lefty Jada Daniel, the racket switch on the poach, Mike.
Quite a performance there, and NC State survives 2 match points. So let's go over to court number 3.
Uh-oh.
What's your uh-oh for?
2 points away is Georgia here. Things don't get any easier. She went righty.
That's wonderful court coverage there from NC State, complementing each other really well, Nair and Negrohu.
I think that was a blip in the system. I think Nair's got to take that overhead that she let bounce.
I don't know. I think they're a little bit more on the diminutive side than you are, sir.
Sure.
And frankly, it's a tougher ask.
Fair.
It's also very hard for us to see the height on these.
I just always figure indoors, right? Indoor tennis. That's why I bring it up.
Are you saying that just because it's more controlled?
Yeah, exactly. You can see it just a little bit easier.
I think it's just we're not able to judge the height as well.
Sure, it's a depth perception thing for us. Fair.
Get Georgia serving forward on 2. We'll head back there should we need to in a moment. We might not need to because that double sends up to more match points for the Bulldogs, this time on 3. Ohio State has just clinched the match there. 4-3 over Florida. Congratulations to the Ohio State Buckeyes. A huge 4-3 win over Florida.
Great bounce back from Melissa Schaub and the team after yesterday's loss.
Delay 6-3 in the 3rd there.
Great bounce back for her after getting blown out by North Carolina's Elizabeth Scotty yesterday as well.
Oh, you got your overhead.
There we go. See, she can do it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think it's just
it's a
difficult thing for us to
totally
say
understand that.
Okay, so match point here. Georgia also 2 points away on 2. Actually, we'll have match points on 2 as well. Let's stay here for this one. And then if we need to, a split screen. Okay, so NC State survived 4. Let's go quickly to court 2, where Georgia has 4 match points here. So again, it's been 4 clinch points so far for Georgia. And now 5 that they've not been able to convert on. 5 total clinch points.
Mel Riasco makes that volley 97 out of 100 times. That was one of the 3. See Coach Earnshaw, just a few words of advice for Jada Daniel here as she locks in on this return.
Oh, flying through that lob, through that volley there is Riasco, a little bit too much energy. And now this is 6 clinch points for Georgia that they've wasted. 6 on courts 2 and 3.
Did NC State bury themselves in too deep of a hole?
Splits the difference, Miller. That is now 7 clinch points survived by NC State on 2 courts, and a chance now for Daniel and Miller to level us at 5. This is massive. An 8th clinch point. Oh my, a complete meltdown right now for the Georgia Bulldogs, wasting 8 opportunities to put this doubles point away. We are level on both 2 and 3 right now. Let's go over to court number 3.
That's the freshman looking like freshman, by the way, for the first time for the Bulldogs on 2.
And now NC State with a chance to control things here. 3 break chances for the Wolfpack. Again, down and out. 8 total clinch points, not converted.
Did you see the flex from Nell Miller, too, on that break?
Watch this return position for Navarro, where she makes contact. She doesn't have to. It is a double fault, and things going from worst to worstest. NC State 6-5. They're going to have the opportunity to serve out that match on 3. Now let's go to 2. Again, 5-all here. Daniel and Miller have, going into this point, won 5 straight points.
It's a great play. Center from Jada Daniel, no angles to work with. Great pinch from Nell Miller, just misses it in the net tape. The system survives thus far, Mike. That's all I can think. System is surviving.
Twice there, and that indecision there from Miller about which way she wanted to go, whether she wanted to fully commit to a full poach or not. I think it ends up costing her in the spot. So Georgia with an opportunity here, 15-30.
It's also interesting to see on that reaction. She goes 2 hands on the backhand volley. It's more a swing than a punch. Again, to each their own.
Yeah, I was a 2-handed volley person myself. Just felt like I had a little bit more strength.
Yeah.
I have dainty wrists is my issue.
You've seen my forearms. They're not impressive.
Oh, goodness. Absolute disaster if you get broken here. If you are NC State after working your way back into this match. So 3 chances for Vidmanova and Riasco. to go back up. Might be time for us to go split screen here in just a moment. We'll stick with this first point, and then we'll go to a split screen if we can. That's an easy finish there for Miller because, yeah, it is NC State on court 3. They are trying to close things out there. Thanks for the split screen there. 6-5-15 all. And the serve of Nair. It's clean. Absolutely backhand winner for 15-30. Great chance on 2 as well. It's going to be a second serve coming from Daniel.
Oh, what a lob.
No! Riasco dumps the racket into the net. The lack of clutchness right now from Georgia is shocking. Another missed opportunity, that time on a break chance. So a deciding point here on the court number 2.
It's the same ball, too. That high volley for Riasco. She's missed it 3 times now, Mike.
30 all over on 3. Again, if you are joining us late, Georgia winning 6-2 at 1.
So NC State needs to sweep them both, correct? Oh, the whiff.
Fantastic stuff there from Nell Miller, staying in control, and NC State stays in control. 6-5 there. Let's focus now on 3 if we can. We move over there as NC State has 2 match points, and again, they fought off 2 match points themselves already, whereas on 2, NC State's fought off 6 match points. That will miss long, and here come the Wolfpack. They picked up the victory at 3 doubles, 7-5. So 1 all. Who gets the doubles point? And again, if you're joining us late, Viedmanova and Riasco have already had 6 match points in this one. Now they're serving for the opportunity just to get into a tiebreak.
This would be highway robbery, for NC State. If they end up with this doubles point, if you're head coach Jeff Wallace, you are scratching your head right now. What has happened these last 10 minutes? Worth mentioning, this is Georgia's 4th match of the season. Only their 4th. Somewhere, NC State's Jimmy V looking down and saying, yes, survive and advance. That's what we do best, Wolfpack. $15. Just really looking for a free point, something easy, right? Cut the bleeding here. Like that.
And lefty movement gets into the body of Miller. Yeah, Riasco throughout the match had been so loose and so relaxed, and suddenly a lot of nerve for the freshman from Ecuador.
Well, you feel like the first high volley that she missed was that looseness, that energy, but now hair's starting to pile up.
I think it just caught enough of the tape there, but Riasco getting away with it for 30-15.
How about Nell Miller's hands at the net, though? She's going to force you to hit an extra volley every time.
What a return there from Miller, who has really stepped up things dramatically here. That inside outer pulling Riasco off the court, 30-all. NC State 2 points away here.
Jada Daniel has been good. Nell Miller has been exceptional down the stretch of this match.
Anticipating that one well through the middle, and match points NC State. A phenomenal comeback complete. NC State fighting off 8 clinch points over 2 courts. And NC State grabs the doubles point 7-5 on both 2 and 3.
Such tremendous fight from the Wolfpack. Coach Earnshaw can be nothing but pleased with the effort he got there from his number 2 and 3 doubles performers. If you are Georgia, you are scratching your head. Head coach Jeff Wall is not sure what to make of the last 20 minutes of that doubles point. But hey, welcome to college tennis, folks. Feels like our quarterfinal day has now officially begun. It's not weird. It's not national indoors until we get a funky result. That was funky, Mike, but credit to Miller and Jada Daniel. They played so well down the home stretch. Feels fitting that we got a Miller overhead to end it.
All right, so it is NC State with this tremendous comeback. How do they extend that energy into singles? We'll find out in just a couple of minutes as we take a break. Singles is coming up with NC State leading 1-0.
Welcome to the Mini Break, your daily podcast for the big storylines, results, and controversies from the tennis world. Today is Saturday, February 12th, day 1 of the 2022 Division I Women's National Indoor Championships, now officially in the books. What a day of college tennis action. Over 13 hours of coverage on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel. Hopefully you tuned into all of it, but don't worry if you missed out on Friday's action. We'll be back on Saturday, Sunday, Monday as we cover first ball to last of this event on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel. I will say personally, it was such a pleasure as always to be joined by my friend, my mentor, I call him Sensei, Mike Cation, in the booth from the start to finish. And we're going to have him start to finish all weekend long to have his insight, to have him helping steer the ship. It just provides a calming presence and, I'll admit it, a sense of organization that always we enjoy having on our Cracked Racquets broadcasts. Of course, on today's podcast, we got a recap. Day 1, talk about our 8 round of 16 matches. Of course, preview Saturday's quarterfinal matches as well. Yes, there's going to be some fantastic backdraw action. Just, I'm going to say it honestly, candidly, I don't think I have the energy in me for 8 recaps and 8 previews as well, but the man who's going to help me boost my energy, the man who certainly was watching from first ball to last here today, and the man who always helps us steer our coverage of the college tennis world, is going to join me on today's podcast to do that once again. Of course, you all know him best as your co-favorite writer on our website, crackedrackets.com, founder of the No Ad, No Problem blog. It is our friend John J. Parsons. Jay, what a day. Hope you enjoyed yourself. How was it?
It was great. I hope you were able to hit the saloon immediately after those matches and get a drink in before you settled in for this recap. But what a phenomenal day. I mean, these days are long for me, just listening to you in the background, chiming in comments. I mean, credit to you and Cation. It's great to have him on the call. Cation did his homework. I was impressed by a lot of the comments, so props to him. I thought it was just overall a really great day of college tennis. So many good matches. I'm really excited to hear from you. I know this was your first time seeing a lot of these players in person, so I think there's a lot to break down on day 1.
Couple of things I need to say off of that. A, the amount of information I absorb just by being in Mike's proximity during these broadcasts. To listen to him do the radio call.
I was going to say the radio mic.
All right. I hope he hears this. I'll tell him this to his face tomorrow. If we have to do that again, I'm going to ask him if I can demo and try that out, because listening to him do that, I was like,
Learning
I want to try.
opportunity.
I was like, I need to try that. I need to do that. I need to see if I can do that, because, oh my God, to talk at that speed with that pace and that degree of depth, I feel like that's my bread and butter. And so I would love to give that a go, and to watch Mike do that. I was in awe. Speaking of super producer Daniel Westoff, I will say this again. Hopefully Mike hears this. He messaged me directly. He goes, dude, Mike is on fire right now. And I got so angry at Westoff. I was like, don't you ever type that to me again. I was like, are you just trying to get me jealous? It worked. Congratulations. But again, a pleasure to get to sit with Mike. You're absolutely right. Again, and there are observations he makes that I think, because you and I are ensconced on the college tennis beat, it's a little bit more difficult for us to see it from a neutral perspective, because we've seen the development of these players. We've invested our times in our takes about these players. But yeah, it was a pleasure to have him in the booth. And yeah, I look forward to sharing those insights here on today's podcast, because there was some exceptional tennis. You're absolutely right. To get to see all of these players play in person, to get to feel the rhythm of these matches, and of course in particular to get to see Oklahoma, Wisconsin practice for 7 hours consecutively while we waited for the Pepperdine and Cal batch of matches to finish. It was absolutely delightful. And so again, on today's show, what is our game plan? We're going to recap all 8 of our round of 16 matches. We're going to preview our 4 quarterfinal matches as well, to introduce a degree of organization into this podcast. We're going to try to stick chronologically. Of course, we got to talk about Pepperdine Cal swing of matches first. That was just such an exciting portion of the day, but we'll go recap, preview until we have previewed all, or recapped all, of our main draw action. Of course, I forgot to do this yesterday, so I have to do a quick makeup here today. Shout out to our friends at Tennis Point for their constant support, for helping us make all of these podcasts day in, day out possible. You all know the deal. For all of your equipment needs, one location, tennis-point.com. Best equipment, best prices. Promise you will not regret your decision. Plus, use our promo code CR15. You'll get a bunch of free stuff, and you'll let them know we sent you there. So shout out to our friends at Tennis Point, tennis-point.com. The promo code is CR15. We've wasted enough time with the intro, though, Jay. It's time to recap day 1 of the Division I Women's National Indoors, and let's start with those 3:30 p.m. Central Time batch of matches. We knew Texas A&M was going to be good. We had so many questions about Pepperdine. So, we knew Old Dominion, but just how good were they? They had good wins kickoff weekend, came so close on the Florida swing. For them to draw Pepperdine indoors as well, we knew we were going to learn a lot from that match.
Well, singles lineup is out there. We are already a couple points in on a couple of courts here for Georgia and North Carolina State, with the Wolfpack with a 1-0 lead. We should point out as well that if you are tuning in to watch Washington and Auburn, those will be available for you on the ITA Play Stream live streams. They will be available on the individual courts. That match just about to begin in the constellation bracket. We will focus our attention here on the quarterfinal in the winners bracket, if you will. And if I'm thinking big picture here, Alex Gruskin, Mike Cation joining you, if I'm looking at how Georgia responds, I think frankly it's a good thing that one of their players leading the way, Leah Ma at 1, didn't play in what just happened on the double side. She's leading the way for the Bulldogs right now, taking on Jada Daniel of NC State.
Absolutely. And again, it would take truth serum to get Coach Wallace to admit this to us. Come May, he will look back at that doubles point and say, that was the learning experience my freshman needed. Now, you're right. Right now, he would much prefer to be up 1-0 with all of that momentum on his side. And there is no denying to lose that doubles point is a pin in the balloon to deflate all of the momentum Georgia built in the first 30 minutes of the match. But to your point, you come now to this number 1 single spot. Leah Ma, not only not a part of that doubles point, don't confuse the stoicism of Ma for disinterest in the match. We saw her get fired up in that second set yesterday as she was pushed to the brink at the number 1 spot, was trailing Vanessa Wong of Washington when that match ended. But I expect a strong bounce back from Ma, who's going to look to set the tone here against obviously the beating heart for NC State, Jada Daniel.
Yeah, the graduate senior from Newtown Square, Pennsylvania, Daniel, 3rd year at NC State after transferring from Auburn. Ma, the junior from Dix Hills, Falls, New York, also trained down at the IMG Academy down in the Sarasota area. So this should be a really fun matchup here at number 1 for Georgia and NC State. Let's move over to court number 2. Mel Riasco, the freshman from Quito, Ecuador, for Georgia on the far side of your court. Abigail Rincelli, the sophomore from, speaking of which, Sarasota, Florida, playing at the 2 spot for the Wolfpack.
Well, we spoke about this yesterday, but for those of us just joining the stream, if you're from Sarasota, Florida, you just have to be good at tennis. Of course,
Or
Sarasota or golf, 10 to 15 minutes away from the IMG Bradenton Academy.
Let's talk about the quarters.
You've got
some in tennis. You've
the
got
first
some in
family,
golf.
of course, of all things country club sports.
But yeah, it's a really great place for the entire golf and tennis community, if you will. Lots of opportunity. But yeah, Rincelli is a really strong product out of Sarasota, 16 of 5 last year, and obviously has continued to progress as a sophomore here for NC State.
I would say the big thing, again, when you look for Rincelli and Jada Daniel, they go from number 4 and 5 singles last year, the number 4 and 5 positions, up to number 1 and 2. Now, we did not mention this in doubles, and that's an unforced error by us. Alana Smith, returner for NC State, was playing the number 2 single spot last year, has been an All-American, would be playing the number 1 spot for NC State if she was healthy, which she is not. Ankle injury for her a couple of months ago. They're trying to avoid surgery to get her back this May on the roster, get her back playing come the NCAA tournament. But I think if you're Rincelli, if you're Jada Daniel, this is that moment where, as the veterans on the team, you step up and you deliver. I would say you go for the split here at the number 1 and 2 single spots.
Well, Riasco looked incredibly good yesterday, 2 and 2 over Fortin of Washington, and obviously one of the top South American juniors over the last couple of years. So we certainly expect big things from her, especially as you head towards May.
I would also add, how does she respond to that adversity?
Sure.
Because we can be candid, 3 of those high swinging volleys on the match points they had, she missed. And she will know that. We don't have to remind her. How does the freshman respond? She's got all the talent in the world. This is where we get to see, does she have the mindset to be successful right away? Nothing thus far in her career would indicate she doesn't, but we're going to see it all play out here today.
Riasco's teammate in the doubles was Stanya Vidmanova, freshman out of Czech Republic. She's down on court number 3, taking on one of the freshmen for NC State, Priska Nugroho, freshman from Jakarta, Indonesia, as high as number 9 ITF junior during her junior career. And yeah, this feels like one of those moments where Nugroho, you think you could make a real push early in this match, the kind of the carryover effect.
I know I said Tran versus Subash, which was the number 3 singles matchup in the Virginia, North Carolina quarterfinal. Number 1 we saw on the day was my favorite matchup of the day. I lied. It's just this number 3 singles spot, period, Mike. And Nugroho, Vidmanova, this is the new faces, that next generation of college tennis. 2 freshmen, both extraordinarily credentialed, currently at the number 3 spot. 2 years from now, we could see this matchup at number 1. I'm fascinated to see how the freshmen performed today, how each of them stepped up. I could not have been more impressed than I was by Vidmanova yesterday. Obviously now down 1-0. Everything we said about Riasco applies to her. How does she respond to that doubles adversity? That's a lot of words in a short time. Speaks to how excited I am for this number 3 singles match.
A little bit more veteran action as we head over to court number 4. Hertel, the junior from Poland for Georgia. Nell Miller, the star of that 2 doubles match, the senior from Kent, England, on the other side for the North Carolina State Wolfpack.
I don't think Nell Miller, she's up 1-0, 40 love right now. Don't think she's lost a point yet. So what is that? 15 out of the last 18 points she's won, or just something crazy, right? I mean, Nell Miller was lights out at the end of that doubles point, and that overhead she hit on match point, epitomizing her aggressiveness down the stretch. She's feeling herself. And if you're, pointing on paper, you would probably say Anna Hurdle, who top 10 doubles player, but relatively new contributor to the singles lineup on paper, which is all that is paper. This is one you circled for NC State before the match. With how well Miller's playing coming out of doubles, you probably circle it heading into singles as well.
Yeah, actually, both of these have some really high-level doubles success in their past. Miller, in fact, won a 15K in Norman just not too long ago herself. And Hertel, as high as 46 in juniors, 336 in the WTA doubles. So obviously a lot of success in both of their careers on the doubles side, and that 4 can often be a swing spot here in the collegiate lineups. Moving down to court number 5 for Georgia, the graduate senior from Tulsa, Oklahoma, Morgan Kopic, taking on sophomore Sophie Abrams, the 5 single spot for North Carolina State.
Kopic was dominant yesterday. Not good, not great, dominant yesterday. 6-love first set on the board for her team, but felt like before the match had even gotten going, and you look for Kopic, who was ultimately able to earn a straight set victory on the day. Overall, she takes a 6-love, 6-3 win over Astrid Olsen of University of Washington. I mean, that you have Kopic at 5, Kowalski at 6, who we'll talk about in a moment for Georgia. Your 2 veteran leaders.
Yeah, fifth-year seniors.
Feel very good about those spots if you're head coach Jeff Wallace.
Yeah, and let's go down to 6, Kowalski. Again, I keep going back to it. I mean, the carryover effect, it could be brutal for Georgia. Kowalski, in terms of just what they're able to do to kind of recover a little bit. Kowalski on the wrong end of it, out of Chicago, Illinois, taking on Amelia Radzecki, a sophomore from Nottingham, England, for NC State.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Meg Kowalski last season, exceptional, absolutely exceptional for this Georgia team at that number 3 single spot that I believe she ended up playing. And now you get her at number 6 singles. Like, what a luxury for Coach Walls. It speaks to the depth of the talent right now in women's college tennis. Obviously, not obviously, for those who don't know, because of this COVID pandemic, after that 2020 season was canceled, all of the players in college tennis afforded an extra year of eligibility. That's why you have to be that much better to be a top 10 team here in 2022. And I think Kopic at 5, Kowalski at 6 perhaps epitomizes what the depth provided by that extra COVID year.
Can we go to 4 for a moment, if you wouldn't mind? Because I go back to it, this carryover effect. Look at this scoreline. It's now above 40.
And she's won, I believe, 11 of 12 points to start this match.
Yeah. And Nell Miller here for NC State. Fought off 6 match points on the doubles side. Just picking her target with that short forehand, and this is steamroll right now for Nell Miller. 3-love with 2 breaks as well. Let's go over now to court number 2. Riasco quickly with a break for Georgia. Really good bounce back start for her. 2-love, 30-15.
I love the way Rincelli takes that ball early. Feels like everything's just a little bit on the rise. Now, I would argue Riasco is probably the more dynamic of the 2 players, both in the ball that she hits and just the various weapons and the way she wants to attack the court. I'll let you correct me here. Riasco, Rincelli a bit more linear, right, with the way she attacks?
Yes. Yeah, definitely tries to maybe play a little bit more down the line.
Sure.
Backhand, forehand.
So this is just a fun contrast, in my opinion, of style.
Well, that's called wide from
overrule. I saw the hand down from the umpire.
Okay. So, yeah, overrule to 40-30 here for Mel.
By the way, we're getting questions in the chat, and a huge thank you again to all of you who are tuning in who have those questions for us.
We have a chat?
We do have a chat. I've been subtly answering the questions and my answers to you. I just didn't want to overwhelm you with that information, but we did get a question about Alana Smith, and we addressed this a bit earlier. Just want to address that again. Ankle injury, the reason Alana Smith.
Why is it day 2?
And you just figured this out?
Nobody told me we had a chat.
Well, the thing is, I don't want to tell you. Everyone's saying, and Mike looks so handsome today. Oh, how do I get to spend time with Mike?
Yeah,
I'm like, his ego's big enough.
Yeah, I suppose it is on the YouTubes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the YouTube chat's always a fun place to spend.
Yeah. which is exactly why I didn't want to bring it to your attention.
That is, you talk about a dark place. The YouTube chat can be a pretty dark place. This is a deciding point, obviously, and won by Rencelli, grabbing that break, I believe. Yeah, getting the break back. So we are on serve here on 2.
We're on serve everywhere right now, except for courts 4 and 6, where NC State leads by breaks. I want to go back to that number 3 singles match. I know they're in a changeover right now, but it's this battle of the freshmen, Villanueva versus Negroho, and for Priska Negroho, who, correct me if I'm wrong here, top 40 ITF singles player.
Top 10.
Top 10. So, yeah.
He was number 9.
Yeah, so even better.
The answer is yes.
Yeah, you look for Negroho to get that sort of player, that sort of pedigree into your lineup. But she was a late addition, a January add for this NC State roster. How does she acclimate herself to these indoor conditions, to this, of course, this event on the flip side again for Villanueva? How does she respond to that doubles point?
Listen, she's also, 21
Yeah.
in the world juniors, so not bad.
It's the future. This match is the college tennis future, folks.
And again, it just goes to the depth and the talent when you see 2 juniors in top 25, both of them in the world, come in and playing a 3 spot in a quarterfinal nationally. Yeah, nice finish there from Negroho. And yeah, listen, this is a world of talent. You've got a good 8-inch height difference minimum between the 2 of them. Villanueva also a late addition, a January addition for Georgia as well. So both of them just kind of, and she's only had, coming into this event, just the 2 dual match wins for Georgia. So obviously still kind of working herself into a collegiate setting.
I am all in on the physical profile, the talent of Villanueva, just the length, the speed, the fluidity, the ability to snap off a ball when she finds that moment. Now she needs to find that moment more efficiently. Definitely needs to work on being on her front foot, but the talent is so evident. Meanwhile, Negroho, just such a complete product already for a freshman.
You think about it for Negroho in particular, obviously a little bit more on the diminutive side. It's going to be always part of the question, the complication for her, right? Obviously it's, for someone her size, got pretty good raw power. That being said, it doesn't come with that easy, and obviously a clean ball striker as well, but doesn't come with that easy raw power that's able to generate a lot of easier points. That's going to be kind of that long-term big question for her, but you can see already, and that's again just on the run, the ability to hit that ball clean. She's going to be a really powerful force in collegiate tennis for however long she sticks around.
She just plays at the speed. You're absolutely right. You said it, framed it perfectly. Again, turning neutral into weapons, going to be what defines her ceiling. But that floor you feel pretty good about. 30 all here now for Villanueva.
Miss out wide, so Villanueva does have this game point. Oh, wonderful stuff there from Negroho to force this deciding point. Meg Kowalski down on 6, just grabbed the break back for Georgia. They're at 2 all. Rajecki of NC State.
Listen to this simultaneous deuce point swing. One of those moments. Viedmanova, 1-2 deuce. Leah Ma, 1-2 deuce. Sophie Abrams for NC State, 1-2 deuce.
Yeah, a lot of inflection points here early in this match. Yeah, serve +1, serve +2 for Viedmanova is going to be a really big compliment to her game over the next couple of years. Let's go to court number 1 for another deciding point on court 1. The serve of Leah Ma, the 1-2. So that's Georgia picking up 2 of those deciding points. Did they get the other one?
They
Alex?
did not. Abrams ultimately holds. But we should go to court number 2 right now, where Ren Shelley working her way back into the match. Had just gotten that break back, now 40-30.
That's a perfect return, finding a little placement on that near sideline. So another deciding point here early, Alex.
And it's 2-all everywhere but this court, and the 4-0 lead right now for Nell Miller. It's exactly the sort of fight we expected to have on our hands here in the quarterfinals. By the way, action now officially underway in Washington and Auburn.
So taking this on the ad side. Understand why with that return winner a moment ago. So I think that's what, 4 deciding points in the span of about 5 minutes, and all 4 were holds, correct?
Yeah, 2-2 split.
Yeah, all 4 holds to boot. So servers coming up big in those key spots. Let's go to 4.
Nell Miller about to run away with this set. 4-love here. I mean, I suppose she already has, but 4-love here. Just missed in the net tape there, but another breakpoint chance to just take a commanding 5-love lead here at the start in 4. Meanwhile, again, it is literally 2-all everywhere else. Matt Kowalski just held for 3-2 on serve at 6. This is the good stuff, folks. Quarterfinal Saturday here at the Division I Women's Team Indoor Championships.
It's a huge moment for Hertel. And you can see, listen, her energy level is right where it needs to be. She knows she has kind of survived this moment. Down 4-love, down the 2 breaks, yes, but not going away. That's an important moment, even if she loses this set.
I do love that continued aggression from Nell Miller as well as we go back to court number 3. Court number 1, if we can. Court number 1, super producer Daniel Westoff, where we have 3 breakpoint chances for Leah Ma in the 2-all service game of NC State's Jada Daniel.
Laced just wide from Ma, just missing by the thinnest of margins there. Yeah, I'll say I think now is the stage where you can say that any momentum from doubles is gone.
Yeah.
We're in the meat of these matches. So really, I think Georgia did a pretty decent job overall of surviving what momentum could happen. And watch this court positioning from Ma on this break chance second serve. Already 2 steps in. That's disappointing for Jada Daniel, but you really like to see Ma's aggression, and that forehand has a lot of weight behind it.
Absolutely, and even beyond the aggression, the energy. You heard the come on let out by Leah Ma. She is not a vocal leader. She leads by example, obviously. She leads with her work ethic, but now trying to get vocal, trying to provide a spark for her team. Up a break here now, 3-2 on one. One of the few breaks we see out there on the board, but let's go to court number 6 now, or 2-2, where we've got a break point
break
opportunity.
Once again there. In fact, it will be a deciding point coming up here. Let's go for Georgia. Just got that point, so 2-all. Another deciding point. Yeah, this is, if it's an early indicator, I think it shows we're going to be in for a long one here.
Yeah.
How tight this match is so far. That will be shanked wide. So Riasco, like it has been throughout much of the singles, coming through with that deciding point. Let's go to 6 right now.
And Kowalski, 3 breakpoint chances here to take a 4-2 lead. Mentioned this earlier. Kowalski last season, 13-3 at 3 singles. Get her at 6 now. What a luxury for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, actually got as high as 12 in the ITA rankings last year. Quite a bit at Smith Stearns down in the South Carolina area, that academy.
Yeah,
It's
just
just
long.
Yeah, so now Georgia is starting to kind of feel themselves. A couple of breaks now, 1 and 6 for Georgia. Obviously, Miller, the 2-break lead, actually starting to evaporate a little bit. Can we go to 4 for the moment? Ms. Hertel of Georgia actually has 4 break chances herself to get one of those 2 breaks back in the midst of this love 40-point on Miller's serve for NC State. Perfect close, and Hertel had survived the hurricane that was Nell Miller early and now gotten one of them back, 4-2. So a little bit more competitive for us now here on that 2 line as well.
Competitive everywhere right now, Mike. We've got a lot of options for us. I do want to go back to that match at number 2, if we can, between Ren Shelley and Riasco, not only for the contrast of styles, but it's been very up and down for the Georgia freshman here today. Let's see if she can just steady the ship a bit, despite the 3-2 lead.
Yeah, you could certainly see that from a lot of freshmen, though. The peaks, the peaks and the valleys, no doubt. Riasco, as you can see, that's a bit lackluster on that return, but did train with Andres Gomez at that academy down in Ecuador. A decent family that they've got.
Gomez is all right.
French Open champion. His son Emilio, obviously, has been a top 150 player. Emilio's cousin, Roberto Quiroz, also a very talented player in his own right.
Part of that Steve Johnson NCAA championship run for the USC men's tennis team.
I always thought of it as the race Sarmiento run.
I see. For me, it was Daniel Nguyen, so I get it.
Yeah, D-Win.
It definitely
miss
wasn't the
that guy.
Peter Lucasen run. I can tell you that.
I miss D-Win.
Yeah, what a guy.
40 love here for Rincelli. Do we have time, actually? Can we sneak over to 3? If we're able to sneak over to 3, it's a deciding point on the serve of Fiedmanova of Georgia.
My eyes had traveled there. My words
Yeah.
had not. Thank you,
I,
Mike.
I directed things back over there. So Fiedmanova's serving. Look at that turn position.
Yeah. Oh, what a ball.
And again, close there from DeGros, who really taking advantage of every short ball, really textbook clinical stuff. And there's a break for NC State to 4-2 here on court number 3. Kowalski has it to 5-2. We haven't spent a lot of time on 5. Let's go to 5 just for a couple minutes. Spend a little time with Morgan Kopic and Sophie Abrams. It is Abrams who's serving 2-3, 30-15 as we pop in. Sophomore from Germantown, Tennessee.
This is Abrams. Abrams, the sophomore from Germantown, Tennessee.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, just wanted to make my
That's what
brain
I said, right?
That's a brain fart. I don't think I heard a name. That's why I was confused. I was like, who are you
I did
talking
say
about?
Abrams serving.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. That's nice. That's a ballsy play. It's daring to move forward, hit that ball at your ankles.
A competitive gymnast for 8 years was Abrams.
Well, there's the flexibility. That makes sense to get low for that. Do you know what I was going to say? She got down like Saturday night.
Okay. It is Saturday.
Exactly.
I don't think I will be getting down. You might be.
Yeah.
I think you're going to record a podcast at approximately 2 in the
To
morning.
me, that is getting down on a Saturday night.
You're an insane human being, but I love you. Game point here for Abrams. And the higher volley, way more difficult.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah. Why make the easy one?
Yeah, exactly.
It's no fun.
40-30 now. Kopic having trained at the Tucker Tennis Academy down in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Really strong. 24-7 as a freshman. Stay with it here for this game point, and then potentially head down to 6. Ooh. Caught the baseline, and that's a hold for Abrams, getting us to 3-all. Let us move down to court number 6. Rajecki serving for NC State's 2-5. Love 30, now love 40 here. So 4 set points for Kowalski to get one on the board for the Bulldogs. Volley misses long there for Rajecki, so Georgia does indeed get one on the board. Down at the 6 line, 6-2 for Kowalski. Let's go over to court number 3. Navarro trying to consolidate that break. 4-2, 30-all as we pop on in here.
And right now, Associate Head Coach Drake Bernstein for the Georgia Bulldogs is locked on to this court number 3. Hasn't moved an inch.
But this is, Navarro is one of those players that I think I would have young 7, 8, 9, 10, maybe 12-year-olds watch.
Yes.
Everything she does is textbook, clean, perfect movement forward, even though you might not, with that size, say it's a dominant net person. She doesn't move forward except when she has that clean look. I mean, that's a really good play. Obviously missing there in the execution, but again, takes advantage of what's given to her. Very smart. It is a deciding point, however. Lots of deciding points up and down here in this lineup. Looks like Fiedmanova is going to take it on the outside. Georgia also just grabbing another break at the 1 spot. Leah Ma, 5-2, will serve for the first set there.
Wow, what a serve. Ace out wide from Navarro. So 5-2 lead now for the Wolfpack. They consolidate here on 3. Let's go back to 4.
Yep.
Now Miller had raced out to a 4-love lead. 3 straight games, though, from Anna Hertel. For the University of Georgia, Miller now steadying the ship. Still up a break here.
I'm just in my brain. I'll go to court 3 here, not here on the stream, but I think Navarro is going to be an All-American this year. I think this year. Yes.
You would obviously, to do that from a ranking perspective, win perspective, it helps to be in the ACC. You could see her crack the top 2, continue to move up this lineup.
I think she will find a way to the top of this lineup for NC State, and I think that will be an All-American. She will sneak into the NCAA championships and round of 16 or better.
I like that prediction, my friend. Very, very much so. And it's always worth reminding if you're an NC State fan at home. I know some people have pointed this out in the comments. Still know Alana Smith. Like, again, you throw Smith into the top of this lineup, which is where she would be playing, just given her college tennis results throughout the course of her career. You say she's going to be at the top of the lineup. She could also be at number 4 singles if things break right.
It's absolutely right. Yeah, I mean, they might.
Yeah.
It's up to Coach Earnshaw. It's too much of a talent for me.
No.
But I totally respect, you certainly have
some chicanery with the lineup.
I was going to actually say you want to make sure you respect kind of your elders in your lineup.
That as well.
I think that's an important thing. You have to balance everybody's mental health in that regard and how they would respond to moving down in the lineup. And so that's an important thing.
Sure.
But yes, if you allow her to play at the 2 spot, she will get into the NCAA tournament.
You feel good.
I feel confident.
I like that.
Very confident.
I like that a lot.
Hertel serving to stay in this set, 3-5.
I apologize for doing this. Let's go to 5. This feels like a critical deuce point here. 3-all deuce. Sophie Abrams just saw her hold. She takes on Morgan Kopic. Kopic just going to make a million balls as well. That's the philosophy for this Georgia team at 5 and 6.
Kopic's been as high as 54 into the country in the rankings in her past back in 2019. Massive serve into the body. Did it catch the net? Yes, it did. There will be a let on that serve. Oh, smokes. Morgan Kopic using that experience very well. Backhand line winner to fight off that break chance. It gets us to 4-3. Let's move over to court number 2 if we can. We've got a break chance on court 2 right now. Rencelli serving 4-3 with a break. It's 30-40. Riasco the looks for Georgia.
If we can, super producer Daniel Westoff, can we split screen 3 on this as well right now? Kristen Navarro, 4 set points on court number 3 for the Wolfpack. That would be a first set for them.
So we'll have this deciding point on 2 and the set points on 3.
First forehand there, Vijanova, 15-40 now on 3.
Into the net there from Oh, Riasco. So Rincelli maintains that break lead, 5-3 there on 2. Let's focus in on court 3. Meanwhile, Leah Ma for Georgia just clinched the first set there, 6-2. Not a surprise considering how it was playing out, but Ma gets that one on the board, 6-2. Third set point for Nugroho. Unlucky, but Manova doing a good job here of just extending to a deciding point. Nugroho will take it on which side? The ad side.
And if we can, let's go back to 3. That set point there, deuce point on court number 3.
Great finish. And Nugroho, under her 4th opportunity, shuts down the set number 1, 6-2 over Vietmanova.
It's a kind call from Vietmanova on that far sideline. That's right by our broadcast booth. I would not have objected to an out call there.
Where do you want to go, Mr. Gruskin?
Still 4. Nell Miller right now serving. And again, she had raced out to that 4-love lead. Right now, she's only won 1 of the past 5 games. Only been broken once during that stretch, but 15 all here, and was just swinging so freely at the start of that first set. Feels like now that things have calmed down a bit. I don't want to say she's been brought back to earth, but she's starting to feel the pressure of this situation. It also just feels like with Georgia taking the tone-setting courts first sets on 1 and 6, it would really feel nice for NC State to match them here early.
By the way, this is actually the 3rd time that Vietmanova and Nugroho have played.
Interesting. Junior slams? Something good?
One junior slam won by Vietmanova. 6-2 in the 3rd.
Can I guess Junior French Open?
Yes.
Yeah, could feel that.
And then they played in a 15K in a city I'm unfamiliar with.
Which is rare.
I'm not even going to say it.
Okay.
Where is that? It's in Denmark. They
Okay.
played in a 15K in Denmark.
Okay. Who won that match? The 15K result?
Nugroho.
Yeah.
So they've split so far.
That's on a hard court, I imagine, in Denmark?
That might be a clay.
Okay.
Maybe.
You can just...
It was clay outdoors.
Okay.
So they both split on clay. So 30 all here, though. Miller 2 points away from this set.
By the way, our friend John Parsons likes your Nugroho All-American take quite a bit. Westhoff, you might have to fire out a YouTube poll. Do viewers agree with Mike? Will Priska Nugroho be an All-American this year?
I do. That is a pretty darn bold one, considering she's playing.
At Mike C. Tennis for all the hate mail.
Yeah. I don't think you're going to get hate.
Yeah, I know.
The double, so it's another deciding point, another crucial one here.
We've seen the server have the majority of the success on the deuce points thus far.
At the moment, Alex, 2 first sets apiece for these 2 teams.
So this is a little inflection point.
Bold catches the baseline. Hell Miller, 6-4 first set, 4-love lead. Almost gets away from her, but she does hold on, taking that first set. So a third first set for the Wolfpack. Let's go to 5, where we might have another inflection point here. Mr. Gruskin, as Morgan Kopic of Georgia in some trouble, 4-all, but love 40.
I've been watching this one from afar, and of course, when we last checked in on this match, it was Kopic holding for, I believe, 4-3 on a deuce point. Big backhand down the line. It was clear she was renting that shot. Doesn't quite own it, Mike. She's made a couple of errors here in this game early to create this love 40 scenario.
And again, this is our last first set. So just long there from Abrams. In the background, you might have been able to hear that. That was the Washington Husky cheer after they have lost the doubles point to Auburn. The 2 and 3 spots. That singles about to get underway on the ITA Championship site. The play site cameras are available for you. Second break chance here for Abrams. Missed long.
I was going to say that ball was definitely out, despite the late swing. Man, is Abrams going to let another return game slip away from her? I do love the aggressiveness of that swing. If you've watched Sophie Abrams play early in her career, aggressiveness, her calling card.
Oh, yes, we get an overrule here. That is an ace for Morgan Kopic. So a deciding point upcoming. 3 break chances gone. Go to the outside once again. But that one also well gone. Kopic, the backhand gets away from her. So Abrams does get the break, has a 5-4 edge. Will try to close things down on court number 5. Let's move over to court number 1. Leah Ma, as we mentioned a few moments ago, did grab that first set, 6-2. And now we have a deciding point here. The opener in the second on the serve of Jada Daniel of NC State. As you see, 2 for 4 on her break chances so far, Ma. Well, listen to that from Leah Ma. She grabs a break, setting a break lead up at the top of the lineup for the University of Georgia. Let's go to, let's go to 5. Just saw a break to start on court 2 as well. Just started set number 2 there. Break for Georgia there as well.
Break on 3, so top 3 spots. Second set's all starting with breaks for the Bulldogs. They dropped 2 of the first sets in those top 3 positions.
That's a big swing there for Georgia, 1, 2, and 3. So let's see if Sophie Abrams is able to close it out here on the 5 line, this first set.
That would be doubles and 4 first sets to NC State, which is, of course, where you'd want to be after the first hour and a half of play. Worth noting, 2 teams yesterday took doubles and 4 first sets, ultimately dropped their matches. Florida was up on Virginia before Virginia came back. Similarly, Texas A&M was up on Cal before Cal managed to come back. So we have seen that scenario before here this weekend.
Just a little bit wide there from Abrams. Sophomore from Germantown, Tennessee. As high as 70 in the country last year in singles. Abrams yesterday a very convincing straight set 1 and 3 win at the 5 line.
Topic was pretty impressive too, 0-3 in her victory.
2 straight pretty bad misses here from Sophie Abrams. Throws away the not used ball in disgust. Gotta take it out on something.
Yeah.
From a 30. So a break for NC State on 4. That is Miller. So she's on her way back up on the roller coaster. Long pause for this second serve, huh?
Oh, that's sad. Brutal.
A long break on that second serve. So it's a double fault. 2 backhand misses, the double, and now 4 chances for Kopic to get it back.
All right, that's 1.
There it is, the overhead up the line.
Now right beneath our broadcast booth, Jada Daniel trying to work her way back at #1 singles. Hasn't loved a couple calls from Leah Mach here. Umpire right there to confirm, but that one heating up.
Meanwhile, I think it's getting worse as Ma just consolidated to 2-love. Might have a deciding point upcoming on 3. We'll keep you updated there.
30-40 here.
Look at that conversion rate.
Yeah.
Combine these two, 1 for 10. Break chances.
That's not good, is it?
Now 1 for 11. Yeah, we've got a deciding point as well early in the set over on 3.
You want to go split there, super producer Daniel Westoff. Power's all yours. Obviously, you're going to focus here on the set point now for Abrams. Very quietly, it's become a set point now for Sophie Abrams.
Be the story of the day for Georgia.
Yeah.
Missed opportunities, potentially. It is called long, and it is long. So 6-4 there for Abrams. And indeed, that makes it 4 first sets for North Carolina State. And there is the deciding point 1.
How about
by
that
Vidmanova. She does grab that one and consolidates her break to 2-love. So yeah, all 6 first sets now complete, 4 for NC State. But yeah, turnarounds. Again, it's a break and holds now for all 3 at the top for Georgia, 1, 2, and 3. Where do you want to go, young man?
There are a lot of places I would like to go. I would say let's go back to court #1, if we can. Just haven't spent a lot of time here at this spot, and certainly Leah Ma now the veteran for Georgia. That's a weird thing to say. Taking on the experienced Jada Daniel, a match with NCAA singles implications.
Right through the middle, very good target. The height here, these indoor courts here in Wisconsin, you have that ability to lob.
You can sky a ball up there, not have to worry about hitting top.
That's power. Goodness, really cracks that flat one out wide.
I'd still take Negroho.
I will say on her
for you.
scoreboard,
Yeah.
locally, internally, they have listed her as NC State 1. Just saying. I don't know why. Obviously, a mistake, but they have listed her as NC State 1.
They're listening.
No, it's not a matter of taking something away from somebody
No,
else.
of
She's
course,
just
of course,
incredibly
of course,
talented.
of course. But I gotta poke the bear every so often. 40 love here, 4 game points coming up for Jada Daniel to get on the board in this second set.
One thing that stood out for me here today, you mentioned it when we introduced Leah Ma today, that we talked about how she maybe just doesn't play with a lot of emotion. She has played with a lot of emotion today.
And
she
it's
has
emotion
been
her
very,
team needed.
yeah, she's been very energetic, a lot of come-ons and very loud come-ons. And so when you see that from her, somebody who's not typically very vocal, that does kind of set a tone. And I'm sure the coaching staff for Georgia probably spoke to her about that. She was the player here in the lineup who did not participate in the doubles side of things. And they probably needed her to step up and be that leader.
Yeah, that's why they have to be pleased right now, not only her performance, but at the top of the lineup in general. 2-0 Riasco, 2-0 Vidmanova in these second sets.
This return position right here from Leah Ma.
I feel like it's as much mental as it is tactical.
That is absolutely what it's all about. That is a double here from Jada Daniel. Now 40-30. Oof. This feels like the moment where Ma can end this match if she grabs this break here, a second break early in the second set. You see this sluggish walk here for Jada Daniel where things have just gone so poorly over the last half an hour.
I'm glad you point that out from a body language perspective. Leah Ma, cool as a cucumber right now. You can see the frustration mounting on Daniel's face.
Is she going to clear this one? That's moving pretty slow as Ma steps way into the court. Indeed, Daniel will go clear that off. And 3 deciding points right now on 1, 2, and 4. We're keeping an eye on. Smart finish controlled there from Jada Daniel, so she gets a deciding point. NC State got a deciding point on 4 as well. Let's go to 2 if we can. We'll be able to catch this deciding point at 2.
Miller took it at 4, so now 3-love double break lead for her there.
This is Rencelli and Riasco. Deciding point. pushed wide. So NC State gets 2, but not the third. And it looks like Riasco going to go up a double break here in this second set. 3-love.
Let's check in on 6 if we can. Kowalski taking that 6-2 first set for Georgia. But it's been Amelia Radzecki. Up a break here in set number 2, 3-2 lead. She's serving on the far side of your screen. This is not a match we've spent much time with. You look for Kowalski yesterday, Mike. She won a 6-love first set against Washington. Also looked to be, I don't remember if she formally did drop that second set.
She did, 6-3.
So she did, and ultimately
It was
forced
3-2 in the third.
was forced to a third set. So again, Kowalski going to get her court time in. Let me tell you, has played a ton of 3-set matches throughout her career.
Jackie was on the wrong end of things, losing yesterday. Match against Chen for Auburn, 4-3.
That was a weird match from that Auburn. You know, Yu Chen, very funky game style, that low service toss. Felt like Jackie never found her rhythm yesterday. That is the one thing for Kowalski. She will give you the chance to find rhythm.
18-all here after that return miss. Like the way that Radzecki really controlled things with that forehand, specifically from the ad side, to be able to open things up and look for her powerful opportunities.
You talked about this during the doubles. I'd like to commend you on another fantastic point, my friend. That system that we talked about in doubles, the aggression NC State plays with and how it manifests itself in singles. There has been a cohesive aggression, if that makes sense, amongst this NC State group. I'm curious if you've noticed that in singles as well.
Yeah, of course. They're comfortable and confident in their transition games to look for opportunities to be the aggressor and move forward. I learned a lot about specifically tennis development from Craig Tiley,
of course,
when he was at the University of Illinois. That was his thing, and a lot of coaches have that different aspect, that different thought process of trying to tailor each individual person to their own strengths, and certainly understand that as well. Craig Tiley's idea was, I'm going to make you the most successful person that I possibly can, but yeah, I'm going to try to make you a complete player while allowing your strengths to show as well. So doubles was a huge part of Illinois' success in that 01, 02, 03 stretch right before he went to Tennis Australia, because of the fact he was teaching transition, he was teaching volley technique. Listen, Rajiv Rama, obviously Grand Slam champion coming out of that system. Amir Delic got as high as about 60 in the world. You had two other guys, Brian Wilson, Ryler DeHart, who became very successful top 200 pros. All of them had very solid transition games. And I see the same thing with NC State. They are very comfortable with that ability of stepping in the court. They're not just going to sit there and rally. They're going to be the aggressors, and it's going to pay off long term.
Post-tournament, we're having a cerveza or two, and I need to hear your best Brian Wilson stories. I know there are some good ones.
Yeah, Brian Wilson, now a representative for Head tennis rackets. The best one, I don't mind telling, I can give you two real quick. But yeah, he was almost got to top 100 in doubles, if memory serves, and works down at the Darling Tennis Center now in Las Vegas. Two things that stood out for me from my numerous trips with those teams. Number one, he shaved all of his body hair, with the exception of the hair on his head.
Okay.
He was entirely shaved because he wanted to be aerodynamic.
For the birthday suit, you can understand that. No wind resistance,
it was,
of course.
it was tennis-based. He wanted to be completely shaved for tennis.
Does he have my arm hair? Like, what are we talking here?
I never saw.
Yeah.
The second thing for Brian Wilson is that he also, whenever he ate a meal, he would eat half of his meal, wait 10 minutes, and then eat the second half of his meal for allowing for proper digestion.
Sure. So he doesn't overeat, so he just stays balanced.
That's enough of story time with Grandpa.
I was going to say, so I knew he was crazy.
I don't think he's, no, I don't like that phrasing at all.
No, in the right way. In the right way.
I like to use the word unique.
Yeah.
Crazy has a pejorative term.
Fair, fair. You're right.
To it.
Trying to destigmatize it.
Yes.
It's all good.
4-2 for Jackie. I don't think anybody needs to hear me telling any more stories from the 1960s. Nell Miller, by the way, over at 4 has gotten to a 4-love lead once again in a set. 6-4, 4-love for NC State there at the 4 line, and then we are getting a trainer visit for Georgia's Anna Hertel there. So Nell Miller looking like she's able to close in and think about moving on.
Yeah. And I want to stay here as see if Kowalski can keep this set close, see if she can't earn herself a chance to just, again, stay one break behind. But the talented freshman Priska Negroho has gotten that break of serve back at number 3 singles for NC State. So now 6-2, 2-all. The Wolfpack lead at number 3, back on serve there in the second.
Kowalski there, you can see she's taking a long look down. She's obviously at the far end, as you can see the wall on the left, but taking a look down at all of the matches to her right, just kind of checking the score line. That is a veteran move there, just to see where she can be of use vocally as well. That's fantastic defense paying off for Meg Kowalski to 30-love.
And we have to go to court number 1. A break point that is almost a de facto match point once again for Leah Ma. Took the first set 6-2, currently leads 3-1 in the second. Now 15-40 in the Jada Daniels service game would be a double break lead, and just given the lack of rhythm Daniels seems to possess in this match. Again, Leah Ma ready to put her foot on the throat, close this one out.
That will be sprayed once again by Jada Daniels. So yeah, we feel like we have 2 matches here.
Yes.
1 singles for Georgia and now 4 singles for NC State, where we feel like we've kind of got points locked up. So we'll probably not spend too much time there until the clinching moments for 1 and 4, but let's move over to court number 2 now, because this looks like it could be one of the moments where we do have a split set situation. Riasco playing very well here in the second. Freshman from Quito, Ecuador for Georgia. Has another opening here, 1-3 for Rencelli, love 30.
It's a good ball there from Rencelli, deep with pace. That's the name of the game for her, that line drive. And as she plays from the baseline, I actually like, from a matchup perspective, that game style at the number 2 singles spot. I completely see your point with Priska Negroho, just that talent, hard to deny it moving forward, but this aggressive game style is top half of lineup tennis.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. Which, again, she played 5 singles last year. That's a testament to the development.
Listen, if you kept Negroho at 3 or 4, she's not going to lose a match this year.
Yeah. No.
Okay, she might lose 1 or 2, but she's, you know what I mean? She's not gonna. She's gonna maybe lose 2 matches.
That's
tops.
one of your points that you say, okay, we go and feeling good about that.
Exactly. Oh, did that actually hit the line and get a miss out of Riasco? I think it did. Skids through that line, just completely disrupted the timing. So 30-all. A surprising lack of depth there from Rencelli when she was trying to go for that looper. She couldn't find anything on it. So Riasco's going to grab 2 chances here to put this second set in some ways behind her.
That was some sort of choice from Rencelli. Obviously didn't mean to leave that ball that short.
Yeah.
Great proactive footwork, though, from Riasco. You were talking about the scoreboard, by the way, for Kowalski looking down. Only one big scoreboard here in this Wisconsin Nielsen Tennis Stadium. That court located above Jada Daniel, Liam Ma. Pretty difficult for anyone to see that.
Yep.
So playing blind here.
A little frustration there from Rencelli as she does indeed go down that second break. Riasco to 4-1. A little bit more energy on her side, no doubt about it. Let's go to 4 for the moment. Actually, I take that back. If I apologize, this is on me. This is on me, not on you. Let's go to court 3, where things have kind of flipped here. Viedmanova of Georgia was up an early break 2-love. Since then, Navarro, all Navarro here. NC State. Opportunity here to kind of sneak ahead and put another point on the board for NC State. Love 30. Smart play, just going for that dipper, just missing into the net.
Say this, Viedmanova has had countless chances. Yes, it's 6-2, 3-2. I think we agree it's the actual match itself has been even closer than that. Her inability to put Navarro away in the rally, hit through this court, it's a credit to the NC State freshman. Made this match one of the matches to watch here.
That will miss wide off of the backhand wing. And it's going to be 3 chances for Navarro.
If you want to pull up simultaneously court 4, super producer Daniel Westoff, we have a deuce point break point chance for now Miller to make it a 6-4, 5-love lead for NC State. So NC State dominating this 3 and 4 singles bank. Look at Nell Miller's return position there on court 4.
Oh, just over the head. Caught enough of the racket there. A deciding point. Obviously able to get that hole, but a deciding point here. It's going to go to the ad side. Yeah, that did just miss long, didn't it? So it's a break for NC State. So a set and a break here after the 3 spot. The set and 2 breaks at the 4 spot for NC State. Taking a look at kind of big picture, giving you the reset in that regard. You feel pretty confident right now. Liam Ma's actually 1 game away, 6-2, 5-1 at the 1 spot. That's for Georgia. Riasco and Rencelli at 2, likely to split. Navarro, obviously, setting a break here. Setting 2 breaks for Miller at 4.
Is that first one wide? There for 15 love? It was, yeah. Okay, just to make sure they're on the stream for those following. That ball was indeed wide, thus the frustration, to be clear.
Okay, looks like we're going to be splitting on 5. And then Rajeki Kowalski, it looks like we may see a split there. So it looks like we're going to be in just a couple minutes. I would guess we are going to be 3-1 for NC State, and then we're going to wait.
Yeah, and then
we wait.
Then we buckle in.
Yeah.
I do feel like there's a second act here, though. from Nova. This match has been so close, so many deuce points. Navarro's just consistency in those big points. Nova's inability to put that ball away. Scoreline we see here.
Struggle to find the finish, but never out of control, Navarro. Alex, it looks like we're going to have about 3 or 4 sets finishing all at the same time here in the next couple minutes, so we'll have to make some choices.
2 words for you: split screen. Gonna have to work that well, super producer Daniel Westoff.
Points here for Navarro to make it a 5-2 edge after that little closeout volley.
Have to interrupt you. I apologize. Court number 1 match point coming, super producer Daniel Westoff.
Yeah, let's, as Navarro just did get that hold there with that little touch volley, now let's move over to court number 1.
Match points here. Jada Daniel sending a forehand long to set this up. Again, just has been unable to hit through Leah Ma whatsoever here today.
2 match points for Georgia to get on the board. Wow, really dominant performance there from Leah Ma, putting Georgia into a tie position for the moment at 1-all. Straight sets, 2-1. Clean and energetic and loud from Leah Ma. So she is going to quickly dump her racket and get out onto court to cheer on her teammates. Let's see where we've got the potential for closing at both 3 and 4 for NC State over the next couple of moments to actually clinch points. So let's keep an eye on those two. Both are in return positions. Where do you want to go first?
I say we stick at 3 here.
Okay.
Our battle of the freshmen, with one of our premier matches here of this duel. And we spent a lot of time here, but again, this is the future of women's college tennis. I would also point out second sets to earn splits, but it looks like 2, 5, 6 will all go the distance, to your point. There's a lot of work here, super producer Daniel Westoff. If we can actually, let's go split screen on 3 and 4. I enjoyed both of them simultaneously. So see love 15 here for Navarro. Also love 15 for Miller.
Yep. So NC State feeling comfortable here. We're also just going to keep an eye on 6.
Mm-hmm.
There's a 5 in 5 of 5 matches right now.
Yeah, exactly. And the only one without it is over.
It's true. Just long there from Navarro. You know, I find myself, I'm gonna keep going back to it, and I know I'm the broken record here, but you see the difference between the 2 players on the left. Navarro, the one who is much more comfortable moving forward, and you wouldn't expect that considering the height of these 2 players, right? Again, I know I'm stereotyping just a little bit, but there's one that looks comfortable doing so, and there's one who's a little bit not as fluid.
I actually think she hits good volleys. It's to
Yeah.
your point, it's the tentativeness in trying to put away the volley.
Okay.
Navarro, no shakiness. She's ready. And by the way, if you just saw that passing shot down the line by Nell Miller, thank you very much, Nell, for that backhand down the line, 15-30 there. But no, you're absolutely right. From a decisiveness standpoint, massive edge to Navarro moving forward.
This long. Miller's got the match points. Actually, let's focus in on 4 on a full screen if we can. Miller's going to have 3 match points here.
What a performance this would be from the Texas Tech transfer.
Crunched up the line. Nell Miller dominant there. Almost let the first get away from her, but really, since midway through that set in doubles, Nell Miller, the star of the match so far. 6-4, 6-1, NC State back out in front. We've got some set points right now for Mel Riasco. Let's go to 2 for the moment. Mel Riasco, 3-6, now 5-2, serving for the second set against Abigail Rincelli.
It's a nice serve there to hold 4-3-5 on 3. But again, if we can go to 2 for that set point, court number 2.
And there it was, Mel Riasco, 6-2, so our first split. Let's go down to court number 6 for a moment. Radzecki of NC State serving for the set here. It is 5-4. Kowalski of Georgia took the first 6-2. 15-30, as you see now. Thank you. 15-30 here.
I'll keep my eye on 3 in case we get back to match point for Navarro. We'll jump there immediately.
Goes out with the 15 love pretty quickly.
Yes. Oh. Kowalski just confirming there with the chair.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Oh, that is a Meg Kowalski point, to say the least, tracking things down left and right. But let's go quickly over to court number 3, where Priska Navarro is going to try to put NC State into a 3-1 position. She's going to have 4 chances to do it, 4 match points here on court number 3. Love. The frustration forehand there from Vidmanova, and it is Priska Navarro who puts NC State into a 3-1 position here, 1 spot away from the semifinals. Let's go back to court number 6. It's break chance right now for Meg Kowalski of Georgia, with Radzecki serving for the set 5-4, but it is 30-40 down here. So Kowalski's going to have 2 looks.
What a match from Navarro. Just to look back on that, the freshman sending a message to anyone who wasn't yet aware of her. She is here to play.
It is 3-1, but a long way from that 4th point for
Buckle
NC
in,
State
folks.
right now. That's closed out. Split sets here on court number 6 after the ace from Racquets. So splits now on 2 and on 6. Let's go to 5, where we've not spent a lot of time, but we're looking for potentially another split here. Morgan Kopic serving for the set for Georgia. 5-1 against Sophie Abrams, who took the first 6-4.
And yes, I know it's intuitive, but at this point, 3-1 NC State. NC State just has to win 1 of these matches. Georgia going to have to win 3 3-set singles matches, sweep the rest of the remaining board to advance to the semifinals. That's an awfully big ask for any team. Just something to keep in mind here as we watch this number 5 singles match unfold.
Collapsing onto the ground is Abrams, and she frankly showed some negative body energy late in the first set that she won. So you worry about that just a little bit as Kopic has the set points.
I also will say this, Kopic juicing it for all it's worth, letting out the extra yell, even after the unforced error. And by the way, that gamesmanship is what you expect here in college tennis. Energy is the name of the game, but Kopic winning the battle of the intangibles thus far, Mike, and we know how critical intangibles are in a deciding 3rd set.
All right, a decent little bounce back there for Abrams. Again, just into our first points and first games of 3rd sets on 2 and on 6. There it is, Georgia and Morgan Kopic force a 3rd. So 3 3rd sets now official. 3-1, but a long ways to go. Cal Bears are now getting out onto courts, very close to us, starting their warm-up. They're going to be in action coming up next, and not before 3:30 start with Pepperdine. Matchup that they've already played once outdoors. I believe Coach Augustus said it was windy.
Yes, very windy.
Very windy in that previous matchup. Was it Coach Augustus?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I don't think we've spoken with Per.
Yeah, that is correct.
Not the biggest fan of mine. Just kidding. Per and I get along extraordinarily well.
Okay.
Assistant coach Pete Billingham, my former coach once upon a time. Back when I still had those sort of aspirations.
Let's go quickly, if we can, to court 2, where we do have our first deciding point of these 3rd sets. It is on the serve of Rincelli of NC State. Masco taking the second 6-2.
The drama, you can feel this tension building, by the way.
Now full stretch and can't come up with it. So Riasco involved in the fiasco, if you will. That was the doubles point on the wrong end of it. Grabs the break early in this third set. So Georgia on the board first in that regard.
I think if Rancelli clinches this match for NC State, we're going to have to call it the Riasco fiasco. You've just clinched that.
So Georgia break on 2, hold on 6, just starting on number 5. Let's go down to court number 6. Check in down there. Kowalski did get a hold for Georgia. 1-love. Jackie here near side. Sophomore from Nottingham, England. She and Shelley very formidable as a doubles duo, playing at opposite ends of the singles lineup for NC State.
Tell you what, Mike, the match I'm locked in on right now is court number 5, and more than anything else, it's because of the energy of Morgan Kopic. That's what I'm looking for right now. Who's going to provide that spark? I think it certainly helps if you're Georgia that not only do you have 2 seniors still on court on 5 and 6, but you have them playing next to each other. And those little geographical things sometimes can make a difference because momentum shifts happen together in college tennis, and you have the 2 seniors together. I think that's critical for Coach Wallace.
And interestingly, as I'm looking over at the 2 spot, Rancelli, the sophomore for NC State, Riasco, the freshman for Georgia. Right now, Georgia has a 6-strong cheering crew for Riasco, just 2 for NC State right now, and one of them, Jada Daniel, who's still, I think, struggling a little bit emotionally with the loss she suffered a little while ago. So just an interesting note in terms of that. Actually, if we can, let's go back to 2. Focus a little bit on that because obviously Riasco did just grab the break on 2, but now going to be facing some break chances. As that ball sails on her, it's going to be 4 break chances for Rancelli to get it back.
That backhand into the net, still 3 more break point chances. I'm glad you pointed out the Georgia team on the sideline there. If I'm NC State, with all due respect, 2 singles is what I'm targeting. I want to look at this match. I have an experienced player taking on the freshman. This is where I provide that extra boost of energy. I say, hey, this is where we make our move.
Georgia also has break chances right now on 6. Mick Kowalski will head there in a moment as we watch this break chance for Rancelli. Very solid backhands there. So she gets the break right back. 1-all there. Let's go to 6. And again, this is love 40 on the serve of Rajecki of NC State near side. Sails. So Kowalski does get the break. 2-love, Georgia on 6.
Let's lock in on 5 for a moment if we can. This has been the topsy-turvy match. And again, I've really tried to focus in on this one because you mentioned it earlier, the volatility of Sophie Abrams. The highs can be extraordinarily high. The lows, though, not only does she beat herself up, but you start to see the errors begin to pile up as well. Now, she's taken that early 1-love lead. I thought that hold was critical for her to just sort of stop the momentum of Kopic.
And quickly to love 15 as well.
But I think this is one, I mean, obviously Georgia has to have everything, but even coming into the match, you have the 5th-year senior here at this spot. I want to see if her energy can overwhelm Abrams, maybe coax her into some frustration.
Yeah, I don't know if you buy that with sophomores, though.
Okay.
I think they've been through it now.
Here,
I understand it's a large difference.
And it's a transfer for it. Yes. That's the difference.
Absolutely true. I still think you've been through those moments a little bit more. Yes, I absolutely understand.
No.
Transfer in maybe makes a little bit of a
It's more
difference.
this environment. It's your
Sure.
first national indoor
Sure.
quarterfinal, and all of a sudden, wait, we're up 3-1. I need to clinch.
Yeah, sure.
You can't replicate that in practice. Get there. Oh! What a little short flip from Morgan Kopic. Big yell to her bench as well. That's the good stuff, Mike.
But not out of the woods yet for y'all.
Not out of the woods yet. But see, those are the points that just, I think, start to build up if you're Abrams. Why didn't I put that away?
Solid serve, and yeah, to your point, I mean, and listen, Kopic is the one right now who is very vocal, very loud. This is what you want to see, and we actually talked about it. Actually, we ended up losing, but for Texas A&M yesterday, played against Cal. Morales was much more aggressive, much more vocal as a result, able to get her teammates into it, and that is something that can play a big role late in a match. Kopic with the game point. Kowalski has game points to make it 3-love, 1 court over.
Good freaking serving there from Morgan Kopic. She holds for 1-all. I do think, let's go over to 6 now as Kowalski looking to make it that 3-love lead.
It looks like she's done just that, as you can see the dejection for Redzone, the sophomore, as Kowalski trots to the bench with a 3-love lead. Let's go to 2 for a couple of minutes.
This is the one if you're NC State. I just think position-wise, again, you got the 2 seniors at the bottom of the lineup. That's Georgia's bread and butter. Right here, got sophomore versus freshman. Shelly serving on the near side of your screen. 1-all, 30-15 here against Georgia's Mel Riasco. Oh, it's in.
But that's not trying to cut off too much of an angle. Rincelli with game points. It feels to me like the peaks for Riasco in this matchup may be higher, but I think Rincelli right now being a little bit more steady, we'll see if Riasco able to reach those peaks necessary to get through this.
Which is not the description I'd expect to share here, because Mel Riasco, as fluid as any player you're going to find from a movement perspective and just in those corners of the court, and yet you're right. It's the line drive of Rincelli that's been the more accurate of the 2 thus far.
Got away from Riasco, and so Rincelli grabs her first lead after getting broken to start this 3rd set. Kowalski, 3-love. Let's go to court 5. Sophie Abrams of NC State serving 1-all with Morgan Kopic. Disheartening there, and again, I think you're going to hear Georgia just continue to get pretty loud here.
Absolutely, they need to. They absolutely need to. And again, the seniors at 5 and 6. This is why I keep harping on this point. You don't see the Georgia bench there whatsoever. Georgia has moved on to that number 2 singles matchup between Riasco and Rincelli.
Oh, no. Smoke show there from Sophie Abrams. The backhand down the line.
And you know my favorite word, Mike, gumption. That took gumption from Sophie Abrams there. What a ball.
Set up these couple of game points. Gonna have to switch over to 6 here after this game. It looks like Meg Kowalski starting to find even more momentum for Georgia. Absolutely. Really strong, aggressive couple of points there for Sophie Abrams to get it to 2-1. Yeah, indeed. Let's go down to 6 because, again, Kowalski already up a break here, 3-love. Right now, we pop back in, as you see. It is 15-30.
Is guttural a word?
Yes.
Okay, that was a guttural scream from Sophie Abrams there after that hold.
Both of those players have been very loud, very emotional as well, for some ups and some downs in that regard.
And I actually wonder if this is helping Abrams. Just again, that positivity from Kopic trying to match it. You're almost focused on the positivity and drowning out the negative. I hate that development, but of course here, critical. 15-30 for Radzone here. Body language-wise, Kowalski has her right where she wants her.
And just the ability there for Kowalski, the experience in terms of just being the person who extends points, extend points, extend points. That's where it pays off late in a match. So 3 chances for Kowalski to make this a 2-break edge.
Called brick wall mode, right? That's what Kowalski's doing.
It's called long, I believe, from Kowalski. I believe she called that ball in the ad corner long. Is that accurate?
Looking here for a little body language. Ball going back to her, I believe so,
Yeah.
yes.
Oh, no. Okay.
Nope,
Yeah, okay.
Ball going back to her.
Okay, fair enough. I think we were looking potentially for an overrule there, but indeed, Kowalski to 4-love. So it looks like,
and Kowalski, you can see her yelling, by the way, to Morgan Kopic, saying, "We got this, let's go."
To point out as well, in case you are just joining us, yes, there's some fantastic action going on back behind us. Washington and Auburn. Auburn won the doubles point. Looks like they're going to pick up a point next couple minutes at the 6 line, but a very tight and competitive match between Washington and Auburn that is available for you at the ITA homepage. All of the play side courts available for you over there as we continue focusing here on Georgia and NC State. NC State with this 3-1 edge here. This 6 matchup, I think, in my mind, I say we put it aside for a little while.
I agree.
Considering it is a 2-break lead, if there is a massive development, we'll come back to it. But for now, we're going to focus on 2 and 5 where things are level on both. Let's go to 5 for the moment. Kopic and Abrams, 30-15 here on the serve of Kopic at 1-2.
It's not a direct comparison. If I'm golfing with my little brother, there are times I will yell, "Be the older brother. Be the leader." That's Kowalski and Kopic right now. They're saying to themselves, be the leaders. Be the veterans here. Come up with the big play.
I have questions about why you're yelling that in the middle of a
because we're a team always, and it's against my uncle and my cousin. It's the only time I golf.
Because it's an individual sport, so it didn't make any sense why he would need to be an older brother in that spot. Okay.
That's here. Be the veteran leaders.
Game points here for Kopic. 3 looks.
And I believe we see there, by the way, that sideline. You see a guy standing on court. We now have sideline official.
Yes, top left of your screen there, top
Yes.
middle, I guess. Yeah, covering the far sideline due to the fact that we're on 3 courts.
Yes.
There's a really good chip recovery ball from Kopic just to, again, extend. This is kind of the negative for Abrams, right? Yes, it's an aggressive miss. You gotta kind of roll with that and accept that that's what's going to happen. 2-all here in this 3rd set. Let's go over to court 2 for just a couple of minutes. Rincelli, Riasco, 2-all, 15-all. The serve of Rincelli for NC State.
You keep waiting for the Georgia bench to work their way towards this court 2. Right now, it's Ma. See Vietnamova.
You've also got a couple on the other side as well.
There we go.
You got them actually surrounding her on both sides for Riasco.
That's what you should be doing to a freshman, by the way. Surrounding her with support.
Wide. A little bit of an opening here, 15:30, and considering everything at stake here, if you are joining us late, missed the doubles point. Georgia actually had 8 clinch points to take the doubles point. 2 of them were on court 3. 6 of them were on court 2, where Riasco and her partner Vietnamova ended up losing 7-5. So again, that's just something you want to start thinking about as you get deeper into this match, if Riasco is able to build a lead of any kind. Really good defensive work again there from Riasco. You expect her to be the aggressor a little bit more than that, but just fighting off shot after shot. 3 chances here to once again, for the 2nd time in this set, take control of it. Already has been up a break once here. That's a lot of weight behind those balls from Rincelli. Just depth, precision, heavy balls there with depth.
That was a 17-shot rally on each of them. Depth. Impressive stuff there. The NC State sophomore. So 2 more BPs to fight off, though, Mike.
Cracks, connected, and delivered. Mel Riasco grabs the break. Georgia back out in front. 3-2 here in this third set. Let's go down to court 6, where Kowalski inching closer to putting another one on the board here for the Bulldogs. 5-love here in this third set for the grad senior from Chicago, Illinois.
I will say I was concerned the momentum from this match might trickle over to court number 5. Abrams just held for 3-2, so we're on serve on 5. Your NC State would view that match in a vacuum, but yeah, it's been all Meg Kowalski here in set number 3 on 6.
30 all here. Important for Radzone just to continue to extend as long as she can. Again, allowing it 5 and allowing it 2 to just to realize it's still 3-1. It's a pretty crucial spot here.
And positivity. Yep. I'd say just throw nothing negative into the ether. If you're NC State.
Powering through that forehand once again. Game point, which you can get here.
Yeah, you said it perfectly. Just stay alive.
The longer that scoreboard looks 3-1 for NC State in a situation like that, the better.
Absolutely.
Wide. So indeed 5-1. Radzone does get on the scoreboard.
Stick around here for a second.
Yeah, let's stay here. Just we'll keep an eye on the scoreboards on those 2 other matchups. We'll see if Kowalski can indeed make it 3-2 for us.
That's good.
Well, why are both players confused?
And here we go. Are we playing a lat? Did something roll over?
Maybe something rolled over. That would be the only thing that makes sense here.
Yeah. Or just like, hey, redo?
Yeah, it is indeed a let.
Yeah, okay.
Benefit to Kowalski there.
I think she called it as well, and I don't think Radzone loved that call. I think the ball rolls behind Radzone because I saw her just hit one back. Or excuse me, I saw Coach go grab one.
You're going to be the expert here, but I know at the professional level you're not allowed to call it as a player. It has to be called by the chair, not the player. Is that the same here?
I do not believe that's the same here. I do believe, especially with just playing 6 matches next to each other, balls are inevitably going to roll over. Drop. Oh.
And Mrs. Long. Meg Kowalski being Meg Kowalski. 15-love, and that is a huge swing in that regard with that let call. Very well should have been love 15.
We are keeping our eye on court number 5 right now, where it's 2-3 for Kopic, 30 all in her service game.
Also Riasco for Georgia serving 3-2, 30 all.
I've been keeping an eye on court 2. All of those points now 10, 15 shot rallies. Desperation starting to set in for both of these teams now.
That's going to be yanked wide. So Redzone again putting in the threat. We've got a deciding point on 5. Let's get to that deciding point on 5. That has a little bit more import here immediately. Deciding point, topic for Georgia, serving, deuce, 2-3.
Promise you, win or there's going to be a roar after this point. See who that roar comes from.
Going to the deuce side here. Pulled wide. Actually, a pretty calm celebration there from Sophie Abrams. Still knows she has a long way to go, but in control for the moment, 4-2.
And a 40-30 overrule of Abigail Rancelli at that number 2 spot gives a 4-2 hold to Mel Riasco. So momentum swings here. Of course, NC State only needs 1 month.
Yep. All right. And also on top of it, a couple of break chances down here for Redzone at 15-40 on Kowalski's serve.
Long?
I'm assuming so.
Yeah, that was too casual.
Yeah, 30-40 now.
But you look at this movement together. Momentum swings. How many times do I have to say it? The name of the game in college tennis. And you mentioned it earlier. For Redzone, just stay alive. You see what it does for Abrams next to you.
You don't feel alone out there.
Exactly.
Complete blowback there, Redzone. I think that skids off at the service line because she looked taken aback. So it is a match point now for Kowalski. Let's see where Redzone decides to take this. Side. That's fantastic stuff here from Redzone over the last couple of minutes, from 5-love to 5-2. So a little push here for NC State, but let's go to 5, where Abrams just getting that break, 4-2, but in trouble in her ensuing service game. It is love 30.
Watching this one from afar, and again, this is about as far on these bank of courts from our booth as possible, but you see the entire NC State team has huddled in the corner outside of your screen, but they've huddled in that corner right next to Sophie Abrams to support her after every point. All the stops being pulled out here. And a reminder, 3-1 overall still NC State. We've held here for a while now.
Double brings up 4 chances for Kopic to get it right back.
Is right.
It's a really good low backhand there from Abrams to keep that low herself. That could have gotten away.
What'd you think of the center target?
Fine with it.
Yeah, right? That's about the depth there.
I more than anything, just keeping it low from that spot and not allowing Kopic to have a really clean look at a backhand is huge. That's a huge thing for Abrams there. Riasco, Rencelli. Riasco remaining up a break 4-3 at 2. Oh, that's perfect. Right on the line. I think initially called out by Kopic, but yeah, that is
Quick
too
apology
clean. Yeah.
from her.
Too clean, too good from Sophie Abrams to force this deciding point.
See what side Kopic chooses to return from.
Two side. Jackie, by the way, gained points to make it 5-3, 1 court over. The break back for the Georgia Bulldogs and Morgan Kopic making it 4-3. We are on serve now here on court number 5. Let's go to court 6. This is the second time now that Meg Kowalski has tried to close this one out. 5-3, this time serving from the near side, asking for all 3 balls to be sent down to her side of the court before we go here. Uh-oh. Typically bad when you're not able to even get it to your own service line with a forehand.
You don't love that.
Love 15 for the veteran from Chicago, Illinois, Meg Kowalski.
And now if you're Amelia Redzone, not only are you doing your job by staying out there, the return of belief, I can win this match for my team.
Not there, however, that forehand gets away. Keeping an eye on 2 as well as Rencelli.
And if there's a break point there, Westhoff, you have permission, just go split screen.
It's 30 all there in that 2 singles spot with Riasco. So 2 straight getting away from Redzone. Kowalski 2 points away.
Game points now for Riasco as well. See on your screen 40-30 here in her 4-3 service game.
Fantastic, phenomenal stuff there from Redzone. Punching that forehand inside out. We do have that break chance on 2 as well. The break chance for Rencelli on 2 for NC State. Gets away from her. High forehand just sails. So it is Riasco who holds to 5-3 in that 3rd set.
I do want to point out now, far sideline officials on each of these 3 remaining courts. It will not be line calls that decide this match, folks.
Well, it still could be. That's only covering 1 line.
It's true, that far side
doesn't cover the baseline. It doesn't cover a service line. 30 all here.
Oh my goodness.
2 chances for NC State. Also, Sophie Abrams, 15-30 in a return game for NC State as well. That's at 5.
And Shelley serving to stay alive, 3-5 at 2 for NC State. So Westhoff have that split screen ready. May have to employ it here.
It's long. Yep, indeed. Called long there by Kowalski. So it's a match point on her serve this time for Meg Kowalski. Looks like it'll be ad side, huh?
Looks like it. 30 all now on 5-2.
Closed out, Racquets able to make it 4 straight games, 5-4. She's forced the issue down on court 6. Let's go to 5. Morgan Kopic for Georgia, serving 3-4, 40-30. Just won a big point at 30 all. Missed return, a big aggressive flat return out of Sophie Abrams. It ends up being flat. We're level. It's 4 all here.
I'll keep my eye on court number 2 as well, where Abigail Renshelley serving down 3-5, up 30-15. You see it on the top left side of your top left corner of your screen. A reminder, it is NC State leading 3-1 overall. May not feel that way anymore with the positions we're at in these third sets, but
yeah, we're on serve at 5 and 6. So
yeah, exactly. This match feels dead even at this point.
it'll be a let, obviously. Perfect feet there from Kopic. Perfect feet, and that's swatted away by Sophie Abrams.
She better be careful, Mike.
Well, there's nobody back there on her side of the court. Let's go over to court 2 just for a moment here. Keep an eye on this one. We'll be popping around quite a bit here over the next couple of minutes. Renshelley, 40-30 now, was able to grab that point. So 3-5, 40-30 for Renshelley. Caught the back of the baseline there from Renshelley, so it is a hold to 5-4. Riasco's going to serve for the match coming up in just a moment. Who won that point down on 6? So we were looking at
15, I believe.
It's 15-30
now.
So let's go to court 6 as Kowalski for the umpteenth time, is 2 points away from this match.
Well, can we just talk about that forehand from Rincelli? Laughably perfect. Laughably perfect at 3-5, 40-30 in the third. I love it, folks.
All right, so 3 chances here from Meg Kowalski. 3 opportunities. Two match points already for Kowalski, or deciding points.
Opportunity is the opportune word for this Georgia team in this match.
It's called long. Yes, it is. Kowalski calls it long, and she has picked up a point at the 6th line. Meg Kowalski, 6-2, 4-6, 6-4. And the lead has shrunk. Now 3-2. A little bit of a dispute on that call. Not exactly the friendliest handshake you have ever seen, but that means we're down to just 2 matches, at 2 and at 5. Let's go to 5 for the moment. It is 4-all on the serve of North Carolina State's Sophie Abrams.
30-all as well.
30-all as well. Yes, thank you, Alex.
I got you with the dunk, my friend.
Bit long. Abrams, that so much emotion just for a routine missed backhand.
This was always the concern, or if you're a Georgia fan, the hope in this match, having your seniors next to each other. As one goes, the other goes.
Riesco, sorry.
Topic push. No, we see it simultaneous with this Kowalski victory.
Riesco serving for the match. It's 15-all over there for Georgia, but we're going to stay here for these 2 break chances.
How's that for a serve +1?
Deciding point. Feels like it absolutely could be what decides this match.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, 15-30 for Rincelli at that number 2 single spot. May need some simultaneous action, super producer Daniel Westhoff, so stand by for that deuce point here on 5.
That's a gutsy hold there for Sophie Abrams of North Carolina State, getting it to 5-4 as we stay on serve there. Let's move over to court number 2. The serve of Riesco, serving 15-30 here in this 5-4 game.
Sailed on her. 30-all here. Worth pointing out, I've been locked in again. 10 to 15 shots, Mike. That's the average rally here at 2. Things have gotten extraordinarily physical.
shaky, tentative point from Riasco, and it goes back to where we were in the doubles, where Riasco and Vidmanova at the 2 doubles spot for Georgia missed out on 6 match points, now trying to close this out on her serve and facing 2 break chances.
I'm glad you said it so I wouldn't have to. That was tentative, and it started with that second serve, which Ranchelli let Riasco get off the hook with. But look at the court positioning. Riasco on the baseline. Ranchelli on the baseline. Riasco 5-6 feet behind it. 2 break point chances here to get us back on serve at 2.
Well, that was not a tentative backhand by any means for Riasco. Very strong stepping into that court, forcing this one into a break chance and match point. Abigail Ranchelli getting louder with every consecutive swing, fighting off the match point, and we're at 5-all. Let's get down, however, quickly to court number 5, where it's match point right now for NC State. Sophie Abrams has 3 match points returning here at 15:40.
This is what it's all about. Quarter-final day.
Sophie Abrams provides the clincher. 6-4 in the third, and NC State is moving on to the semifinals of the ITA National Team Indoor Championships.
What an exceptional fight from both of these teams. And you have to give so much credit to these Georgia Bulldogs who, after blowing that doubles point, would have been very easy to just disappear mentally. They did not. They dropped 4 first sets in singles as well, and yet very, very nearly, Mike, flipped the script here in this match, very nearly earned the victory. But man, that's back-to-back 4-2 wins for NC State over Georgia in a national quarterfinal. We said the theme of this weekend, new blood versus blue blood. NC State very, very quickly, Mike, turning into a blue blood here in women's college tennis.
It's going to be a big moment in the career of Sophie Abrams as well, the sophomore from Germantown, Tennessee, the transfer coming from a smaller school as well against a grad senior in Coppock for Georgia, but she continued to fight, and those emotional peaks and valleys were definitely there, but it pays off in the end. And I give a lot of credit as well to Amelia Radzicki, ending up losing that match at 6 singles, but staying out there, going from 5-love down to 5-4, and making sure that her teammate Abrams was not out there alone. And as a result, Abrams just able to come through, and she's the one who gets the glory for NC State in this 4-2 win, setting up that in-state matchup in tomorrow's semifinals with North Carolina.
2 things I would say off of that. A, couldn't agree with you more. Radzicki, the hidden MVP. No, she didn't get the victory there at that number 6 single spot, but just her presence there again to help Sophie Abrams along, to provide that momentum boost, saying, oh man, we're fighting back at 6. This is our match to take. Undeniably played a role in this one. And then Abigail Ranchelli, who doesn't finish her match against Mel Riasco. I wish all of you could have seen the face on Ranchelli when she found out the clinch came somewhere else. She was crushed, Mike, crushed to not be able to finish that match. What a fight from El Riasco, who you have to give props to, performed about as well as you could have asked a freshman to bounce back from after that doubles performance. But I mean, again, this NC State team may be new faces. They're here to stay, Mike.
Yeah, it's this is a kind of loss that sticks with you for a while for Georgia because of the fact you had all those clinching points on the doubles side. Yes, you had certainly some opportunities to I mean, Riasco herself obviously was serving for that match just a minute or two ago. And Kopic obviously had a break chance late in that one for Georgia as well. So yeah, really a struggle on how you recover, because again, you have one more match for the Georgia Bulldogs coming up tomorrow. And that's going to be a tough one. Big picture, maybe it does help in terms of learning from that and how you finish matches, how you finish that doubles point, especially. And that's going to be, I think, the heartbreak more than anything for the Georgia Bulldogs. You go in with that 1-0 routine doubles point as it should have been. A very different story, I think, for this match. We're going to, I believe, try to talk to Coach Earnshaw. I probably should sit down so people don't see my knee as you switch here to our two shot.
I got to give you a sit down signal. That's on me. Yeah, as we switch here to the two. Although, let me just say, beautiful knees, my friend.
I mean, I was going with the captain pose there for a second, a little bit awkward.
Well, we've earned it after that matchup. But to your point, and you started to say that, I didn't mean to interrupt you, as we wait here for head coach Simon Earnshaw, who I believe is speaking with his team. And he was a little frustrated with us yesterday. We bailed out on our interview with him before we were he was ready and prepared to speak with us. So we are going to stick around for that. I believe we're still scheduled for 3:30 to start. Have we heard anything about the Pepperdine? Because Pepperdine Cal didn't get a full warm up in there.
Yes, they have.
So they have officially.
Yeah, they've been able to warm up on multiple courts. So they might still delay just a little bit, but yeah, they should be pretty close to ready. It looks like the team huddle is.
By the way, we've played catch up over on our far bank of courts as well. Auburn 4-1 victory over Washington. They end up getting straight set wins at 3, 5, and 6. So we are all caught up at our 3:30 p.m. hour now. What a match. Obviously, what a big victory for this Auburn Tiger team as they look to earn themselves a top 16 seed come the NCAA tournament. But yeah, again, welcome to quarterfinal day here at the National Indoor event. Certainly, we knew 4-3 matches were going to be in there. Now, that was only 4-2. Nevertheless, that was extraordinarily exciting stuff from NC State, and for them to pull that match out again in the fashion that they did. Hard to be anything but impressed with the result. And you see the thumbs up there. That's me giving super producer Daniel Westoff the green light, as we are now joined by a man who's got to be feeling pretty happy about his team's performance there down the home stretch, Simon Earnshaw. Coach, thank you for joining us. You steal that doubles point, end up with a 4-2 victory. Start here. How are you feeling right now, Coach?
Yeah, as long as I don't get arrested later for that theft that we had there in doubles, then I'm a lucky man today. Yeah. I mean, what can I say? The doubles points kind of seems like a little bit of a blur right now. I wouldn't say it was our best moment in doubles. I mean, I actually thought about kicking the trash can at one point. Maybe kicking the can's about what it takes. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot to that match, right? A lot of layers. The doubles gave us the ability to just keep our nose out in front. And I told the girls at the end there, I mean, us just always having another court or another set. Ultimately, I think that's what managed to get us just over the top, right, in the end. But
I was just going to say, it was actually 8 clinch points that Georgia had, a total of 8 over courts 2 and 3. I also, Coach, was pointing out Amelia Radzecki down 5-love in that third set. You have those bank of 2 courts where Radzecki's playing along with Abrams, who ends up with the clinch. What did it mean to have Radzecki find that fight from 5-love down just to extend so that Abrams is not out there alone? It's not all just focused on one, but you have your teammates there together and able to kind of push together.
Yeah, I mean, I think that and just dividing attention, right, from the following. I mean, I feel like Georgia had more people here than we did. But for sure, I mean, anytime we were talking the other day that Miami has the turnover chain, maybe we need the turnaround chain. I think those turnaround moments are so important. Even if you don't ultimately get your point, the support that you can provide for a teammate, or just dividing their energies and their attention enough that maybe you can get something past them when they're not looking. And I'm sure that it was hard to tell from where I was. I don't know why there's not a scoreboard on that court. I noticed that when we got here today. I was like, what happened there? Number 12 doesn't get one. And so thankfully, Tennis Ticker kept me up. I'll give them a plug right there. But I was checking that. And yeah, I mean, we just kept hanging around. I could hear Millie, and I think just that presence, it's very comforting, isn't it? And comfort means confidence. And if you can get any extra little bit of confidence, then hey, I'm all for that.
Coach, Alex has been telling me a lot about when it comes to doubles, your system, just that idea of, if you will, just kind of a classic doubles and what that means in terms of transition games, in terms of your singles as well. Your players are very aggressive, but controlled aggression. And I guess, what does that mean when you are late in matches? Because it feels like your players always seem to be in control of their own destiny as singles players as a result.
Well, I think in doubles, we really weren't able to play our style. I mean, we do have a name for it. I want to say I heard Alex calling it some system. We have a name for it. I'll keep that one quiet. But I think one thing is ultimately we got to the point where we were forced to do it. And I think particularly, I didn't see so much at free doubles, and we've got two new players there, but with Jada on the court there, at number 2 doubles, we started finishing at the net and we started shortening the points, and there became almost like a cadence between the points and in the points. And, in many ways, it's along the lines of the thought process in football that if we can snap the ball 90 times a game and run more offensive plays, then maybe we got a chance of hitting some. And by the same token, if we can get on the front foot and we can force it, we can narrow the court, which I think when you're playing on quicker courts like these, the narrower the court, the better. And finally, we started landing the ball up the middle, whether they got a bit passive or they weren't making as many first serves, but all of a sudden we started finding our way in. And I think the same thing, it's the same way in singles. We call it crossing the service line. Crossing the service line doesn't mean you have to hit a volley. But I think there's a lot of metrics that show if you finish points in the blue here, blue and green the courts. If you finish with your feet in the blue, your chances of winning points increase tremendously. And I think that goes even further if you cross the service line. So, look, we're constantly hunting opportunities to move forward and try and force errors first and foremost. And I think for the most part, if we can do that, then it's going to be, maybe people call it style of play. I don't think it's a style of play. I think it's just pragmatism.
Yeah.
At the end of the day. Yeah.
Nothing wrong with ruthless pragmatism, Coach. And obviously my final question for you, and I promise I'm not giving away all the secrets on the broadcast here, but of course, Carolina up next for you. Yeah.
No secrets. Everybody knows.
Exactly. Yeah, and the Tar Heels as well as anyone. You see them all the time in conference play. They're right down the road from you. What's it going to take tomorrow to get the job done, knock them off?
So we played them the second match in Chicago. Mm-hmm. And I think we were still lacking depth, I would say, at that point. We were going at the top and 1 and 2 doubles. We clearly have that, we had that last year and all the way through. We played them last year in Chapel Hill. I wouldn't say we were physically jaded in that match, but we'd come off a 4-3 win at Miami and then a 4-3 win, which was a very emotional win at Duke, particularly for our seniors. And even though physically I felt we were good last year, we just weren't completely sharp against them. We pushed, I want to say, 5 matches to 3 sets. And look, the other thing, and we'd actually talked with Drake and Jeff about this. We're playing Georgia, and this is 5 years out of the last 6 we've played in either the indoors or postseason play. But interestingly, compared to the match that we played 5 matches ago for Georgia, they're very different teams, right? And I think it's very different teams for UNC. So we've sort of been chipping away and trying to accumulate a little bit of progress. And, let's see if we're there yet tomorrow. I think recovery is going to be the name of the game for the next 18 to whatever the heck. I don't even know what time it is. It's whatever time it is.
3:30.
Yes, 3:30. All right, it was a 3.5 hour match then. Okay, great. But for the next 18 hours, let's see if we can recover. I think we can play better.
Yeah.
I think that's for sure. And, some of that was Georgia didn't allow us to play completely free. So let's recover. It's one more day on these courts. I think we'll feel more comfortable. And yeah, I mean, look, it's the neighbors up the road. It's the one we need to get, and we'll give it everything we've got tomorrow.
I love it. Well, I got one last message for you, Coach. Trust the system. Trust the system. That's what we're doing here at Cracked Racquets. That's what, of course, we see your team doing on the court. So again, Coach, congratulations to you and your team on a fantastic victory today. Obviously, we'll keep some health in tomorrow's matchup against UNC.
Cheers. Go Pack.
Love it. Thank you, Coach. Well, with that in mind, that'll do it for our coverage of quarterfinal number 2. Again, I think I'm just going to start holding this up moving forward. Trust the system. That's going to be my message for everyone. Mike, any final thoughts on quarterfinal number 2 before we take a quick break and get to quarterfinal 3?
Yeah, just a very strong performance from NC State, and I think that aggression is the thing that pays off big picture for them more and more and more. Just a very talented team, and it's going to be a fun one. Tomorrow with North Carolina, we've got a fun one coming up in just a couple of minutes. In fact, players are heading towards the courts right now. It'll be Pepperdine and Cal. We're going to take a short break as well. I'm going to let, again, Alex refuel for just a couple of minutes, but commentary continuing and also all this coverage for you as well from the 2022 ITA Division I National Women's Team Indoor Championship presented by Cracked Racquets.
But credit to freaking Navarro, man. She didn't do that. She manages to flip the script and then, again, just hits her way out of problems, whether it be the forehand, the down the line. That's what the number one player in the country does. It's like, I'm not playing my best. Through sheer power of will, I'm earning the victory today. That's what Emma Navarro did. And I mean, again, I don't think Florida lost this match. I think Virginia went out and won it.
Yeah, I mean, Virginia, back against the wall, came out and took the match. Mm-hmm. And I thought Florida played really well. I thought they showed that they belong to be here. They're back. They're in contention here. They will be a tough opponent in the SEC with the Georgia, Texas A&M, Auburn today. So I thought this was a really high-quality match. Overall, I thought both teams came out of this match looking really impressive. Navarro slowly becoming like the Draxel of college tennis with these 3 sets.
She's going to be playing at 2 behind Travinsky pretty soon.
I mean, she better watch out. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I was surprised to see her drop that first set and kind of be close in the second until she started to pull away. But overall, I think, look, you feel both. I think both teams come out of this match feeling good.
Yeah, this was a really fun match. And I do think, to your point, the way Texas A&M comes out of that Cal match thinking, what the F just happened? I think Florida's like, we know what happened. We were right there. We think outdoors we could take this team game style-wise. They were more aggressive, but we saw that tactically. And I think if you're rolling, you love the way your team competed from start to finish in this one. Again, you got to lose a match like this sometimes to learn how to win it later in the season. Better to get this loss out of the way now than in May. Florida's a top 16 team, unequivocally, and they'll be right there in the top 10 hunt throughout the course of the season as well. But again, I wonder if Coach Sarah O'Leary's ever heard of the North Carolina program before. You think she knows about it? You think Virginia knows anything about these Tar Heels? They've only, taken their coach, their associate coach from there. They've only played them a billion times over the past few seasons. UVA, UNC, part 2 million. What's your take, Jay? Give me the calculus. Give me the prediction.
Yeah, I mean, these teams know each other well. If anyone knows how to coach against Coach Calbus, it's Sarah O'Leary.
By the way, but let's be clear. I'm blanking on the name, but associate head coach as well also played for Coach Calbus.
She did, Gina Suarez Malaguti.
Thank you.
Otherwise known as Peaches.
Yeah. I didn't want to say Peaches on here because people are going to be like, "You've lost your mind, Alex." I'm like, no. That's what they call her.
That's where you got to go the full name first, and then you can drop the peaches.
Exactly.
I think it's going to be a great match. I'm excited to see how these teams face off. Look, UNC just looks so dominant in doubles. That's been a weak spot for UVA throughout the season. You have to lean UNC in doubles. Heavy lean towards UVA at number 1 singles. And I think heavy lean towards the bottom of the lineup for UNC as you start to look at 4, 5, 6. So ultimately, I think UNC comes away with this match with doubles and kind of a bottom of the lineup victories. But look, I mean, the recipe is there for UVA, and so it wouldn't surprise me. This UVA team, even in the past few years when they have not been that strong, has found points against UNC. They have played UNC tough, and I expect with a more talented, more deeper roster this year that they do the same.
Well, Navarro's a must for UVA. They got to get that match at 1 with how Morrow's looked and just the depth Carolina brings in, match out. But, I mean, Travinsky Scotty, is not a definitive Scotty. Trans Subash, Trans lost once, but Natasha Subash can freaking play. And, you think she's going to lose 2 matches in a row at 3 singles? That's not a bet I think anyone would take if I offered that to you on January 1st. Crawley Munera, you feel like that's got to be UNC.
Yep.
5's probably got to be UNC. 6 probably got to be UNC. That said, I do think there's a world where Virginia drops the doubles point and still wins this match. They did it against Stanford. They've done it against Florida. Why can't they do it again against North Carolina? I think tomorrow's a day of 4 threes. I think we're going to see a lot of them across the board. And by the way, it's ITA National Indoor Quarterfinals. That's usually when you see them. Obviously, same question I asked you about A&M ODU. Just give me your prediction. Ohio State, as well as they're going to take on a hungry Florida team. I think Ohio State indoors, you probably like that from a matchup standpoint.
Yeah, you would. And I think probably 2 days ago, I would have said that's an Ohio State victory. Probably feeling a little less confident in that after the Florida victory, Florida loss today. But I mean, clearly Freudian slip. I felt like it was a good performance from them. I'll go Ohio State. I'll go Ohio State in doubles, 1 and 2 others.
Yeah, okay. I like it. Good prediction. All right, let's move on now to our next matches. UGA Washington, 4-0 win for the Bulldogs. Match number 3 of the season for them. Looked pretty good for match number 3 of the year. And, of course, you look for this team. They end up taking the doubles point pretty comfortably. Wins at the 2 and 3 positions, of course. They also get wins from Kopic, 0-3 at 5. And then the freshman, Riasco, 2-2 at number 2. Vita Manova, who I am all in on, Jay.
Okay, I was waiting for
this. On
this.
Vita Manova. Oh my gosh, we can get there in a second. 3-4 victory for her to clinch. Yeah, she got a little tentative at the end, but the complete package, size, fluidity, defense to offense, can turn into a forehand, rips the backhand on the return when she gets a clean look at it, comfortable moving forward and volleying as well. I'm all in on Vita Manova. She's got it. And I think in Riasco and Vita Manova, you can't ever replace Katarina Jokic with one player. With 2 freshmen like this, it's not a replacement, but you definitely feel better about it. Again, I get now what the coaches saw.
Interesting. Yeah, I wasn't able to see much of that match, so that's good.
Would you
interesting
work or something?
Yes, something like that. And so that's interesting. I think Washington needed to get the doubles point.
Yeah.
I think once they lost that, you felt like, okay, this is probably going to lean pretty quickly the way of Georgia. And look, they put up fights. Washington did in a few of those matches, right? Particularly, they were in it at 6. Vanessa Wong, we know what she can do. She was leading Leah Ma. So, and at number 4 as well. So they were in it in singles. Had they gotten that doubles point, it would have been a different match. So, look, we didn't know how these freshmen, Riasco, Vita Manova would perform here at indoors. Seems like they rose to the occasion. Fascinating to see how they continue through this tournament.
Yeah, it's again, I think for this Georgia team, or I think on the flip side for this Washington team, they just weren't comfortable until like an hour and a half in. I thought Vanessa Wong played really well at 1, and she can compete with anyone. Was probably going to beat Leah Ma today. I thought Sato at 4, really good, 7-5 first set victory for her over Hurdle. who I'm still not sold on at that number 4 singles position, but to push Kopic and Kowalski, who put 2 6-0 bagel sets on the board at 5 and 6. Again, Georgia in this match end up taking 4 of 6 first sets, and they end up winning the match 4-0. That's a pretty efficient performance from the Bulldogs. Any final thoughts on this one?
No, I mean, credit to Washington. They fought back at that number 6 singles position. We're hanging tough there. So I think you're right. I think we thought maybe Georgia would seem a little shell-shocked at the occasion, but it looks like it was Washington. Took a while to warm up. Look, they're going to have a good season. I'm excited to see how Washington progresses, both in this tournament and the Pac-12.
Yeah, and obviously tomorrow for Washington, it's going to be a tough test. Washington-Auburn's a really fun match where we're going to learn a lot about that. And that's a
high-stakes match.
No, that's like, do you want to be a top 16 seed
Yeah.
come NCAA tournament? You better win this freaking match because, of course, for Auburn, I mean, look, they gave NC State everything they could handle today. The Wolfpack ultimately taking a 4-2 victory, and you look for NC State, it's a pretty similar recipe that we've heard before. They win the doubles point, 6-1 win at 1, 6-1 win at 2. Ultimately, straight set victories from Nell Miller at 4, Sophie Abrams at 5, Jada Daniel with the clinch at 1. Match was far more complicated than that, and I don't think NC State played particularly well. And again, it's always a good sign for a team when you cannot play your not best tennis and still ultimately earn the victory. But they got lucky. Jada Daniel came back in that second set, and she was down 5-2, rips off 5 straight games. That match goes 3. Again, Ansari takes that first set 7-6 over Negroho. That match was either going to take 7 hours to finish, or Ansari's going to win that match in straight sets because Negroho just ran out of juice in the end. They got lucky. That, again, we were very close to a 3-all or, a 2-3, but 2 3-set matches going 12 hours.
Yeah, you're spot on, right? That Jada Daniel match, that splits. You're out there for another hour.
No, you're with us. You can say we.
We in spirit. Yeah. So, but I'm still so impressed with NC State's doubles. I mean, just the 6-1 victories, right? I mean, it's just dominant doubles.
Say it. The system
from NC State, it's working, and it worked again today. And I was surprised to see Renshali lose in straight sets. Was surprised to see Rajecki lose in straight sets as well. But overall, I think this match told me more about Auburn than it did NC State. Right, this is Auburn's first real test of the season, and I thought they acquitted themselves extremely well. So I think they're going to be a force in the next 2 matches that they play. And look, they're another team that next tier in the SEC, they're going to be right there.
No, they were good. They were very, very good. I would love to see them play Texas A&M. I feel like they could beat Texas A&M if they played them tomorrow. Now, could they beat them 3 weeks from now, 2 months from now? I don't know about that. But this Auburn team, I would be surprised if they don't get a win at some point here this weekend, and it's a tough side of the draw. I mean, you look at the other side, Ohio State, Florida. If you lose, your match tomorrow, if you're Auburn, you got to play one of them. The loser of that match, and God, a Florida Auburn match, wouldn't that be fun early on? Even Ohio State Auburn would be super fun. But Auburn's in the mix. They are that good. I wasn't so certain. I didn't watch that much of the Arizona State, UCF kickoff weekend, but they've got the talent everywhere. It was a bit anecdotal to say they're good everywhere. They really are good everywhere. There was no one who I would say that was a bum performance. I just thought, Miller and Abrams played particularly well at the bottom. But again, you look now, NC State, Georgia, and I was talking with Coach Earnshaw, and I'm going to butcher this stat. I apologize, but they've never scheduled one another formally. They've never been like, hey, Jeff, you want to play? I'd love to, Simon. Or, hey, Simon, you want to play? I'd love to, Jeff. And, I'm pretty sure this is the 5th time they've played in the past 40 years. And it's just there's only room for one red, black, and white team at the top of college tennis. And this is the theme I keep stressing. We crafted it together, I'm going to say, but I think you might have said the phrasing, and then I cleaned it up a little bit, dropped the. It's cleaner that way. Thanks. It's new blood versus blue blood, right? That's the story of this national indoors. NC State is new blood. Georgia is blue blood. That's what this quarterfinal is, plain and simple.
Yep. Yeah, I think it's going to be quite the matchup, and will be Georgia's 4th match on the season, right? NC State, probably the most callous team coming in here.
This is their 10th, I believe, and they've played 7 real matches.
Yeah, I mean, intense strength of schedule. Yeah. So look, I think it's going to be a fascinating matchup. I think NC State takes doubles. I'd be shocked if they didn't. They've looked so strong to start. I think Jada Daniel gets a win over Leah Ma at 1. I think
Whose ankle was bothering her all day today, by the way. And she just, again, it's always tough to see with Leah Ma, like how much effort is she ever giving, because everything she does is so nonchalant. Although she let out a come on today when she got the break back in the second, where I was like, oh, Leah Ma. Like, I was like, hello. But you're like, fair.
The Leah Ma Alana Smith match is quite the intriguing one, because
burns into my brain.
Yeah, they both have like a very lackadaisical casualness about them that is interesting to watch. So very Spider-Man Mimi. So too bad we're not getting that matchup here at number 1. So I think Jada Daniel, right? She'll bring the fire. I think she'll come to play in that match. I think she'll get that victory.
And she's played so well of late. Wins over Tennessee, South Carolina, and now ultimately gets that win over Auburn.
Yeah, but you never know when she's not going to play well.
Yeah,
exactly. Right. I mean, she's on the win streak now, and hopefully for NC State, it lasts through the tournament. It's going to be interesting. It seems like you're super high on 2 and 3. I thought maybe we could see some dud performances from the Georgia freshmen. That's going to be a fascinating matchup.
Welcome back inside the Nielsen Tennis Stadium, and right away into a deciding point here in Pepperdine. And Cal, Mike Cation, and Alex Greskin joining you for this one, the 4 and the 5 seeds here at the 2022 ITA National Division I Team Championships. And Cal throwing in that double to get us back on serve. This is, of course, as Alex will point out, the second time that these two have met already here in the season.
Indeed, and it was such an impressive victory for Cal. Opening weekend of the season, they traveled to Pepperdine, and they won a 4-3 win over the Waves. Now, worth noting on that occasion, Pepperdine did take the doubles point, ultimately dropped the match. We saw for Cal yesterday, they dropped the doubles point 4 first sets in singles before ultimately earning a 4-3 victory over Texas A&M. Now, the question for both of these teams, how much gas do they have left in the tank? For Cal, 5 of your 6 singles matches were straight set results yesterday, but emotionally, watching the ending of that third set between Viller Moeller at that number 6 single spot, that's just draining for everyone involved. On the flip side, it may have set a 4-1 scoreline for Pepperdine over Old Dominion. That was a 4-1 survival for these Pepperdine Waves. Always tough to beat a team twice in a row. Worth keeping that in mind for Pepperdine as well. But by every definition, this matchup is a toss-up.
Well, let's take you through these 3 doubles courts as we are into games 3 or 4 already. But starting with Cal, Haley Giavera and Valentina Ivanov. Giavera, the junior from San Diego. Ivanov, the junior from Sydney, Australia. And a very talented pair for the Cal Bears.
Talented, but they got blitzed yesterday by Makarova and Goldsmith, the Texas A&M number 1 duo, who are a top 10 duo in the country. Absolutely took it to the Bears at the number 1 spot. Now, Giavara, Ivanov, better than that result indicated. And I expect to see a bounce back from them today. At the same time, you look for this Pepperdine team. If there's anything to build off of from yesterday's match, it's how well they played in doubles against Old Dominion.
Yeah, for Pepperdine, Vicky Flores, the grad senior from Fort Dodge, Iowa, former Georgia Tech Yellow Jacket, and Lisa Czar, the junior from Stockholm, Sweden. You have mentioned quite often when it comes to Pepperdine, a lot of transfers part of this roster.
A lot of transfers. I know Coach Per Nilsson would be happy to fight Simon Earnshaw for the right to be called Transfer U right now in women's college tennis. And look, when you get a player like Vicky Flores for her final season, she's here for one reason and one reason only, and that's to compete for national championships. Flores, an All-American at Georgia Tech. Her and Kenya Jones, in my opinion, my favorite, the best doubles team, I would say, of the past 5 years in women's college tennis. Now, obviously, it's Flores and Czar. Now we got to see some of Vicky Flores yesterday. We can be honest, she did not play well. Would like to see her step up today, lead this team starting at the top, number 1 doubles.
A little bit of trouble for them here as she does miss that volley right into the net from about 3 inches away. But 15-30 here. Let's just stay through the end of this game in this number 1 double spot.
And the jump from Lisa Czar here, another one of those returners, the rare returners on the Waves roster. Just counting on her to step up this season, up to the number 2 single spot at number 1 doubles again.
On top of it, obviously the consolation final, the ITA fall natties for Lisa Czar earlier this year, 17-5 on the single side. Really a lot of experience in the fall. That translates typically pretty well into the spring.
I can go even beyond that for Lisa Czar, who has played 3 of the most dramatic doubles points I've seen with my eyes in college tennis history. All of them last year at the 2021 NCAA tournament. This Pepperdine team, 4-3 in the quarterfinals over UCLA, 4-3 over UNC in the semifinals. They then drop a 4-3 thriller against Texas. What do all of those matches have in common, Mike? The winner of the doubles point went on to win the match. Pepperdine had match points at the number 1 double spot in last year's NCAA final. Blew those match points, unfortunately. Lisa Czar was part of that team. She'll have that in mind and be well aware the importance of doubles here at the start.
So already a pretty big moment here. Again, 30 all this time. Not what a pickup. Too much here from Cal. They're going to have a couple of opportunities to go up a break, 2 break chances. We'll get to our other 2 courts.
Worth noting, this is a rematch from their first matchup. Flores and Czar were up 5-2. Match went unfinished, though. Pepperdine had already clinched.
Clean return winner, down on 3. Here on 1 for Cal.
That wasn't nice. Oh, man.
Another clean return winner, up and down the courts.
And I do think if you're Cal, you are, yes, they won 4-3 last time, but you know, again, they dropped the doubles point in that matchup against Pepperdine. And so there is still something to be learned, something to be gained here to start the match. Also worth noting, Pepperdine will have firmly circled here as we see something happening on court 1. Some scoreboard confusion.
Yeah, Coach Augustus comes out onto the court for Cal. Yeah, we're waiting for a tournament referee actually here for the moment. All 4 players paused.
Interesting. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, let's move down to court number 2 for Cal. Jessica Alsola, the freshman from Fresno, California, Controversial, the freshman from Kirkland, Washington, taking on Savannah Brodus and Janice Chen. 3 very good freshmen on this court here. 2 for Cal, 1 for Pepperdine.
Yeah, and this is a fun matchup. And again, you look at last time, this was a matchup where Brodus and Chen 6-2 decision over Alsola. However, she was partnered with Richardson the last time they played. And so again, slightly new pairings here, 2 and 3 doubles. We see Pepperdine has kept their teams, though, from that first matchup. It's Cal doing the switch here.
I want to point out that it wasn't a tournament referee. We were actually waiting on a trainer.
Gotcha.
It looks like a little bit of tape for Lisa Czar on her shoulder is upcoming. So that's what we're seeing, that pause here on 1. Brodus is one that certainly stands out, and obviously Versham, very talented. But yeah, 3 of the most talented freshmen in the country on this 1 court. Let's go down to court number 3. There's already been a break down here.
As we see, by the way, the break for Pepperdine at 2, so we're back at 2-all here on 2.
Breakdown here for Fukuda and Yamachkine for Pepperdine, taking on Rosenquist and Richardson for Cal.
Yamachkine, I hate to use the term doubles specialist because she would be playing singles for 75% of the teams across the country here for Pepperdine. She gets to focus on that doubles spot, and in particular to have her at number 3 with someone as experienced as Shiori Fukuda, an All-American in singles. And that's your number 3 doubles team. This duo on the 6 love victory when these teams first faced off against one another. And as of now, Fukuda, Yamachkine running away with that set at 3.
Going to have a deciding point here. Still getting tape is Lisa Czar on court 1. After getting that break to 3-1.
Look at Yamachkine, where she's returning from. Aggressive positioning.
It's a decent swing, just missing top of the tape. So Keeps it tight, does Cal, to 3-2 here in this opener on 3. Let's go to court 2. This one, the lone one without a break lead at the moment. 2-all for Pepperdine and Cal.
And remind me, did we say there were 3 or 4 junior Grand Slam champions in this national indoor?
Now you're going to make me think.
Yeah.
I think we ended up with 4.
I was going to say, I believe 4 was the number we came up with. Savannah Brodus, one of those junior slam champions we have here competing this weekend, was a junior slam doubles champion. We've seen that double success translate right away. It's her and Janice Chen earned that victory yesterday as well.
On top of it, Brodus had a really strong fall on the single side, 15-4 overall in the fall.
Of course, Janice Chen, last year's NCAA singles semifinalist. It's a lot of talent on one side of the net.
Left very early, did Wiersholm, and Brodus made her pay. Easy backhand up the line. We are back playing again on court number 1. Czar getting a little bandage on the, almost actually looks like a cut bandage as opposed to a K-tape or some sort of wound management.
So now I understand what happened. So she said, I saw her do a motion across her body as if to say, you know, she had whiffed or something or hit her shoulder. And I think that's exactly what happened. Her strings hit her shoulder and drew blood.
So it got nicked. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. That would make sense. All right, so it's here. Go to serve and quickly to 3-2. We stay on serve here for the moment on court 2.
Let's go to 3 now if we can. Fukuda, Yamachkine, the only 3-love lead, but here come Rosenquist and Richardson. Me too here now. Love 30. Make that love 40. So
it just keeps adding up.
Yeah, 4 breakpoint chances. There we go.
Rosenquist, the senior from Onsala, Sweden.
Ooh.
I don't like the play. Multiple times where it could have come in, had the 2-up type of a situation. You and I, when we were calling our last match, talking about that a lot with the NC State doubles. They are very progressive in terms of moving forwards. Not so much here for this Cal duo.
Georgia as well, right? Georgia was supremely aggressive, and you know that's why they put themselves in a winning position. I am interested to see this Cal team, who, again, with all due respect, got punched in the face in doubles yesterday. You didn't really get to see their plays. Texas A&M didn't allow them to get to it. That is also, though, my concern here for this Pepperdine team is they're not going to punish Cal for sitting back the way A&M did. A&M played extraordinarily aggressive, particularly at 1. Pepperdine, it's a lot of, let's let our talent speak for itself. Let's just out-tennis them here on the doubles court, not out-doubles them. That's always an interesting strategy to negotiate.
Alex, when you have this many transfers, as you do for Pepperdine, how long do you think it takes before you really have come together and gelled as a team?
I have asked both head coach Per Nilsson, assistant head coach Pete Billingham this question. Do they feel like they have the chemistry? Do they feel like they've gelled? Their answer, and I know they're offering some double talk, obviously, given you're speaking with a journalist or whatever you want to call me, the answer is this team has clicked right away, and it helps to have someone like Flores who just is a smile the moment she walks in the door, and that energy, that positivity. She just wants to win. And, you know, same deal with Janice Chen. She's a sweetheart, so kind, and, you know, again, just wants to win. Brodus, freshman, talented, just wants to win. There are no negative characters. There's no drama, really, when it comes to this team. They're on a mission. Why did we transfer here? Because we'd like to win a title. We'd like to pull a Baylor, dare I say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bold statement there, but yeah, we've got some time to gel and do have a national title in hand here this week. Winner gets either Texas or Oklahoma. That match is coming up for you at 6:30.
And again, if you gave truth serum to Per and Pete, if you asked them, do you expect to win this? They would say yes. However, they would also point out we're indoors. Pepperdine does not play indoor tennis. I think it's outlawed in Malibu. You can't have an indoor court.
I would actually say that they probably would say no.
Yeah.
That they don't expect to actually win this, and it would be a bonus for them if they do.
I mean, Per expects to, if Per Nilsson he's as competitive as it comes.
Sure,
so,
I get that.
Yeah.
But yeah, realistically, if you get them in what you would call a saloon, you would probably understand that, yeah, they're going to say, listen, we come to compete well. If we get there, it's a bonus. But yeah, we want to see how we compete, how we match up, and maybe do some scouting as well for later in the season.
You're a hair too old and your daughter a hair too young to make a Harry Potter reference. I'm going to do it anyways.
Oh.
It's a okay, so you're in.
Jeez.
Virtua Serum, the truth serum.
Of course.
Again, you got to slip that to them to get the true answer there.
Just watched Harry Potter, the first movie with her just a couple of weeks ago.
First time?
Yeah.
Oh,
for
my
her.
Yeah, that's I'm so jealous. All right, call me in for when you get to 2.
Definitely not there. You're getting nowhere near my 7-year-old. Your energy level would match. Though.
Yeah, exactly. That's my strike zone.
All right, so a big spot here. Again, 3-all, 30-all on court 3. That's a lot of threes.
Cal competing very well here to start the doubles, Mike.
When we talked to Coach Augustus yesterday, you know, I think she was pretty open about the fact that, yeah, they don't have a lot of indoor experience. And this is, if I'm being blunt, for both teams, this is the ideal quarterfinal opponent.
Yes.
Because neither one has that excessive indoor experience. So it's kind of level in that regard.
No, perfectly put. And I do think you look for this Cal team, the confidence they'll get from yesterday when they clearly didn't play their best team from the start and still managed to escape with a win. To get that after a disappointing 5-2 loss to Michigan, you're certainly starting to feel a bit better if you're these Cal Bears.
So great chances here for Kuda and Machkane. We'll have 2 looks down there.
Ooh. On the errant return, you hit your partner. You hate to see that. And Machkane, a little love tap to Fukuda there. Oh, bet she just do it twice? Oh, no.
That I've never seen.
Oh, so, again, not to bring up the older brother, my older brother's doubles partner, his senior year, hit him back-to-back serves on a point. They broke up the next match.
As they should.
Yeah.
All right, deciding point. Obviously can't go back there. Indeed. Yes.
Yeah.
Bakuda's going to take it on the deuce side, no doubt.
Double love tap. Trainer back out for blood number 2. That was sarcasm.
Okay.
No trainer. Yes, no sarcasm.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
It's entirely possible. Yamachkane really makes up for it there. That little dipper to grab the break. Pepperdine back out in front for 3. Let's go back to court number 1. As it is Cal trying to close out this doubles point, surfing 5-1. Czar serving. Excuse me, Ivanov serving. Apologies.
Nice serve, yes. Cal all white. For those of you watching at home with the kits. Pepperdine the blue tops. This is a shocker, though. 5-1 here for a team in Flores and Czar. I believe you'll have the exact record in front of you, but I know they've been successful here in the fall. They're a duo that had, you know, they were top 15 entering the season.
Yeah, Czar was 8-4 in the fall.
Yes. I believe all of her matches were with Flores.
Okay. That's nasty. Really nasty. Incredible control, though, from Flores to avoid the net cord there. But yeah, just dirty pool going with that lob over the top.
6-4 was the number. 6-4 are
okay.
Flores and Czar.
Formation, no, they pull off of that. Navarro is going to stay in traditional here.
Coach
you see that?
Augustus is going to go right away to the chair umpire, right?
Has to. Yeah, Augustus is mentioning this because Vicky Flores throwing up her arms into the air, that was...
You can jump, right? You can do a split step left or a split step right, but you can't throw the arms up in the air.
that was...
That's a hindrance.
Wow, that's actually... I'm a bit surprised Coach Augustus didn't make more of a deal out of that because, yeah, I don't know that the chair is going to change anything.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. Ivanov finding that backhand up the line to 30 all, 2 points away.
Probably a result of the scoreboard, if we're being honest here. 5-1. You don't want to distract your players with some sort of chair umpire discussion if you're Coach Augustus.
That's one where she probably said something and then let it go.
Exactly.
Formation here for Giovera. That's clean. Perfect into the corner. Break chances upcoming for Czar and Flores.
If we can split screen on court number 2 as well. Super producer Daniel Westhoff, 3-all deuce point coming up in the Pepperdine service game. And 3-all deuce on court number 2.
That will go long from Giovera. That's right into our corner. We could see that one long.
Oh, and a sneaker up the line from Pepperdine on 2. So they get the break for, or excuse me, the hold for 4-3 on 2. The break for 2-5 on 1. Meanwhile, let's go to court number 3 right now, where Pepperdine serving up 4, I believe 3-40-30 now.
Correct.
Little mini waves push, right?
A little bit. As soon as you say that, the double fault is mixed in. So it's going to be another deciding point. They're coming fast and furious right now.
And I think it's the strength of your commentator, Jinx. It's so strong, it's rubbed off on me.
Or was that not a double? Yeah, it was. Okay, so they're just staying into the ad side. Okay.
That's Yamachkine serving.
Singles players playing doubles in that moment, really costing Pepperdine, and we are back level here at 4-all. But just that lack of cohesion, of understanding, of movement together.
And if you saw Yamachkine, she gave Fukuda, hey, that's my bad. I should have joined you after you hit that overhead. Poor court positioning, poor communication. Way to capitalize if you're Cal. 4-all here. So again, 4-3 on serve at 2. Pepperdine leads. 4-all on serve here at 3.
The only break lead is for Cal up at the 1 spot. It's going to be on Giovera's serve in just a minute.
Let's go back to court number 1. Flores and Zaro are so slow coming out of the gates. And it feels like they have now finally woken up. I suppose that jumping dance will do it for Vicky Flores. It's a wake-up call dance.
Yeah, I don't love that.
Yeah.
I'm still a little bit icky on that. I'm all for a little bit of gamesmanship. I think I'd say that, Alex. I won't say as long, but I still have limits.
Yeah.
Gamesmanship is great. Limits.
No, again, a shoulder fake there, totally cool. Or even something with the feet. It's just you can't wave the arms like that above the head.
points, 4 of them here on the serve of Czar with that left shoulder. You see the bandage there. Just a little bit of blood on that left shoulder. The return will miss. You want to go down to court number 3, where it is 40 love on the serve of Rosenqvist and Richardson, 4 all. Simple little hold, and it's 5-4. Cal out in front now here on 3. So let's go back to 1, because there seems to be a little bit of drama building. Again, Cal racing out to this 5-1 lead, now to 5-3, and it's quickly love 15 on the serve of Haley Giovera.
And Ivanov has objected to a couple of calls over these past, I'd say, 8 points. That far sideline one for the hold she didn't love from Lisa Czar. I'm feeling very, very vulnerable right now here at 1. We saw it again. But see, that one I don't mind, because that one's a little shift, and that's a border. That one is on the border. Yeah. I agree with you. The first one was blatant, though. I think that's a little more borderline.
Yeah, the idea of throwing up your hands,
it's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. As the kids say, do less. Still, again, looking for this team. Chen and Brodus 6'3" yesterday. Czar and Flores 6'3" as well. Given the dominant nature of Pepperdine in the first doubles point these two teams played.
That match at 2, by the way, is 4 all,
yeah,
15 all. So we'll just keep an eye on that one, as that one has been locked for quite some time. So Zari is going to step forward, way forward inside the service line. Gets punished for it. That return from Flores left wanting.
It's a good eye, though. I like that formation there from Cal to try and set up an easy first volley for Ivanov. Just given her struggles in these past few games.
Well, crunched right into the body there, Lisa Czar. 30 all. Massive point here.
Czar last season partnered with Ashley Leahy, former All-American, top player in the country. That forehand from Czar, that's the Leahy influence right there.
2 big 30 all moments here on 1 and 2. That sails from Giovera.
It's a much better return from Vicky Flores, who let that last one float. That one much more decisive on the rise. 2 break points here on 1.
Pepperdine also winning that 30 all points on court number 2.
And holding for 5 all on 3.
Flores goading her into that. Giovera pulling the string and pulling it wide. So Czar, Flores have worked their way back into this one as we are back on serve. Let's go down to court number 3, 5 all. Fukuda Yamachikane Rosenqvist and Richardson in this one.
Such better court positioning there for the Waves. Yamashkine no longer content staying back at that baseline. She got burned for it in her last service game, Mike.
Rosenqvist moving forward. Richardson, the junior, here serving from Bournemouth, England. (16-4) in her fall doubles campaign for Richardson.
It's not bad.
It's decent. Sail just long.
It's a great cut, though,
It is.
from Fukuda.
Yeah, but that's just simple angle on the racket. It's a 7-inch, in case you were wondering, 7-inch height difference between Rosenqvist and Richardson. 6'1" and 5'6".
Okay. It's their version of the odd couple. That's a layup.
It's just one of those movement balls,
Yes.
right? And that's, again, if you go high percentage, you're going through the middle there. This doubles match has been so low percentage for me. It's just not really I don't know. It's
the
difficult
antithesis
watch.
of NC State, Georgia.
Yeah.
It really is.
That being said, game points here for Richardson.
Well,
Who's
they-
back?
California schools, they don't play indoors. They play two-back doubles.
It seems pretty simple to get us to 6-5. Let's go back to court number 1 here. Or do you want to go to court 2?
No, let's stick on 1, but
Okay.
Westhoff, prepare the split on 2 if we can, because right now, Brodus, Chen, 5-4, 15 all in the service game of Alsola and Wiersholm. I believe it's Alsola serving right now for Cal. Indeed, it is at 2.
Couldn't redirect properly there from Flores. Left wanting. It's an easy finish for Ivanov. 2 points away once again, Giovera and Ivanov. Should miss long. Indeed it does from Ivanov.
And if we can, super appreciate any Westhoff. Now is the time for the split. 15-30 for Brodus and Chen. Now 30 all. Oh, nice Alsola serve again. If we can split between 1 and 2. Oh, just long on that return. Yeah.
Giovera, that return again, trying to go low percentage into the alley instead of a higher percentage shot. So it is Pepperdine looking to level us at 5-on-1. Cal looking to do the same on 2.
Wouldn't have it any other way. Court 2, Alsola with the money down the line backhand. She holds for 5 all there. Meanwhile, again, game points here on 1. 4-5, 40-30 in the service game of Vicky Flores.
Oh, yikes.
Oh, yeah,
Misses by a couple of inches there from Lisa Saar, bringing up a match point for Giovera and Ivanov.
Rosenquist and Richardson, if we can go split on 3 as well, they've got 3 break points, which act as match points as they're leading 6-5-2. Don't want to miss that.
I mean, Cal could win this here in 30 seconds.
The team's really trapped momentum here, so not shocking. It's going to be a split decision.
All right, so there it is on 3. Cal taking that.
Let's go to 1 full screen.
Well, I go there up the line. Just an easy finish for Giovanna. So all that drama, full of sound and fury.
All for nothing.
All for nothing. That's
Cal,
exactly right.
Cal in the end, 6-4 win at 1, 7-5 win at 3.
Yeah, not the highest percentage doubles that
Yeah.
I've ever seen. Just a little bit chunky, a lot of singles play mixed into doubles. And yeah, not the cleanest, but it is Cal who gets through this one with a 1-0 lead. So what we're going to do here in the broadcast booth, take a short break. The teams are going to have their huddles, going to set their singles lineups. We're going to do the same and come back. You are watching the quarterfinals of the 2022 ITA National Team Indoor Championships in Madison, Wisconsin.
To a year ago today when those two faced off. So very well done there. But yeah, I mean, this is back-to-back losses, right? She had one dual match loss last year, and that was to Scotty in that match. So this is concerning for me. I think she definitely has the game to play 2-1. I mean, she's so talented. This is the disappointing performance, and I hope to see her turn it around at some point during this tournament.
I'm not trying to belittle what you just said because you're 100% right, but 2 losses and we're hitting the panic meter. Like, I just love that that's the standard for sure. No, I know.
It's,
You're being,
it's
I
more.
know.
It's the fall. Right?
Don't ruin my joke, okay? Just, I'm tired. All right, let me have my moment. This version of Alex finds that very funny. But no, on the flip side, if you're SC, I say you put this in the trash bucket. Like, you're like, we don't even think about this match. I really don't think they played well.
Yeah, you almost have to give all of these non-indoor teams like a 1 match pass. Like we gave, Cal
mulligan.
had their
This is your mulligan.
Exactly. Cal got theirs today, right? When they had their Michigan mess up, right? You see Pepperdine.
I don't know. Michigan's really good.
Michigan is great.
Number 1.
Yeah, they're certainly in your top 10. Right, Pepperdine, you saw kind of getting that indoor rust off, and look, we'll see what USC does tomorrow. Kind of the same thing we said about Cal, right? We'll see how they'll turn back up against A&M after that Michigan performance. So, look, I think just the match calculus for USC, the paths to victory are pretty narrow, and so that just puts a lot of pressure on these players. I think that could be a little of what you saw today with Cayetano, knowing that like she needs to pull off a win. So we'll see how they bounce back tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the Trojans compete. Certainly, they will feel like they have a winnable match against Wisconsin tomorrow on paper. Of course, why is Wisconsin going to be playing USC? Because they lost to Oklahoma in our nightcap. Really fun crowd. Shout out to the Madison community who showed up over 100 plus to watch the doubles point. It was really exciting. I actually thought Wisconsin played really well in doubles, and I really like their number 1 team of Sayan Mukartova, who pushed the Corleys to the brink there. And, again, Johnson and Markham, get a 6-3 win at number 3. Now, ultimately, it was the depth, the talent, the experience of OU that won out. And this was another instance where I thought very similar to Washington, where it took Wisconsin, except for at that number 1 double spot. Sayan Mukartova showed up from the get-go at doubles. And I think, outside of that, though, and obviously at number 3, Johnson and Markham was there all match long, but it took them like 2 hours to wake up. Like, it really did feel like they were down 6 first sets in a blink of an eye. Yeah. And obviously they lost that doubles point. They started to make some pushes. Obviously, you look at, I thought it was 6-1, 5-2. Sleeth was up on side. That match was far closer than that scoreline. Markham takes the second set at number 2 to earn the split with Corley. And, Stoika is making a push against Pisareva, and I believe she was up a break in that second set for the majority of it. But, like, Shanta, Staker, they continue to roll. By the way, Shanta, not Chanta. Shanta as in
good to know.
Yeah, just so you know, my friend. So on the Chanta, it's Shanta. That was pretty good. Lock that in, my stuff. Sorry. Ivana. Ivana. It shows you where my head is. Anyways, I thought Corley played really well. I actually did. I thought that was a pretty
Which
good,
one?
Excuse me. Corley Sr., as I thought Mike called her. And I was like, Corley Sr.? I was like, what are you talking about? And he goes, no, Corley the Senior. And I was like, oh, yeah, but we're going to call her Corley Sr. from now on. I thought she was just painting lines.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought this was a great performance from Oklahoma. They did what they needed to do. I think you're right. I think the Wisconsin push did come. It was a little too late, but they tried to make some pushes in those second sets. Overall, I think Oklahoma looked good, right? Did you find out why they made the move with Lane Sleeth's number one?
I tried to ask, and I got my typical response. I freaking love Coach Cohen. I'm such a fan of her. She is intense. We were joking about it. I swear to God, they warmed up for 5 hours today. Like, I swear to God, the moment there was an open court in Cal and A&M, they took the open court and they were like, let's practice. Let's just keep going. And credit to Coach Cohen, because when you're sitting around there and just watching, getting lazy and stagnant, you get dead legs.
Your first indoors, too.
Yeah, she didn't allow her team to do that, and she talked about it when we talked about her afterwards. They've adjusted their entire team's cycle, so they're getting up later in the day, and they're eating later, and they're prepared for these late-night matches, so they're peaking at the right hour of day. To which I said, you don't have to lie to me. I know you wake up at 10:30 every day. Come on. Like, isn't that why you're a head coach? I just think they feel like Sleeth's playing the best of the three right now. And, I don't think today's tennis suggested anything else.
No, it didn't. I'm a big fan of Carmen Corley's game. I think she's
good.
Yeah, of all the players, I think she moves forward so effortlessly. She's always looking to come to net in a way that you don't see a ton of in the game right now. She's super fluid. So she can be up and down, but overall, I think when she's on, she just looks so good. So that section of 2 through 6, I mean, they're good. So they're good at every single position. And the strength paid off here against Wisconsin.
Yeah, and again, it was the freshmen coming through at the first national indoors. That's just file it under things you love to see if you're Coach Cohen. With that said, Texas, Oklahoma, Red River rivalry. This is the first of multiple times. I'm going to guess at least 4 times that we see them play throughout the course of this season. Give it to me, Jay. What you got? This is your. Are you going to make the pick? Are you going to stick with it? This has been the one you've been waiting for.
It is, but I also have the chance 3 other times this season. But I think that is interesting theme of a quarterfinals. These are all matches we are guaranteed, except for NC State, Georgia, because they don't like to schedule each other. These are all matches we're going to see in the regular season as well. So these teams are familiar with each other.
I also think it's pretty new blood versus blue blood, except for Pepperdine Cal, who are both kind of blue bloods. But they're not quite new bloods, but they're not blue bloods. They're like those. They're just bloods.
Yeah, I mean, Cal historically is actually much more of a blue blood than Pepperdine has been.
Yeah, but Pepperdine tennis, even on the men's side, I know that's riding that reputation, but Pepperdine tennis has always been in the mix.
Sure.
Yeah. Anyways, carry on.
So, I think this is going to be a fun matchup. I have to lean Oklahoma in doubles. They have found a way in all of these matches, it feels like, to just escape that doubles point. Look, you got to go. If I'm looking at this from the Texas perspective, you got to go Stearns at 1. Man, Shanta versus Zainalova. That's a tough one. This is going to be a tough match. The only ones that I look at and I probably lean one way is I will give Stearns to Texas. And I got to lean Ivana Corley at 3 to Oklahoma. I thought she looked much better than Shavathapan today. That's about it. That's about it. And I give Oklahoma dub. So I got Oklahoma up 2-1, and we'll see where the rest goes. Prior to the tournament, I predicted Texas over Oklahoma in this round, so I'll go Texas.
Okay, I was going to say, if you didn't make a prediction there, you gave Oklahoma 2 points. You only gave Texas 1. I was going to say you have Oklahoma advancing 4-3. That's all I have to say. 4-3. I agree with you 100,000%. And with that in mind, it's day 1 of your 2022 Division I Women's National Indoors. Again, first ball to last coverage.
Well, welcome back in. Singles is underway. We've got a couple of holds across the board right now. Pepperdine, California, after the Bears able to snag that doubles point. Mike Cation joined by Alex Gruskin here as this ITA National Team Indoor Championship presented by Cracked Racquets continues. Quarterfinal, day number 2 here. I don't think we even mentioned the fact that we do have a very exciting matchup going on just back behind us. Texas A&M just won the doubles point against Old Dominion, winning at the 1 and the 2 line. I think you and I had some questions before we get into the singles lineup here. We were wondering if Carson Brandstein was going to play today. She was in the doubles lineup for Texas A&M, so just something to keep an eye on. She definitely struggled physically in that matchup. One of the premier stars, I think, here on in the college landscape.
Absolutely, and we talked about those consolation matches, their importance. All of these teams here this weekend pursuing to be host region site come the NCAA tournament. You're a top 16 team in the country. You get to host the first 2 rounds of the NCAA tournament. Of course, Texas A&M's an SEC school, so they're going to have opportunity for ranked wins. But for Old Dominion, this matchup this weekend as a non-Power 5 school to get the opportunity to rack up a couple of Power 5 wins, it's critical that ODU does not go 0-3 this weekend. That match, absolutely one to keep your eyes on.
Well, obviously, we are on court number 1. Just give you introduced to everybody around these 6 courts in quarterfinal number 3. In case you missed it, North Carolina and NC State. North Carolina State already into the semifinals here. In this one, Pepperdine represented by Shiori Fukuda. Bears have Haley Giavera up at the top, and obviously a power-packed, experienced duo here at the top for both Pepperdine and Cal.
It's a rematch of their original matchup. Of course, we talked about that earlier. Cal taking a 4-3 win over Pepperdine despite dropping the doubles point in Malibu earlier this season. Now, on that occasion, Fukuda 6-1, 5-7, 7-5 victory over Giavara. You look for Giavara, who plays first strike tennis through and through, looking to go big from that baseline. What Fukuda does so well is absorb a first strike, redirect it with pace. Now, can she do that for 2 hours, 2.5 hours, like it takes to beat Giavara over the course of 2 or 3 sets? That's the question for all of us to ask. This is a fun contrast of styles, though, at the 1 spot.
Moving down to number 2. Lisa Czar, the junior from Stockholm, Sweden. She is the one, you remember, of course, got that bandage on the left shoulder, Band-Aid, a very large bandage on the left shoulder with a little bit of blood. Shouldn't affect her too much. She takes on Valentina Ivanov for the Cal Bears, the junior from Sydney, Australia. So 2 juniors with a lot of international experience in their junior careers, and now juniors here on the collegiate careers.
Lisa Czar 2-2 win over Ivanov coming in their previous matchup. Now, Ivanov has struggled indoors. No denying that. Lost fairly quickly yesterday to Makarova of Texas A&M, and takes a loss against Michigan as well in her 2 indoor matches of the season. Lisa Czar looked great yesterday. Was off the court in routine straight set fashion. Again, after dropping the doubles point, given the lopsided result in match number 1, on paper, this is one you circle if you're a Pepperdine fan.
Moving to court number 3.
Well, do you mind?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Just because break point here, I am curious to see how Czar acquaints herself, can get out of this jam. It's good. It was that type of net chord, sure. So funky, it bounced all over the place.
Of course, so we'll stay for this deciding point here. Czar was 17-5, as I mentioned earlier, in her fall season on the singles side.
Lisa Czar physically as gifted as you're going to find a player in college tennis, always in for the fight, ready to make this match 2.5 hours if need be.
A very grindy type of a point, and Czar on the scoreboard as we do at the 2-1 game all. Now we move over to court number 3, where it's Jessica Alsola for the Cal Bears with an early break here. The freshman from Fresno, California, taking on Vicky Flores, the graduate senior out of Fort Dodge, Iowa.
Vicky Flores pushed to 3 sets yesterday. Was actually trailing 5-3 in the third of her match against Al-Qaeda of Old Dominion. Now, again, for Vicky Flores, I think we can be candid. She just hasn't played her best indoors here over the first 2 days. Someone with so much experience playing indoor tennis at Georgia Tech. That Alsola's up to an early break here. 1-love, certainly concerning. And again, this is another rematch from match number 1. Alsola, a 6-3, 7-6 victory in their first matchup.
And after that one, Alsola winning the Pac-12 Player of the Week honors due to that win.
You beat Big Match Vicky, you're going to get some sort of accolade, Mike.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
So we'll keep an eye on this one as it is 15-30. You want to stay through this game?
Yeah, let's, again, a sensei of mine once told me, let these matches breathe, right? The other thing is I want to see the nervous energy for both of these teams. For Cal, you now took the doubles point. I think there's kind of a look around like, wait, what did we do? For Pepperdine, I want to see the fire.
A little sloppy there from Alsola, as Flores will have 3 chances to get it right back. Couple of unforced errors there out of Alsola, not able to consolidate 1-all here, and we'll keep an eye on that one as we move over to 4. Janice Chen for Pepperdine. Break chance and able to convert that break chance. Sophomore out of Jakarta, Indonesia. All-American 1 year ago at Oregon. She takes on the 6'1 senior from Sweden, Julia Rosenqvist for Cal Bears.
And this is our final rematch from match number 1. Rosenqvist, a 6-2, 6-3 win over Janice Chen. Now, it's worth noting that was a completely different Janice Chen than the one we have now. Janice Chen injured throughout the fall, was still working her way back early in January. It's a great start for last year's NCAA singles semifinalist.
We have a little bit of the change in the lineup coming in here for Pepperdine. That's why we've got some movement in this lineup. We should point that out as well. Savannah Brodus now at the 5 spot as we move over to court number 5 for Pepperdine, the very talented freshman, a Grand Slam champion for her 2019, freshman out of Carrollton, Texas. And Katja Bierschel, these two know each other pretty well. Another one of those talented freshmen out of Kirkland, Washington.
No, and yesterday was Brodus playing the role of clincher for her Pepperdine Waves, earned a 3-set victory against ODU. That's a match. She comes back 2-6, 7-6, 6-4. How do her legs feel? Again, for a freshman, we know all these players in ridiculous shape. That's why they're Division I college athletes. At the same time, it's not only the physical fatigue, but the mental fatigue for Savannah Brodus, who was so locked in down the home stretch of that matchup. Katja Wiersholm's done one thing in college tennis, and that's dominate everyone she's faced. She won't be flustered. Although it is interesting to note, this is probably the opponent she's known best throughout her college tenure thus far.
I went and just looked. They did not play in any ITF events.
Okay.
That doesn't mean they didn't play USTA events over the
There's got to be
years.
like a girls 16 San Diego matchup from over the years.
I will say this, having, and I'm sure you're the same way, the ability to not have all of the USTA results in one location along with all the ITF results, it's very challenging. I would love to know what their previous scores were.
I need the Jeff Sackman of the juniors.
Yeah,
like,
that's
what I need.
tough.
Just one,
I mean,
there's only one Jeff. I know.
Well, how do you just accumulate all of those results? That is the real tricky one.
I was going to say theft. Like, maybe that's really it.
Wiersholm as high as 5 as the recruit here over the last couple of years. Nation's 5th best recruit last year, 90th ITF ranking. He's going to face a break chance here.
I have a theory. It's the sibling theory. Having seen her older brother play so many national indoor events, that helps Katja, right?
I don't think it just has to be indoors. I think,
so many college events, correct.
Yeah, that ability to see him and what he went through, not only as a college player, but also as junior as well. It's going to be the deciding point here to the deuce side.
By the way, you see that tape on the left shoulder of Wiersholm. We saw that same tape yesterday. I know more preventative than a sort of injury, more about pain management.
Well, this one's going to be a little bit spicy, no doubt about it, as Wiersholm does consolidate, get it to love. And we head down to our final matchup of the day. Cal's hero yesterday, Hannah Viller-Moller, that epic three-setter to clinch the 4-3 win over Texas A&M. She is in some trouble early, down love too quickly to Nikki Redelich, the sophomore from Windermere, Florida, who is getting her first taste of play here, the ITA team indoors.
Of course, Redelich has been a contributor to this Pepperdine team throughout her tenure, and worth noting, Redelich faced off against Wiersholm in the team's first matchup. Wiersholm a 5-5 victory. Viller-Moller earned a 6-1, 6-3 victory over Savannah Brodus. I think the question you and I must both have on our minds, how much does Viller-Moller have left in the tank? And any three-set clinching 4-3 scenario is going to drain you, but in particular with the way Viller-Moller played, grind after grind, loopy ball after loopy ball, this is a tough matchup against a fresh Nikki Redelich.
Yeah, that's I think a really good decision for Pepperdine to have a very fresh player against somebody who is absolutely exhausted right now. And right here, it's love 30.
And if I may add, why do we not see Pat Shkaleva in the lineup today? She lined up at number 4 singles yesterday for Pepperdine Waves. 2 reasons. A, again, after the fall season, she flew back home to Russia, wasn't able to join this Pepperdine team until, mid-second week of January, right? Wasn't right there when the semester started. B, she didn't play particularly well yesterday. Petchkaleva, a straight set loss to Old Dominion. So I think with the depth this Pepperdine team has, and then again to put fresh legs in front of Viller-Moller, I agree with you. Great decision for the Pepperdine coaching staff.
Yeah, it might also just finally be matchups.
Absolutely.
I mean, it very well could be that they just like these 4, 5, 6 matchups against Cal, and I think that makes reasonable sense.
Yeah, the Brodus one is the head scratch because, again, for Brodus, you would think with her power tennis, I kind of like her against Viller-Moller. Like that's the one to me where I would have given that a second look. Although again, Viller-Moller beat her 1-3 in their first matchup, so you're definitely on to something, is what I would say.
All right, so it's still break chances here. Viller-Moller serving, and listen, her style, if you weren't with us yesterday, there's a lot of high loopy stuff that's what she kind of retreated into, especially once we got into the second set, just depth. And Morellis for Texas A&M was able to find some ways to get in and be aggressive. But listen, for her to be successful, she's going to have to mix in pace as well. So we'll see if she's able to do that today.
I'll also say in terms of a matchup perspective, Redelich will see those rollers from Viller-Moller and go, you want to do that? That's fine with me. Like, let's play roller tennis. Whereas Morales of Texas A&M was a bit more stubborn in her attacking nature.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see if Viller-Moller also just continues to look for those backhand-to-backhand matchups like she did yesterday as well. Third break chance here for Redelich.
Another one fought off.
So deciding point. Also going to keep an eye on 3, potentially head over there in a moment, as Flores has break back points for a 4th straight break in that matchup early.
And Giavara opening things up at 1 with a break, 3-1 now. Cal leading at that number 1 single spot.
Deciding point will be on the ad side.
Nice serve to get out of trouble there if you're Viller-Moller. So Still lead for Red Alert 2-1 here on court number 6. If you'll allow me, Mike, I do want to go to court number 3 now, where Vicky Flores is looking to get that break back.
Yep.
Against Jess Sola.
I'm in your world, my friend.
Normally I disagree, but Nielsen Tennis Stadium, you really are in my world.
Well done. That ball stays very, very low. I've noticed that a lot here today. It's not a high bouncing court by any means.
We've seen that miss, though, more times than I've ever seen from a Division I college player. Those bouncers before the net speaks to the nerves of this environment, but I mean, that's a bad miss for Vicky. The form of the miss, bad miss for Vicky Flores.
Little error on that dropper from Alsola, and Flores makes her pay. So we start this match here on court number 3 with 4 straight breaks. Holds scarce, to say the least.
You look for Cal. They have come out firing at the top at number 1 and 2, but for now, let's go to 5. Savannah Brodus just looking to get on the board. That's Katja Wiersholm. 3-love lead for Wiersholm. 15-30 in her second service game. Of course, if those who haven't seen Savannah Brodus, power tennis, the name of the game. She wants to be the aggressor, find that forehand.
Yeah, and that's a really good example of it. I really like her footwork when she moves to her left. That's going to be key for her, and she obviously has big pro aspirations. That ability to move to her left and run around to hit that forehand consistently from the ad corner, that's going to be key to her success.
And it keeps her proactive with her footwork, which is ultimately what you want on any tennis player. And by the way, great fist pump from Brodus to head coach Per Nilsson, who you see there on the sideline. Very indicative. Very indicative of the energy she's showing. Meanwhile, the GOAT has chimed in via our friend Colette Lewis. Brodus and Wiersholm didn't play in juniors that I recall, but Brodus did get a 3-set win over Wiersholm in the second round of the 15K in 2019 back in Lubbock. Shout out to the GOAT as always, Colette. Thank you for the tidbit.
Missed it.
A little cute there.
Yeah, absolutely. And you don't exactly want to be cute and float a drop shot against Savannah Brodus. Her transition game also very, very good. So Brodus does get one of them back to 3-1. As we head over to court number 2, Czar and Ivanov. Czar serving 2-3 for Pepperdine.
You can feel an early tug of war here for momentum from both of these teams. I have to say, the fight we're seeing with Pepperdine and Cal here is exactly what you'd hope both teams come out.
I want to let you, as well as we watch this point, in terms of what you're looking at visually, how the courts are set up. For many of you who have never been here, especially for those of you out in California, right? This is a bank of 2 courts. Czar Ivanov here, this is 2. Just to the right on your screen is the court 1. And then back behind those stands are the other 4 courts. So these 2, singles 1 and singles 2, these 2 are essentially out on islands by themselves with the other 4 back behind. So just to kind of give you the layout of the land, Czar is in a little bit of trouble here at love 30.
I thought you were saying California. This is indoor tennis. That's what happens when it snows. Snow, frozen rain.
I need to correct you on something.
It's
though.
not
I
frozen
mean,
rain.
It's not
I
frozen
know,
rain. It's freezing rain.
As it came out of my mouth, I was like, he's going to correct me.
Frozen rain. Then you're
Hail.
imagining icicles
Yeah.
just falling from the sky.
Well, let's tell the Californians that's what it is. That's snow. Ice. We're just extraordinarily tough.
So 4 break chances here for Ivanov.
And I'm telling you, Cal, strong start here up top after losing these 2 spots the last time these teams played.
Nice movement to get one of these back. Yeah, what was their score line when they played?
So in both of these matchups,
yeah,
redone. Fukuda 6-1, 5-7, 7-5 over Giavara. Czar 2-2. 2-2 over Ivanov.
Absolutely big swings there from Lisa Czar to fight off another one. Did that catch the line?
Good.
Absolutely.
And I hope all of you can see there's a man sitting next to that net post left side of your screen, just leaned back against the wall. That's Pepperdine assistant coach Pete Billingham, just trying to present this veneer of calmness and poise to his team.
How's that working for him?
Oh,
how did he not impart that on you?
Yeah, I've asked him for a generation.
Yeah, I bet. So a deciding point here to the ad side.
He was too energetic, too young then. There it is. That's twice now, by the way, we've seen Czar dig herself out of some early and big deficits in her service game. She holds 4-3 all here on court number 2. Let's go to 1. Haley Giavara racing towards the first set. We saw this from her yesterday. Was down 4-1 to Texas A&M's Carson Brandstein, but then ripped off, what, 5 games in about 15 minutes,
yeah,
Mike?
Actually, the whole match.
Yeah.
I mean, it was very quick, and Brandstein struggled mentally, struggled physically, just not complete at all. 30 all here, though, from Giavara.
It's a nice trophy pose there.
The net cord giveth, the net cord taketh away. So Giavara grabs a couple of set points.
To each their own, but that Haley Giavara ball toss is pretty freaking high, Mike.
It is. It's fine this week.
Yeah.
That's not. Hold wide, so it will be a deciding point. Fukuda looks to extend this one.
Goes back to the bad side here for this return.
Nothing there from Giovera. That was very successful. Poor approach, poor volley, and Fukuda does get a little bit back. 5-2 now here in this first set. Let's go down to court number 6 as we watch Redelijk and Willer-Muller.
It's been a flipping of the script. Redelijk running out to that 2-love lead. Had 4 breakpoint chances, was it? Love 40 to extend to 3-0. Now 2-all, 30-all. Funny how that happens.
Muller near side. That is pretty typical for her.
Also pretty typical. I feel like I've heard it disappear from our screen. 6 feet behind the baseline.
Tries to flatten out the miscue. And listen, we mentioned this during our broadcast yesterday as well. From Denmark, and had incredible success in Denmark in her junior career. Was #1 in the country under 12s, 14s, 16, and 18s. A Danish Fed Cupper, ITF ranking got as high as 103. So listen, you know, this style is sometimes hard to watch at times, but it's ultra effective when it's done so well, and she knows exactly who she is as a player.
There's no doubt, there's no hesitation.
Yes.
And at 6, that's all you ask for. Got sailed, right?
I think actually Willer-Muller did catch the baseline. No, she did. She is headed to the bench, so it is a break for Redelijk. Back out in front, 3-2. Let's go to court number 4. It's Chen and Rosenqvist. It is a deciding point on the serve of Pepperdine's Chen at 3-4.
And this match is yo-yo-ma'd around. Rosenqvist was down a break 3-2, now up 4-3 with a break point chance.
Decent swing trying to take that on the rise from Rosenqvist. The lengthy one, 6'1", but the miscue levels us at 4. Yeah, nothing with the exception of Giovera, who's 2 points away. Let's go back to court number 1. Everything really hangs in the balance still. Nothing just feels dominant on any court except for this one.
This one's got 3 hours written all over it, Mike.
It does. Luckily, our next match is not till at least 6:30, so we've got another hour and a half at least to clear out. I've been really impressed with Giovera's energy over the last 2 days, constantly being a leader in that regard up at the top of the lineup.
2 things I would add: she's always bouncing in between serves. It's also the ball she hits. It's Mach 5 every time. Now, sometimes that'll hit the back tarp. There's nothing wrong with being an all-back tarp team. You can hit the standard ground stroke that Giovera can. 3 set points here at #1 for Cal.
Will be pushed out wide, and Cal on the board with the first set of our singles. Giovera takes it 6-2. Let's go to court 4. Rosenqvist, 4-all, 30 love on serve with Chen.
She make that? She did. Ball just clips in, and again, Janice Chen has been the mystery wrapped in the enigma for Pepperdine thus far this season. Yes, still coming off of injury. NCAA semifinalist last year. Again, that accomplishment alone on paper, you put that player at 5.
Yeah, half-hearted dropper there out of Chen as Rosenqvist, who clinched 6 victories for Cal last year. That does get that hold to 5-4. Let's move down to court number 3. It is 3-all, 30-all in this matchup between Flores and Alsola. Flores serving for Pepperdine on the far side. And I will say this is the match that's closest to us, Alex, and it is loud. These two are getting feisty with each other. It's, again, 5th-year senior and a freshman here. But yeah, you feel there's a little bit of heat.
Vicky Flores is energy. That's what she just is, a ball of enthusiasm, and you love having that on your team. You hate playing against that as the opponent. And credit to the freshman El Solo, who's not taking any grief from Flores, whether it's the moving arms, any of it. She's like, no, we're not doing this. I am the better tennis player. Let me show you why. Chance for a 3rd break of serve here in the opening set for El Solo.
And just that piercing forehand again, staying very, very low. Yeah, a total of what, six breaks in 7 games?
No, 5.
Five breaks in 7 games so far here with Alsola back up front. Let's go to court 2. Deciding point right now, Lisa Zarr for Pepperdine serving at 3-4.
And it's been every service game for Lisa Zarr, all but 3 of the 4 now that there have been at least 1 break point chance for Ivanov.
It's good. Plenty of room, and listen to that roar from Ivanov. It actually reverberates through this entire Nielsen tennis stadium. You can hear the Cal Bears on the other 4 courts right now responding to that as Ivanov has a break, going to serve for this set, 5-3. Let's go to 5, where it is Brodus for Pepperdine serving 2-4, 15-40. Wiersholm with 3 break chances.
We are about 5 minutes away, Mike. 5 minutes away, I would say, from Pepperdine, Cal, potentially capturing 5 first sets here in singles. They have come out and played on their terms here. Maybe yesterday was a blessing for this young Cal team. The confidence it inspires in these teammates.
Did that catch the line?
I believe it did, just based off the reaction.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. But yeah, Wiersholm gets the break, 5-2. She's going to serve for a set in a moment. Let's go to court 2, where it is Ivanov. After all of that emotion spent in that last couple of points, goes down quickly, love 15. Serving for this set at 2. Double fall for her. Spins around in that little bit of frustration as she goes into hole left 30. Again, a junior from Sydney, Australia. She and Javera, doubles qualifiers last year. That's a big difference. In 2021, 2 wins though together that they were able to get over #1 ranked teams last year. And interesting that Ivanov actually representing New Zealand in Fed Cup action. Residing in Australia, dual citizenship for her.
That's the way to do it. Let's go to 4 quickly. Deuce point coming up, 4-5 for Janice Chen. She's serving to stay alive in the first set. And just given the way the scoreboard looks right now for Pepperdine, they cannot afford to go over in the set. That's a smart ball there from Chen. That goes behind Rosenqvist. So she holds 4-5, ball back to 2, please, Westhoff. And keep an eye on court number 5 as well. We'll go split screen if we have to. Katja Wiersholm serving for the set, up 5-2 on superstar freshman Savannah Brodus in the face-off of the freshman. We've had some good freshman face-offs today. Navarro, NC State.
Ivanova.
Yeah, exactly. They're a good one.
Yikes. The double here from Ivanov. So we've got break chances for Pepperdine on 2 courts here, of 2, and also over on court 3 right now.
I would be shocked if viewers at home aren't hearing Vicky Flores' match point in, point out as well. She'll do the play-by-play commentary for her court. We'll just provide score updates every now and then.
Oh no, a great point until it wasn't. Here's the split screen as we have 2 deciding points on 2 and 3. Cal out in front in both of them. This is a set point, of course, for Ivanov as well. The 2 line.
What happened down that overhead, though, for Lisa Zahar?
Flores grabs hers, so another break there. Oh, what a miss there from Lisa Zahar. Back-to-back points, 2 massive unforced errors. So Ivanov of Cal grabs another first set for the Bears. They've got him at 1 and 2 right now as we go over to 5 to see if Cal can grab another one. Katja Wiersholm, 5-2, 40-30 right now over Savannah Brodus. 2 looks for Wiersholm. Yes, great attacking stuff from Wiersholm there to grab a 6-2 set here in this battle of freshmen down at 5. So that's 3 sets for Cal as we move over to 3. And this battle between Flores of Pepperdine and Alsola of Cal, 6 breaks, 8 games. And as we say that, Flores has it to 30 love.
And it's taken heightened importance for Pepperdine as they have now dropped 3 first sets, the first 3 off the board. So by the way, if you're the Cal Bears or a Cal Bear fan, you are halfway home. Now it's a long way between that halfway mark and where we're at now. Excuse me, and where we want to finish. But if you're Pepperdine, Redelick's up a set 4-3 at 6. Chen's up a break, a break 4-3 at 6. Chen's up a break 6-5 at 4. Flores could get up a hold here. 5-4 at 3. That could prove critical as the Waves try to get things back to neutral.
Missed second ball there from Flores in that one. You hear it there, that celebration from Flores as she does get what has been in this match a very difficult hold, 5-4, as we go over to court number 4. As Pepperdine looking to get on the board with a first set. It is Janice Chen, 6-5, 30 love with Julia Rosenquist.
Just looking across the board here in this match, of course, now Pepperdine dropping three first sets. You ask yourself, okay, which of those players most likely to flip the script? Thus far, it's tough to say. Cal's been that good. Yeah, I was going to say that's probably the one where you feel like she had a bunch of deuce points. But then again, she's down love 40 in every service game. Makes this one that much more important.
Set points, 4 of them here for Chen. And the first one on the board for the Waves.
And listen to that from Janice Chen, letting her teammates know that's a set on 4. Now, of course, a bunch of teams do that. And we go to number 6 right now, one of those first sets still in play. But the Waves just trying to get some sort of wave of momentum going their way. Pun intended, my friend.
4-3, 15-40 here for Redelik of Pepperdine. Villan-Moeller will break chances. Well handled by Redelik, sophomore out of Windermere, Florida. Brother Jordy plays at SMU. First of her family actually born here in the States. Everybody else was born in the Netherlands.
Okay. I've met her brother a couple times. Very, very nice guy. Got super into last year's NCAA semifinals and nearly got tossed from there. It was great.
Both parents, by the way, also played in college tennis. Dad was at the University of Dallas. Mom was at TCU.
Okay, tennis family.
Absolutely.
Oh, Redelik.
Redelik certainly very prepared, obviously, for what she was going to see today, and kind of finding that good balance between staying back and being the aggressor. It's going to be key for her, again, moving forward. That is 5-3 now for Redelik, hanging on to that break lead on 6. Let's go to court 1, where it is a deciding point. Fukuda serving for Pepperdine against Navarro. Just wide. Yeah, just wide.
That's
there.
right by our broadcast booth. That ball went slow enough, even I can tell. Yeah, just wide.
All right, so.
And by the way, though, do you hear that? Let's go, She. Let's go, Vic. Some inter-court communication here for the Waves. No shamelessness in that yelling. They want to make sure we hear and we feel one another on each and every court. And you really like that.
Well, let's go to court 3, which has been the loudest of the courts. As Victoria Flores had that hold to 5-4, but Alsola matched it 5-all in this one. Just 2 first sets left to be decided, 3 and 6 at this stage.
Feels a little Spider-Man meme this match, right? Just the energy, anything you can do, I can do. We can speak in memes now, right? It's 2022.
Yeah, you go ahead.
I think that would sound great coming out of you, Mike. Hey, you guys know the Spider-Man meme? That's not my Mike voice. I don't know. I'll work on it.
That was a lot.
Yeah, sorry. Working on it.
It's hard to do memes without the visual. The visual is kind of crucial. nice finish right through the middle there from Flores. And again, you could just hear her making herself known down 4 courts from her.
And that's why she was such a coveted player on that transfer portal. You know you're getting a senior leader who's ready to walk onto your team, any team, and contribute both physically and mentally.
Actually, if we can, let's switch over to court 1 because Cal's Haley Guevara has been in control of this match from start to finish, and not so right now. 2-all. Had that break chance on a deciding point a moment ago, and now down love 40.
And look at Coach Pete Billingham there on the sideline, bouncing his toes, trying to say, let's get up, let's get energetic, Waves.
That misses out wide, so here we go. Shishi, Chori Fukuda, 3-2, has a break in this second set. Let's go now to court 6 with Redelic for Pepperdine, closing in on this first set. Villa-Muller serving 15-30.
I feel a Pepperdine push coming, Mike. I think from an energy perspective, you're hearing a lot of go Waves. They're talking between courts. This is where they're trying to make the push. They see they drop 3 first sets. I think there's a sense of urgency right now for Pepperdine.
That got away from Villa-Muller there, so Redelic's going to have 3 set points on the return side. What a drop shot there from Redelic, getting Villa-Muller out of her comfort zone and out of this first set. Redelic 6-3 here in the first. So it's the second first set before Pepperdine. They've now got 2, and Cal has 3. So let's move over to court number 3 for the moment, or should we go to 5?
Let's go to 5.
Deciding point right there. Now. A deciding point on the serve of Katja Wierschel. Just missed it. She was able to get the hold for 1-all. So then let's go to 3.
Although I would point out, and let's do go to 3, but right now, Lisa Czar, 2-love lead. Break of serve here on court number 2. We showed the Shiori Fukuda up 3-2. Janice Chen, 7-5-1 love. Break of serve lead the last 5 to 10 minutes. And again, I like to segment these college tennis matches. I think it just helps provide a sense of clarity. These last 10 minutes that belong to the Waves.
What was it? 6 breaks in the first 8 games. We've had holds ever since in this one.
Reminds me of the Morales ending against Villa-Muller yesterday. Texas A&M Cal. There were 6 breaks of serves in the first 8 games, and they held for 5-all and 6-all.
Yeah.
So it's just this Cal team, Mike. That's what we're starting to learn.
That ended up being a double fault. Obviously, a little freeze frame there on our camera, but a double fault there from Alsola. gets it back. Could it be with Flores jumping around a bit? Sola's going to clear that ball from there on the court just to give herself, I think, a little bit of time with Flores jumping around. I actually don't mind that at all. Austin outstretched Vicky Flores and set points for Alsola of Cal.
Set points 5-6. I think 5-6.
I'm so sorry. Points for the breaker. My apologies.
No, of course. Meanwhile, I will say Shiori Fukuda handed the break right back to Haley Giovaro, although it was big hitting from Giovaro to secure that break point. Plays at a really fun speed.
Well, that netted return does get us into the tie break. Let's go quickly over to court number 5, where Katja Wiersholm of Cal does have a couple of break chances. It's Brodus has served 30-40 of 1-all.
Wiersholm just fought off some break points herself.
Right.
So funny how frequently that happens. Lisa Czar consolidating 3-love lead. It does look like that match headed towards the third set.
Still early.
Still very early.
Still just a break.
But it's more the body language of Ivanov.
Yeah.
She's kind of, you can tell it's like, okay, let's be measured.
That is quite a ball there from Brodus going inside out with that kind of depth. Middle of the court is a very difficult ball to strike. We've got a deciding point here on 5.
And we've got 3 break point chances on 1. No need for the split screen. We're not quite there yet. Let's stay on 5, but this one wraps up quickly. I'll let you know.
Oh, it's well struck by Brodus. Comes up with the ace there to fight off that break chance. So let's go over to court number 1 to see if we get 3 straight breaks here between Fukuda and Giovera.
It's that hour. It's the witching hour. 5:24.
That sails from Giovera, who is working so hard right now to cover up that backhand. I think she's getting herself off balance just a little bit more. Fukuda now to 4-3 with a break here in this second set.
I want to head back to court number 3 if we can, where that's our last first set breaker. Vicky Flores up an early mini break. Not sure how much that means. 2-1 here. But did you hear that yell from Shiori Fukuda? I've known her since her Ohio State days. 3 years ago, we don't hear that from Shiori Fukuda. Her embracing of the energy, momentum, leadership that comes with being an upperclassman in college tennis. That's what this sport's all about, Mike.
Speaking of wow, there's Vicky Flores.
Westhoff, cut the clip. That was good.
Flores gives it right back. That mini break gone. 3-2.
My hope moving forward is that anytime a commentator says mini break, they go, speaking of which, check out the mini break podcast over on our Crack Brackets networks. That was always the goal, just so you know. Fun fact.
Okay.
I'm triggered by the phrase.
Both of the misses here for Flores, the last 2 points, were both on inside-out forehands. I think that's Coach Zach Warren, the associate head coach for the Cal
Do you hear
Bears,
him?
who's
That
very,
celebration?
very loud. I think what he's trying to do in this moment is we have obviously here a fifth-year senior versus a freshman, and trying to make sure that if Alsola's not necessarily vocal enough, he's matching Flores.
I like it. I mean, that's what I'm saying. This is the tactics. This is the energy level. That's how important it is. We have coach versus player here trying to stress that message.
If we can, real quick, let's move over to 6 for the moment. It is a great chance for Cal's Villa Muller in the opening game of set number 2, 30-40 here. Reddick serving. That's a bad miss for Reddick, looking for that short ball, gets it, and then just dumped into the net. So Muller out in front with a break here in set number 2, 1-love. Let's go back to that action, that tiebreak on 3. We're 3-all when we left. For number 3.
There's a +1 forehand from Alsola. 4-3. We're on serve here in the breaker.
Yep. Let's close there. Let's, if we can, switch while we have this moment. Let's go over to court number 1. It's been 3 straight breaks between Fukuda and Giovera. Giovera is looking to make it 4 straight breaks. 2 looks for the Cal Bear here on the near side. And that is sprayed by Fukuda. So they're back on serve. It's 4-all. Back to 3 we go into this tie break. 5-4. Excuse me, 4-all, now 5-4 as Alsola gets a mini break edge.
I do wonder, this is a lot of energy for the freshman she's used here. She's tried to match Flores, not only physically, but mentally as well. Flores has done this for years now. I feel like this first set that much more important to Alsola.
Smacked. Hello. Return winner out of Vicky Flores. So we get back on serve. 5-all. Well along there from Flores, and Alsola grabs the set point. Fantastic stuff. Really, that forehand up the line from deep in the deuce corner. Transformational. Sails, so we make another turn here at 6-all.
I think there are 2 ways to look at it. You could say this is really extracurricular. Do we need all this? All the hoopla, the circumstance, the yelling? I would argue absolutely we do. That's what makes college tennis special. You see this energy. You see that fight, that tenacity. The Sun, obviously, right now, Cal with 3 first sets, Pepperdine only with 2, but
Do we have a moment just to quickly go over to 2? We're in the midst of a deciding point on the serve of Lisa Czar of Pepperdine. 3-1 with a break in her pocket. But yeah, this is another deciding point on her serve. There have been a slew of them in this match. We'll get back to that tie break. What an epic here.
Yeah.
Going to miss a set point over on that tie break. Eventually the energy runs out for Lisa Czar and the break goes away as well. So it is that break back for Cal. Let's go back to this tiebreaker over on 3. It was Alsola who just fought off a set point.
And a massive down the line forehand to do it, Mike. Gumption once again for the freshman.
On top of it, Fukuda for Pepperdine also just got a break during that epic point for Czar, and Ivanov about to serve for the set on 1.
5 straight breaks on 1, Mike. You've pointed it out. That match has lost contain.
A great touch volley there shown by Alsola, and Flores had a good look at a backhand well inside the baseline, not able to put it away. So now it's Alsola with the set point.
And just listen to associate head coach Zach Warren doubling as cheerleader today for the Bears. He is letting everyone know what's going on here on 3.
A really good serve +2 combination to get us here to 8-all. The ironic part of this, Gruskin, the way this match is playing out with this much energy, this much drama, it might not finish. You know, it might not actually matter in terms of the score.
If you feel like if this match finishes, it really matters,
Yes.
right? It's a 3-all sort of decider once again.
So again, Pepperdine's Fukuda serving for split sets over on 1.
Credit to Flores. She keeps swinging. She's pushing forward, hitting those +1 balls in the big moment. That 8-all over, or 7-8 overhead, excuse me, not an easy overhead to pull off.
Absolutely. So it's a set point again for Vicky Flores. Another no-doubter, this time for Alsola to serve a +1 to get us to 9-all.
And I will ask super producer Daniel Westoff as we take this moment on the turn here, cue up that split screen on court 1. We're not there yet, but it's 5-4, 30-all for Shiori Fukuda. She's serving to force the split on court number 1 against Pepperdine. Going to need at least 1 3-set win to win this match. Could very well be the court it happens on. 30-all point there. In fact, let's go split screen, super producer Daniel Westhoff, while we have this changeover. Of course, should a set point come up, we'll lock in on it. It's 30-all there on court number 1. Shiori Fukuda serving 5 straight breaks of serve on that number 1 singles court, Mike.
Players heading back out for this 9-all moment on 3 as well.
Look at that backhand. Get low, Shiori Fukuda. Get low. Some set points coming up on 1.
Gets away from Alsola. So Flores with the mini break to take a 10-9 lead. She will serve for the first set. This is the first point on serve. The first set point, I should say, on serve for either player. 10-9.
It's a set point on that right side of your screen again. For
And
Shiori
the left.
Fukuda for the split.
All right.
Shishi. 6-4 second set. We're going the distance on 1. Let's go full screen 3 here.
Wide there from Flores, so her third set point by the wayside. And again, that was the first one on serve for either player. Tens. Pair of tens.
The only thing that's straightforward right now is Janice Chen. 7-5, 4-2. NCAA semifinalist. Finally looking to part. Number 4 here today. Everything else.
Yeah, Brodus did just break back against Vierschom at 5. They're at 3-all in the second.
Moeller looking to make it a double break on 6. Of course, 10-all here in our last first set.
This is a very long break in between the first and second serve as Flores went to clear that one off, didn't she? And pays for it. The double from Flores. Alsola now gets a set point on her serve. Unfortunate we don't get to see it there. A little junky as that forehand from Flores. She hit cross court. Alsola actually pulled off thinking the forehand was going to go long. It does not. Right on the baseline, so 11-all.
By the way, they played a very similar match in Malibu the first time these two faced off.
Oh, yes. Absolutely, and neither player going to have a voice after this match, maybe even after this set. Neither is Zach Warren. That associate head coach you see hopping around there as Alsola grabs another set point, her fourth. We play on. Another set point. Missed out here by Alsolas. That one is sprayed inside out. This one has been fascinating to watch. Let's go to 5 for the moment. No, you just missed a break chance. Just missed another deciding point over there. Unfortunately, it was won by Brodus of Pepperdine to go up 4-3. That's back-to-back games where we had those deciding points, and Pepperdine coming out in front there for the moment. So this is just a heck of a lot of drama here on court number 3, this 12-all breaker.
And you see those scores right now on the side of your screen. It's close everywhere, folks. Viller-Moeller, 3-love up, charging back at that number 6 spot. No match calculus for you, Mike. It's anyone's ball game.
So one more here for Flores. Just long, as you can see from the body language of Flores. And here, they're going to point down saying, this one is mine. This one is mine. Let's see if it is. It's another set point for her 4th.
I swear, after this set, if it's a Pepperdine win, Jan Kononov is going to let out the biggest roar for the Waves, the volunteer system. You see there with Flores, it just feels like he's building towards it.
It wasn't her point.
It was not, though.
Narrator voice. It was not actually her point. It's a really good first serve there from Alsola. Flores thinking maybe she should have called that long. She did not. 14-13. Missed extra point, the difference. Actually, I don't know. Does Pepperdine? I don't think Pepperdine even has a football team.
I know they have a dry campus. That's all I got.
Well, okay. Let called there. That's another set point by the wayside as we get to 14-all. This set tiebreak running longer than Grey's Anatomy.
This is Cheers season 22.
It's a great freeze frame there.
Yeah.
Flores.
Air Vicky.
And a miss out of Alsola. A little bit quieter here from Flores.
I was
This
gonna
bump
say,
to 15-14.
and I think that was a purposeful from Jan saying no more of that. Let's get through this set. Jan, of course, her volunteer coach there, right here on the match. Long conference here between the two before this point.
So it's called long. It's called long and confirmed from the chair. 16-14. Vicky Flores wins an epic tiebreak to take set number 1 on court number 3. So another first set for Pepperdine in the books, although we're into third sets and court number 1. Let's move over to court number 4, where we have match point for Pepperdine. On court 4 for Janice Chen. It's 3-5, Rosenquist serving. And we are tied 1-all. Pepperdine on the scoreboard behind Janice Chen. 7-5, 6-3 over Julia Rosenquist.
And it might be that way for a while now, Mike. Because all of these matches either early in third sets or headed that direction. Let's go to court number 2 now. This is the one, if you're Cal, with everything breaking the way it has, you feel like you gotta get off the board here. If you're Valentina Ivanov.
This has changed drastically here over the last 15 minutes while we had that tie break. In fact, Czar was up 3-1 with that break.
She was up 3-love.
Yes, and it was a single break to 3-love to now 3-4 with Ivanov up a break. So real opportunity here for Cal to put that second point up.
Under 4, Lisa Czar was so excellent yesterday. Ivanov 2-2 in their first matchup. By the way, for Chen, she lost 2-3 the first time she and Rosenquist faced off. So that's a nice flipping of the script there at number 4 for Pepperdine.
Hard to compare the two situations where these two teams played. As you know, if you were watching Cal Pepperdine a couple weeks ago, that was extremely windy outdoors, controlled situation here indoors. It's also, we really haven't talked about it, it's very cold inside the building today as well.
And you do wonder on court, again, that much harder to hit through these courts.
Yeah, it's a fair question to ask. We haven't asked any of the players yet today. Maybe we should after this match. But yeah, the temperature outside is about 10 degrees for your high outside. It really has filtered in here inside as well, as Ivanov has a couple of game points.
Had an extended conversation with ODU head coach Don Manila about that very thing. He said, short of the Boars head courts in Charlottesville, this is as slow as you're going to find.
Double there. And a game point here for Ivanov. Ivanov eventually does get there, probably 4 moments where she missed a very simple transitional moment to get forward and put off an easy volley. But she is there and 1 game away from winning this match here at the 2 line for Cal. Let's go to court 1, check in on this one. This is Fukuda and Giovera. It is early here in this 3rd set. Giovera a hole to start. Set number 3, Fukuda now has a game point, 40-30, at the top of our lineups. Missed return gets us there 1-all. Let's check in on 5. Haven't gone here in quite some time. I mean, we've spent about 20 minutes on court number 3 with that tie break, obviously, but Brodas and Biersham, the talented freshman, battle here. It's 15-all.
I watched that tiebreaker, and I'm still not convinced it finished. They may still be playing.
They are technically still playing.
Yeah, that explains my confusion.
Yes.
Whenever you see a 14 on a tennis scoreboard, it just throws me off.
It's not great.
Yeah.
or it's extremely great. One of the two. How do you think Wearsham's doing in terms of the team environment coming in late as a January enrollee?
Steady Eddie. I've actually been extraordinarily impressed. And from a game style perspective, it reminds me a lot of what we saw from Marina Contos of Ohio State, the #1 singles player, All-American last season. Both lefties, both so poised in the way they move the ball around the court, so measured in every shot they hit. Again, Wiersholm, a freshman, playing very much like a veteran here early in her college career. So we're like, that looks like a freshman to me in Brodus. The variety there, the sporadic nature of that shot selection. And I think that ball landed in.
Yeah, it did.
You have a face as if you're puzzled with what I said.
Yeah, I typically don't think of freshmen with variety.
Oh, I think of them as the inconsistent. It's just like, okay, I'm throwing it, whatever sticks, sticks.
Got it. Does creep Brodus 2 points away. Also 2 points away is Ivanoff. Cal 2. Wiersholm gets the hold. Let's go quickly to 1, as it is a break chance. Actually, 2 break points for Fukuda of Pepperdine. 30-40 on Giovara's second service game. On a miss there from Giovara, and Fukuda takes a lead, 2-1. Let's move over to court number 2. This is a very long point with Pepperdine's Czar serving 15-30. We're already 30 swings in as we join us here with Ivanoff 2 points away from the match.
And this is why I think long term, just don't see these Czar at this #2 single spot for the Waves.
Why is that?
You see the power tennis someone like Chen plays at 4. You just feel like that sort of tennis fits better in the top 2 single spot when you have more weapons, able to make things a little easier for yourself. Lisa Czar is there physically. As you mentioned, 30-shot rally. She'll extend everything. Doesn't that feel like a lock at 4, at 5, at 6? I think with players like Chen, the weapons of Brodus eventually, it's not there yet. I just do wonder if this is more a early season fix for the Waves.
That's going to miss. Ivanoff has to do a little bit more when she gets that net court and has a little bit of time beforehand sitting middle. The court can't be that passive and roll right through the middle. So Czar with an opportunity to survive the moment. 40-30. That's a very strong backhand combination out of Ivanoff to set up the short forehand and to set up a match point for Cal. Lisa Czar survives at the moment here, and we play on here on 2. We're hearing yells from around the court says this one remains incredibly tight between Pepperdine and California.
And it does feel the intensity. NC State, Georgia was our previous match here today, another match that went down to the wire, ultimately a 4-2 win for NC State. That match from start to finish as we go to court number 1. In the meantime, Shiori Fukuda up 2-1, but down 15-30 in her service game. But there was that match, for those who didn't join us, it felt a little bit more sporadic, that no one could seize control. This match just feels like a tug of war. And both teams have brought their best tennis here today.
And that will sail there from Fukuda. So Haley Giovera does have 3 break chances to get the break right back. We traded quite a few of them in that second set.
Meanwhile, Brodus did hold for 6-5 on 5 as she looks to force a third set.
And Ivanoff's about to try to close out the match on 2.
Willer also still at the break, 4-1 at 6. 2 breaks of serve actually there. She looks to force a third for Cal.
Really good hand skills there from Fukuda, multiple times having to just use that flick of the wrist with depth there coming from Giovera. Really good just to stay in it and eventually force that error.
Reminds me of an Emma Navarro light for Fukuda in the fact that just everything's so smooth, so easy, out in front.
If we can go split screens right now, 1 and 2. We can go 1 and 2. Some pretty big moments here early in the third set here. Also, Ivanoff trying to close out that match on 2, which is on the right hand of your screen, but it is lump 30 on her serve.
Oh, what a dig.
Pulled wide. Yep. Pulled wide. So that's a deciding point there. Left 30 on your right.
Holds for 2 all on that left side of your screen. Meanwhile, love 30. What? Shot 35? Oh! You're speechless, Mike.
No, I was waiting for you to finish.
I had nothing.
Just horrendous court positioning from Ivanoff there in the moment, not coming forward for a volley. Not hitting through in a full approach. It just really cost herself. Czar gets the credit for the winner, but it's Ivanoff who really cost herself as Czar grabs 4 break chances.
If we can split screen with court number 5 right now, Daniel Westhoff. Set points for Savannah Brodus as she looks to force a third set for Pepperdine at that number 5 singles positions against fellow freshman Katja Wiersholm.
Saved here for Ivanoff.
The distance on 5, so let's go full court 2. Points for Czar, just back on serve.
Oh, right back into the corner. Well done. Change of pattern there from Lisa Czar, and she does grab the break at 5-all. Let's go down to 6, where it's Hannah Viller-Muller for Cal. In control of the second set against Nikki Redelic. 5-1 lead, and also she's at love 15 right now, returning from the near side. I don't know if that was called wide or not. Very close on that near sideline.
Tough to say. I think it's 15-all. I think that ball, I'm looking at the scoreboard here. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll say I am keeping my eye on court number 1 right now, where Fukuda looking to run away with it. Love 30 in the 1-3 service game of Giovanna.
Sola just won a deciding point on 3 for Cal to stay on serve 2-1 early with Flores there. We spent enough time there already, so we can let that just sit for a while. Well handled, pretty calm there at the net for Redelic to get it to 30-15.
Do you think it's worth pointing out on our other bank of courts right now, 3-0 Texas A&M. They are 1 match away from clinching a 4-0 win over Old Dominion. That said, bunch of 3-set matches across the board. That one far from over. Let's go to court number 1 right now, though. Over, that's a little hyperbolic, but certainly Shiori Fukuda right now the opportunity to seize control of this number 1 singles match. 3-1 up. 1 break point fought off by Giovanna, but 2 more here for Shishi. Commanding double break 4-1 lead.
That does sail from Giovanna. So Fukuda, yeah, firmly in control with this double break now. So you feel pretty good. Pepperdine does about that at 1. Let's go over to 2, where this one remains tight. Czar serving 5-all for Pepperdine. Even off on the other side, just missed out on the opportunity to close it out on her terms. This is the 30-all point.
And this is another one of those matches, Mike, of late. 8 to 12 shot rallies, as opposed to those 0 to 4.
Oh, had to improvise there. That's a mishit from Ivanov, but it pays off very well to set up a couple of break chances for Cal. Really trying to force the issue there, not really hitting his Ivanov, maybe a little tight here after how everything came down. Just going to take this deciding point, it looks like on the deuce side. Really interesting decision there. And maybe the legs letting Ivanov down right now, because those are some questionable backhands as Czar gets it back in front 6-5 here in this second set.
The high backhand roll as we go over to court number 1, court number 6, where Willer Moeller is serving for that second set, up 5-2, 15 love, looking to force a third at number 6 for Cal. But those high and heavy backhands, I don't want to say it's a signature shot of this Cal team, but I would say all of them but Giovara own that shot. And in that position to go with the slice there, that's nerves, that's legs, to your point. It's our will take it 6-5 on 2.
Yeah, if we can go over to court number 6, if possible, Willer Moeller. 30 love now, 2 points away from clinching this second set, extending, not surprisingly, to a third. She is wont to do. Long, yeah.
I like the decisiveness of Redlich. She's decided, okay, I'm taking the backhand early on the rise. I'm moving the forehand around the court.
Yeah, we said that yesterday
Yeah.
in the opponent for Willer Moeller as well, and it didn't exactly pay off because Willer Moeller confident in her style.
I agree. But I don't know if Morales, I felt like there were times when Morales would get tentative or get on her back foot. I feel as though for Redlich, she's missing as opposed to getting tentative.
Okay, that's fair. As you see Morales' score line right there.
Yeah.
Ironically.
They heard me at play site. Big Brothers watching.
Oh, fantastic on the full stretch there from Willer Moeller, coming up with the cross. And 3 set points.
Lisa Czar, love 30 in her 5-6 return game. 6-5, excuse me, return game. It's Ivanov. Sola now up a break on 3 as well.
That sails long. So Willer Moeller picks up set number 2. It's another one headed to a third. That is the third match extending to 3. So let's go over now to court number 2, where it is Ivanov serving to stay in the set now. 5-6, love 30. Let's make it still love 30, okay. Now 15-30. She desperately needs forehands. That backhand has really gotten shaky.
It is worth remembering here, Ivanov lost yesterday definitively to Texas A&M's Makarova. Also lost after taking a first set to Michigan earlier this week. Big lead won 4 straight games to take a 6-3, 4-3 lead here in this match. Now it's Clark 2 points away from forcing third.
Pulls it wide. Yeah, it's going to be break chances. 3 of them here from Czar. Better backhands from Ivanov in that point, but yeah, still a little bit tentative on what she wants to do to get through the court.
Czar's really not doing much with the ball, just kind of looping high and heavy, staying steady, rhyme intended, and allowing Ivanov to offer her the unforced error. And as of right now, Ivanov is.
So it's a save there for Ivanov. Let's move quickly if we can to court number 1 because we've got a match point alert. Match point alert here for Pepperdine coming up on the serve of Giovanna for California. And if we can, maybe a split screen situation here on both 1 and 2. Giovanna fighting to stay in this match 1-5 here near side.
That's
saves 1. So match point on the left, set point on the right. Both for Pepperdine. A double. There is the second set for Lisa Czar at 2. So that is another one headed to a third set. A fourth match headed to a third.
Third match. No, fourth. You're right.
Thank you.
I forgot. Redelic just so Viller-Moller takes it. Good call. And honestly, El Sola 4-1 up in that second set. I think Flores was like, wait, I'm going to finish? No. That's not acceptable.
That's just long. So a second match point avoided by Giovanna. I think back to one of our prior matches here today in that last match where you had just the 2 matches down on 5 and 6 and for NC State. And it just was one of those matches where it was a 5-love for Georgia. And it just really never could finish because NC State just kept fighting and just staying out there and allowed NC State to come through with that match. But a third match point taken on the ad side. The low ball costing Giovanna, and Fukuda puts Pepperdine into the lead here for the moment. 2-1 with wins at 1 and 4. 6-1 in the third over Haley Giovanna.
That's a heck of a win for Fukuda, who had it taken to her in set number 1. Giovanna finding all of the corners, dictating with everything. The serve, the +1 forehand, but Fukuda did such a good job absorbing, redirecting the pace there. What an effort from the senior leader there. Meanwhile, let's go to 5 right now. Katja Wiersholm looking to separate herself, although I believe they've traded breaks here to start this third set. Wiersholm now 3 more break point chances here. 15-40 in this battle of the freshmen. Brodus for Pepperdine serving far side of your screen. It's a fun way to erase it. Break point, isn't it?
Now we had that 16-14 tiebreak earlier. I just on Rizaltina just got the text. Opelka and Isner playing today in Dallas. 24-22 second set tiebreak. 24-22.
Do we know if that set point was a double fault? Like how'd they get the mini break?
Yeah, probably gonna have to look here.
That's good.
Just broke the record for the longest ATP tiebreak.
Okay.
Wow.
See, now Conspiracy Me says it's rigged. And they looked at each other and says, you want to do this today? You're laughing, which means it's not a definite no. But now a deuce point coming up for Brodus, who I think epitomizes right there. Why was she such a highly touted recruit? It's the weapon she already possesses.
Yes.
Like, can just earn herself free points in a way very few can. Choosing to go to that ad side.
That's great feet there from Wiersholm to set up that forehand, get right into the body. So there is a third straight break to open this third set, 2-1 in favor of Cal. Let's go to 3. Check in on this one because right now it is all Jessica Alsola here in this second set. Flores serving 1-4, but in a world of hurt.
And I think that's the first yell I've heard from Katja Wiersholm. Who's, in fairness, she's been beating everyone 1-0, 1-2. You don't yell that much when you're winning that easy.
Is it really going to come down to Viller-Moller at 6 again for Cal?
That just proves that tennis gods have a sense of humor.
I mean, we've got this one, obviously, to take a little while, so I should stay with that.
No, I think you're on to something, my friend. Meanwhile, Coach Howard Jaffe of Texas was standing right next to us. I think he went to go get a second dinner. He's like, we're good. We got a couple hours.
I wouldn't mind a first. I'm going to assume that missed. Yes, it did. Into the net there. So it's Alsola here serving for the second set. It's been a much more quiet second set from both players, expending so much energy, especially in that 16-14 tiebreak. And yes, just to kind of give you this recap, obviously early in third sets on 2, 5, 6. And it looks like 3 is headed there as well. So this one, strap in. You're going to be here for another hour, hour and a half at the very least. So if you are looking for our final match of the day, Texas and Oklahoma, probably going to be waiting a little while. Alsola serving for set number 2. That's an extreme return position, but it is paying off. If we can, let's take it over to 2 just for a moment, where Ivanov and Czar have just started their third set. Czar serving to start it. Ivanov, though, 4 break chances here.
Feels like every time we check in on this match, Czar's in a love 40 service game.
Yeah.
And yet somehow here we are at the start of the third set.
Good depth. I have real concerns about Ivanov's backhand. It has been all over the place since early in the second set.
My only counter would be, is Czar doing anything to hurt it other than by virtue of getting the ball there?
If we can go split screen here for the moment, as we've got break chances here. Also 30-15 for Alsola over on 3. So let's split 2 and 3 for you. Czar on the left-hand screen there, just very comfortable trading backhand to backhand with Ivanov. There's no doubt about that.
Meanwhile, Vicky Flores' backhand goes errant. So set points coming up for Alsola. Let's make it 5 3-set matches. Why not?
And that return miss there will do it. So 6-1 clean for Alsola as we return to this third break chance for Ivanov. Another unforced error.
No, called good.
Caught good. There's the unforced error, however. Yeah, that forehand barely catching the line. The volley dumped into the net. Just a little chop and a deuce point.
I mean, that's 3 straight unforced errors.
That is correct.
For Ivanov. Zach Warren's the associate head coach for Cal, has made the switch. You see him there. Now working court number 2.
Yikes.
She found it.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, a competent see is not there on that backhand side for Evanoff. It looks like she's receiving a medical timeout, though.
Trainer now.
Yeah,
out
trainer's
on
out
court.
there for Evanoff. So just something to keep an eye on. Maybe some electrolytes actually more than anything else, but just some
cramping concerns.
Yeah,
correct?
could be just something to keep an eye on. Let's move down to court number 6, where Redzone has a hold to start, and now a break, as that is a double fault for Willer-Muller. So Redzone for Pepperdine 2-love, going to court 5. It is a deciding point here. Wierstrom,
Another deciding point.
right
here.
on court 5. Wierstrom serving, deuce point.
She missed that. Yeah, she missed that wide. Katja Wierstrom sends the inside in forehand long. The break goes back to Brodus. 2-all here on court number 5. Meanwhile, again, quick reset. It's 2-1 here. Pepperdine dropping the doubles point. Cal simply too good as they take decisions. The number 1 and 3 spots. Meanwhile, for the Pepperdine Waves, earned our 1 straight set victory here. Janice Chen, 5-3. She flips the script against Julia Rosenquist here. After Rosenquist beat her outdoors in Malibu first week of the season during a 4-3 Cal win over Pepperdine. Meanwhile, Shuri Fukuda comes back. 3-set win for her once again over Haley Giovara. 2-6, 6-4, 6-1. Now it's third sets everywhere. No, she's missed that forehand now a couple of times. Katja Wierstrom does not love the calls there back-to-back. She missed it in the same spot. So you can understand her frustration, but again, now 2-all, 15-love. Let's pop over to 6 quickly, as we have 4 game points here for Nikki Redzone.
Yeah, this is 40-love. So quickly to 3-love. Let's go over to court number 2. And again, Evanoff, it wasn't treatment, but did just get a quick visit from the physio. And yeah, it looked like electrolytes. That were given to her. I have some concerns considering, Alex, it is not hot. In fact, it is cold inside here. Swinging volley goes awry for Lisa Czar to get us to 15:30. I have concerns because we are less than 3 hours into this, including singles and doubles, right? And frankly, this is match 2. So you worry about maybe the preparation wasn't necessarily right in terms of the hydration because, well, listen, the physicality shouldn't cause it considering the conditions, if that's the case.
Which makes you think it's mental, correct?
Maybe.
Or partially mental.
Or maybe just not doing enough hydration before the match.
Sure.
I do need to point out, though, also the way that these matches are still playing, 2, 3, 5, and 6. Texas and Oklahoma, our next match, which is due to start in 3 minutes, they have not gotten to warm up at all.
It's very funny you said that. I was about to write you a message and say Oklahoma now warming up.
Oh, are
finally.
They? Did they get down to some of the other courts?
They're doing runs right now in between. They're about to get their chance on those 2.
Okay.
But that's what Audra Cohen wants, right? The creative 5-hour warm-up.
Yeah, right.
She thrives at it.
Break chances here for Czar. Just needs the one as Ivanov has thrown in another double. Just continues to get worse for Valentina Ivanov as Czar. 2-love now here at the 2 line. Let's go to court number 5 for a moment. Brodus 2-all serving with Wiersholm 40-15.
Double fault there from Brodus.
Definitely Pepperdine in the driver's seat right now with breaks in 2 of these 4 third set singles matches.
That's how I know we've been spending time together. Our brains at the same place right now. That's probably a terrible thing for you, but I couldn't agree more. This is the first time all match you would say Pepperdine may be in the driver's seat. And we're, what, 3 hours in?
Too powerful on that backhand wing, and the scream as well from Savannah Brodus as she stretches it to 3-2. Let's go quickly to court number 3, where it's break chances for Cal's Jessica Alsola in the opening game of the 3rd set. Flores serving far side.
It's a great yell from Brodus on the side note. Just energy.
Ooh. There's your break. Cal, that's finally they're able to get on the scoreboard here. And if we can move to 6 really quickly. No, going to 6 as it is Viller Muller from Cal. Yesterday's hero for the Bears in trouble already. Love 3 and down 4 break chances to Redelick. She had no business winning that point, but well done by Viller Muller just to extend 15-40.
And you made this comment earlier in the match. We talked about the lineup switch. Taya Pachkaleva, who played number 4 singles for Pepperdine yesterday, pulled from the lineup. That moved Janice Chen up a spot to 4, Savannah Brodus to 5, Nikki Redelick in at 6 here for the Waves. Why do that? You know, Viller Muller yesterday played a 3-hour singles match against Texas A&M. You have fresh legs against her here today. Perhaps this lineup decision paying off here for Pepperdine as this match goes on.
Okay. It's a tough watch. There's no way around it here. That's a tough style to watch.
I'm going to do the glass half full version of that. It's an eye-opening watch.
How so?
It's a struggle to keep your eyes open.
All right. Czar to 3-love on 2. His third break chance for
Feel
Redzone.
like this super producer Daniel Westoff to you and I am actively yelling at the screen at this match on 6.
Yes, I just
Yeah.
hit it. It's great to be able to make a ton of balls by looping it in. At some point, you have to have some variety. And then the double fault kind of mixed in for Love, and Villermoeller's in real trouble down there.
It just speaks to she's on her back foot. It's so tentative, so tentative.
It's
here
been
at
very
6.
successful for her for so
Yes.
long, but at some point you do need to find that next gear to continue to move up here in the collegiate level. So 4 Love, and let's go to 5 right now. The way it's looking here, it's 2 and 6, potentially quick for Pepperdine here to get to 4. That is the very quick route for Pepperdine. That's a simple hold, rare simple hold in this match for Virchon 3-all. The only third set without a break at this stage.
Of course, it's the freshman. Makes sense, right? They don't know better to be nervous.
Perfect. Yeah, she gets that ball middle of the court into the strike zone. It is punished well on that backhand wing for Brodus for 15 Love.
That inside-in forehand for Katja Wiersholm is the weapon right now. Meanwhile, we go to 3. Deuce point coming up in that Flores El Sola match. We've given it an hour to breathe. We can come back to it now.
This was a from 40 Love, we should point out. Going for it all. Wow, Flores called it wide before it landed. She was right, however. That's the line you and I are both on. That was the correct call. We could see it with our own eyes. That one was indeed wide, but it is 1-all. Let's go to 2. Yeah, pretty desperate moment right now for Ivanov, who did serve for the match in the second set. Now on the wrong end of it, Love 3, 15-30.
I'm going to ask if we quickly pop to 6, where it's 4 Love, 40 Love for Nikki Redzone. Let's just see if she can make it that 5 Love lead, which we saw Meg Kowalski do for University of Georgia at 6 earlier today before things got a bit dramatic for her down there. 5-0 lead's no sure thing. And we pick up right where things left off. This time, Redzone moves forward, takes the swinging forehand out of the air. And guess what? Up 5-0, she can now afford to take some chances, be the aggressor, not get lulled into those Villermoeller patterns. 5 Love waves at 6, back to number 2 now. 3 Love, 30-all. The cleanest kill would be to take 2 and 6 if you're Pepperdine. A lot of work still to go here at number 2. And that's number 2 right now, 30-all.
Launched again off that backhand wing, and Czar has been so intelligent in terms of her problem solving here today. Break chance.
And there's just no glaring weakness for Czar physically, ground stroke wise, tactically. She just provides so much pressure, such a high floor.
Does stretch out that right leg for these 2 chances. pulled out with that left shoulder, not able to get through. Yeah, she is struggling physically, which is something you want to just keep an eye on. It is hip flexor-ish kind of an issue there. She's won 7 straight games since 5-3 in the second. This deciding point will be taken on the ad side. Plenty of time and just a flat miss once again from Ivanov. So Czar, 2 break edge. So you've got 2 players right now for Pepperdine at 2 and at 6 with multiple break leads.
Let's go back to 6 now, where it does look like Hannah Villemoller. I shouldn't say looks like anything. She's up 30 love, but it's love 5 here. Redelik's got the green light to take some swings. Like that.
Yeah.
Big forehand cross-court return. She's now 30-15, 3 points away here. And again, 4-0 Czar on 2. Let's go split screen if we can, super producer Daniel West. I want to keep an eye on both of these matches. This is our closest pathway to the finish line. And that's courts 2 and 6.
So good swing there from Redelik, just taking that forehand once she does get that shorter ball inside the baseline. I'm struggling to find a way right now for Cal to come through with Ivanov's struggles. Villemoller not pulling the trigger herself right now. I can't see it.
You're down 9 games to none in those third sets.
Yes.
It's a big freaking deficit. Ivanov has lost the backhand completely at this point, Mike.
Oh, she lost it about 45 minutes ago.
It's
that's
not found.
clear.
Yeah. So 40 love, 4 game points for that commanding 5 love lead. Forehand goes in the net, so 5 love Czar. Let's go full on 6.
We've been just playing 1 point during those. Come on, for you.
Again, Vicky Flores is looking at Hannah Villemoller and is like, get off my corner. I play the long matches here.
All right, so Villemoller does have the game point.
Oh, yeah. I'm calling that good.
All right. That works.
Yeah.
Match points for Redilik. And yeah, we could be done here in 30 seconds. Czar with that 5-love lead as well. Which is going to finish first? 1 point here or 4 points there?
My answer is yes. I think it's a simultaneous finish. It's about the right rate, 4-1.
All right, deciding point on this match point for Redilik of Pepperdine. There is another point for Pepperdine. 3-1 with the bagel being served here down on the 6th line. So let's move to 2 as Pepperdine just moments away, it appears.
I would also add Texas A&M match points right now against ODU. They lead 3-1. Very similar match there to what we're seeing here. Desperation Saturday, we call it, here at the National Indoors. We're feeling that desperation right now.
2 points away is Czar. Again, Ivanov served for the match at 5-4 in the second set. Has not won a game since 5-3.
And he's made maybe 4 backhands since as well.
Yeah, it's been tough. It's been a very tough watch for her. That's a double. Match points, clinch points here for Pepperdine.
This team 4-3 at Pepperdine to start the season. Waves looking to return to favor. Slightly bigger stakes on the line.
You know, it's unlikely to matter now considering where we're at, but for Ivanov, that inability to have the transition game when things are not working in your standard pattern, including the backhand patterns that she likes to go to, you got to find something else, right? The complete uncomfortability with movement forward for her obviously is costing her because she's just stuck at the baseline, doesn't want to move forward, and Czar's just picking it apart.
She goes backhand line, forehand line there. Where have those been for the past half hour?
So second match point, second clinch point for Czar. The unforced error out of Ivanov will do it. Lisa Czar clinches for Pepperdine, losing the doubles point, but storming back. 4 singles wins at 1, 2, 4, and 6. And it's Pepperdine who is into the national semifinals here at the 2022 ITA National Team Indoor Championships.
What a match for the Waves. And of course, Pepperdine, your NCAA finalists last season, they lose their #1 singles player, Ashley Leahy. They lose their #2 singles player, Jess Fela. And yet one could legitimately argue this team, which made an NCAA final loss #1 and 2, is better this season, Mike, than they were a year ago. This is one of those wins that calluses you up, that if you're Coach Pear and Pete, you can turn to your team, and Coaches Pear and Pete, excuse me, you can turn to your team and say, hey, you remember that Cal match where we weren't playing our best through the first hour and a half? We found a way to win. Let's summon that effort. That's the word that comes to mind, effort. From Fukuda to Czar to Redilik, obviously Flores in the fight she gave. Different story for Janice Chen, but man, what an effort for the Waves.
Fukuda and Czar at the 1 and 2 spots for Pepperdine, coming from behind, coming from a set down to win those matches. Again, Czar coming from a set and a breakdown to win that match in the 2 line. That's a huge moment. On top of it, you had Flores and Brodus, who are still extended into third sets as well, but really competing very well. And that's the story for me. Just handling the situation and the task at hand is Pepperdine. So they get to move on, take on the winner of our nightcap tonight, which will be Texas and Oklahoma. Oklahoma is just getting out onto the court right now. So warm-ups are beginning now for Texas and Oklahoma. So that typically means about half an hour-ish until we start that match. It was scheduled obviously for 6:30. So I would guess around 7:15 Central Time for the start of that Texas-Oklahoma, give or take just a couple of minutes if you are looking for that one right now.
Red River rivalry is as fun as it gets. And so, yeah, absolutely. I think, sorry, I'm trying to track down our interview.
You're fine.
As we do this now. No, look, I think if you're Pepperdine, I think if you're Cal, all you're worried about now is recovery, because both of those teams have another match tomorrow. And for Cal, things aren't going to get any easier, right? As they're going to face the loser of this nightcap between Texas and Oklahoma. Those are 2 top 10 teams, 2 top 8 seeds. Obviously, that is something for us to look forward to here tonight. But how about the Waves? I mean, again, do you feel like they played well in that match, Mike? I don't know how to process that exactly. They fought extraordinarily well. I think Savannah Brodus at 5 for the freshman, that matchup between her and Wiersholm, I think that's about as ideal for both of them as you could have hoped for from a result standpoint. But I still feel like there's another level to go here for Pepperdine.
Maybe so. I mean, I thought Fukuda played very well at the 1 spot. I think Czar, I think you and I differ a little bit on Czar. I think she's a very good 2, because I can see from the last couple of days, maybe she doesn't have that next level weapon, but I do find her consistency and intelligence.
Yes.
I find it very, very good. Redlick, what she was able to do in terms of dissecting Viller-Muller's moon balls, those lob balls, I think she did very well. And, we haven't mentioned Janice Chen at the 4 spot because she was off the court about an hour ago. Yes, I do think Pepperdine played pretty well. But to your point, maybe they do have that next level. I was very impressed today with Lisa Czar and her competitiveness, and again, that intelligence with the way she problem solved here today.
Yeah, well, I think that the thing that impressed me the most was just the way that, to your point, Janice Chen finally looked healthy, and she was on her front foot, and she dominated there at 4. But again, the physicality of these Waves, whether it's Czar, whether it's Flores, Fukuda, who just took away the strike first tennis of Haley Giavara. I love the physicality they bring up top, the weapons of Brodus and Chen at 4 and 5. And then, whether it's Redlick, whether it's Pashkaleva, this team has options. And why do I say this? They didn't play well. It's just that you're right. This might have been February good, but I think there'll be another level come May where we just see them take that next jump.
On top of it, I mean, you got to realize this is indoor tennis for Pepperdine and for Cal. So maybe is it as pure as they normally like?
You're right. It wasn't their purest performance. That's actually a much better way to frame it.
Yeah, that I think is certainly something that you would say is fair. But it is Pepperdine moving on. And in case you missed it earlier today, North Carolina 4-1 win over Virginia. North Carolina State 4-2 over Georgia. So 3 of our 4 semifinalists are set here on the winners bracket. And we just have the nightcap here on both sides, actually just about to get started, about 20-25 minutes away as well from Wisconsin USC on the other side, along with Oklahoma and Texas here, just getting started in their warm-ups on our 2 courts. We will be waiting on interviews here.
We are indeed. We will have head coach Per Nilsson for the Pepperdine Waves momentarily. I know he was just chatting with his team. I know they're headed over there now. Hand him the phone, hand him the headphones. So as soon as we have Per, of course, we will bring him in here to the chat. We got to talk with our winning coach, obviously, after a performance like that. I do think when you're this Pepperdine team, what's the big thing now? You just played a long match, but guess what? They are going to have some sort of advantage tomorrow as they play the winner of Texas Oklahoma, who they haven't started yet, and we've got another
Yeah,
half hour
that's
till
fair.
they start. That's a 3 hours of additional recovery. That when you're 18 to 22, it's a marginal difference, but it is marginal.
Well, look, we were talking about it with Lisa Czar from Pepperdine. Obviously, you saw her stretching out that right hip flexor late in that one. I mean, those are the kind of things you do worry about as you head into another match tomorrow, and that will be a semifinal at 3:30 tomorrow. So really both teams in tomorrow's second semifinal really going to struggle to get that recovery time where it needs to be. It's going to be very, very short, especially as you mentioned, for the winner of this Texas-Oklahoma matchup.
Yeah, and for both of these teams looked pretty dominant last night. And we do have the message from super producer Daniel Westoff. I believe we have an interview ready to go, and I believe it's the smiling face of assistant head coach Pete Billingham. Of course, that hair beautifully spiked as always, manages to keep it perfect as his team earns a 4-1 victory over Cal. Coach, I'm sure that was stressful. How are you feeling after the victory?
We feel great. It was a nice one. Obviously, we played them first match of the year. We had a little tough loss, but it was so nice. It was so nice to see the girls competing, and we feel great right now. We feel great. Here we are. So yeah, it's good things.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I saw you position on courts 1 and 2, and both Lisa and Shiori lost pretty quick first sets in today's matches. How were they able to turn things around? And to what credit do you give those two veterans for that turnaround up at the top too?
Yeah, no, losing both first sets was tough, but they're real composed players, so that helps a lot. And then I realised I was the coach coaching them, so I felt like I had to do something. So then when I realised that, I started getting a little bit more, more energy for those two, and they picked it up. And yeah, like I said, they're great players, and they've been there and done it before, so it was nice to see.
Listen, college tennis, obviously pretty vocal, pretty loud. This one seemed a little bit more animated than usual. Can you talk about this dynamic between yourself and Cal, having already played once this season?
Sure. Look, we respect those guys a lot. They've got a great coaching staff, great team, and we want to beat them. They want to beat us. We're both on the West Coast, and there is a huge rivalry, I think, with all the West Coast schools. And like I said, we lost them first match of the year, and that one hurt a little bit. So we remembered that one going into this one, and the girls showed that. So I'm really happy for them.
I have two final questions for you. Number one, we were actually having this debate on air about what your realistic expectations were. As Pepperdine, you don't have a lot of indoor experience. Obviously, the same for Cal as well. Do you honestly come into this tournament saying, yes, we are going to win this one, or is winning a bonus and just kind of looking big picture towards May for you guys at Pepperdine?
I mean, look, we see these girls every day at practice, so we know what they can do. And realistically, we know we can go all the way, but realistically, we know there's other good teams here as well. So we don't talk about indoor, outdoor too much. Obviously, it's a massive factor, but there's nothing we can really do about it. And we just try and attack the day. Whatever comes in our way, we try and take care of it. And today was one of those days. So yeah, I'm happy.
All right, and my final question. Mr. Gruskin has informed us all that you guys have a past history. I work with him like 3 or 4 days a year. I'm exhausted, and it's only day 2. So you have years with him, and I just got to know what he was like as an athlete when you were working with him back in the day.
I mean, it's a great question. I'm glad you brought that up. He did like to have a lot of drink breaks, and I used to tell him, "Hey, get back out there, Alex. It's only, over 100, but get back out there." He was great. He was awesome. It was a pleasure to be on court with him, and he's the same. He hasn't changed, and we don't want him to change either. So
it's because his buddy Matt Gordon made me puke. I'm like, I really need to replenish these fluids, and Pete's like, "Nah, you're fine. Let's keep going." Of course.
Keep going. Yeah,
exactly. My last question for you, Pete. This feels like a brave move for you to take your coat off here in 50-degree weather. Bold move, my friend.
No, I know. I was told off, so I was told by someone to do it. So I'm blaming someone else, and I won't mention who it was. But that was the reason.
Oh, it's good. You would have sweat through that coat, no doubt about that match. But Pete, always a pleasure to get the chance to chat with you, my friend, and congratulations to you and the team on a great performance today.
Thanks, guys. You guys are awesome. Thank you.
Of course. So there we have it, Mike. In the end, 4-1, Pepperdine advances to the semifinals. And now it's time for the nightcap. Texas, Oklahoma. What a day. What a day here in Madison.
So again, Texas and Oklahoma are going to be coming up. We haven't gotten the official start time. It is 3 minutes until 7 o'clock locally. I would anticipate around 7:25 ish is where I'd kind of anticipate that we're going to start, as these two teams had not gotten any opportunity to get on court and warm up. So they're going to be allowed at least half an hour. I'd guess somewhere around 7:20, 7:25. Check back in with us. We're going to get Alex charged back up. I think he's going to go give Pete a hug. I'm not quite sure how that works.
My plan.
But yeah, a good win for Pepperdine. Now we see who they will face. We're going to take a break and then come back for more quarterfinal action here on day number 2 at the 2022 ITA Division I National Women's Team Indoor Championship.
Welcome to the Mini Break, your daily podcast for the big storylines, results, and controversies from the tennis world. Today is Saturday, February 12th, day 1 of the 2022 Division I Women's National Indoor Championships, now officially in the books. What a day of college tennis action. Over 13 hours of coverage on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel. Hopefully you tuned into all of it, but don't worry if you missed out on Friday's action. We'll be back on Saturday, Sunday, Monday as we cover first ball to last of this event on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel. I will say personally, it was such a pleasure, as always, to be joined by my friend, my mentor, I call him Sensei, Mike Cation, in the booth from the start to finish. And we're going to have him start to finish all weekend long, to have his insight, to have him helping steer the ship. It just provides a calming presence, and I'll admit it, a sense of organization that always we enjoy having on our Cracked Racquets broadcasts. Of course, on today's podcast, we got to recap day 1, talk about our 8 round of 16 matches, of course, preview Saturday's quarterfinal matches as well. Yes, there's going to be some fantastic backdraw action. Just, I'm going to say it honestly, candidly, I don't think I have the energy in me for 8 recaps and 8 previews as well, but the man who's going to help me boost my energy, the man who certainly was watching from first ball to last here today, and the man who always helps us steer our coverage of the college tennis world, is going to join me on today's podcast to do that once again. Of course, you all know him best as your co-favorite writer on our website, crackedrackets.com, founder of the No Ad, No Problem blog. It is our friend John J. Parsons. Jay, what a day. Hope you enjoyed yourself. How was it?
It was great. I hope you were able to hit the saloon immediately after those matches and get a drink in before you settled in for this recap. But what a phenomenal day. I mean, these days are long for me, just listening to you in the background, chiming in comments. I mean, credit to you and Cation. It's great to have him on the call. Cation did his homework. I was impressed by a lot of the comments, so props to him. I thought it was just overall a really great day of college tennis. So many good matches. I'm really excited to hear from you. I know this was your first time seeing a lot of these players in person, so I think there's a lot to break down on day 1.
Couple of things I need to say off of that. A, the amount of information I absorb just by being in Mike's proximity during these broadcasts. To listen to him do the radio call.
I was going to say the radio mic.
All right. I hope he hears this. I'll tell him this to his face tomorrow. If we have to do that again, I'm going to ask him if I can demo and try that out, because listening to him do that, I was like,
learning
I want to try.
opportunity.
I was like, I need to try that. I need to do that. I need to see if I can do that, because, oh my God, to talk at that speed with that pace and that degree of depth, I feel like that's my bread and butter. And so I would love to give that a go, and to watch Mike do that. I was in awe. Speaking of super producer Daniel Westoff, I will say this again. Hopefully Mike hears this. He messaged me directly. He goes, dude, Mike is on fire right now. And I got so angry at Westoff. I was like, don't you ever type that to me again. I was like, are you just trying to get me jealous? It worked. Congratulations. But again, a pleasure to get to sit with Mike. You're absolutely right. Again, and there are observations he makes that I think, because you and I are ensconced on the college tennis beat, it's a little bit more difficult for us to see it from a neutral perspective, because we've seen the development of these players. We've invested our times in our takes about these players. But yeah, it was a pleasure to have him in the booth. And yeah, I look forward to sharing those insights here on today's podcast, because there was some exceptional tennis. You're absolutely right. To get to see all of these players play in person, to get to feel the rhythm of these matches, and of course, in particular, to get to see Oklahoma, Wisconsin practice for 7 hours consecutively while we waited for the Pepperdine and Cal batch of matches to finish. It was absolutely delightful. And so again, on today's show, what is our game plan? We're going to recap all 8 of our round of 16 matches. We're going to preview our 4 quarterfinal matches as well to introduce a degree of organization into this podcast. We're going to try to stick chronologically. Of course, we got to talk about Pepperdine Cal swing of matches first. That was just such an exciting portion of the day, but we'll go recap, preview until we have previewed all or recapped all of our main draw action. Of course, I forgot to do this yesterday, so I have to do a quick makeup here today. Shout out to our friends at Tennis Point for their constant support, for helping us make all of these podcasts day in, day out possible. You all know the deal. For all of your equipment needs, one location, tennis-point.com. Best equipment, best prices. Promise you will not regret your decision. Plus, use our promo code CR15. You'll get a bunch of free stuff, and you'll let them know we sent you there. So shout out to our friends at Tennis Point, tennis-point.com. The promo code is CR15. We've wasted enough time with the intro, though, Jay. It's time to recap day 1 of the Division I Women's National Indoors, and let's start with those 3:30 p.m. Central Time batch of matches. We knew Texas A&M was going to be good. We had so many questions about Pepperdine. So, we knew Old Dominion, but just how good were they? They had good wins kickoff weekend. Came so close on the Florida swing for them to draw Pepperdine indoors as well. We knew we were going to learn a lot from that match. I'm just going to open the floor to you. Where do you want to start with this 3:30 p.m. matches? Because you're, as 4-3 enticing as A&M and Cal was from a scoreline perspective, from a photo finish perspective, I think the most informative match of the day was Pepperdine Old Dominion. That was a fascinating battle. The floor is yours, though, my friend.
Yeah, well, I feel like I have to start with Cal A&M. It was the one match I didn't predict right, but I give myself a pass. It was a 4-3 third set buster. We knew it was going to be close. I just thought that was an incredible comeback from Cal, both to rebound from their loss to Michigan, but also a rebound in the match, right? To drop doubles in the manner in which they did, and to come out and take 4 singles against A&M, who up and down the lineup has been really strong. I thought Cal looked really impressive, and I thought that was the sort of bounce back you're looking for a team who has top 5 potential this season. So really impressive performance, and I think everyone nailed it. It came down to 6 as expected, and I mean, I was impressed. I thought there was really no way Morales would make that competitive. I thought, that would be a match that eventually she just couldn't execute on, and she continued to execute. She continued to make that match ball in, ball out, extremely tough, and I mean, it came down to the tiebreak.
Yeah, this is why I'm so happy to do this podcast with you. And you all should know my brain is cooked, so I'm going to jump around at times. I forgot to bring up, great saloon reference, Alex. That was freaking killer on the broadcast. I agree. This was our only 4-3 match of the day. And again, we made the analogy. We put the number 6 singles match in the oven very early on, and we said, we'll check on this in an hour because this thing's got to bake. It's a slow roast at court number 6. And it's so fascinating to hear you talk about the dynamic and by the pedigree, the fact that for Cal, Viller-Moeller probably was the favorite entering the match. That's a little detail that had slipped my mind, during the call, because Morales was the aggressor. Morales was the one who was moving forward and looking to hit inside in, inside out forehands from, aggressive forehands from every position on the court. But man, Viller-Moeller, grind after grind after grind, 12 to 20 feet over the net, loopy backhand after loopy backhand, and just neutralizing everything, the discipline, the shamelessness. It's the performance you want to see out of your number 6 singles player, who you say, hey, you're out here to do war. Do not be the player who gets beat first. Do not be the player who beats yourself. And that's exactly what Viller-Moeller did. Now, we have to address it. 5-4, 5-4, I believe, or 5-3, 5-3.
5-4.
No,
Morales
5-4. So, okay, 5-4, Morales, because it would have been for 6-4. Thank you. Again, brain scrambled. This is why Jay's here. 5-4, ball is called wide by Viller-Moeller. Now, there are two sides to this story. I want to explain both. According to Texas A&M, they say Willer-Moeller put her hand out as if to say, ball is good. I'm not calling it wide. Nice shot. Thus, the entire Texas A&M team reacts. Coach Weaver reacts. Of course, there was there was an official there. There was a chair umpire as well who both believed that they made the call out, and both officials confirmed that out call. Now, only Jesus Christ, even though I'm Jewish, only, God and Willer-Moeller know exactly what her intent was on that call. But that one point, I mean, it's tough to say it didn't decide the match, but you're up 5-4 in that moment. And again, I know that's a close call, and it ends up being a 7-5 breaker, and Willer-Moeller ends up winning a bunch of points to win the match. I don't know. What do you make of it, Jay? What's your takeaway from that moment?
Well, it was impossible to tell from the stream. This was like other side of the court, far sideline. Those cameras get a little fuzzy on the other side of the net. I mean, who knows? I have no idea.
I will also tell you, you ask 10 fans in the building, you'll get, 2 sets of 5 different answers, 50-50 split. Ball was in, ball was out.
Yeah, I mean, so this is kind of your classic, like, who knows, but it you could see it felt like it deflated Morales's spirit a little bit, right? And as you can expect, so there was a lot of confusion. I think it probably threw her off a little bit. But she was playing well up until that point, and she still played well in the next 2 points. She missed a few balls, but tough to say it decided the match. Obviously, close point, end of the tie break. You don't like to see that sort of controversy happen, but you have to level set, and it still would have been 5-all, right? It was 5-all after that, and so she still had a good shot. She was still serving at 5-all, so look, we move on.
Yeah, no, that's exactly the take here. And it did feel like that was your welcome to the indoors moment, right? It's like we have officially arrived here. That was not the moment that decided this match for Texas A&M. And to broadly recap, they looked so good during the doubles point. Makarova and Goldsmith slaughtered Giavara and Ivanov. And that's not meant to be disrespectful to Giavara and Ivanov, but that's how good Makarova and Goldsmith were. And then, again, for Texas A&M, 6-3 at that number 3 doubles position. That was surprising. Now, Brandstein, Stoyana, they were rolling up 5-2 at number 2 as well. Considering Cal had blitzed Michigan in the doubles point, you just felt like A&M wins that doubles point. Now they're up 1-0. Oh, man. Like, how are they going to lose this match? And, Brandstein runs out to a 4-1 lead at number 1 singles. It was 4-1 Makarova, and Stoyana, eventually works her way to the lead, and they get that set from Morales 6-4 at 6. Let's be clear here. They won the doubles point. They won 4 first sets. They ultimately end up losing the match, and I do think that's a testament to the fight this Cal team showed. And, Katja Wiersholm is so good. Oh my gosh, is she legit. And, Haley Giavara, boy, does the ball, I know she has pro aspirations. She's very open about them. She hits a pro ball. There's no denying that. And I don't know what happened to Brandstein today, but the fight from this Cal team, epitomized by that effort from Willer-Moeller, who unequivocally is your star of the show today.
Yeah, I thought you guys gave a little too much credit to Brandstein. I mean, I've seen a few of her matches throughout,
Sure.
That's how she's been playing. Then when Giavara is on, it's very Peyton Stearns-esque of watch out, because that's a runaway freight train and good luck stopping it, particularly indoors. No issues for her. So I thought she was on, and there wasn't really much that Brandstein could do. The biggest surprise for me on the Texas A&M side was Goldsmith at 4.
Yes.
I was surprised to see that match, not necessarily for her to lose. I mean, that was a little bit of a surprise, but just to lose 2-3, right? This is a veteran player for Texas A&M. That's a match that you expect, at the very least, you extend to 3 sets, give your other players a chance to hang on or close out their matches. So that was the biggest surprise for me, I think, in the singles.
No, I would agree with you there. Again, I thought Morales played as well as you could have asked her to play at that number 6 spot, kept swinging. Yeah, there were moments where she got tentative, but anyone's going to get tentative when that match comes down to you. And for them, each player to hold serve, what was it, 4 straight holds for, 5-4, 5-all, 6-5, 6-all after break on break on break on break in that third set.
Yep.
This was a really high quality match. Now, my final thought on it, if you're Texas A&M, I mean, A, ODU's not going anywhere tomorrow. That's going to be a brutal match. But B, I mean, mentally, it's going to be fascinating to see how they bounce back, Jay.
Yeah, I agree. You're right. I mean, they came out so strong in doubles, and for Cal to hang on there, it's going to be tough. This is a team that I think really wanted to prove themselves here at National Indoors. Obviously, we all thought this was the one to circle. They've probably felt like it was the one to circle as well. So it's going to be tough. And that ODU team is going to continue to come out swinging like they did against Pepperdine today. So I expect another battle in that consolation match.
You know who's dancing right now is the ITA ranking committee, or the seeding committee, that gave their top 8 seeds out, and all top 8 seeds ultimately advanced to the quarterfinals. They're dancing tonight.
All chalk.
Yeah, exactly. Certainly, Cal Bears are as well. They advance 4-3 to the quarterfinals. Where now it's a rematch for them against Pepperdine. This is a match we're going to get to see later in the season again anyways. But, you talk for this Pepperdine team, 4-1 over Old Dominion. It's the most misleading scoreline you're ever going to see for the Pepperdine Waves, who escape is the word that comes to mind. They escape in this 4-1 match, and certainly for Pepperdine to take doubles the way they took doubles. Brodus and Chen looked like they were finally clicking, and ultimately that's a piece we're going to talk about in this match, because if Brodus and Chen start clicking the way they can click at 5 and 6, now it's going to start to look like the Pepperdine team we talked about in our ITA preview. But for Flores and Czar, who have been up and down, 6-3 win for them over the number 1 team in the country, Cessna startup Seva. Pepperdine starts out 1-0, and you're like, all right, they're where they need to be. But they did that same thing against Cal. And similarly against Cal, Jay, this Pepperdine team struggled. And all of the credit in the world to Coach Manila and ODU, who I mentioned this in our preview yesterday. They swung freely. That's what they did in practice on Thursday. That's how they played in this match here today. They damn near took this one from Pepperdine.
Yeah, I mean, not only did Pepperdine take the doubles point, right, and beating number 1 team in the country at number 1 doubles to do so, but Pepperdine also took 2 really quick singles matches, right? They got Lisa Czar 1-2, Janice Chen 1-3, and all of the other matches were extremely close. And so, yes, they were able to get that 4-1 victory, but I think you nailed it yesterday when you said this ODU team was going to come out swinging. I mean, their backs were pressed up against the wall, and they stayed swinging. And I thought, just really good performances from Starbut Seva to hang in there against Fukuda. I thought Alcade looked really good. She's looked sneaky good this entire season. Probably a little bit disappointing from Flores after that doubles victory. I thought, okay, we're going to see.
Did you like Big Match Vicky? I really thought Big Match, I thought that was a great nickname. Hey, we just didn't see BMV today.
Yeah, BMV has been missing.
Yeah, where's BMV?
BMV is MIA. So if she comes back, though, that will be huge. And then I thought it was just so nice to see Janice Chen get a win, right? And finally, that's going to be huge for this team. And
can I just say, not only get a win, but look dominant in doing so.
Yeah, I think that's so important. But I was just continue to be so impressed by this ODU team who, again, just a few weeks ago, you thought, hey, they've got 2 really good players who pair up to play doubles and unsure what the rest of the lineup looks like. Look, they take number 4 singles against Pepperdine. That's not probably something you expect. They're 6-4 in the third against Savannah Brodus at 6. That wasn't something I expected a few weeks ago. So huge credit to this ODU team. And I'm left wondering, did this match tell us more about ODU or more about Pepperdine? Because I feel like we're kind of reverting to the mean for both of these teams and meeting somewhere in the middle.
I think you and I are a bit stubborn, and we just refuse to give up our Pepperdine take from earlier in the season. And so, we were so convinced they were going to be this prohibitive number 1. And we have to remember, Pepperdine's not a team that plays indoors, ever. They are indoors here this week. And yes, Chen has played indoors. And, you imagine Pachkaleva in her time, she's probably played an indoor match or 2. Ditto with Lisa Czar. But as a team,
Flores, come on.
Yeah, of course. But as a unit, they do not play much outdoor tennis nowadays. Yep. That said, you didn't mention this piece. I think the thing why we're still holding for Pepperdine, Brodus finally started to look like Brodus, whether it was in the doubles where her aggression, it just works. She's ready to have success in college doubles. But B, I mean, she had the biggest weapons on the court compared to Jakubovic, and it wasn't particularly close. And her ability to find forehands and dictate with that forehand, it's a special skill. Now, I still think physically she's not where she needs to be the pro she wants to be, and I do think that's what college tennis is going to be so good for her about. But today was an absolute step in the right direction, and coming off of the UCLA match as well, you're seeing the growth from freshman Savannah Brodus, which is something we talked about, something Pepperdine certainly is hoping for. They're starting to see it. You mentioned it, Chen gets better. It's a really good win for Lisa Czar at 2 over Sasnouskaya in straight sets. Sasnouskaya has been a top 70 player, top 60 player, and Czar worked her. And, Lisa Czar is extraordinarily consistent and really well, a known quantity, match in, match out. We didn't get to see much of her today, unfortunately, due to some camera issues, but does she have the weapons to play top 2? Does she have the physicality already to play top 2? The answer is yes. And, it was uncertain coming in. And then again, Pepperdine does keep winning doubles points. And, they're not playing well in singles, period. They haven't peaked yet, which is a really scary thing for the rest of this college tennis world. And I do think glass half full for them. It's like, you played bad, and you beat a good ODU team still 4-1. Right? Isn't that the takeaway? And I do think it's a good ODU team. They're a top 16 team. If NCAAs was tomorrow, they're making the Sweet 16. I do think Pepperdine, though, even in not playing well, it's still glass half full because all the elements are together. You just haven't mixed them in the right bowl. You just haven't put them in the microwave together. I'm done with the analogies. They just haven't all played together at once.
Yeah, I think it's very fair to say they could have had a performance like Cal against Michigan today, right? Their first match indoors, and they didn't.
I would argue they did, but they escaped.
Sure. Yeah, they escaped the L, which is the most important part. Yeah, but Lisa Czar has looked phenomenal, right? She has been the one player, I think, throughout this, both fall and spring season for them, that's looked really good. Fukuda has looked really solid. It's really been kind of the volatility at 3, 4, 5, and 6 that no one has played well at the same times, right? You start to see, okay, Janice Chen gets a good win, but then Pachkaleva has a surprising loss. Brodus seems to be making a step forward. Vicky Flores hasn't kind of found her footing. So, the irony just of this Pepperdine team looking great in doubles, and anyone who's followed Pepperdine know that has not been the storyline for Pepperdine. So, look, if they had dropped that doubles point against ODU, this is an entirely different match. Yeah. And so, credit to them for finding those doubles pairings, and you hope that they find their form in singles.
So then with that in mind, Cal, Pepperdine, match calculus, prediction, who you got, Jay?
Well, I think Pepperdine takes the doubles point, right? Mm-hmm. I think, they did against Cal the last time they played. Cal kind of got whooped today by Texas A&M. So you got to like that. Fukuda, Giavara.
I don't think Giavara played particularly well today. I think Giavara played much better, and she found her rhythm from a confidence perspective, but I wouldn't say she's playing her best going into this.
Yeah, and Fukuda got the win over them. I like that matchup for Fukuda. I think she's just so solid, and she can absorb the Giavara pace so well. At 2, right, we're getting Lisa Czar.
An informed Lisa Czar.
An informed Lisa Czar. And Valentina Ivanov lost, 1 and 2 to Makarova today. So I got to lean
as well to Michigan.
Right. Yeah. So, right. That's true. So you got to lean Pepperdine there as well. Alsola versus Flores at number 3. You lean Alsola. I know she took the loss today, but Flores hasn't looked great. Alsola beat her last time they played.
I like this that you're going matchup by matchup, by the way. That speaks to how close this one is.
I think you have to, right? Rosenqvist versus who's it for Pepperdine? Pachkaleva.
Pachkaleva, who does not look her best yet.
Does not look her best and didn't play against them last time. So maybe you lean Rosenqvist here. You just lean Wiersholm at 5 against any of these. She's going to be your number 5.
Although her versus Chen, hello.
Depends on what Chen we get, right? But I lean Wiersholm in that match, and then Viller-Muller versus Brodus. I think this is a much better environment for Brodus to play Viller-Muller indoors. It was so windy in Malibu when they played. So sorry for going through this line by line. I'm going to lean Pepperdine here. I'm going to think that they get the upset. I think the indoors suits them. I think doubles they take. I like their chances to flip number 6 singles, which they didn't do. And I like them at the top of the lineup at 1 and 2.
All right. 4-3 is my prediction. Who wins? I don't make predictions on this podcast anymore because I don't want coaches to get mad at me. So, with that in mind, we move on to our next batch of matches. And I do apologize to fans of the teams moving forward. We probably won't spend quite as long on these recaps as we did on the prior two, simply because that 3:30 hour was the best block of time throughout the course of the day. But certainly, again, plenty of exciting action. Everything was good. That was just exceptional. By the way, quick thoughts. And not thoughts, just prediction. ODU, A&M, who you got?
I'm going ODU, right? This 3-match losing streak, they are going to want off of that ride. So I think they stay swinging. And I don't know how Texas A&M rebounds. I'm going ODU.
It's going to be so fascinating. Well, with that in mind, let's move on to our next matches, and we'll go now to the morning session, our 9 a.m.'s UNC 7 consecutive national indoor finals. Shout out Colette Lewis for correcting me. I apologize for the incorrect statement. Of course, they've won back-to-back as well, but it's the first time without the core three. No Jones, no Graham, no Davatella as a player. Of course, they do have Davatella as a coach, and let me just say, it's weird. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit, Jay. But, of course, you look for this UNC team. That's as fine as a performance as you're going to see out of the Tar Heels. And certainly we know now with retrospect their 5-2 win over Michigan more impressive now than it seemed in the moment. But for the Tar Heels, 6-3, Crawley and Scotty over Canto Ciamers and Ratliff. 6-2, Sanford and Tran back at that number 3 doubles position from last year over Marzal and Dorme. And then, Mora continued to struggle at the number 1 singles positions, just still hasn't found her form here over these past few months, but 2-0 from Scotty over Boulay. Are you kidding me? 1-3 from Tran. She still lost just 1 match in her college career, and then Fiona Crawley remains undefeated in dual matches, 2-3 over Coley Allen. Doubles, 2, 3, 4. That's the nucleus, Jay. The nucleus got the job done. Yes, I see you smirking because on a podcast yesterday, one of us, I won't say who, said 3, 4, 5. I stand by that take, by the way, because I still think, Yarlagata 6-4, 5-2 up. Feel pretty good about that. Tangilig, I forget. I learned how to correctly pronounce it today. I'm just brain dead. I still think they looked good everywhere. Like, they took it to this Ohio State team.
This was an incredibly dominant performance against a very good Ohio State team. They look like they have not skipped a beat since the North Carolina of last year and 2020. Just an incredibly impressive performance. I mean, those 3 singles matches, right? 2-0, 1-3, 2-3. I mean, if they play this out, this is a 6-1 match against Ohio State.
We've played now, 10 months of college tennis since the start of the 2020 season, 10 months of dual match season, something like that. They've lost once in 10 months of dual match season. Once in a match that if we played 10 times, they would have won more than 5. They were truly contenders in the truest sense of the word. They went out there. They performed. Let's win the doubles. Let's take first sets. Let's get off the court quickly. Let's rest up. Let's get ready for tomorrow. This is not meant to be disrespectful to Ohio State, who I don't think played particularly well, but North Carolina did play well. And again, I think there are pieces there. I think the fact that Boulay and Allen get snuck in at that number 2 doubles position, congrats, Coach Schaub. That's our coaching play of the year thus far. You have the tactical advantage with that move. They're that good. That's, Allen, Boulay, just the camaraderie, the chemistry, the communication, they are that good. Contos is also that good at 1. 0-4 over Morris. She was on her from the start, moved the ball so well. There was nothing Kim Moore could do to change the terms of that match. But everything else, again, I have nothing negative to say about the Buckeyes. Only positives about the Heels, who are probably now your favorites to win this event.
Yeah, absolutely. I just think they looked like the best team out of all the 16 teams that I saw today. And it wasn't particularly close. So I was super impressed with how they performed today. You might not agree with that. So I'm curious to hear what team you think looked close to the UNC level.
Well, let me say this. For level of competition, the performance they put forward, you're right. It was the most impressive. Oklahoma looked damn good today against Wisconsin. It was just like it looked like Wisconsin didn't deserve to be out there with Oklahoma, which respectfully, that means you look like a contender. Like if you can do that to a Wisconsin team, that is not bad. A Wisconsin team that isn't top 16, but a Wisconsin team that I would say is top 35 are going to be in the mix, certainly for an NCAA bid. It's going to be interesting to see how they do throughout the rest of the weekend. We'll get to that match when we get to that match. Any final thoughts on the Heels, the Buckeyes, before we move on to that Virginia-Florida match?
I don't know how much longer they'll be able to keep Cam Moore at number one.
Yeah, that'll be, I almost shared something. I'm not sure I'm allowed to share it. I'll share it tomorrow. I got to check back with my source to make sure it's okay because I don't want to get anyone in trouble.
Got to check those sources, folks.
Actually, you know what? I think I can't. I don't know if I can say it. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to ask to make sure I don't want to get anyone in trouble. It's a lineup thing. And so that's, why I want to bring it up with the powers that be. But all right, for UNC now, they're going to get to flex their muscles against a fellow ACC opponent as they take on Virginia in the quarterfinals. Of course, for Virginia, they pulled a Cal. They dropped the doubles. They dropped 4 first sets in singles, and yet ultimately you look for this Virginia team. In the end, it's Navarro in 3 sets. And then here's the interesting thing, Jay. Munera Ziadato Sheikh providing points 1, 2, 3, but it wasn't the top 3. Natasha Subash lost today to Marley Zane. Chervinsky was up in the 3rd set, but was into a 3rd set. And they dropped the doubles as well. And after being in command of that doubles point, it felt very Duke versus Oklahoma-y, right? Where Duke seemingly was winning through the first 35 minutes of doubles, and then all of a sudden Oklahoma had the doubles point. Felt that way for Virginia, that they were...
Welcome back inside the Nielsen Tennis Stadium on the University of Wisconsin campus, the 4th quarterfinal of the day here at the 2022 ITA National Team Indoor Championships. Mike Cation, Alex Gruskin, of course, presented by Cracked Racquets, and we are off and running already. Taking you inside the action here, Texas, the number 1 seeds, and Oklahoma, the 8 seeds. And obviously, this is a well-established rivalry between these two schools.
A Red River rivalry here manifesting itself in women's tennis. I will say this is the best version of this Oklahoma team in the past 5-10 years. You look at what Coach Audra Cohen's been able to build here over this season. Feels like the culmination of her time in Oklahoma. She finally has this team where she wants them to be first national indoors for the program overall. Obviously, as such, first quarterfinal for them here today. Big moment for this OU team.
Yeah, 9-0 on the season. Texas has moved to 6-0 with yesterday's 4-1 win over USC. Before we get to these lineups and introduce everybody, if you are tuning in to watch Wisconsin and USC, that, of course, is available for you at all times on the ITA's homepage. The play site cameras are up and running. It is a pretty good crowd once again over there for the Wisconsin Badgers, the home team here on campus. And hopefully good luck to them as they take on USC. It's great to see a good crowd on a Saturday night in a collegiate tennis atmosphere.
No other place. I would be glad to see others agree with me. Of course, you look, talk about that hometown environment. It's also about 50 degrees in this tennis building, and talking to some coaches throughout the day. This is the first day they say they felt those conditions on court. They said it was warm, your normal temperature yesterday. You couldn't feel the chilliness out there, but you can feel today on court.
Yeah, the reason behind that is as I look at my Apple Watch here, it is 12 degrees outside, and that's actually been about the high 12, 13 throughout the day. So it is, the cold air just continues just to filter in. There's not a whole lot that can be done, but yeah, I've actually gone to the long pants here today, which is not always the thing for me, but that's kind of where we're at. So it's a very cool day, and as you see, some long sleeves out there right now as well. But let's introduce you to these competitors here. Starting on court number 1 is the Corley sisters. Carmen and Ivana already have break chances, able to grab that break. Carmen, the junior out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Ivana, the senior for Oklahoma.
Yeah, look, the Corley sisters, as good of a sibling duo as you're going to find in all of college tennis. Also as good of a doubles pairing as you're going to find in all of college tennis. The experience they have, the camaraderie, communication, pretty darn good at all the tennis stuff as well, and they'll play aggressive. They'll look to move forward. They'll look to serve and volley, hit the big +1 ball, of course, on the other side of the net. facing a defending NCAA doubles finalist in Kylie Collins.
Yeah, the sophomore from Savannah, Georgia, partnered this year with the freshman from Kyiv, Ukraine, Sabina Zainalova.
I think we looked for this team yesterday. Looked pretty good out there on court against Wisconsin. Ultimately able to take a victory there at that number 1 double spot, but it's still a relatively new pairing. And so experience edge to the Sooners here at 1.
I would be remiss if I didn't mention, of course, Zainalova from Kyiv, Ukraine, and obviously what's happening there right now. I imagine for her, incredibly difficult to focus on the tennis at hand. Maybe it's a good distraction considering the political implications and obviously a potential war coming to Ukraine. So hopefully she and her family are safe. And for those of you watching there in Ukraine, we, of course, are thinking of you. Our thoughts are with you. And you know, it will be a difficult couple days and weeks here in Ukraine. But moving through here to the tennis as we move down to the 2 line here in this Texas-Oklahoma doubles battle. For Texas, the number 1 team in the country, Peyton Stearns, a sophomore from Mason, Ohio, paired with sophomore Charlotte Shavadapon out of Fullerton, California.
No matter who this number 2 doubles team for Texas is playing, if you're head coach Howard Jaffe, you feel like you have the power advantage from the start. Now, again, Shavadapon, Stearns, part of the nucleus of that NCAA championship run last season. A new doubles pairing here this year, but again, neither lacks in firepower, both extraordinarily impressive. This is an interesting team here for the Longhorns.
Alexandra Pisareva, another one of the Ukrainians here with us at the ITA national team indoors for Oklahoma. The senior partnered with Lane Sleeth, the talented junior transfer from the University of Florida.
Of course, the big thing for Lane Sleeth, she gets to jump up to the number 1 singles spot here this weekend. And you know, obviously to have a number 1 singles player at number 3 doubles on paper, you feel pretty good about. Of course, you look for Pisareva yesterday. She earned a 6-3 first set, was up 6-3, 3-4 in her singles match. This duo yesterday, dominant in their 6-2 win at the number 3 spot. That's a good start for, again, a team of experienced players, but perhaps new players to the Sooner campus at University of Oklahoma. And so Coach Cohen, the entire coaching staff, going to play around with their lineup here early in the year.
All right, as we move down to the 3 spot, as Sleeth and Pisareva is serving very comfortably there. Another set of sisters, the Samaripa sisters for Texas. The twins already out to an early break. 1 love here, 30 all.
I think it should be a new ITA rule. If you have 2 sets of sisters on different teams, you have to have them play each other. Like, that's just sisters versus sisters. We earn that as college tennis fans. And so I'll appeal to the powers that be. But look, 2 freshmen here for Texas at the number 3 doubles spot. Let's focus on that first. And, you know, always nice to have a righty-lefty combo, but it's an inexperienced duo here. And guess what? They're taking on 2 freshmen as well. It's an all-freshman 3 doubles affair. So this just feels like a complete unknown heading into this match.
The break right back for Oklahoma, the Zamaripa sisters from St. Helena, California. On the other side, as you mentioned, freshman Shanta from Bangkok, Thailand, partnered with Emma Staker, the freshman from Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Yeah, you look again for this number 3 doubles duo here for Oklahoma. Yesterday, they actually took an out in their matchup against Wisconsin. Now, I thought Johnson and Markham for Wisconsin, who again you can go see compete right now on our opposite courts. They played very well and they rode the energy of the 100+ crowd, and you do wonder for the 2 freshmen responding to that sort of environment in their first national indoor match, how influential was that? But again, it just feels like a lot of unknowns as we enter this number 3 doubles spot. I don't think either team will be banking on it and say, we got 3 in the bags coming into this.
What do you think in terms of the energy level and maybe whether this one gets chippy considering these 2 teams being so incredibly familiar with each other?
The answer is yes. An unequivocal yes from me, I think, absolutely. And now Texas has, of course, it's a rivalry inherently because of the schools, but you look at their success over the past few years, respectfully, Oklahoma has not registered as a rival on Texas's radar. They've been more concerned with the Baylors of the world, with the UNCs of the world last season, the Pepperdine's, UCLA's jumping into that elite of the elite national ranks. This is really Oklahoma's debut on this stage. Literally, first Final 16 at the national indoors, first quarterfinal. It's a rivalry more so on paper than in practice, But this is going to be the first of likely 4 times these teams see each other this year. So I would expect a completely different answer by the end of the season.
So if you're in the Oklahoma camp, what do you do to prepare your kids, your team, to get them ready and moving forward, considering you do have the #1 team in front of you?
Well, I actually think that's the easy part for Coach Audra Cohen, who will never struggle to motivate her troops. And we had the experience to see Coach Cohen yesterday as she was waiting, an hour and a half additionally, 2 hours, whatever it was. The practice session for her team, they got creative. They stayed out on court. They stayed loose. Coach Cohen will have this team ready to go. I actually think it's Texas who comes in a bit more nervous because, again, you're the Big 12 powerhouse. Now you're playing a conference foe who thinks they can hang with you. And in the meantime, I apologize for the rant here. Let's go back to court number 2, where it's 1-all 40 love here for Stern Shivatapan. But again, I think the pressure in this match is on Texas more than anything else because you're the perennial favorite. You're the powerhouse. Oklahoma is the challenger who gets to swing freely.
All right, fair enough. So this is the one court where we do have a little bit of play here. 2-1 on serve on courts 1 and 3. As early breaks evaporated on both courts. So game points here on the serve of Peyton Stearns, far side. That will sail, and so it's 2-1 here as well. And I do promise I'm going to need, after this match, Alex, you're going to get up on the ladder and kind of tilt this camera for us just a little bit, if you wouldn't mind. That's your job. You're the taller of the two of us.
It would be a pleasure. Yeah, absolutely. I'm more durable, too, when I fall, so it'll be a good look.
All right, let's go back to court number 1. The Corley sisters went up early. Collins and Zainalova have come back. We're on serve here at 15 love.
And you mentioned it earlier. You see the sleeves on Kylie Collins, indicative of the temperatures out there on court.
Last year, the Corley sisters ending up going 6-0 versus ranked opponents in their season. Round of 16 at the NCAAs for Oklahoma. Just a really good starting point, good building block really for Oklahoma this year.
And, sometimes you feel like you're forcing it, right, when you put sisters together. Oh, it's the fun thing to do. They've probably asked for it. No, for Coach Cohen, why is she playing them together? Because they're good together. Worthy of a #1 doubles line. You see the ace down the tee there. That's good stuff.
Nod of approval even from Kylie Collins there as that one slides on by. It is 2-all. Let's go back to number 3 where we do have a little bit of an opening here for Shanta and Stinker of Oklahoma here on the near side. This is Arepa sisters finish there easily. Stinker, one of the players here from the Tucker Tennis Academy in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Tulsa is a very good tennis town, obviously. Have had NCAAs, ITA events there over the years.
Case Tennis Center?
The Case Tennis Center is one of the 2 major tennis centers that they have, actually. Tulsa, they've also had a futures event on the men's side, a 25K there, just at a local club. It's a lot of tennis being played in Tulsa.
Sneaky hotbed, Oklahoma, for tennis town. I would agree with you.
I would say Tulsa is. I don't know about the rest of the state, but Tulsa definitely has. And frankly, the Tucker Tennis Academy and what they've kind of done there and really built something so a lot of juniors are able to come there and more people get involved. And frankly, the university community as well, having NCAAs there every few years. ITA national championships in the fall there as well. Makes a big difference. So game points here for the Zamaripa sisters.
It's the last national indoor to be held in Tulsa, 2015. Men's, Ohio State end up winning that national indoor. That was the 6-5 year where they played the funky format and like the tiebreakers at 5-all.
Okay. So 2-all here. I have to go back and take a look. I'll trust you.
Yeah, I hate to say that's my strike zone. And I actually think it was 2014. Oklahoma, I believe, ended up winning it and beating Baylor in the final. Or no, excuse me. Ohio State won it and beat. Who did they beat in the final? I don't remember.
Okay, so you're asking 2014 because I'm gonna pull it up.
It's 14 or 15. I believe it's 14 though.
14.
Year after Virginia wins their first men's title.
2014 College Station.
College Station was where it was. That's what it was.
Indoors.
Gotcha.
4-1. Yeah, that didn't feel right for me on
I knew
Tulsa.
Oklahoma, Texas.
It's a big difference,
Yeah.
as we're seeing right here on this actual court in front of us, Alex.
It's all Southern. It's all Southern.
Okay. I'm gonna let everybody else handle that because I'm not touching that. It is very different, my friend, having lived there in Oklahoma. All right, so it is love 15 here on the serve of Emma Staker. Top 25 recruit, as high as 5 in the nation USTA rankings in her age brackets.
And you'll hear Coach Audra Cohen rave about the freshman talent they brought in. She feels like Shanta Staker is the foundation of something that much more special for these Sooners moving forward.
And I think you could probably say the same over in Texas. You've got 3 freshmen in the doubles lineup right now there as well. So yeah, there's a lot of young talent here in these two teams.
We talked about new blood versus blue blood being the theme this weekend. What does that mean? Well, there's no Stanford here. There's no Duke here. There's no UCLA here. Those have been 3 powerhouses in women's college tennis since the foundation of the sport, but in particular here in the 21st century. Meanwhile, Texas, I would argue those 3 new freshmen are the supplement to the core, which was Stern, Shavatapan, Rapaloe, Lulu Sun.
It's here for Staker and Shanta. A nice ace there from the Tulsa resident. Gets us to 3-2. We're midway through this first set. Let's go over to court 2.
Right now you see for Stearns and Shavatapan's scoreboard messing around a bit. It is 2-1. They're on serve 40-30 here for Sleep and Pisareva.
Yeah, the local scoreboard got a little bit messed up, so we were messed up, but now that score is correct at 40-30.
Although I believe, I was going to say, I don't think it's deuce.
Yeah, locally here on site it says deuce, but that score that you've got is correct.
Or perhaps it's not.
Maybe it's not.
Well, we can confirm Texas is up a break now with that poach 3-1 here.
Okay.
So a lock in there. That's a good cross from Shavatapan, who, fun fact for you, Mike, lost 1 match in the 2021 season in singles, has already lost 2 matches here in 2022. Might be time to hit the panic button. That's 3 total losses.
It's tough out here. We'll come back and serve. What does she do well? Obviously very lanky. Good compliment to Peyton.
I would agree. It's just a lot of power. More than anything else, they play on their terms. I think Shavatapan puts more returns in play than Stearns, but that allows Stearns the freedom to sit on that forehand on the ad side. Be explosive.
There's a let initially there. That's why that was a missed first serve, not a double. Need to point that out.
Did she make that serve?
Yeah, it was a big kick serve that did catch that center hash.
Lucky yesterday for this Texas team. Shavatapan Stearns ultimately earning a 6-2 victory over Ewing and Koenig of USC.
So it is 15-all. As I'm looking at it again, big picture here for Texas, there's not a single player in their lineup junior or higher. That is, again, pretty remarkable for, again, I know rankings are early, but #1 in the country. That's a big deal.
It speaks to the core Howard Joffe has built over these past few seasons. Now, their senior from last year, Anna Taraki, has moved on to the Pro Tour, as has one of their star freshmen from last season, Lulu Sun. So there was a need to refill the coffers, per se, if you are Howard Joffe. But, yeah, that's what's so scary about this team is how young they are. Now, there's always a chance some of these players leave and turn pro. That's how good they are. That's what they aspire to do. But, again, on paper, a burgeoning superpower down in Austin.
Coach Jaffe was out there on court working with these two sophomores in that moment. Now a little reach out and find something there from Peyton Stearns, just catching the line for 40-15. That lob looks like it's going to miss well long. Indeed it does. So that is a hold, a consolidation for Texas on the 2 line. 1 line is where we want to go now. Court number 1, Collins Zanilova against the Corley sisters.
And
3-all.
We've seen the chippiness level pick up. Of course, Kylie Collins in the previous game overruled on a far sideline call, and you can see that sideline official standing right there. Now, Kylie Collins legitimately looked at the overall and said, okay, sorry, my bad, got that one wrong. But the Corleys have picked up their level since, and now 3-all, 15-30 here in the service game of the freshman Zanilova, excuse me.
Great finish. Yeah, the Corleys do a really good job of covering that middle, taking away the cross over and over again. So they've got 3 break chances here.
And to those of you who are just joining us, you may have missed our North Carolina-Virginia match, another interconference battle earlier today. Virginia came out with such great energy, dominated the doubles. Texas keeping things a little bit closer, but if you're asking me who's had the better energy thus far, I would say Sooners.
Yeah, second time's the charm there, and the Corleys go up 4-3. So now let's go over to 3. Shanta and Staker maintaining good presence in their service games. Potential for another pretty simple hold here, gain points. That misses just long, so it is indeed 4-3. Shanta and Staker in the 3 line. So just a rare moment where we have all 3 into changeovers here.
I think 2's heading out now, so let's go there. Super producer Daniel Westoff, the one bright spot, the brightest spot, I should say.
Westoff is the one bright spot?
Always.
Oh, okay.
Apple of my eye, son of my life.
Bit of a development over on the other courts, by the way. Wisconsin, they've already got the 3 doubles
again
and are about to serve for 2 doubles.
Interessante. And there was a little controversy about the Wisconsin lineup, by the way, because I know they made a switch there in doubles.
How good was that from Stearns, though, deep in the corner to come up with that angle on the overhead from the baseline. And now real opening here at Love 30.
And what's the difference between a really good college player and a college player who has pro aspirations? Look at the snap for those Shivatapan, for the Stearns there on those overheads. They hit them with such purpose. Such confidence as well. Must have been a light of
It was a light, yes.
reconferencing.
Yep, well struck there. Smith on the move. Finds that unit to the corner. As it stands with our scores right now, it's looking like it's going to come down to the 3 line, Alex, with the Corleys.
The battle of the freshmen.
Corleys point away from 5-3. This one potentially could be 2 breaks as well. So it looks for the moment like it might come down to 3. We'll stay here through the end of this game. pointed it out yesterday, Sleeth with that arm sleeve on the right elbow. Typically shows just a little bit of pain in that elbow from time to time, so just keeping that compressed as best you can. This is a unique eye formation.
Yeah.
Considering
It's a J. It's not an I.
I honestly don't know what that was.
How does Sleeth not go left there? Like, you're leaving the line open if Sleeth goes right.
I don't know that I've seen a formation like that because it's obviously traditional serve. I formation. Yeah, there's a lot of space there up the line.
Good hold there for Stearns. That looks nice.
I think that was a nice dropper. I really think that was a nice dropper from Peyton Stearns to get to this deciding point. It looks like Stearns is going to take it on that ad side.
I love those forehands down the center, though, from Stearns. Such heavy. So heavy, such depth.
So it is 5-3. Actually, Shanta and Staker for Oklahoma just grabbed the break over on 3 while we were here.
And the Corleys just held for 5-3 on 1. And if you're trying to pull the upset of the defending NCAA champions, it always helps to have the doubles point for Oklahoma now to get the chance to serve 4 double sets on 1 and 3.
But here it's going to be all Texas. So a second break here. Let's move to 3 right now because Shanta and Staker, they're the ones serving for it right now for Oklahoma. The Corleys will serve for it after a potential return game. But yeah, this is Shanta and Staker near side. The opportunity to shut it down here. 30-15, 2 points away.
I really think this Oklahoma team believes they can do it, and their levels of belief will match any team in the country, match in, match out. But in terms of confidence, you take this doubles, now you have belief and confidence. It's a dangerous place to be if you're Texas facing that sort of Oklahoma team.
That line was left wide open and Staker finds it. Match points, 3 of them for Shanta and Staker. It's a tough ball to come up with there. Low on the backhand wing from Staker, just a little bit late to it. Second match point for these 2 freshmen.
Tell you what, Kylie Collins down 15-30 in her 3-5 service game. Things not getting any easier for the Longhorns elsewhere.
That's a pretty big, aggressive rip there from the ad corner. So this becomes a deciding point. I think you go right back to it, don't you? Yes, absolutely.
Although it's interesting, lefty-righty combo, I believe, and yet the forehands are on the outside for this Texas duo. That's not something you see every day, Mike.
We have dual match points. Can we go to a split screen here?
1 and 3.
Thank you. Yeah, it's going to be match points for the Corleys on the right. Oh, Evan Staker finds it. That's twice that she was able to find some love and some joy down the line. So Staker and Shanta, 6-3 to take it at 3 doubles. Now we've got match points here for the Corley sisters at 15-40. I'll take that aggressive miss, though, in the moment.
Absolutely. It's the right swing, right? This is an iPhone.
Yes, it is. Yes, I understand. Well, Collins gets beat, doesn't she? The Corley's covering that line very well. So there it is. Oklahoma able to grab the doubles point with wins at 1 and 3. And a bit of an upset brewing here.
This is exactly the start you were looking for if you're Coach Audra Cohen and the Sooners. And look, having talked to Coach Cohen, having talked to this team in the lead up to this event, they believe they are as good as anyone. They don't care that they've never been to this event before. They went on the road. They beat Duke. They've beaten the Princetons of the world, the Furmans of the world. Obviously, yesterday, an impressive win against a hostile Wisconsin crowd. Oklahoma fears no one, despite being a relatively new group of players together. And, I mean, I don't know what to say other than wow. Like, if you didn't believe in Oklahoma yet, now you will.
So we're going to take a short break along with these two teams to get these singles lineups set. You are watching quarterfinal action here at the 2022 ITA National Team Indoor Championships.
Shabbat and Collins in. Last year they had the success there. You see how easily they've moved up. I got to be honest, I'm surprised about Shabbat. I mean, May Orlando, I mean, she looked incredible. I thought she would easily move up to the top of the lineup.
I expected what Scotty did today from Shabbat.
100%. That's a great analogy and brings us full circle to a year ago today when those two faced off. So very well done there. But yeah, I mean, this is back-to-back losses, right? She had one dual match loss last year, and that was to Scotty in that match. So this is concerning for me. I think she definitely has the game to play 2-1. I mean, she's so talented. This is the disappointing performance, and I hope to see her turn it around at some point during this tournament.
I'm not trying to belittle what you just said because you're 100% right, but 2 losses and we're hitting the panic meter. Like, I just love that that's the standard for sure. No, I know. You're being.
It's the fall. Right?
Don't ruin my joke, okay? I'm tired. All right, let me have my moment. This version of Alex finds that very funny. But no, on the flip side, if you're SC, I say you put this in the trash bucket. Like, you're like, we don't even think about this match. I really don't think they played well.
Yeah, you almost have to give all of these non-indoor teams like a 1-match pass. Like we gave, Cal
mulligan. This is your mulligan.
Exactly. Cal got theirs today, right? When they had their Michigan mess up, right? You see Pepperdine.
I don't know. Michigan's really good.
Michigan is great.
Number 1.
Yeah, they're certainly in your top 10. Right, Pepperdine you saw kind of getting that indoor rust off. And look, we'll see what USC does tomorrow. Kind of the same thing we said about Cal, right? We'll see how they'll turn back up against A&M after that Michigan performance. So, look, I think just the match calculus for USC, the paths to victory are pretty narrow. And so that just puts a lot of pressure on these players. I think that could be a little of what you saw today with Cayetano, knowing that, like, she needs to pull off a win. So we'll see how they bounce back tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the Trojans compete. Certainly, they will feel like they have a winnable match against Wisconsin tomorrow on paper. Of course, why is Wisconsin going to be playing USC? Because they lost to Oklahoma in our nightcap. Really fun crowd. Shout out to the Madison community who showed up over 100+ to watch the doubles point. It was really exciting. I actually thought Wisconsin played really well in doubles, and I really like their number 1 team of Sayan and Mukartova, who pushed the Corleys to the brink there. And, again, Johnson and Markham, get a 6-3 win at number 3. Now, ultimately, it was the depth, the talent, the experience of OU that won out. And this was another instance I thought very similar to Washington, where it took Wisconsin, except for at that number 1 double spot. Sayan Mukartova showed up from the get-go at doubles. And I think, outside of that, though, and obviously at number 3, Johnson and Markham was there all match long, but it took them like 2 hours to wake up. Like, it really did feel like they were down 6 first sets in a blink of an eye.
Yeah.
And obviously they lost that doubles point. They started to make some pushes. Obviously, you look at, I thought it was 6-1, 5-2. Sleeth was up on side. That match was far closer than that scoreline. Markham takes the second set at number 2 to earn the split with Corley. And, Stoika is making a push against Pisareva. And I believe she was up a break in that second set for the majority of it. But, like, Shanta, Staker, they continue to roll. By the way, Shanta, not Chanta. Shanta as in
good to know.
Yeah, just so you know, my friend. So on the Chanta, it's Shanta. That was pretty good. Lock that in, my stuff. Sorry. Ivana, Ivana. It shows you where my head is. Anyways, I thought Corley played really well. I actually did. I thought that was a pretty
Which
good,
one?
Excuse me, Corley Sr., as I thought Mike called her. And I was like, Corley Sr.? I was like, what are you talking about? And he goes, no, Corley the Sr. And I was like, oh, yeah, but we're going to call her Corley Sr. from now on. I thought she was just painting lines.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought this was a great performance from Oklahoma. They did what they needed to do. I think you're right. I think the Wisconsin push did come. It was a little too late, but they tried to make some pushes in those second sets. Overall, I think Oklahoma looked good, right? Did you find out why they made the move with Lane Sleeth number 1?
I tried to ask, and I got my typical response. I freaking love Coach Cohen. I'm such a fan of her. She is intense. We were joking about it. I swear to God, they warmed up for 5 hours today. Like, I swear to God, the moment there was an open court in Cal and A&M, they took the open court and they were like, let's practice. Let's just keep going. And credit to Coach Cohen, because when you're sitting around there and just watching and getting lazy and stagnant, you get dead legs.
Your first indoors, too.
Yeah, she didn't allow her team to do that, and she talked about it when we talked to her afterwards. They've adjusted their entire team's cycle, so they're getting up later in the day, and they're eating later, and they're prepared for these late-night matches, so they're peaking at the right hour of day. To which I said, you don't have to lie to me. I know you wake up at 10:30 every day. Come on. Like, isn't that why you're a head coach? I just think they feel like Sleeth's playing the best of the 3 right now. And, like, I don't think today's tennis suggested anything else.
No, it didn't. I'm a big fan of Carmen Corley's game. I think she's
good.
Yeah, of all the players, I think she moves forward so effortlessly. She's always looking to come to net in a way that you don't see a ton of in the game right now. She's super fluid. So she can be up and down, but overall, I think when she's on, she just looks so good. So that section of 2 through 6, I mean, they're good. So they're good at every single position. And the strength paid off here against Wisconsin.
Yeah, and again, it was the freshmen coming through at the first national indoors. Like, that's just file it under things you love to see if you're Coach Cohen. With that said, Texas, Oklahoma, Red River rivalry. This is the first of multiple times. I'm going to guess at least 4 times that we see them play throughout the course of this season. Give it to me, Jay. What you got? This is your. Are you going to make the pick? Are you going to stick with it? This has been the one you've been waiting for.
It is, but I also have the chance 3 other times this season. But I think that is interesting theme of a quarterfinals. These are all matches we are guaranteed, except for NC State, Georgia, because they don't like to schedule each other. These are all matches we're going to see in the regular season as well. So these teams are familiar with each other.
I also think it's pretty new blood versus blue blood, except for Pepperdine Cal, who are both kind of blue bloods. But they're not quite new bloods, but they're not blue bloods. They're like those. They're just bloods.
Yeah, I mean, Cal historically is actually much more of a blue blood than Pepperdine has been.
Yeah, but Pepperdine tennis, even on the men's side, I know that's riding that reputation. But Pepperdine tennis is always
Singles action is underway. Oklahoma grabbing that doubles point to see if they can maintain that energy into our singles lineup. Mike Cation and Alex Gruskin joining you here, our final quarterfinal at the 2022 ITA Division I National Women's Team Indoor Championship. And this is going to be a fun matchup here. And as you mentioned, this is likely at least the first of 3 matchups between these two, potentially 4 matchups between these two teams. And you know, you find yourself thinking this is the premier matchup. Obviously, the one singles also could be something that you see late in the individual championships in May.
No, absolutely. And you look for this Texas team, which, you know, last season, national champions. Obviously, that's something for them to be proud of. But last season, they absolutely ripped through their Big 12 schedule. I believe the only team they dropped a point to throughout the course of that season, or two of them, excuse me, were to Baylor and to Oklahoma. I mean, they were sitting players last year, didn't matter. After the national indoors, they rolled through just about everyone. In fact, I have it in front of me. They dropped 1 point to Oklahoma State on March 19th, 1 to Kansas, 1 to Texas Tech. That's it during the regular season. They steamrolled through that Big 12, and then you look for them last season, a couple of wins over Oklahoma 4-2 in the conference tournament, 7-0 when they played in the regular season. I don't want to say Texas disrespected Oklahoma in that doubles point, because that feels like projection, but that was the wake-up call now for Texas, where it's like, you know what? Why was our foot not on the gas from the get-go? Because from an energy perspective, especially at that number 1 spot, I didn't think the Longhorns matched the Sooners there in doubles.
All right, so then put yourself in Howard Joffe's shoes. What do you think his message was to the teams? And I want you to quote him and do an impression of him exactly.
I have the green light to do the impression?
Yep.
Guys, I understand. That's not our best work. I'm losing it there. There's usually more question in it. He said compete. Got to compete. That's all we got to do. Okay. That's bad. That's not my best. It was too British. Yeah. I got to work on Joffe. I think I could do you now, but I don't think I can do it. No, you've been in my ears. No, you can't.
All right, let's introduce you to our competitors here. It is Peyton Stearns and Lane Sleeth with the sleeve here on the near side for Oklahoma. Stearns, the sophomore out of Mason, Ohio. Sleeth, the junior from Markham, Ontario, Canada.
When Peyton Stearns plays her best, she is the best player in women's college tennis, and that includes Emma Navarro. The serve, the forehand Stearns play with, it's a pro-style ball, a pro-style of play. Now, again, that's when she plays her very best. And there are a couple of players in the country you can say that about, but that's just a testament to Stearns' best. And I think we saw close to that best yesterday in her straight set victory over USC's number 1 player in the country, Erin Cayetano.
And obviously, Sleeth coming over from Florida was 9-1 singles last spring for Oklahoma, and obviously continuing to play at that very high level for Oklahoma this year as well. So this should be a very fun matchup at 1.
It's a nice contrast of style too. Sleeth loves opponents who are going to give her pace to work with, and she can use her athleticism, her fluidity to just respond to it. But you see that forehand there from Stearns, just overwhelmingly powerful, and just like that, I believe it's a break of serve for Stearns here. No,
break chance.
30-40, yes.
Yeah, but a big opening here for Stearns to kind of set a tone as you talk about what Joffe's trying to tell his team right beforehand. Obviously, big start, pretty crucial.
I'd also say energy, energy.
Now that forehand lets Sleeth down, so Stearns quickly to 1-love as we move on to court number 2. Kylie Collins for Texas, sophomore out of Savannah, Georgia, and Carmen Corley, one of the 2 Corley sisters, the junior from Albuquerque, Texas, the younger of the 2 Corley sisters.
Kylie Collins is the one who's feeling most disappointed. She did not have it in that doubles point. And again, Kylie Collins made the NCAA doubles final last season. Yes, it's a new partner this year, but just too frequently went down the line and played the bailout shot at that number 1 doubles position. I want to see Collins step up from an energy perspective here in singles. Of course, she always provides that fire. 3 sets for her yesterday against a fellow top 30-ish player in USC, Selma Ewing. But of course, Carmen Corley already up an early break here. Was accustomed to playing that number 1 spot, so you feel like it's a luxury to have her at 2.
That is exactly right. That's what I was going to point out as well. This is a little bit of a flip in the lineup for Oklahoma coming into this team indoors, with Sleeth having played a lot at 2 and at 3. So for her to be up at the 1 spot, Corley at the 2, a bit of a luxury indeed. Carmen's sister Ivana is playing at the 3 line for Oklahoma, the senior out of Albuquerque, taking on Charlotte Shavatapan, the sophomore from Fullerton, California.
I referenced this earlier in the doubles. Charlotte Shavatapan lost 1 dual match last season. Happened to be at the National Indoors, happened to be in the National Indoor Finals, up 6-4, 4-1 against Elizabeth Scotty. That was her only loss, though, of last season. She's already lost twice here in the first 3 weeks of the 2022 season. Now, again, we're not hitting the panic button. That is to say, Shavatapan not playing her best tennis here at the start of the year. Meanwhile, Ivana Corley, casual excellence yesterday in her straight set victory, 6-3, 6-1 over Wisconsin. Advantage Corley in terms of level of play coming in, but again, this is a pick-em sort of match if they both play their best.
Now let's see what Shivadappan has here in this game point, with Corley really stepping in on this return, and then Frozen into it. That goes long for Shivadappan. So Ivana Corley does have this break chance. It's the deciding point. Something tells me she's going to take it on the ad side. She does. Well, that was an interesting choice for Ivana Corley. Comes up lacking, so it is 1-1. The hold there for Shivadappan. Let's move down to the 4 line, where we are already almost done with 3 games here in this one. Zainalova, the freshman from Kyiv, Ukraine for Texas, and Anchiza Shanta, the freshman from Bangkok, Thailand, on the other side for Oklahoma.
Turns out it's not North Carolina. They do not have a monopoly on the two-handed forehand. Shanta here on the near side of your screen, 2 hands on both wings. I think she's more comfortable hitting the backhand than either of North Carolina's Riley Tran or Cam Mora, who also have the two-handed forehand wing, who, if you tuned in earlier, you got to see compete. But Shanta's been excellent as a freshman thus far, Mike. And look at her at that number 4 spot, taking on a fellow freshman in Zainalova, excuse me. Freshman versus freshman, who knows how it's going to go.
Moving down to the 5 spot, as that one is on serve at 2-1. We are on serve here as well at 1-1. Alexandra Pisareva, the senior from Ukraine, very strong up at the top, playing at 4 and 5 spots for Oklahoma, taking on a freshman Vivian Ovrutsky. Didn't play in the doubles, was originally in their set lineups for Texas in terms of the doubles, but playing here at the 5 singles spot.
No, you look for Ovrutsky yesterday. Very impressive 3-4 victory over the senior for USC in Danielle Wilson. So she will not be intimidated by the age of her opponent here today. I would say Ovrutsky the more aggressive of the 2 players in this one. She can get after it at that number 5 spot. And I have to say, for Coach Howard Joffe, he likes aggression across his lineup. That's clearly his type of player. He goes after. Firepower advantage to the Texas freshman, but of course experience edge to Pisareva and Oklahoma. Another very much sort of pick-em match here, Mike.
Ovrutsky has wins this year at the 3, 4, 5, and 6 lines. A pretty rare thing considering she was 4-0 coming into indoors. Let's go down finally to the 6 spot, where we already have a break for the freshman from Tulsa, Oklahoma, Emma Staker. 2-love lead, but in some trouble here. Now 15-40. She takes on Malaika Rapalo.
Rapalo off to a slow start yesterday, dropped her first set in that match against USC. Now was a game away, I believe, from the finish line when that match was clinched. Rapalo up 5-3 over Koenig in the 3rd set yesterday. Needs to get off to a quicker start here today, particularly given that Texas has dropped the doubles point, but experience edge. Rapalo was so solid for the Longhorns at 6 last season. No reason to think that's going to change this year.
And that is the break back. So we are back on serve here at 6. Just again, an update if you are joining us late from our back courts. It's USC and Wisconsin back there. The play site cameras are active. If you visit the ITA's homepage, you will have access to all 6 courts that are currently in play. Wisconsin, the host school, grabbing the doubles point at the 2 and the 3 line. So listen, a huge moment for Wisconsin to have, if they are able to come out with a win here in this event on their home courts, it's a big deal for the host school.
Absolutely, for the program, just to get a win at this national indoors. It validates your presence here, which so often, you only were here because you were the host. You can't say that anymore once the host gets a victory. But additionally, this is a Wisconsin team that has made the NCAA tournament since 2019. To get a win over a top 20, even if it's not directly top 16 team here this weekend, invaluable as we approach May. So certainly that's a strong start for the Badgers, who, as you mentioned, had a great crowd behind them here tonight in Madison.
Yeah, absolutely. And most of them are focused down on just a couple of courts right now. It's Saturday night.
Yeah.
Even though it is,
my favorite term, they're hitting the saloons.
Now 11 degrees outside.
That's Wisconsin weather, though.
We're going to get down to 1 tonight. Just fair warning. I'm going to be walking home.
When you say got to get down like Saturday night, you mean to 1 degree.
No, I don't say that. I don't ever say that.
Okay, fair.
All right. Well, let's start back up at that one line where Peyton Stearns, again, maintaining a break lead. It is 2-1 in this Stearns and Sleeth matchup. A pretty bold statement to say at her highest level she's a little bit better than Emma Navarro.
I didn't say at her highest she's better. I said as good as. As good as.
Okay.
I said there is not a doubt she can be as good. Well, you know what? No. I'm going to double down. I think when she's landing the serve and forehand, now better, I'm saying in one match.
Yeah,
I'm not saying big picture, but she's on that level is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, obviously coming from Mason, Ohio, made this point during our broadcast for Texas yesterday, having the Western and Southern Open just up the road from her as she was growing up. That makes quite a difference, as it does for Navarro, having obviously the events in Charleston over the years.
Of course, and it's worth noting her brother Preston Stearns committed to Ohio State, currently your #1 men's team in the country. It's another tennis family for the Stearns. That's why we need a mixed doubles event in college. I want to see Stearns and Stearns versus, what is it, I'm blanking on 6 singles for Pepperdine, whose brother plays for SMU. Rajecki? No, that's not Rajecki. Nikki Redelick.
Yeah, Redelick.
Yeah, the Redelick brother-sister combo as well.
Stearns and Stearns sounds like a really good law firm. However.
Really good law firm. In fact, it definitely exists. Redelick and Redelick does your taxes.
That's a good aggressive ball moving forward. Yeah, and you mentioned it with Coach Joffe wanting that aggression. Stearns really fits into that mold pretty well, doesn't she?
Oh, absolutely. Again, first serve, first forehand. It's a pro game. It's on her terms. It's decisive. That's why she's been at the #1 spot since she walked on campus.
I want to get back to, you mentioned obviously Ohio State. I'm going to relate it to the women's side as well. But I think with Ohio State on the men's side, this 30 love point, Ohio State on the men's side, North Carolina on the women's side. Is it the year for both of those teams? On the on the outdoor side.
So that's the question. I was just saying, indoors, both teams have won indoor national championships, multiple national indoor championships.
Oh, I'm sorry we missed that. It was Sleeth actually sneaking forward after a missed volley, and Stearns just had a little push, and Sleeth tried to take it away by jumping right on top of the net there, but it is 40 love here. Sorry, Alex.
No, not an issue at all. I would say for Ohio State, they are very good, and they've already earned wins over Virginia, over Tennessee, over Kentucky. At the same time, the depth in both men's and women's college tennis, I think it applies to both. It's deeper than it's ever been. And I've told anyone who will listen, I think if you play the 2021 NCAA tournament 100 times, Carolina wins more than 50% of them. Unfortunately, we played in the scenario where Texas ends up winning last year. And I mean, if you're Coach Kalbas, eerily similar. The comparison for me is the Virginia Brian Bolin teams pre-2013 that kept semifinals, finals, all this national indoor success, just couldn't get over that final hump.
I was there for that 2013 championship, which I should point out was in Champaign. That's a beautiful pass there from Sleeth on the backhand wing. Was in Champaign, Illinois, which is where NCAA's will be this coming spring. So maybe that is the slump buster being in Champaign. We'll see.
I love that poetry there. Meanwhile, again, still 40-15 here for Peyton Stearns. And I know we're jumping around here on this camera.
Let's go to 6 if we can, because there is a deciding point down there right now on the serve of Rapolo. Judging by that body language of Mistaker, I believe that Rapolo takes it. So 2-all there. Breaks right now for Oklahoma over the last couple of seconds at both 5 and 3, and actually break leads at 2, 3, and 5 for Oklahoma here early.
And I want to check in, if we can, on that court #2 matchup, because I think spiritually, Texas needs a Kylie Collins set here. Just to push them forward, the momentum, the energy level, the noise level here. It reminds me of the Vicky Flores match, for those of you who just tuned in to Pepperdine taking on Cal. Vicky Flores taking, an hour and a half, 7-6 first set at #3, just providing that little extra boost for the waves. I think Collins could do similar today for her Longhorns.
Got a ways to go here, down to break already at 1-3, but I think if you were thinking about what was going to come out of that doubles point, obviously seeing Oklahoma grab at least 3 early breaks right now, very strong to continue the momentum.
Mm-hmm.
What does Collins do well that makes her such a threat?
Explosive. The personality, the forehand, the serve, the bat, everything about Kylie Collins screams explosion. Now, of course, that also means mentally she'll blow up from time to time. Don't get me wrong, but when she's locked in and fiery, you're just, last year at least, you weren't going to beat her.
A little bit half-hearted with that approach. I think she knew it was the right thing to do, but just didn't fully commit to it. And again, trouble here for Collins at 15:30.
You see the racket speed I'm talking about, though, right? Particularly on that forehand. So much brush action on that ball.
It's another break for Oklahoma, by the way, over on 4. Shanta gets it to 3-2. So that's 4 courts right now with breaks for Oklahoma. Talk about explosion. And there you get it from Carmen Corley, who has 3 break chances herself, backhand line winner.
And given the weekend, I don't feel bad using this analogy. This is the Oklahoma Super Bowl. Absolutely. You get your shot at #1 Texas this early in the season when you're the more calloused of the 2 groups.
Just a bit long, or did it catch?
No, that was long.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well. So it's another break for Carmen Corley as we go now to court number 5. Another one of the Sooners out in front. 3-1 for Pisareva with Ovrutsky, but 3-all here.
And can we split with court number 6, super producer Daniel Westoff, with Rapaloo? Do we have access to 6? Rapaloo currently break points there. That's we talk about the tone setters. Stearns, Rapaloo looking to earn break leads at 1 and 6, top and bottom of the lineup for Texas, but the meat and potatoes, 2 through 5, all Oklahoma right now. So the break goes to Rapaloo, 3-2 on 6. Let's go back to 5 now. Break chance for Ovrutsky to get us back on serve.
Well, set up that inside outer very well. It is called, however, wide. Pisareva not buying it, but I don't think she has a choice there, as Ovrutsky does get the break back to 3-2 here midway through our first set. Actually, a rare moment where we have changeovers almost on all 6 of our singles court. That very rarely happens. A deciding point upcoming, however, on 1. If we can go to 1, where we do have a deciding points on Lane Sleeth's serve for Oklahoma. 1-3 right now, and this deciding point. Oh, that's a routine miss there from Peyton Stearns, asking herself to get some shape on that ball a little bit too late. 3-2, Sleeth stays in the set. Let's go to court number 2 right now. Carmen Corley, 4-1-2 break edge over Kylie Collins. That is a pretty big serve there for Corley. Game points for her. And then after that, we will be heading back to court number 4 in just a moment. Perfect return there from Collins. And more than anything right now, it's just about building a little bit of momentum to get herself back into this match. Let's go really quickly, though, over to court number 4, as we do have break chances for Zainalova of the Texas Longhorns. 3 looks here at the 4 line. That was a very slappy backhand out of Shanta. So we get back level here on the 4 line. All right, let's go to 3, where more break chances for Ivana Corley.
Continued struggles for Shabatapan, Mike, as well. If you were a Texas fan, this is just something you're not accustomed to, seeing Charlotte Shabatapan trailing on the scoreboard.
Tough one of these chances. Her sister has already made it a double break lead on 2. Can she do it here as well? Over aggressive there. That's part of the game, though. You're going to have to take and live with some of those misses, taking those second serve returns very early.
That's the Ivana Corley game style, as you referenced. She wants to be taking the ball early on the rise. 20-shot rallies, not for her. She wants to get into the net, be the aggressor. How does Shabatapan try to break that rhythm in this match? That's the big question.
That right hip came along with the racket, never a good sign. So this suddenly becomes a deciding point.
And despite the lopsided 4-1, it is still just 1 break of serve here. Corley sprays another one wide, so now we go to 5, where we've got break chances for Pisareva to retake that break lead. Currently up 3-2, now 30-40 here on court number 5. Meanwhile, Carmen Corley just held for 5-1 on a deuce point at the number 2 singles position. Looks like Stearns, Rapalou for Texas. Continue to consolidate their breaks for 4-2 leads at 1 and 6. Those are your only bright spots right now for Texas. Again, I think I misspoke there. Carmen Corley 5-1 lead for Oklahoma on Kylie Collins at 2.
Put herself out of that one, did Pisareva. So it's going to be another deciding point.
And can we go simultaneous on 6 as well right now? Rapalou, Staker, deuce point coming up. Rapalou up 3-2. And it is deuce point here on that right side of your screen. Error for Rapalou. So 3-all here now on court number 6. Let's go full on 5 for that deuce.
That misses wide indeed from Avrutsky, so Pisareva does go back up that break.
So Avrutsky, I want to be clear there, Avrutsky, because I've been asked by others out there, how do you pronounce it?
It's Avrutsky.
Avrutsky,
it sounds...
It's like of, not uv.
UV is the way we put it as a pronouncer.
Perfect.
Yes, Avrutsky. Freshman from San Jose, California. So 4-2, Pisareva in control here as we look around the grounds. Carmen Corley closing in on set points on 2. Why don't we actually go over there, see if Carmen Corley can close it out.
Can we get a split screen Corley edition? Because right now, Charlotte Shabatapan the opportunity to get the break back at number 3, love 40. So let's go split screen on the Corleys, 2 and 3 singles west off. Love this Corley vision.
I gotta admit, I prefer WandaVision. It was really enjoyable. And I don't even like the Marvel universe or any of that stuff. Yeah. But I did enjoy that.
Good.
Nothing against the Corleys. I'm sure the families love it.
Of course.
One of them is Ivana.
Yeah, if we can, super producer Daniel Westhoff, that's on the left. We're still at number 4. Can we go to 2 on that left side?
Yeah,
number 2 on that left
point.
side. We got set points here for Carmen Corley. So we've got 3 there on the left now, or excuse me, 3 on your right, 2 on your left now. Pick the right time to hop in there. Carmen Corley, return winner, make that a 6-1 first set. First set off the board, it belongs to OU. And again, if you're Coach Cohen and you're scripting the upset here, hard to imagine a better hour and a half to start this match, or hour, excuse me, than what we've had for Oklahoma.
Just wide, Peyton Stearns just picked up another break, about to serve for it, 5-2 on 1. Gruskin, you told me Corley was not going to play a point like that, but had to in the moment break point down. It's going to force this deciding point.
Whoopsies. We'll call that an 8:30 take.
We'll stay with it here. There are also break chances for Texas down at 6, but we'll stay here for the moment.
I will say this. If that's the point Shavattapon's playing over the next hour and a half, I do think we'll see the terms of this one change.
Valid, yeah. Well, Corley vision paying off. Ivana holding on here, staying out in front, 5-2. Carmen, obviously, that's set at 6-1. So let's go over to court number 1, where it is Peyton Stearns who is trying to finish off this first set, serving for 5-2 for the Longhorns, but in a little bit of a hole on court 1 at love 30.
You see Carmen Corley there on the near side of your screen. We head back to 1 here now. Score again, 15:30. There we go.
Can't quite get low and through and up and down on that one, Sleeth. It's pretty interesting to watch, and I'm going to bring up something I talked about with you earlier in the day, our friend Mark Bay, who always says that all forehands are kind of like snowflakes. Everything's a little bit unique. Sleeth's style versus Stearns' style. I think Stearns is what you would say is the more traditional, bless you, sir, the more traditional classic style, where Sleeth has that more, for lack of a better term, whoa, bless you, Medvedev, in terms of it's going to look a little bit different, a little bit funky, but very effective nonetheless.
No, that's when I said unconventional earlier. Again, she wants to absorb, redirect. Did everything right, but that forehand volley that Peyton Stearns. And you see that action on that inside in forehand.
Yes.
That's the ball I've seen Navarro hit. We saw Emma Navarro hit it earlier today against Cam Mora.
Well, Sleeth gets a little bit of a look here. We've been trading breaks on 5 and 6 quite a bit between all 4 of those players, as well as actually on 4, but a lot of breaks down at the bottom of the lineup. See if Oklahoma can get one here as well at the top. Just a tad bit long on that serve. That gets away from Stearns. So there it is, a break for Lane Sleeth. Again, good positive momentum potentially, even if she does lose this set. Something positive to build on towards set number 2. Let's go to 6, where we've mentioned Rapaloe and Staker have been trading breaks back and forth. Right now, Rapaloe is in front with a break lead 4-3. It's Staker for Oklahoma with the chances on the near side. That court position never favored Staker from Oklahoma, but it favors her nonetheless as she gets it to 4-all. And let's go to court number 4.
A lot of 4s right now. 4-all on 4, 15-40 for Shanta here in the Zainalova service game.
That was a double as we arrived. So Shanta arrives to 5-4. Now let's go to court 5, where it is Avrutsky of Texas taking on Pisareva. Oklahoma, it's 3-4, 30-all, as you see there.
And if we can prepare a split screen as well with court number 3 as Ivana Corley serving for it, 5-3, 15-30 though. I want to keep my eye on this one though too, because there has been no rhythm on serve for either of these players here today.
At 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, absolutely. They know it's an 8:40 match. Nice backhand load.
Perfect combination there from Pisareva to explore all inches of that court and grab a couple of break chances. 2 of them here.
And if we can, again, split screen right now with court number 3. You see it on your screen. 5-3, 30 all. Ivana Corby serving on the right for the set to make it 2 first sets.
Defense off the one. Nice approach, nice movement forward. I do see a bit of a trend overall, as you've talked about it. Aggression from Texas and kind of the absorption on the other side and defensive counterpunching from Oklahoma, if you're talking about big picture.
Yeah, excluding the Corleys.
Sure.
Yeah, I would agree with you completely. And you see here for Shavathappan now an opportunity and does in fact get the break back. So we're back on serve. Here comes the Texas push. And if we can, let's go full screen now on 5.
Second break chance for Pisareva. Should have stuck with the slice forehand, obviously. Rutsky getting broken there. Heartbreaking break, 5-3 for Pisareva, who will serve for that set for Oklahoma.
We missed a first set at 1. Peyton Cern 6-3, but we have a break point chance for this Texas push right now. Number 6 singles. Correct me if I'm wrong here. Rapallo, thank you. Rapallo. 15-40 now, and you see from the body language, she gets the break at number 6, so 5-4.
Staker's a funny watch.
I know.
I don't know that I've seen her happy in 2 days of tennis here, but it is Rapallo who's going to be serving for the first set here on 6. But yeah, coming to a close in several of the sets, 3, 4, 5, and 6. We've got a 5 on all 4 of those matches right now. Let's go to 4, where it is Shanta of Oklahoma serving for it. 5-4, 15 love here, Shanta.
We talk about the Texas push. The momentum swings right now. Kylie Collins 2 love up at that number 2 in that second set at number 2 singles, which isn't a lot, but it's something. And of course, for Collins yesterday, similar deal, got off slow start against Selma Ewing.
Not too easy of a miss in at that moment for Shanta. A little bit tight on that finishing volley, so an opportunity here for Zainalova.
It did feel like she didn't want to go forward there, right? That she was just like, oh, I guess I'm going to.
Agreed. Oh, goodness. Oh. How about that from Zainalova? Turning that defense around and giving herself opportunities. 2 break chances for Zainalova. I want to point out here, we've had moments 3, 4, and now 5 where Oklahoma has had the opportunity to serve out sets at 3, 4, and 5. And at 3 and 4, there are break chances for Texas.
Okay, sorry, broke at 3.
It's true, yes, thank you. A very tight game there for Shanta. So back on serve there at 5. Let's go right now over to court 5, where it is Pisareva of Oklahoma trying to serve out this set. So far, the Sooners 0 for 2 here in this 3, 4, 5 spot, trying to close things out.
And you may hear it in the background. Sneaky loud Texas crowd, Mike? Or just a couple vociferous supporters? Yeah. But hey, I say it all the time. 7 college tennis fans at a match make a bigger difference than 100,000 at a college football game.
Just wide there. Pretty big risk of Rutsky shaking her head at the mead. Probably not. So set points here for Pisareva. We headed to 6 next. That's clean. All right, so we've got deuce point here. Can we pull up a split screen 5 and 6 right now? Set points on both. A set point for Oklahoma at 5. 3 set points for Texas on 6. Saved there by Staker at 6. Let's see what happens here on 5.